Whether before or after the time travel, I'm just like his name, ordinary and without any characteristics. The world I traveled to is not much different from the world in ordinary fantasy novels. The only difference is that this world has a unique profession, dragon tamer. In this world full of dragons, powerful humans not only rely on cultivation, but also gain strength by taming dragons. And I don't even have the slightest talent for cultivation. The dragon farm is the place where these dragons are bred. The dragon trainers in the dragon farm need to take care of the hatching, feeding, training, etc. of the dragons. In order to become stronger, I borrowed money to buy 3 dragon eggs and used the bankrupt dragon farm left by my parents to hatch the ironback rhinoceros. In order to find the iron-backed rhinoceros in my food, I had to go fishing, but I didn't expect that I would find a mysterious golden stone. This golden stone gave me a special connection with the dragons. As the power of the stone gradually emerged, I gradually discovered that I could communicate with the dragons and even control their power. Every traveler has his own destiny, and my destiny is obviously closely connected with this world of dragons. Can I use the power of the golden stone to bring the dragon farm on the verge of bankruptcy back to its peak and become the world's strongest dragon tamer? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Whether I can seize it depends on how I counterattack. I walked to the golden stone, my heart beating very fast. I squatted down, my mouth felt very dry, and I swallowed. My hands were shaking a little, but I still mustered up the courage to grab the golden stone. Suddenly, a black fish jumped out of the water and bit my palm. I screamed in pain and shook my hand to get rid of it. But what I didn't expect was that the fish didn't shake it off, but accidentally knocked the golden stone into the water. Seeing this, my face changed immediately. I panicked, clenched my teeth, and quickly stretched out my other hand to grab it. But just as I reached out my hand, my foot slipped and I fell into the river. It felt like I'd suddenly flown into the clouds, or fallen into the abyss, or even been blessed by God. In this state of being in another world, I seemed to see an octogenarian slowly walking towards me. Grandpa, Grandpa! I sat up suddenly and suddenly found myself back at the dragon farm. I rubbed my forehead and the previous fragments gradually emerged. I vaguely remember that it was Xiao who saved me from the water. It seems that it not only learned to swim, but also can recognize the road. It is really better than humans. It is simply that humans are not as good as dragons. Suddenly, I sat up and turned to look at my right hand. Ha ha ha! I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at the palm of my hand, I found that the golden stone was actually in my hand. I was shocked. The dream just now was obviously reminding me that this stone had begun to take effect, and I actually had to cheat. But now I can't sleep. I stared at the golden stone in my hand in the moonlight. How can I wake up this plug-in? I think the novel seems to have said that dripping blood recognizes the master. So the question is, how much blood is appropriate? After all, there is no food now, and blood is very precious. Just as I was daydreaming, there was a loud noise suddenly outside the house, which scared me. Little gray, little black. I immediately jumped off the bed and ran out of the house. No matter what, nothing could happen to these 2 iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs, or else my second half of life would be over. I quickly ran out and saw dust everywhere outside. It turned out that Xiao and Xiao were fighting. Okay, stop hitting me. I ran over and tried to pull them apart. Snap! Before I could get close, the tail came towards me and hit me directly in the nose, and blood flowed instantly. Blood, blood! I covered my nose, sat down on the ground, and looked at the blood in my hands. Without time to consider whether it hurt or not, I immediately got up and ran back to the house, grabbed the golden stone, and quickly put it under my nose, wanting to drip my blood on the stone as a token of recognition of ownership. But after waiting for a long time, the nosebleed had stopped, but the stone still did not react. It seemed that the method of dripping blood to recognize the master was not effective, so we had to try other methods. I suddenly remembered that there was a method mentioned in the novel. When the holder died, the plug-in would be activated, and then the holder would be resurrected. Bubba! I slapped myself twice. It was so hot that it could cook a dragon egg. If I died, I would probably just turn into a pile of bones. But maybe Little Gray and Little Black can eat me as meat. Wait, I have to go and see them. At this time, I ran out of the room and found that Little Gray and Little Black were no longer fighting. They sat separately, and each dragon lowered its head to eat. What are you doing? I walked up to Xiao Hui. What are you eating? Xiao Hui glanced at me with blood on the corner of his mouth, then turned his head impatiently with his, but facing me. Hey, I looked at it, glared at it. and then walked toward Xiao He. Xiao He, what are you eating? Xiao He completely ignored me, without even raising his head, and directly turned his butt towards me. You too. I was a little angry and decided to ignore it. Xiao Hui saved my life today, but Xiao He treated me like this. I jumped up suddenly and pressed Xiao He to the ground, scratching his chin. What did you eat? Xiao He shook his head desperately, trying to shake me off, but he couldn't. I finally let go of my hand, stood up, and looked at Xiao He. Hey, look at how disobedient you are. I smiled triumphantly, and then I found out that what Xiao He had just eaten was actually fish. Fish, I shouted, and suddenly a surge of excitement surged in my heart. Great, so you too actually eat fish. Why didn't you call me? I picked up the fish and saw the blood on it. I couldn't help shaking my head and said, this is too messy to eat. So I threw the fish in front of Xiao He, squatted down and asked him, where did you get this fish? Xiao He looked at me in confusion, and then pointed his tail to the river not far away. I walked to the river, and under the moonlight, I saw some silvery white fish swimming happily in the water. I scratched my head and looked at Xiao He. You're not going to tell me that these fish jumped onto the shore by themselves, are you? By the way, Xiao Hui, you can swim. Did you catch them? Little Gray raised his head, shook his head, and then lowered his head to continue eating. At this moment, I saw Little Black put down the fish in his hand, wagging his tail, and walk towards the river. Splash! Xiao He jumped in and swam quickly into the water. He moved as agilely as a fish. He quickly grabbed a fish and brought it back to the shore. This little black fish can actually catch fish. I watched it throw the fish in front of me, my eyes moistened. If I had known this, why would I have ventured into the forest during the day? Now I am soaked to the skin and don't even have a set of clean clothes. Looking at the bright moonlight, I took the fish back to the yard, took out an iron basin and a rusty knife from the kitchen, and began to clean the fish. Actually, I don't have much skills. I just cook some simple meals. Although I'm not a great chef, at least I can cook something and sprinkle some salt on it, and it's ready to eat. Fortunately, there was still some salt in the kitchen, which was barely enough. Then, I found some wood and hay and lit a bonfire. I took off my clothes and hung them by the fire to dry. After all, no one could see me here, so it didn't matter if I was naked. Soon, the fish was roasted deliciously. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. I sprinkled some salt on the fish and turned it over again until it was almost done. However, just as I was about to tear off a piece of fish, a dark shadow passed by and the fish disappeared. Hey, Xiao He. I stared blankly at my empty palm. My face as red as the bottom of a pot. The following days were simply wonderful. Ever since Xiao He stole my grilled fish, he pestered me to grill fish for him every day. Although there was not much salt, it was enough for them to eat for several months. Xiao He went into the water to catch fish every day, while Xiao Hui was responsible for collecting firewood and looking for fruits. As for me, I only had to guard my golden stone. Anyway, I knew that this stone was definitely not simple. However, I started to get annoyed when I saw this broken stone not responding every day. So I wanted to make some tables, chairs, benches, etc. After all, I have never seen a pig run, so at least I could make something useful. So I followed Xiao Hui into the forest every day to look for wood. One of the purposes was to find materials, and the other was to learn something about recognizing the way. After all, I didn't want to stay here forever. I also thought that since I was reborn, I have to find a wife. It is impossible for me to spend my whole life guarding these little dragons. However, that day when I returned home with 2 pieces of fine wood, I suddenly discovered that the golden stone was missing. The golden stone disappeared. Chen Fan was a little nervous at first, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. How could there be a thief in the wilderness? He felt from the bottom of his heart that the stone must have run away on its own. But how could a stone run by itself? Chen Fan was suddenly excited. Could it be that the golden stone was activated? Activated, he whispered excitedly, and suddenly he felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Is the old man finally coming? So Chen Fan began to look everywhere, but no matter how hard he looked, there was no trace in the house. Did he run outside? He thought as he left the room and went to the yard to continue searching, but still found no clues. Just when Chen Fan thought that the old man might have grown wings and flew away, he suddenly saw Xiao He lying in the nest, with a flash of golden light at the corner of his mouth. Click! His heart skipped a beat. Chen Fan hurried over and crawled into the nest that he had taken great pains to prepare for Xiao He. When he saw the scene in the nest, his heart almost stopped beating. The whole nest was full of golden stone fragments, and Xiao He was biting a stone the size of a fingernail in his mouth, grinding it with his teeth. This little black actually thinks that Grandpa is a teething stick. Chen Fan felt helpless. He quickly opened the little black's mouth and tried to take out the golden stone. But Xiao He was obviously not happy about it, and he held on to the stone tightly. You ate so many of my fish, why can't I take back a piece of broken stone? So, Xiao He suddenly turned his head, threw Chen Fan away, and then hit him, knocking him to the ground. Chen Fan was so angry. You ate my grandfather, and you dare to bump into me? He decided to ignore it and jumped into Xiao He's nest and continued to rob. At this time, Xiao Hui, who was playing happily not far away, heard the noise and hurriedly picked up a fish. He ran over and squatted down, eating while watching Chen Fan and Xiao He playing, and he was eating with relish. After a lot of trouble, Chen Fan finally got out of Xiao He's den, but he didn't get the golden stone. It wasn't that Xiao He was unwilling to give it to him, but Chen Fan accidentally used too much force, and Xiao He swallowed the stone without paying attention. Oh, forget it. I guess the next time I see it, I'll have to look for it in Xiao He's excrement. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. However, since Xiao He had already swallowed the golden stone, Chen Fan couldn't really dissect it, so he could only accept his fate. After all, the stone hadn't reacted for so long. Maybe it was just an ordinary stone, and he just didn't recognize it because he had too little experience. With a long sigh, Chen Fan walked back to the room, picked up the last iron basin, and came to the water tank. He had eaten too much grilled fish recently, which was too dry, so he thought of making some fish soup to quench his thirst. Why are there such large water tanks in the dragon farm? Chen Fan thought, these dragons love to soak in water. With dragons around, fetching water is not a problem at all. An adult ironback rhinoceros can easily fill 3 water tanks with water from the river. However, as soon as he walked to the water tank, Chen Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a golden loach circling at the bottom of the water tank, swimming happily. This loach must be related to the golden stone. Chen Fan was secretly proud of himself, thinking that the stone must have escaped from Xiao He's mouth and hid in the water tank. At this moment, the little golden loach saw Chen Fan, swam to the surface quickly, stretched out its head, and looked at him curiously. Its head looked very much like a loach, round, with long, thin tentacles, and looked very cute. Chen Fan couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but the little loach seemed to be frightened and immediately hid back to the bottom of the tank. Grandpa, old sir, is there anything you need my help with? Chen Fan approached the water tank and asked tentatively, for example, revenge, rebuilding the body, or something like that. I'm an easy person to talk to. As long as you teach me some skills, I will definitely help you. Really, I'm not lying. However, the little loach in the water did not respond at all. Chen Fan talked for a long time beside the tank, but it just swam quietly. Finally, Chen Fan was somewhat helpless and decided to give up. It seemed that this plug-in was different from the traditional plug-in. At least it couldn't speak. So he stopped bothering the little loach and turned around to take a basin to the river to fetch water to prepare fish soup. Soon, the steaming fish soup was ready. Chen Fan gave some to Xiao He and Xiao Hui, and took 2 pieces of fish meat to the water tank and gently put them into the water. He didn't know what this little golden loach ate, so he tried feeding it some fish meat first. Sure enough, the little loach was very happy, swam quickly to the surface, and ate the fish meat bit by bit. However, it was still too small, and after eating 2 pieces of fish meat, its belly bulged, looking like a thin line with a bulge in the middle, and it kept rolling in the water. Chen Fan smiled and prepared to go back to drink soup. However, when he turned his head, the smile on his face froze. Xiao He, Xiao Hui. He looked at the scene in front of him angrily. Before long, his fish soup was eaten up by the 2 of them, leaving no leftovers in the pot. Chen Fan immediately became furious and ran into the house, picked up 2 pieces of wood, and chased Xiao He and Xiao Hui around the yard to beat them. In the fish tank, the little golden loach still curiously poked its head out, quietly watching the situation in the yard. After Chen Fan calmed down and broke 2 pieces of wood, he cooked another pot of fish soup, and this time he sat by and enjoyed it slowly. Not far away, Xiao He and Xiao Hui were still having a lot of fun, chasing each other. Gradually, the sky darkened and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the dragon farm. The entire dragon farm was shrouded in a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Chen Fan sat by the river, with Xiao He and Xiao Hui lying quietly beside his legs, enjoying the sunset. From time to time, fish jumped out of the water, splashing circles of water. The golden little loach swam in the water, occasionally poking its head out to look at the man and two dragons on the shore, its eyes full of curiosity. Suddenly, Chen Fan gently patted Xiao Hei's butt, and Xiao Hei quickly swam into the water and soon came up with a big fish in his mouth. This fish must be the fattest. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, secretly sighing in his heart that this fish must be the one that splashed the most water just now. However, just as Chen Fan was immersed in this peaceful life, an uninvited guest had already rushed towards the dragon farm. Chapter 5. Where is the treasure? As night fell, the wind howled and everything was silent. A shadow moved through the woods like a ghost, fast and silent. Soon, the shadow came to an abandoned dragon farm. The moonlight shone down on the dilapidated buildings, and the shadow was filled with doubts. Is this really a dragon farm? Or did the information dealer lie to me? Even pigs wouldn't want to stay in this environment. The shadow walked around the site for a while, and finally saw a rickety wooden plaque with the words Dragon Farm vaguely written on it. However, the dilapidated appearance really made me suspicious. Black Shadow took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to go back and settle accounts with the information dealer. Black Shadow came here to find a dragon farm, but he didn't expect it to be this shabby place. Although this place looks abandoned, the forest at night is still full of dangers. Besides, even if this place is abandoned, it doesn't mean there are no treasures. Maybe someone left something important, such as a dragon egg that they forgot to take away. This is not uncommon. The conditions for hatching dragon eggs are very special. For example, the eggs of the hake dragon must be buried in the soil for 2 or 3 years. Many dragon farm managers often forget how many eggs they have buried, and they may miss some when moving the farm. Sometimes, if you look carefully, you can still dig up these abandoned treasures. Moreover, places related to dragons usually have no shortage of money. Dragon farms are even richer, and a little bit of money can keep an ordinary person alive for several months. Of course, for safety reasons, dragon farms are often located in remote mountains and forests, far away from the hustle and bustle of humans. Almost no one came to explore the abandoned dragon farm. Most people came here as a last-ditch effort to survive. Very few succeeded, and most became food for wild beasts. However, Black Shadow didn't come here to pick up trash today. Black Shadow came to steal things. That's right, Black Shadow is a thief who vowed to become the best thief in the world. However, I didn't expect that the information that Black Shadow bought with a lot of money would lead me to such a shabby place. Black Shadow couldn't help but sigh, and when he was about to enter the dragon farm, he suddenly heard a dragon roar from inside. Black Shadow's heart skipped a beat, and excitement surged in his heart. It turned out that this dragon farm was not abandoned. Suddenly, Black Shadow's mind lit up, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Since this place was deliberately turned into a ruin, then there must be something very precious hidden here. In order to prevent others from coveting it, the owner of the dragon farm deliberately made it so shabby. The shadow couldn't help laughing. No matter how cunning the owner of this place is, he can't hide from a clever ghost like me. The shadow took a few deep breaths, calmed down, slowly blended into the night, and quietly walked towards the dragon farm. At the same time, my two little guys, Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui, were making me upset. They are very well behaved during the day, but at night, they have to climb onto my bed. What's even more depressing is that they are very heavy and can easily wake me up. I sighed, kicked them to the ground, and sat up. Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui rolled on the ground, got up dazedly, and looked at me, as if asking me why I kicked them off the bed. I said seriously, "Go to your own room, quickly. Otherwise, I will cut off your tails tomorrow and make barbecue." When Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui saw my expression, they immediately ran out of the room. Obviously, they didn't dare to mess with me, so they could only sneak back after I fell asleep. I watched them run out, sighed deeply, and lay back down. Although I knew why they did it, I couldn't do anything about it. Lock the door. I've done it 3 times. I don't want to do it again. Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui ran outside and squatted there quietly. Suddenly, their eyes lit up and their gazes were focused on a wooden house not far away. The wooden house was originally a warehouse of the dragon farm. It had been abandoned for a long time. There was nothing inside except dust. At this moment, the Black Shadow was turning the warehouse upside down, but found nothing. She couldn't help but clench her fists and secretly encouraged herself. The deeper it is hidden, the more valuable the treasure is. It will definitely be found. So, She jumped out of the window carefully and prepared to go to the next room. But just as she took a step, suddenly, a black shadow blocked her way. It was a half-meter-long ironback rhinoceros. Baby dragon? The black shadow frowned, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In her eyes, this kind of baby dragon was nothing, and she could easily deal with 8 or 10 of them. However, she was a little worried that if this iron-backed rhinoceros made any noise, it might attract the attention of the dragon farm owner. She squatted down gently, showing a harmless smile, took out a piece of meat from her arms, and quietly put it on the ground. This is a piece of top-quality black-skin pork, which is very expensive. When Xiao saw the pork, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly crawled over and took a bite. Oil splashed everywhere, and Xiao ate with gusto. Obviously, he had never eaten such delicious food before. At this moment, the black shadow suddenly raised her hand and slapped Xiao's head. There was a layer of gray aura on her hand, and if she hit him, Xiao would definitely faint. However, Xiao reacted very quickly and stepped back to avoid the attack of the black shadow. The black shadow was stunned. He didn't expect that the young dragon was so alert. Before she could react, Xiao suddenly put the pork in his mouth aside and blew out a blazing flame. The shadow looked at all this in surprise. The iron-backed rhinoceros could spit fire? This was too incredible. Before the black shadow could come to his senses, a powerful force came from behind, and another iron-backed rhinoceros, Xiao, took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. It pounced and pressed the black shadow to the ground. The black shadow struggled desperately, but could not get rid of Xiao's suppression. At this moment, I walked out of the room and looked at this scene angrily. To be precise, smoke was already coming out of my head. Xiao's dragon breath just sprayed on my head when I was getting up, and I instantly felt a burst of intense burning. The shadow's eyes went dark, and she turned over in shock, barely avoiding the flames. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe it. The ironback rhinoceros can breathe dragon? What a joke! However, before she could come to her senses, she suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind. Another ironback rhinoceros, Xiao, launched a surprise attack. Xiao, before the black shadow could react, he was ruthlessly pressed to the ground. She struggled desperately, but no matter how she moved, Xiao's suppression was too strong and she couldn't break free. At this moment, Chen Fan walked out of the room not far away. Seeing the scene in front of him, his face turned pale and he was furious. Unfortunately, Xiao's dragon breath just happened to spray into the room, right on top of Chen Fan's head who had just gotten up. Chapter 6. You really think I'm easy to fool? Seeing the flames above my head, Xiao's tail suddenly tucked up, and then he ran to Xiao and sat on the black shadow. The two iron-backed rhinoceros immediately suppressed the black shadow, fearing that I would see the black shadow, which was a rare toy. The black shadow made a squeak sound, as if it was about to suffocate. Although Xiao and Xiao were still in their infancy, the combined weight of the two iron-backed rhinoceros dragons was more than 200 kilograms, which was really as heavy as a small mountain. I was startled when I heard the sound made by the black shadow, and my eyes quickly turned to look at the movement under her. Xiao's tail flicked, and his body moved slightly, sitting directly on the black shadow's face to prevent her from making any more sounds. I quickly ran to the water tank, scooped up a bucket of water and poured on my head, then picked up the stick next to the water tank and walked towards Xiao and Xiao. The golden loach in the water tank seemed to realize that there was another good show going on, and it quickly swam to the surface and lay on the edge of the tank to watch. I walked up to Xiao and said through gritted teeth, "I'll give you a chance to explain. What's going on?" Xiao and Xiao looked at each other, their eyes whirring and their tails wagging gently, looking like nothing had happened. Okay, I was about to continue talking when I suddenly froze. I saw a human leg twitching slightly behind the wagging tails of Little Black and Little Gray. "You!" I was surprised and shouted hurriedly, "Get up!" Xiao and Xiao seemed to have just realized that they were exposed, and stood up reluctantly, revealing the dark shadows below. Who is this, a thief? I saw her attire and instantly understood her identity. I looked at her twitching limbs again, hesitated for a moment, squatted down, and poked her gently with the stick. Squeak! The black shadow screamed in pain again. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was not dead. Well, at least not completely dead. So I quickly asked Xiao and Xiao to help me turn her over and curiously tore off the veil on her face. I couldn't help but gasp when I saw the black shadow's true appearance. At this moment, the black shadow's face was covered with sand and stones, and it was bumpy. The nosebleed made her face look a little blurry. Except for being able to barely see that she was a woman, nothing else could be seen clearly. You too. I sighed and looked at Xiao He and Xiao Hui. Even though she is a thief, you should be gentler next time. Seeing that I would no longer pursue the matter that made their heads catch fire, Xiao He and Xiao Hui nodded quickly and wagged their tails. Not far away, the golden loach lying on the edge of the water tank saw this and realized there was nothing to see, so a bubble came out of its mouth. It jumped back into the water and went back to sleep. I squatted on the ground, looking at the thief in front of me, and for a moment I didn't know what to do. I was already so poor, and yet she still came to steal things. So how poor was she? I thought about it, put away all the bottles and cans in her pocket, and then hesitantly put half of the fish in her bag. Well, at least she can have a full meal this way. Then, under the protection of Xiao He and Xiao Hui, I quietly waited for her to wake up. Speaking of which, I'm also quite curious. Is the language spoken by people in this world the same as Chinese? After all, in the memory I inherited, the memory of language is very vague, and I can't even figure out what they're saying. After a long time, the shadow finally woke up slowly. As soon as she woke up, she felt a sharp pain on her face. Ah! She jumped up suddenly and took 2 steps back. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she saw a handsome man sitting in front of her, his deep eyes like the Milky Way looking at her quietly, and the 2 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons beside her were lying on the ground obediently. She was stunned and immediately thought, a hermit. He is indeed a hermit, especially the shape of his head, which looks like it was burned by fire, unique and charming. Are you awake? I smiled and slowly stood up. Are you okay? Oh, okay. Hiss. She grinned and slowly stepped back. Well, I don't have anything valuable here. You should leave. Hearing that she spoke Chinese, I immediately felt a lot more friendly. However, the black shadow didn't believe a word I said. You are a hermit, but you made this place look like a ruin, and you even kept 2 weird dragons that can breathe dragon breath as guards. And you say you're poor? You say this place is really a ruin? Do you really think I'm a fool? However, Black Shadow also knew that a man of insight is a wise man, and her life was in my hands now, so saying many things would not do her any good. She knew that she was just suffering from information asymmetry. If she had known that there were 2 ironback rhinoceros dragons that could breathe dragons, she believed that she would never be caught. So, she retreated cautiously, and when she saw that I really didn't make any move, she turned over and jumped, quickly disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. However, she didn't know that my eyes were staring at her back. Because the inherited memory is too limited, it can even be said that I have no understanding of this world. Suddenly seeing such a magical ability, I am even a little envious and my mouth is watering. At that moment, I even had the urge to abandon the dragon farm and become her apprentice. But then I thought, it would be more interesting for a master like her to be rubbed by my 2 little dragons. Raising dragons is more comfortable than practicing martial arts. So, I decided to go back to sleep and just treat it as an episode. However, after taking 2 steps, I suddenly slapped my forehead. Since the other party has that kind of ability, she should have a map, right? As long as I have a map, I can go to the city. Oh, I forgot this just now. But I quickly put this thought behind my mind. Anyway, she has left. What's the use of regretting it? When I walked into the room, Little Gray and Little Black looked at each other, twisted their buttocks, and followed me in. But not long after, I grabbed their tails and threw them out, and they could only run back to their nests in shame. In the dense forest far away from the dragon farm, the Black Shadow stopped and found that no one was chasing him, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She touched the wound on her face and cried out in pain. Then, she reached into her waist bag to take medicine for the wound, but she touched something slippery. She was stunned for a moment, took off her waist bag, and looked inside. She saw a huge fish head staring at her. Ah! She screamed, and her voice echoed in the dense forest. Chapter 7. Level 3, Level 6, and Characteristics. The next day, it was another dark and windy night. The Black Shadow once again quietly crouched on a tall tree near the dragon farm, hiding in the tree canopy and observing the surroundings. The Black Shadow had been here for a whole day, and the more he observed, the more he felt something was wrong. After searching last night, Black Shadow found that most of the dragon farm didn't look special. Except for being a little shabby, there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. In other words, if there were any treasures, they would most likely be in the hut where Chen Fan lived. But that hut was not easy to approach, especially for me. You know, the dragon race is unruly by nature, and even the ironback rhinohorn dragon, which is only a trace of dragon blood, is no exception. But these two ironback rhinohorn dragons were like two well-behaved kittens in front of Chen Fan, and they didn't care about the so-called dignity of the dragon race at all. To be honest, catching fish, chopping wood, and flattering are all acceptable. But the most surprising thing is that these two dragons actually fought over a grilled fish. You are dragons, not wild dogs. What was even more surprising was that the shadow clearly felt the weight of the two iron-backed rhinoceros dragons when they pressed him down last time. Each dragon weighed at least 100 kilograms, but the man lifted them up easily, just like lifting two little mice. Was it natural power, or was there something else going on? The point is, the man could lift two iron-backed rhinoceros dragons so easily, but it seemed particularly difficult for him to lift a pile of wood. The shadow was simply confused. Could it be that the wood was heavier than the iron-backed rhinoceros dragon? If the shadow was not mistaken, then it meant that the man was really pretending to be powerful. As night fell, the shadow jumped down from the tree like a ghost and quickly approached the dragon farm. The shadow had already searched most of the dragon farm yesterday. Today, we just need to be careful and avoid those two special iron-backed rhinoceros dragons. There would be absolutely no problem. In fact, Black Shadow was not a master in this world. At most, he was just a thief who had just started out. Otherwise, why would Black Shadow set his sights on such an inconspicuous dragon farm? The practitioners in this world are divided into 3 levels and 6 realms, which can be simply described as heaven, earth, and human. The human level is the entry level, and the heaven level is the real nobility. Each level is divided into 6 realms, and the gap between each realm is very large, and the gap between each level is even greater. The 6 realms of the human level are initial profound, tempering the body, inducing the spirit, knowing the subtle, all-knowing, and harmony. Only when you reach the He realm can you open the door and become an earth rank. Humans were not even at the beginning of a Xian realm at first, and could only try a little bit through cultivation. Only 1 in 1,000 could succeed. As for magic beasts, it is relatively easy to cultivate. Magic beasts are usually born in the primary Xian realm, and if they do not cultivate, they can reach the soul-inducing realm when they grow up. And powerful magic beasts like dragons can usually reach the earth level from birth, and break through the sky level more easily after adulthood, with almost no obstacles. Of course, ironback rhinohorn dragons were not included in the list. Although they had dragon bloodlines, they were usually only at the initial profound realm when they were born, and only at the 100 pass realm after they died. But even ironback rhinohorn dragons at the 100 pass realm were still quite terrifying when they were numerous. And I, Black Shadow, am only in the soul induction realm, and have just entered the gate of cultivation. Even so, Black Shadow is an existence that ordinary people can hardly compare to. However, the dragon trainers in the dragon farm are not included in this list. For dragon trainers, strong strength is important, but the more critical thing is characteristics. Characteristics are a kind of innate ability that is unrelated to cultivation, similar to the passive attributes in the game. Some people have cultivated to the heaven level, but cannot awaken their characteristics, while some people may not even reach the initial Xian level, but have awakened multiple characteristics. Characteristics are not unique. Some geniuses may have 4 or 5 characteristics. There was once a genius dragon trainer who had 12 characteristics. Unfortunately, he was accidentally eaten by a dragon when he was 20 years old. In short, the most important factor in becoming a dragon tamer is whether you have the right characteristics. For example, if you have the characteristic of Thunder Attribute Affinity, you will be more easily recognized by Thunder Attribute dragons, and at the same time, the Thunder Attribute dragons you train will grow faster. Chen Fan, although he didn't remember it, but his body had a talent, physical enhancement. In other words, the dragons he raised had stronger physical strength and intensity than ordinary dragons. This is also the reason why he inherited his parents' dragon farm. Talent appraisal needs to be passed by the Dragon Tamer Association, and the cost of appraisal is extremely high. Coupled with Chen Fan's parents' debts and poor management, the dragon farm is now in trouble. Perhaps apart from the land, the most valuable thing in the dragon farm is the big vat. But Black Shadow doesn't know this, and she still firmly believes that Chen Fan is just playing dumb. The power in her body surged, and her figure gradually merged into the darkness. If you don't observe carefully, you can't find her at all. Shadow Step is a unique skill passed down by the Black Shadow lineage, and it can only be practiced by reaching the Soul Induction realm. Once they learn Shadow Step, they will be the masters of the night. In the dark, unless the opponent's cultivation exceeds 3 realms or has special abilities, they will never be able to discover her. Although the Black Shadow was only at the Soul Induction realm, it was nothing to a master at the Harmony realm. A master of the Harmony realm could sweep across any area. So how could he be willing to play the pig and eat the tiger? Therefore, the Black Shadow was convinced that he would succeed this time. With the help of the moonlight, the Black Shadow quickly approached the dragon farm. This time, the Black Shadow did not go through the main gate, but jumped lightly and climbed over the low wall. His footsteps were light and made almost no sound. Oomph. The Black Shadow snorted in his heart and continued to move forward. However, the next moment, the Black Shadow suddenly felt empty under his feet and fell into a big pit. Plop! The Black Shadow fell into the pit and was stunned. How could a hermit master use such a low-level trap? Chapter 8, Pit. However, this pit was not very deep. The Black Shadow suppressed his inner anger, adjusted his state, and the power in his body surged. With a force, the Black Shadow easily flew out of the pit. At this moment, Black Shadow felt an inexplicable sense of shame. A master of the soul-inducing realm could not defeat 2 weird, iron-backed rhinoceros dragon cubs, but he was actually tricked by such a simple earth pit. If this gets out, it will probably become a joke, right? Thinking of this, Haiying felt depressed. Even if no one knew, Haiying couldn't get over it. Was this considered a failure? But before Haiying could think about it, my feet just landed on the ground, and I felt empty under my feet, and my eyes went dark. Another big pit. The shadow lay at the bottom of the pit, looking at the dark sky, feeling absurd. How could a hidden master dig pits? And not just one, but several in a row. The rage almost swallowed me up. The Black Shadow couldn't help but roar, and the power in his body surged again, and he quickly jumped out of the pit. Bang! The Black Shadow fell into a pit again. Bang! It was another big pit. After several attempts, the Black Shadow finally gave up. He lay silently at the bottom of the pit, staring at the dark sky, his mind blank. No matter which direction the Black Shadow jumped, he would fall into a new, big pit. The Black Shadow felt as if I had predicted him, as if every move and every choice were anticipated by him. Not far away, I heard the noise here, and I was filled with nervousness. I immediately brought Xiao Hui and Xiao He here. I looked at the several large pits that were destroyed, and then looked at the Black Shadow lying at the bottom of the pit. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. In fact, for safety reasons, I asked Xiao He and Xiao Hui to dig several large pits here. But then I thought, this world even has dragons. There must be more experts. Who could be fooled by such an ordinary pit? I just did it casually and left it here without paying any more attention. I didn't expect that I would actually trap the Black Shadow today. The key point is that the Black Shadow stepped into all the traps I dug. Could it be that the Black Shadow was nearby when I was digging the traps before? Have you eaten? I hesitated for a long time before I managed to say this. I couldn't just say the moon is so round tonight. The Shadow finally regained some of his composure, suddenly jumped up, stood behind me alertly, and stared at me. So energetic, it seems you have eaten. Chen Fan scratched his head and was about to ask me if I had a map. But soon, I thought again I was very poor, I shouldn't come here to steal anything. Besides, I didn't seem to have offended anyone, so they wouldn't come to kill me. So, since Black Shadow came back here again tonight, he must have lost his way, right? If Black Shadow was lost, he obviously couldn't have brought a map with him. And a master like Black Shadow couldn't let others know that he was lost for the sake of his dignity. After all, the face of a master is very important. I sympathetically did not ask any more questions, but said, "It's getting late. Why don't you stay here for a night and return to the city tomorrow?" As soon as I said this, I regretted it. I couldn't help but think, is this really a martial arts novel? The Shadow was stunned for a moment, not understanding what I was saying at all. Well, the warehouse is empty. You can live there if you want. I blushed, turned around, and walked towards a room with Xiao He and Xiao Hui, my face full of panic. Xiao He and Xiao Hui looked back at the Black Shadow standing there, then proudly twisted their buttocks and left. Seeing the performance of these 2 ironback rhinoceros, I was sure that there must be treasures here. You know, although the ironback rhinoceros is the most basic golden dragon, it is also known as a steel-boned fool. Even adult ironback rhinoceros is only as smart as a husky. Even the best dragon trainers can only make them obey orders and charge around like chariots. They could do nothing else. However, these two young dragons are so smart, it's incredible. Is it luck that they found such a wonderful ironback rhino-horn dragon? How could Black Shadow believe this? Treasure. There must be a treasure here that can enhance the potential of the ironback rhino-horn dragon and develop its intelligence. But the Black Shadow had no intention of staying here. Although my invitation, just now, seemed enthusiastic, the Black Shadow knew that my words meant he was leaving. "You are not allowed to enter the warehouse," was clearly a warning to the Black Shadow to leave. The Black Shadow's mind raced, and he immediately made a decision. With the power in his body surging, he quickly bypassed the pit and jumped out. As expected, the masters really value their reputation. I stood in front of the window, watching me jump out of the fence and sighed slightly. Then I picked up Xiao Hui and Xiao He again and threw them out the door. Chapter 9. If you don't want to leave, don't leave. That day, when I walked up to her with Xiao Hui and Xiao He, I couldn't help but feel a little angry. After all, I hardly had a good rest in the past 2 nights, and she kept me awake all night. Gritting my teeth, I let Xiao He and Xiao Hui tie her tightly to the stake and then pulled off her veil. Looking at her face full of sand pits and scars, I took 2 deep breaths and resisted the urge to beat her up again. "You two keep an eye on her, don't let her run away." I gritted my teeth and turned to look at Xiao He and Xiao Hui. "When I wake up, I'm going to ask her what's going on." Xiao He and Xiao Hui roared in unison, with a hint of ill intent in their eyes, and looked at her. "Don't tease her," I warned her seriously. "Just keep an eye on her. If she tries to run away, you can spit fire on her." Xiao He and Xiao Hui nodded immediately, looking somewhat excited. When I returned to the room, Xiao He and Xiao Hui exchanged glances, ran to the shadow, and bit off the rope that tied the shadow to the stake. Of course the shadow wanted to escape, but with the rope tied to it, how could it escape? When the sky was slightly brighter, the shadow finally woke up. Rubbing his temple, I watched the shadow shake his head slightly, obviously a little confused. The shadow looked around and found that he was no longer next to the water tank, but was tied to a wooden stake. The rope beside him had been untied, and there was no one around. She must have realized that this was all a trap. Although I didn't kill the Black Shadow directly, my purpose was obviously not just that. After a long while, I yawned and walked out of the room. When I saw the Black Shadow, I was stunned for a moment, then patted my forehead and almost forgot about it. I glanced at her and the rope on the ground, and doubts arose in my heart. I remembered that I tied her up very tightly last night. How did the Black Shadow untie her? Since it was untied, why didn't the Black Shadow take the opportunity to escape? More importantly, where did Xiao He and Xiao Hui go? Ahem. I cleared my throat and coughed twice. Not far away, Xiao He and Xiao Hui hurried out from behind the house, wagging their tails and looking at the Black Shadow with resentment. Their eyes made me stunned, and I secretly felt lucky that I was not attacked by the Black Shadow. I kicked Xiao He and Xiao Hui twice, then walked up to the Black Shadow and said in a cold voice, "Hey, I'm a magnanimous person and have let you go many times. What do you want to do? You even want to poison me? The day before yesterday, I was considering letting you stay for 1 night." Humph. The Black Shadow turned his head and didn't answer me, but it was obvious that the Black Shadow was desperately thinking of some countermeasures. "Are you still not happy?" I looked at the Black Shadow's expression. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. "I want to ask you, what exactly do you want to fight to the death with me?" The Black Shadow glanced at me and said in a deep voice, "You can't hide it from me." I was stunned for a moment. "What are you hiding?" She looked at Xiao He and Xiao Hui coldly and said, "What treasure do you have here that can actually open the intelligence of the iron-backed rhinoceros dragon and even let them learn dragon breathing?" "What treasure?" I was stunned, not being able to react at all. "I'm so poor here. What treasure can there be?" Recently, I have been desperately looking for a lot of things, almost digging through the entire dragon farm, but I haven't found a useful treasure. Could it be that I missed something in my memory, and I actually guarded the treasure without knowing it? This is really a huge mistake. The Black Shadow rolled his eyes at me, obviously not believing me and still pretending to be stupid. "Whether you admit it or not, since I'm already in your hands, you can do whatever you want with me," the Black Shadow said in a deep voice. "But, after all, I'm a dignified soul induction realm. Don't even think about humiliating me." "No. Tell me first, what treasure is it and where is it?" I was a little anxious, and my tone couldn't help but carry a bit of anxiety. The shadow didn't answer and turned away. You? I stamped my feet anxiously. I really wanted to know what the treasure was, but she just wouldn't tell me. I couldn't do anything about it. Then I thought, since she knew there was a treasure here, I couldn't let her escape like this. After all, I had to keep the secret. Otherwise, if she leaked the news, my dragon farm would be in a lot of trouble. Well, if you don't tell me whether it is or not, then you can't leave. I said in a deep voice, little black, little gray, roar. The eyes of the two young iron-backed rhinoceros dragons lit up, and they opened their mouths excitedly. Pop! The golden loach in the water tank jumped onto the edge of the tank, staring at this direction with its eyes wide open. The shadow's heart trembled. Although she was tough, could she really fight against the two young dragons in front of her? Haha. Welcome to join our dragon farm. I smiled evilly. From today on, you're the new worker of the dragon farm, responsible for taking care of the whole farm. If you see anything dirty, don't blame Xiao and Xiao for setting you on fire. Worker? The shadow turned his head suddenly, his face full of disbelief. That's right. Since you have repeatedly provoked me, since you don't tell me where the treasure is, then don't even think about leaving. I nodded excitedly. From today on, the entire dragon farm will be handed over to you. If I see anything dirty, remember that Xiao and Xiao will come and burn you. No, I am a master of the soul induction realm, and you want me to be a cleaner? The black shadow stood up suddenly. What's wrong? I took a step back silently. Little black, little gray. Roar. The two young dragons opened their mouths again, and a faint hot air flowed out of their mouths. You? The black shadow gritted his silver teeth, turned his head suddenly, changed his mind, and simply gave in. Okay, I'll do it. Huh, that's right, I said with a smile. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Chen Fan, and they are Xiao and Xiao. My name is Yiyun. She responded coldly. Chapter 10. A visitor is coming. Half a month later, Yin finally understood that I was really poor. This dragon farm was really poor. However, this also made her even more frightened. How could such a poor dragon farm cultivate two such powerful iron-backed rhinoceros dragons? That's right, in just half a month, the two iron-backed rhino-horn dragon cubs have grown into real iron-backed rhino-horn dragons. Their length is the same as that of adult dragons. Their physique is more sturdy, and their bodies are covered with solid armor plates, emitting a dark black luster. The iconic long horn on the nose exudes an extremely majestic aura. I looked at her expression, feeling vaguely uneasy. Her gaze made me feel uncomfortable, as if she was thinking about something. However, what Ian didn't know was that I didn't realize how powerful these two iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons were. Roar! At this moment, I heard a low roar from behind me. I turned around and saw Xiao staring at Yiyun with his big eyes. I'm busy now. Go play by yourself. Be good. Yiyun reached out and patted Xiao long horns and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She knew in her heart that she had lost the confidence to escape from here half a month ago, and now there was no way out. However, Yiyun also began to accept the life here. Although the food was simple and monotonous, everything else was okay. More importantly, there was a magical power here that could make her heart peaceful and away from the turmoil of the outside world. The tranquility of this place was simply incomparable to the outside world. Xiao looked at Yiyun with a pitiful expression on his face. He and Xiao both liked her very much. After all, she would not hit them like other people, but would play with them. So as long as Yiyun did not run away, they would not make any attacking moves. Xiao swung his tail, stared with big eyes, and the long horn on his nose swayed gently. He looked so cute that it made people's hearts soften. Yiyun couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Okay, I just need to go to the woods to collect some firewood. You can come with me. Roar! Xiao nodded excitedly, his tail wagging like a windmill. At this time, I walked out of the room with a newly made wooden stool in my hand. Looking at Yiyun and Xiao, I smiled and said, Yiyun, don't spoil them too much. If I don't spoil them, how can I spoil you? Yiyun rolled his eyes at me, his tone a little playful. TSK, you don't know how to appreciate a good person. Fortunately, I made a stool for you. I put the wooden stool in my hand on the ground. What do you think? Yiyun looked up and down at the wooden stool I made, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you sure it can be sat on? It won't collapse, right? Of course not. Chen Fan's products must be top-notch. I patted my chest and said confidently, don't be fooled by the ordinary appearance of this stool. It's actually very sturdy. You can even dance on it. Oh, Yiyun nodded meaningfully. and then patted Xiao He gently. Xiao He understood instantly, rushed over, and sat down on the stool. Crack! The wooden bench shattered and turned into a pile of sawdust in an instant. I stared at the broken bench with wide eyes, completely stunned. See, I told you it wasn't strong. It broke as soon as you sat on it. Ian turned around and turned to Xiao He. Xiao He, let's go get some firewood. Xiao He stood up, swung his tail, looked at me with contempt, and then followed Ian. You? I stood there, mouth wide open, not knowing what to say. If the iron-backed rhinoceros sat on it, I'm afraid the stainless steel chair wouldn't be able to support it. With a helpless smile, I picked up the wood on the ground and prepared to make a good-looking wooden stool. To be honest, I'm a little depressed now. I clearly asked Ian to do odd jobs here, but how come Xiao He has already stood on her side in just half a month? Bang! Just then, Xiao Hui's big head stuck out of the window, eyes wide open, as if seeking attention. You are still good, Xiao Hui, unlike the traitor Xiao He. I touched Xiao Hui's head, trying to hide the disappointment in my heart. Puff! What responded to me was a ball of dragon breath, which sprayed directly onto the broken wood on the ground, instantly burning the wood chips into ash. Xiao Hui turned his head and ran towards the depths of the forest. Looking at the ashes on the ground, I suddenly felt abandoned and lost. However, at this moment, the sky outside suddenly became dark, a loud roar was heard, and then a huge figure slowly descended from the sky. Yiyun, who had just entered the woods, hurried back with Xiao He and Xiao Hui and looked at the huge monster vigilantly. Even the golden loaches in the water tank jumped out and stared at the huge creature seriously. It was a huge flying dragon, dark all over, covered with fine scales and a pair of blood-red eyes full of fierceness. Oh, my dear nephew, how are you? Just as we were alert, a figure jumped down from the back of the flying dragon. I recognized him instantly, my uncle, Ace, a dragon trader. A dragon trader is someone who helps small dragon farms trade dragons between countries. Hello, Uncle Ace. I smiled and gave him a hug. TSK, I really underestimated you, my nephew. It seems that you not only have the talent of physique enhancement, but also the talent of double growth. Ace let go of me and walked towards Yiyun. Is this your wife? Hee, believe it or not, I will kill you. Ian said coldly. Haha, that's amazing. But little girl, with your cultivation level of the soul induction realm, you can't kill me. Ace replied with a smile. Roar. Seeing Yiyun being bullied, Xiao He and Xiao Hui immediately roared and rushed to her. Roar. The red-eyed night dragon brought by Ace also roared, as if threatening our dragon. Haha, these two iron-backed rhinoceros dragons are quite smart. Ace smiled and turned to look at me. Name a price. I want these two. Chapter 11. Family. I was stunned when I heard what Ace said. I almost forgot about this matter for such a long time. What is the purpose of a dragon farm? Isn't it to breed dragons and then sell them to make money? Dragons like Xiao He and Xiao Hui can definitely be sold for a good price. But after living with them day and night for so long, how can I bear to sell them like this? I was a little shaken. Ace looked at me standing there in a daze and said with a smile, Oh, by the way, I forgot you didn't know the price. How about this? These two ironback rhinoceros, 100 silver coins each. How about that? It's more than double the market price. He patted my shoulder and said, Don't worry. I'm your uncle. I won't lie to you. Roar. At this moment, Xiao He and Xiao Hui seemed to understand what Ace meant, and they shouted angrily. Roar. Then, two balls of dragon breath sprayed towards Ace. I instantly felt the scorching heat on my back, and when I looked back, I saw that the two balls of dragon breath stopped half a meter away and did not touch Ace at all. Ace looked at this scene with a surprised expression on his face. Great, he can actually breathe dragon. Yiyun's eyes widened as she watched all this, and she obviously understood. She realized that what Ace said just now was right. With her strength, she could not kill the man in front of her, even if she attacked by surprise. Ace had at least reached the level of a master in the Hehe realm, and it was even possible that he had broken through to the earth level. Oh, nephew, you really impressed me. Ace looked at Xiao He and Xiao Hui with shining eyes. 150 silver coins, I want them. Xiao Ashuri, Xiao Hui. I called softly. Xiao He and Xiao Hui stopped breathing and ran behind me. Yiyan hesitated for a moment and finally walked to my side and looked at me quietly. She didn't say anything, as if waiting for my decision. Uncle, can you tell me where they will be sent if I sell them to you? I gently touched the heads of Xiao He and Xiao Hui and asked in a deep voice. Oh, There's nothing to hide about this. Ace said nonchalantly. The two nearest countries, Goatrut and Angelica, both have their own ironback rhinoceros legions. I will let these two countries compete. After all, it's rare for an ironback rhinoceros like this to be able to spray dragon breath. So what will be the result? Will they die on the battlefield? I asked again. Well, as you know, wars are frequent in this world, and both humans and dragons may die at any time. Ace sighed, but dragons like them will be given special protection in any country. If they're used as mounts by the ironback Rhinohorn Dragon Corps, their combat power will be even stronger. Therefore, the probability of death will be lower. Oh, I nodded, made a decision in my heart, and then suddenly smiled. Sorry, uncle, I won't sell it. What? You don't want to sell it? Ace frowned, obviously a little stunned. You don't think I'm trying to trick you, do you? Indeed, these two ironback rhinoceros are very precious, but they're just ironback rhinoceros after all. Even among all the Dragon Knight legions, ironback rhinoceros is the most basic one. Even I can only sell it for 300 silver coins at most. If you go find it yourself. No, uncle, you misunderstood. I quickly shook my head. It's not that I think the price you offered is too low, but because Xiao and Xiao are already my family, I can't trade them as objects. Hearing what I said, the corners of Ace's mouth twitched slightly, and he was obviously a little surprised. Nephew, are you kidding me? Where are you? A dragon farm, not a dragon kindergarten. What is the purpose of raising dragons? To your family? You must be kidding. I'm really not kidding, I said very seriously. Although it's only been a short time, they are really my family. I can't just sell them and let them die for money. Are you really kidding me? Ace pointed around, seeming a little unbelievable. Look at your current environment. Look at your current condition. How long can you keep them? Do you know how much food an adult ironback rhinoceros consumes every day? Can you afford to keep them? I have a river here where I can fish. I also have a forest here where I can hunt. I can. I answered firmly. Okay, you're gonna eat fish for the rest of your life, right? Ace pointed at Little Black and Little Gray. Have you asked them? Are they willing? What do you mean? I looked at Little Black and Little Gray in confusion. They are dragons. They are powerful and proud. Ace said, you treat them as your children and want to protect them, fine, but have you asked them if they are willing to be protected? You are just an ordinary person. Nephew, I'm also your family. I won't hurt you. Ace patted my shoulder. I know how you feel. These two are the first dragons you hatched. You have deep feelings for them. I understand. But you have to understand who you are and what you are doing. My sister is no longer here. You need to live your life well. I will do my best to help you. Ace said as he took out a small bag of copper coins from his pocket. This is what I promised you last time. 50 copper coins. You keep it for now. I'll come again in 3 days. Tell me when you've thought it over. After saying that, Ace did not stop and jumped lightly onto the back of the red-eyed night dragon. I'll leave first. Nephew, you have to remember that the most fundamental wish of the dragon race is to become stronger. After Ace finished speaking, the red-eyed night dragon spread its huge wings and took him into the sky. Why don't you agree? Yian looked at me with confusion in his eyes. Will you sell your family? I replied with a smile and patted Xiaohei's head. We have money now. Let's go into the city to buy delicious food. After saying that, I jumped on Xiaohei's back and took it away from the dragon farm at a high speed. Yian stood there, looking at my back with a flash of surprise in her eyes. The man in front of her seemed different and a little handsome. Just as she was thinking, I came back riding Xiaohei. I walked up to Yian and said with embarrassment, do you know the way to the city? Yian was stunned for a moment and couldn't help thinking. Forget it, I want to take back what I just said, Xiao Shuai. Chapter 12. Grandma Chun enters the town. Finally, after 2 months of hard work, I entered the town for the first time. Yian told me that this town is called Hatch City, which belongs to Angelica. It is a small town with relatively scarce resources and is located on the dividing line between Angelica and Balo. Although Hatchi City is just a remote little place, the impact it brought to me far exceeded my expectations. Yian also told me that as long as my dragon farm becomes bigger and stronger, the economy of the entire Hatchi City will also rise. This made me look forward to it. The scene in the town was similar to what I'd seen on TV before. 2- and 3-story buildings were neatly lined up on both sides of the street, and there were all kinds of shops on the street, and people were coming and going. There were even some monsters walking around on the street, and the figures of dragons could be seen occasionally. Yian told me that in fact, many wealthy merchants and nobles would buy dragons to show off their status and wealth. Some masters often have powerful monsters as companions, especially dragons. After all, having a powerful monster partner is like having a loyal brother who can give unconditional support. I nodded to show my understanding. However, Ian looked at me, as if she was a little confused, and asked, "How come you don't know these common sense at all?" I'd already thought about how to answer this question, so I said to her, "I have lived in a dragon farm since I was a child. My parents died when I was very young. Later, with the help of my uncle, I managed to maintain the operation of the dragon farm. The affairs of the dragon farm left me no time to pay attention to these common sense." Ian was not suspicious after hearing this, because she knew that a child like me who was born in a remote dragon farm might lack such common sense. She also told me that she had heard of a child who had lived in a dragon farm until he became an adult and knew about the existence of the outside world, and even made some jokes. "By the way, what are you going to do in the city this time?" Ian looked at me with a puzzled look. "Actually, I'm not too sure." I sighed and gently stroked Blackie's back. On the way, I kept thinking, Ace is right. I have the right desire to protect Blackie and Gray, but I never asked them if they're willing to live this kind of life. Although they're strong physically, they're still very immature mentally. They may not know anything yet. What about when they grow up? Will they want to become stronger? Want to see the outside world? I looked into Xiao Hei's eyes and felt like an old father who didn't want them to get hurt. Thinking of this, I began to feel a little confused and even a little lost. Maybe let's go to the city to buy some things. I forced a smile. I also want to buy some books about raising dragons to increase my knowledge. But you only have 50 copper coins. Ian looked at me. That doesn't seem enough. Just the most basic dragon cultivation and basic dragon clan illustrated book cost 80 copper coins. So expensive? I asked in surprise. Of course, anything related to dragons is not cheap. Ian nodded and looked at me. But then again, you can make it this far in this dragon farm. You are an amazing person. Hey, just then, a young man suddenly rushed over from the street and blocked my way. His eyes flashed with greed. "Get down quickly. I want this ironback rhinoceros." Huh. I was stunned and looked around. Is this situation considered robbery? What do you mean by huh? Get down quickly if you don't want to die. The young man shouted again. I gently comforted Xiao Hei and asked Yiyun, "Is this common in the city?" "It's quite common." Yiyun smiled. After all, many people like to covet other people's dragons, especially this precious iron-backed rhinoceros dragon. However, a guy in the tempering body realm dares to do such a thing. He really doesn't know his own limitations. Ian looked at me and seemed to have decided to teach this person a lesson. "I'll go and deal with it, wait." "Okay, go ahead." I nodded, thinking that I didn't dare to let Xiao Hei take action, for fear that it would get angry and burn this person to charcoal. Ian jumped lightly and jumped off the ground. "Oh, it's a woman. How about it? Come with me." The young man smiled and stretched out his hand, trying to take off Yiyun's veil. I watched this scene, shook my head, and thought, why are there always such people in this world? Just as I was thinking, Yiyun had already taken action. Her figure appeared in front of the young man like lightning, and then I saw him suddenly fly backwards. Bang! The young man flew backwards, and Yiyun followed closely behind him, almost without any hesitation. As she made a series of movements, a muffled sound came from the young man's body, accompanied by the sound of broken bones. I stared with my eyes wide open. I couldn't believe what I saw. Yiyun was so fierce. Her strength was beyond my imagination. "Yiyun, you are too." I hurriedly wanted to say something, but she suddenly turned around and rushed into the alley beside her, disappearing without a trace. I was stunned and didn't react at all. It was not until this moment that I realized that Yiyun was not an ordinary dragon farm worker, but a prisoner. She finally found the opportunity. How could she not run? Chapter 13, I don't know her. I gently comforted Xiao Hei and sighed in my heart. Since Yiyun has decided to escape, I can't catch up with her. In this case, it's better to part ways in peace. Although when we got together, it wasn't a good party. At this moment, several soldiers in armor walked over quickly. They were obviously the guards of Hatch City. They came in front of me, glanced at Xiao Hei under me, and then looked at the dying young man on the ground. Then they saluted me, lifted the man, and quickly took him away from the scene. Looking at their backs, I was a little curious. It seems that in this world, the strong are respected, and the so-called laws seem to only apply to the weak. I like this feeling. I couldn't help but straighten my chest proudly and patted Xiao Hei's back. Xiao Hei also raised his head and continued to walk forward. After walking a few steps, suddenly a sound of breaking air came from the air, and then a huge figure landed steadily. Unlike the previous soldiers, this person was wearing silver-white armor, which was inlaid with complex runes and looked majestic and powerful. "Hello." I'm Shermeng, the captain of the soldiers guarding Hachi City. He stood up straight, with a strong aura surging from his body. You have injured others in the city at will. According to the regulations, you will be imprisoned for no more than 20 days and fined 5,000 copper coins. Please cooperate. I stared at him for a long time, but Shermeng didn't avoid me and looked me in the face. My heart sank. I knew that Xiao would definitely not be able to beat the man in front of me, and I didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. It was obviously impossible to fight him head-on. Escape? He can fly, but I don't even know the road, so I can't escape. Accept the punishment? This is the easiest way, but even if it's my first time in the city, it's too embarrassing to be thrown into jail. Besides, I can't afford 5,000 copper coins, even if I sell myself. I gritted my teeth, straightened my back, looked at Shermeng calmly, and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you punishing me?" Shermeng was stunned for a moment, frowning slightly. Didn't I just say that? You injured others in the city at random. Are you sure? I interrupted him directly. Of course I am sure. Shermeng nodded. Just now the soldiers brought the young man to me. He was almost beaten to death. Are you sure? I asked again. I never got off Xiao from beginning to end. How could I hit him? This. Shermeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I thought you were going to find another reason. It wasn't you who did it yourself, but your companion. My companion? Are you talking about Xiao? I pointed at Xiao. It's not it. It's your other companion. Shermeng replied. What a joke. I shook my head. Apart from Xiao, who else do I have as a companion? Haha. So many people here saw it. You still want to quibble? Shermeng said in a deep voice. Don't think that you can quibble just because that woman ran away. There are so many people here. Who can prove that person is my companion? I asked. In fact, that person is just someone I met on the road. She wanted to hitchhike, but ended up kidnapping me and Xiao. Then, I looked at Shermeng very seriously. Sir, you are the captain of this city. You have to make the decision for me. Shermeng's face turned ugly. If you say you two are not together, then why did she attack? Because the man just said something mean, I said confidently. The woman just saw the man blocking the way and wanted to leave, but was molested by him. She just punished him. So many people saw it. Do you still have doubts? Shermeng took a deep breath, waved his hand with a somewhat unfriendly look, and several soldiers quickly ran to the crowd to inquire about what happened. A moment later, they came back with the news. The fact is the same as I said. Yin saw the young man's teasing and directly killed him, and then left without looking back. In this case, the existing evidence is not enough to prove that Yi Yun and I have a direct relationship. Shermeng was silent for a while, gritted his teeth, and said, Okay, let's just assume you have nothing to do with each other. What's the name of that woman? Where does she live? I squinted my eyes slightly, with an innocent expression on my face. My lord, I've already said that I was kidnapped on the way. How could I know her name or where she lives? My lord, you have to make the decision for me. We must not allow this kind of dark force to spread in the city. Okay. Shermeng sighed, as if he had a headache because of me. Since what you said makes sense, you can go. But remember, don't cause trouble in the city again, otherwise. Sir, I'm a good citizen. My dragon farm is a pillar of the country that contributes to the country. How could I do something illegal? I said with a smile. After Shermeng heard this, he flapped his wings behind him and left. He obviously didn't want to see me again for a second. After Shermeng left, I patted Xiao and signaled him to move on. I finally came to the city, so I have to take a good look around. As for the revenge of the young man's family, what a joke. Although Shermeng left, I know that there must be many soldiers watching me in the dark. If they dare to come for revenge, they will really be courting death. Soon, I walked around half of the city on Xiao back and even found the legendary bookstore and dragon house. However, as Ian said, I couldn't buy anything with my copper coins. Just as I was about to go home, an old man suddenly stopped me. This young talent. The old man looked around furtively, then quickly took out a package from his clothes. I have something good here. Do you want to see it? Chapter 14. The city is full of tricks. The old man stealthily opened his coat, which was filled with more than 10 books. Taishian Huchi Treasure Book. Everyone can enter the Earth level. Harlong Cultivation Guide. Tai Chu Xian Gong. Basic Dragon Clan Illustrations. Endurance Cultivation Method. The Story I Have to Tell with Rabbit Ear Girl. Chen Fan looked at these books with a strange expression. Could it be that they were selling pirated books? It was a familiar smell and a familiar formula. How do you sell these books? I jumped off Xiao and asked in a low voice. Hey, not expensive, 20 copper coins per book. The old man said with a smile. 20 coins. I raised my eyebrows. This price is indeed much cheaper than in the bookstore. You know, the basic Dragon Clan illustrated book in the bookstore costs at least 80 copper coins. With the copper coins I have now, I can't even afford to buy one. After hesitating for a while, I thought to myself, I'm just taking a look anyway. What's the difference between the genuine and the pirated? In my previous life, I read enough pirated books. Gritting my teeth, I said, okay, give me a copy of the basic Dragon Clan illustrated book. Okay. The old man nodded repeatedly, handed me the basic Dragon Tribe illustrated book, took my copper coins, and turned away. I gently opened the basic Dragon Tribe illustrated book in my hand. This book is thinner than the one in the bookstore, probably because of the paper. I turned over and sat on Xiao, motioning it to continue moving forward, and I read while walking. I gained a lot from the content of the book, and I couldn't help but secretly admire that the dragons in this world are so diverse. Gradually, I finished reading the whole book, and when I was about to close it, I suddenly found a line of small words on the last page of the book, faintly printed. I rubbed my eyes and looked carefully. My face suddenly turned ugly. The last page said, "This book is pure nonsense. Don't take it seriously." These 10 words were like a heavy bomb, tearing my expectations into pieces. Don't take it seriously? I was stunned. It meant that this book had no actual value at all. It was a complete scam. It was just made up and not trustworthy at all. And I spent 20 copper coins, which was equivalent to half of my net worth. I felt like crying, but what could I do? The old man had disappeared. I held the remaining 30 copper coins, smiled bitterly, patted Xiao, and planned to go buy some things. I went to the grocery store, bought some grain seeds and some meat, and then asked Xiao to take me back. On the way back, I looked at the seeds in my hand and couldn't help thinking back to the previous question. If Xiao and Xiao Hui continued to accompany me, I might have to endure this predicament forever. Besides, if I never sold the dragons, the dragon farm would probably go bankrupt one day. Where would Xiao and Xiao Hui go then? These questions weighed heavily on my heart, as if a heavy stone was pressing on my chest. Finally, I returned to the dragon farm under the guidance of Xiao. Xiao Hui heard the noise and ran out in a hurry. He walked around Xiao and me, as if he was looking for something. I smiled bitterly and shook my head. Xiao Hui, don't look for it anymore. Yian is gone, and she hasn't come back. Xiao Hui looked up and looked at me in disbelief. Roar! Xiao also roared, as if explaining something to Xiao Hui. Hearing Xiao voice, Xiao Hui slowly lowered his head and walked back dejectedly. Xiao and Xiao Hui have been living in the dragon farm. Although they have not known Yi Yun for a long time, they have already regarded Yi Yun as a family member. I sighed, jumped off Xiao back, and patted it on the back. Okay, you go and accompany Xiao Hui. I'm a little tired too. After that, I returned to the room, put the things I bought aside, and then lay on the bed, quietly looking at the ceiling. The sky gradually darkened. Tonight, Xiao and Xiao Hui did not enter the room, but snuggled together. I couldn't help but feel nervous, wondering what they were thinking. After a period of contemplation, I sat up from the bed and walked out of the room. I looked at Xiao and Xiao Hui snuggling together, and then came to the water tank. The golden loach saw me coming and swam up, looking at me with wide eyes. Hey, what are you thinking about? At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind me. I shuddered and turned my head to see a beautiful figure standing at the gate of the dragon farm. The moonlight shone on her, like a fairy descending to earth. You're back. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Yes, I'm back. Yian slowly walked into the dragon farm. But this time, I'm not your prisoner. I'm a guest. Yes, that's right. I nodded and said with a smile, Welcome, Miss Yi. Do you need me to sleep with you tonight? You. Yian covered her veil and laughed. Forget it. I don't like you. Xiao and Xiao Hui. Yian smiled and called softly, I'm back. Why don't you come out to greet me? I brought you gifts. Plop, plop. As soon as Yian finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Xiao and Xiao Hui rushed over, looking at Yi Yun excitedly, their tails wagging like two dogs. As I watched this scene, 3 black lines appeared on my forehead, and I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This is the dog I raised. Long. Be good. Yi Yun touched Xiao and Xiao Hui's heads, then took out a thumb-sized pill from his arms and put it into their mouths. This is the beast spirit pill. Although your talents are already very strong, maybe it will still be useful. Beast spirit pill? When I heard the name, my eyes lit up. I remember seeing it in the book Basic Dragon Clan illustrated book. This kind of medicine can improve the intelligence of magic beasts. The most basic beast spirit pill is not cheap, and the dragon spirit pill is astronomical. Hey, I hurried to Yiyun, stretched out my hands, and looked expectant. Sister Yiyun, where's my gift? Good girl. Yiyun smiled, then took out a bag from the package next to her and handed it to me. This is a gift from my sister. What is this? I took the bag, opened it, and my pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 15. Ace comes again. I looked down at the things in my bag, and suddenly a fishy smell hit me, making me blink. There were several huge fish heads in it. Seeing the expression on my face, Yiyun laughed even more happily. Miss Yi is this? I pouted. What's wrong? Yiyun said with a smile. You know, this was the gift you gave me when we first met. It's just right for me to give it back to you now. You're welcome. Well, okay. I sighed. Have you eaten? If not, go home and eat something. What? Are you still holding a grudge? Yiyun smiled, reached out and touched Xiao He and Xiao Hui's heads, then took out a book and threw it to me. This is for you. What is this? I took the book, glanced at the cover, and my breathing became rapid. Basic Dragon Clan Illustrated Book. This was the Basic Dragon Clan Illustrated Book that Yiyun gave me. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was stunned for a moment and quickly turned to the last page of the book and read it carefully. What's wrong with you? Yiyun saw my movements and showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. Who reads a book directly to the last page? What do you want to read? A thank you letter? I read it carefully several times and finally did not see the words, "This book is pure nonsense. Please do not take it seriously" on the last page, and I breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Don't you like this gift? Yiyun asked. No, I like it. I like it very much. I said hurriedly, Thank you, Miss Yi. Miss Yi, may you live forever. Don't be funny. Yiyun shook her head, but you just... Before I could finish my words, Xiao He suddenly ran out of the room with something in his mouth. Xiao He. Seeing what was in Xiao He's mouth, my breathing suddenly became rapid and my face turned red. You traitor! Before I could react, Xiao He had already run to Yiyun, raised his head, and handed the thing in his mouth to her. This is... Yiyun took the thing in Xiao He's mouth, took a closer look, and then looked at me in surprise. Basic Dragon Tribe Atlas? You have this book? I opened my mouth, and my face suddenly became more embarrassed. No, you are so poor. How can you afford this book? Yiyun suddenly shook his head, looked at the Basic Dragon Clan illustrated book in his hand, and frowned slightly. This material is not right. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiyun had already opened the book and quickly turned to the last page. With her eyesight, she could easily see the small words on the last page, and her face became strange. Seeing the scene, I finally gave up resisting, glared at Xiao He fiercely, and then looked at Yiyun. How much did you spend on this book? Yiyun asked directly. 20 copper coins. I blushed so much that I could almost boil an egg. I lowered my head and said in shame, You only have 50 copper coins, so you spent half of your wealth to buy a fake book. Yiyun's body trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth could no longer suppress a smile. How stupid. Yeah. I lowered my head, feeling helpless. Yiyun finally couldn't help laughing. You're so funny. I was speechless, so I gritted my teeth and said, I'll go cook for you. After that, I turned around and ran to the dragon farm, deciding to temporarily escape this embarrassing situation. Still as stupid as always. Yiyun looked at my back as I ran away, shook his head, and whispered, Let's go home. The next morning, Yiyun left again. She didn't tell me who she was, nor where she was going. Just as she suddenly appeared here, she left quietly again. Although I felt a little reluctant, I did not stop her. Although we have only been together for a short time, I've already regarded Yiyun as my own family. Maybe this sounds frivolous, but I think it is normal. Some people are born to be family, even if they are not related by blood. As for family members, no matter how far they go, they will always come back. What I have to do now is to work hard to run my dragon farm. Looking at Little Gray and Little Black, I fell into deep thought. In the next few days, I decided to plant the seeds. After all, I couldn't just eat fruits and fish for the rest of my life, as I said before. Although I had never farmed before, I felt that some things were in my genes, and I was quite skilled at doing them. With the help of Little Gray and Little Black, it wasn't difficult to till the land or water it. If it weren't for the fact that Little Gray and Little Black always couldn't help destroying the newly cultivated land, it would have been much easier. After several hours of hard work, I finally opened up the vegetable garden. Looking at the rows of vegetable fields, I felt both excited and nervous. After all, this was not the original world, and I had never farmed before. Although it is a talent engraved in my genes, I cannot guarantee that I have planted it correctly. What if these seeds fail? It is impossible for something to come out of the ground like the cooked dragon egg and let me cook it. Just as I was sitting by the vegetable field, gently stroking Xiao He and Xiao Hui, who also opened their eyes wide and stared at the vegetable field, the sky suddenly darkened. A familiar figure jumped down from the sky. "Oh, my dear nephew, what are you doing?" Ace's voice sounded from behind me. I turned back with some confusion and looked at Ace. "Uncle Ace, it's not even 3 days yet." "Indeed." Ace nodded. "It's just that something happened, so I came here early." "What? Don't you welcome your Uncle Ace?" "Of course you're welcome." I smiled. "What's the matter? Is it about selling Little Gray and Little Black?" No, that's a small matter." Ace shook his head. "First of all, do you still remember your Aunt Julie?" "Aunt Julie?" I tried to recall and shook my head. I felt a little strange in my heart. Why do these people have Western names, but mine is so Eastern? "That's right. You were still young when your mother took you away, so you naturally don't remember." Ace said, "Julius will be turning 70 soon. She missed you and knew I was coming here to find you, so she asked me to invite you to her dragon farm for her birthday party." 70-year-old aunt. I was a little stunned, feeling something was wrong. I'm only 16 now. If my mother were alive, she would be around 40. How come Aunt Julius is 70 years old? "Well, I suggest you go and see her. She runs a level 5 dragon farm, and she will be helpful to you." Ace smiled. "Okay." I nodded. "Well, I'll pick you up when the time comes. After all, the distance is quite far and you don't have many ways to get around." Ace said, "As for the second thing, my dear nephew, you have to find a way, otherwise your dragon farm may be gone." Chapter 16. The Upcoming Expedition. The dragon farm is going to be gone? What does that mean? Chen Fan's face was full of confusion when he heard Ace's words. "I heard about it when I went to the Dragon Master Association before. It has been 5 years since you inherited this ordinary dragon farm. According to the regulations of the Dragon Master Association, they will come here for inspection in 3 months. If the inspection is qualified, your dragon farm can continue to operate. If the inspection is not qualified, your dragon farm will be closed down." Ace said, "What?" Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes widened. How can there be such a thing? Don't you know? Seeing Chen Fan so surprised, Ace also had some doubts. Shouldn't you have known it when you applied to inherit the dragon farm? "I'm only here to tell you that there is not much time left. It's like this. As you know, I had a high fever some time ago, and my head was confused, so I forgot everything." Chen Fan said hurriedly, cursing in his heart. "How could I forget such an important thing?" "High fever? When did it happen?" "You didn't tell me." Ace asked in confusion. "I don't know." "Oh, now you know," Chen Fan said. "Yeah, that's right." Ace nodded. "Then let's not talk about this for now. How do we conduct this assessment? It's been so long that I have forgotten a little." Chen Fan said. "It's actually very simple." Ace said, "This kind of examination can usually be passed. Simply put, you need to breed at least 2 types, at least 7 dragons, and the breeding level of each dragon must be above good quality." "Well," at this point, Ace hesitated. "Of course, my dear nephew is not an ordinary person, so the assessment is still quite difficult for you. 2 types of 7 dragons?" Chen Fan rubbed his forehead. This requirement was indeed difficult. If I fail the assessment and the dragon farm is taken back, what will happen next? Actually, the impact is not that big. It's just that you can no longer occupy this spiritual realm, and you can no longer sell dragons." Ace said, "Spiritual realm?" Chen Fan looked at Ace in confusion. "It looks like your brain is indeed burned out. Next time I'll bring a doctor to take a good look at you." Ace sighed. "All dragon farms are built on the spiritual realm, and the so-called spiritual realm is where spiritual energy gathers. Here, the characteristics of each dragon trainer can be maximized, and the growth rate of dragons will also be faster." "Oh," Chen Fan nodded. "Then I can still raise Xiao Hui and Xiao He, right?" "That's right. Even if you're just an ordinary person, as long as you have the ability, you can also raise a dragon." Ace nodded. "That's good." Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "So, speaking of that, what are you going to do next?" Ace said, "What should I do? Given the current situation of my dragon farm, it is definitely impossible for it to meet the assessment standards." Chen Fan said, "That's right." Ace nodded. "Xiao He, Xiao Hui." Chen Fan turned his head to look at the 2 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons, squatted down, and said in a deep voice, "I know you can understand me. What do you think I should do?" "Roar." Hearing Chen Fan's words, The two iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons opened their mouths and roared softly at Chen Fan. Don't think about the dragon farm. It has nothing to do with you. 2 kinds of 7 dragons are not a completely unsolvable problem. Chen Fan said, I just want to know what your true thoughts are. Real. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Hui and Xiao He looked at each other at the same time. Although they are highly intelligent and smart, they still cannot understand the meaning of this sentence. But they vaguely feel that the next choice may affect their entire lives. Let the dragon make its own choice? My dear nephew, this really opens my eyes. Ace said with a smile. But it is true. The 2 ironback rhinoceros horn dragons you have cultivated are of very high quality. Perhaps they can really figure this out. After hearing Ace's words, Chen Fan did not look back at him, but still stared at Xiao Hui and Xiao He. He was very nervous. He didn't know what he hoped for or expected. Although he said it lightly, Chen Fan knew in his heart that if he didn't sell Xiao He and Xiao Hui, he would not be able to continue running his dragon farm. Therefore, reason made Chen Fan expect the 2 dragons to choose to follow Ace and leave. However, Chen Fan felt that he hoped the 2 dragons would reject the previous option. After waiting for a long time, Xiao He and Xiao Hui seemed to have made a decision. They suddenly opened their mouths and spit out 2 flames at Chen Fan, and the flames instantly ignited Chen Fan's hair. You guys! Chen Fan glared, ran to the water tank quickly, and plunged his head into the tank. Then, Chen Fan, with his newly permed hair, looked at Xiao He and Xiao Hui angrily. What are you doing? Roar! Roar! Xiao He and Xiao Hui proudly raised their heads towards Chen Fan and wagged their tails. Then Xiao He and Xiao Hui came in front of Ace and lowered their heads slightly. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan and Ace were stunned for a moment. Then Chen Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't. It looks like they've already made their choice. Ace smiled and said, in that case. As he spoke, Ace took out a bag from his arms and handed it to Chen Fan. This is what I told you before, 150 silver coins. Wait. However, Chen Fan said to Ace, if my dragon farm is on the right track, if they are still willing to come back, then you want to... Ace hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Of course, it's possible. Many high-end dragon farms have this situation, renting instead of selling. After all, some dragons are extremely rare and difficult to train. Some countries cannot even buy one, even with all their strength, so they can only borrow dragons through leasing. But this is mostly used on high-level dragons. The most basic dragons, such as the ironback rhinoceros, have not appeared yet. That's fine. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. But will this happen? Chen Fan was a little worried. Since it was rented, people would not cherish it. Are you worried that the country where the dragons are leased will be unfavorable to the dragons? You can rest assured that this kind of lease is protected by the Dragon Master Association. Ace said, as I just said, many of the leased dragons are rare high-level dragons, and even the Dragon Master Association attaches great importance to them. So, if the death was a normal battle, it would be fine. After all, there's always a casualty rate in battle. But if the lessee deliberately killed the dragons, then there is no need for this country to exist, and he will bear the wrath of the entire Dragon Master Association. It's just... Ace looked at Chen Fan with some embarrassment. Chapter 17, Lease. Just what? Chen Fan looked at Ace's eyes and felt a little nervous. It's just that the price of renting dragons is much lower than selling them. Ace gritted his teeth and said, if it's a high-level dragon, it's better. For a low-level dragon, like the ironback rhinoceros, even if the quality you cultivate can reach excellent or even perfect, it's still an ironback rhinoceros, and the cost may not be optimistic. It doesn't matter. Chen Fan shook his head and reached out to touch Xiao He and Xiao Hui's heads, as long as they are safe. Okay. Ace nodded. By the way, there are a few things I need to tell you about this type of leasing. First, the rented dragon has the right to refuse to fight with other dragons from the same dragon farm on its own will. Secondly, the dragons that are rented out will not be given special protection by the other party, and they will die as well. Third, during the lease period, the dragons cannot be recalled unless there is a very special reason. Fourth, when the lease period expires, the lessee has the priority right to rent the property. I can understand points 2, 3, and 4, but what about the first point? Do those countries agree with it? Chen Fan asked doubtfully. You mean we can choose not to fight against the dragons that came out of the same dragon farm? Ace said with a smile. Yes, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Chen Fan asked doubtfully. This is actually a form of protection for the lessee. Ace replied with a smile. Dragons from the same dragon farm are likely to have deep feelings for each other, especially those who are rented are often high-level dragons with high intelligence, even not inferior to humans. Their feelings may be even deeper. In this situation, if the dragon is forced to fight, it may cause a lot of problems. So, not only the dragons that are rented out, but also the dragons that are sold will try their best to avoid such problems. It is precisely because of this that some major countries will have a long-term cooperative dragon farm, and a general dragon farm will not trade with two hostile countries at the same time. Indeed, emotions are the most difficult thing to grasp on the battlefield. Chen Fan understood instantly, and Long's emotions are likely to cause changes in the entire battlefield. That's right. Ace nodded. That sounds great. Okay, I agree to rent out Xiao and Xiao. Chen Fan took a deep breath. If that's the case, I can't give you that many silver coins, but considering the quality of Little Black and Little Gray, the price shouldn't be low. Ace was silent for a moment, then said, How about this? I'll help you contact the lessor and see how much they are willing to pay for the lease. In the meantime, these two ironback rhinoceros will remain with you until I negotiate a price. Thank you very much, Uncle Ace. Chen Fan clasped his fists. But you need money urgently now. Ace said, I'll advance you part of it first. As he spoke, Ace took out a silver coin from his cloth bag and handed it to Chen Fan. This is a deposit, which should be enough for you to buy a few more ironback rhinoceros eggs. The rest will be discussed after I finish talking. Thank you. Chen Fan looked at Ace gratefully. Okay, I'll go first then. Ace patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Come on, don't let my sister down. Then Ace left the dragon farm on the red-eyed night dragon. After Ace left, Chen Fan let out a long breath, rubbed his hair, and then looked at Xiao and Xiao. Roar, roar. Seeing Chen Fan's eyes, Xiao and Xiao took a step back slightly, their eyes looking in the direction where Ace left. Why didn't this person play by the rules? Why did he leave on his own? Looking at the smoking hair on Chen Fan's head, Xiao and Xiao felt a little panicked. Don't worry, you're all leaving. Chen Fan forced a smile and stood up straight. Let's go. I'll make you something delicious. Then Chen Fan walked towards the cooking area. Xiao and Xiao looked at each other, did not dare to run anymore, and quietly followed Chen Fan. Gurgle. In the water tank, Xiao Jin poked his head out, looked at Chen Fan, then looked at Xiao and Xiao who were following behind him, spit out a bubble, and then sank to the bottom of the tank with a faint smile on his face. It's finally quieter now. Little Black and Little Gray are too noisy. Soon, Chen Fan used the remaining dishes to make a sumptuous meal for Xiao and Xiao. The three dragons ate with hearty bites and looked very satisfied. Okay, I'm full. Chen Fan stretched and looked at Xiao and Xiao. This time I should talk about my hair. Hearing this, Xiao and Xiao hurriedly took a step back, turned around, and ran towards the river. Chen Fan had just learned how to swim, and he couldn't catch up with them in the water, so he would be safe as long as he got into the water. However, before Xiao and Xiao could run far, a pair of hands had already grabbed their tails. Roar. Feeling the warmth on the tail, Xiao and Xiao stopped, turned their heads, and forced a smile at Chen Fan. A normal ironback rhinoceros would not laugh, but now it is purely out of desire to survive. Gurgle, gurgle. Feeling the subtle change in the atmosphere, Xiao Jin hurriedly swam to the surface of the water, lay on the edge of the tank, and stared at Chen Fan and the others. At the same time, it flicked its tail, rolled up a dozen small snails, and placed them beside it. After a while, it put one in its mouth and crunched it like eating melon seeds. This was something Chen Fan had found in the river before, and he collected it as a snack for Xiao Jin. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Fan started the after-meal digestion exercise. The two iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons were beaten to the ground and rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. Occasionally, it would spit out dragon breath to resist, but Chen Fan dodged it every time. When Xiao Jin saw this scene, he shook his head silently. He knew very well that Chen Fan's attack could not break the defense of the two iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons at all, and he didn't hurt them at all. The reason why Xiao and Xiao rolled on the ground and screamed was purely for show to make Chen Fan feel better. It's been so long, it's seen enough of their tricks and is fed up with them. Thinking of this, Xiao Jin rolled up another snail with his tail, threw it into his mouth, and began to chew it. Then he knocked on the water tank with his tail, as if to applaud. Hoo, hoo. After a moment, Chen Fan sat aside, with Xiao and Xiao snuggling beside him. The man and the two dragons looked at the stars in the sky and regained their peace. Tomorrow, Chen Fan paused and said in a deep voice, "You two can accompany me to Hatchi City for the last time." Chapter 18. Spray fire when it's time to do so. The next morning, Chen Fan took Xiao Hui and Xiao He and walked towards Hatch City. This time Chen Fan walked particularly slowly. He needed to remember this road well, because after Xiao Hui and Xiao He left, he would have to walk on his own. Along the way, Xiao He and Xiao Hui were no longer as naughty as before. The two little dragons seemed to have grown up all of a sudden and followed Chen Fan quietly. You must remember, as they walked, Chen Fan suddenly said, "Uncle Ace will take you to the army. You will face war, you will encounter enemies, you will kill people, and you may also encounter danger. So you must not try to be brave. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, run away immediately. Do not go ahead head-on. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the poor little dragon. As long as the dragon is alive, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. It is never too late for a good dragon to take revenge. You must remember, you must not be stubborn. You are iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons, not iron-headed rhinoceros horn dragons. Also, when you get to the army, the food will definitely be better than here. Don't be polite to them. Eat as much as you can. Only when you are full can you grow strong and have the strength to fight. Also, you must be timid to the outside world, but be ruthless to the inside world. If other ironback rhinoceros attack you, you must beat them to death. Use dragon breath to roast it into a roasted dragon and serve it as a side dish. Otherwise, you will be bullied. Damn it, you are still children. Why are you going to the battlefield? Chen Fan didn't know what he was talking about. He just kept muttering to himself until he reached the gate of Hatch City. Xiao Hui and Xiao He just kept listening. Although they still couldn't understand what Chen Fan was saying, they knew not to interrupt Chen Fan at this time. They could truly feel the worry in Chen Fan's words. Soon, they entered Hatch City, and Chen Fan finally stopped talking. However, he did not take Xiao Hui and Xiao He directly to the dragon egg shop. Instead, he took the two dragons to wander around the city. Xiao He was okay. After all, he had been here before and almost had a fight. But Xiao Hui was different. It was his first time here, and everything he saw was extremely strange. If Chen Fan hadn't been there, Xiao Hui would have caused chaos in the area. As they walked, a familiar figure blocked their way. It was the captain of the guard of Hatch City, Meng. Meng stared at Chen Fan and the two ironback rhinoceros with a serious face, and asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" "What? Hatch City doesn't welcome us anymore." Chen Fan said in a deep voice. No, you misunderstood." Meng also realized that there was something wrong with his tone just now, and hurriedly explained. He had just rushed over in such a hurry that he couldn't control his emotions for a moment. However, Meng himself couldn't figure out why he felt so nervous when he heard that Chen Fan came here with two iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons. After Chen Fan left last time, he also investigated and found out that the other party was indeed a dragon tamer from the Dragon Master Association and the owner of an ordinary dragon farm nearby. In the past, Chen Fan had come to Hatch City many times to buy various things. When a murder happened at the Pink Fan Dragon Farm, Chen Fan also went to Hatch City many times to handle the formalities and make various compensations. Everything was normal at that time. But ever since the last time Chen Fan came to Hatch City, Meng has always felt uneasy in his heart, always feeling that nothing good would happen when Chen Fan came here. This change of feeling made Meng even more anxious. "Master Chen," Meng clasped his fists and said, "You were right about what happened last time. We have investigated, and you really had no relationship with that woman before. It was our fault. I came here to apologize to you." The owner of the dragon farm, an orthodox dragon trainer, Meng would not want to offend him unless there were special circumstances. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan heard this and said with a guilty conscience, It's okay, Commander Shi. You are too polite. The last time he came, he and Yin were not very familiar with each other, but this time, according to the guard's report, Master Chen has been walking around in the city for a long time. Is he looking for something? Is there anything I can help you with? Meng said again. No. Chen Fan waved his hands repeatedly. Okay, I'll leave first. If you encounter anything that needs help, just come to me. Meng said. Then he exerted force with his legs and flew away. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Meng leave. He was really afraid that his relationship with Yi Yun would be exposed, and he couldn't afford such a high fine. Afterwards, Chen Fan continued to take Xiao Hui and Xiao He to sightsee in the city. Chen Fan even spent a huge amount of money to buy a lot of food for Xiao and Xiao. One person and two dragons had a lot of fun. However, before they could be happy for long, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. Great, we finally caught you. A man on crutches saw Chen Fan from afar, and a ferocious look immediately appeared on his face. Hurry up and capture that guy for me, the man with crutches shouted to the guards on his left and right. Hearing this voice, Chen Fan also looked at the man with crutches. Why did this voice sound so familiar? But no matter how he looked, Chen Fan couldn't tell who the other person was. But before Chen Fan could think about it, several men with sticks rushed towards him. Without any hesitation, they smashed the sticks directly at Chen Fan. Who are you? Chen Fan did not hide. Xiao rushed out from the side and directly blocked the sticks without touching Chen Fan at all. I'm your father, the man with the crutches yelled. Are you all useless? It's just an iron-backed rhinoceros dragon. Kill it. After hearing what the man with crutches said, before Chen Fan could react, Xiao and Xiao were already unhappy. To them, Chen Fan is like a father. If we say that he is Chen Fan's father, doesn't that mean he is their grandfather? Chen Fan can tolerate it, but they can't. And they remembered very clearly what Chen Fan had said on the way here. If someone bullies them, they will beat them to death, using dragon breath as a side dish. Well, although there are some differences from Chen Fan's original words, why should we be so serious about it? So there was no need for Chen Fan to give any orders. Xiao and Xiao turned their heads at the same time and breathed out 2 breaths of dragons at the guards. When facing Chen Fan, Xiao and Xiao would be careful about the power, even if they used dragon breath. But now the 2 dragons don't need to be careful at all. The violent dragon breath is like 2 fire dragons that appeared in front of the guards in the blink of an eye. With a cry of surprise, the guards rushed to both sides in a hurry. One guard who failed to rush out in time was directly swallowed by the dragon's breath, and flames instantly burned on his body. However, Chen Fan didn't pay any attention to the guard who was on fire at the moment. Instead, he stared blankly at the 2 houses behind the guard that were set on fire by the dragon's breath. His heart twitched instantly. Chapter 19. Give an explanation. Enough! 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 Chen Fan's voice became lower and lower, and the scene in front of him became more and more messy. In just a few words, Xiao and Xiao had knocked down all the guards and even made the man with crutches sit under their buttocks and rub them continuously. Master Chen. Ming came to the scene, looked at the fire that had just been extinguished, looked at the mess on the ground. His face was terribly dark. You should give me an explanation. I'm just protecting myself. Chen Fan said hurriedly with a smile. Self-protection? Ming looked around, pointed at the guard who was about to die on the ground, then pointed at the burnt houses around him, and finally pointed at the man on crutches with Xiao sitting on his buttocks, and said in a deep voice, You call this self-protection? Well, Commander, sure, this really can't be blamed on me. Chen Fan said hurriedly. Look, after you left, Xiao and Xiao continued to hang out and didn't intend to cause any trouble. But this person suddenly jumped out, scolded me, and asked more than a dozen people to attack me, saying he would beat us to death. So, you're going to kill them soon? And burn this area? Ming said, gritting his teeth. No, of course not. Chen Fan said hurriedly. I don't want to cause trouble, and I don't want to cause trouble for you. But these 2 dragons are not human. When faced with an attack, they instinctively resisted and were only trying to protect themselves. You can't say it's our fault. Self-protect yourself. Ming clenched his fists. Moreover, Commander Chen Fan's heart moved. He put away his smile and changed the subject. If I remember correctly, this person is the one who blocked my way in the street last time and tried to rob the ironback rhinoceros that I cultivated. After such a long time, Chen Fan has remembered that the man on crutches that Xiao was sitting under was the one who was seriously injured by Yan last time. This is him. Ming nodded. He knew this man very well. He was the son of a prominent figure in Hatch City. He was arrogant and domineering and caused a lot of trouble. Since it's him, I want to know, what kind of punishment should be given for robbery in the street? What kind of punishment should be given for robbing a dragon bred in a dragon farm? Chen Fan said in a deep voice. This. Ming's heart trembled and he opened his mouth. Commander Chen Fan's voice became low, but he said, It hasn't been long since this person brought people to block the road again, trying to kill me and the dragons I raised in the street. Is this how Hatchi City protects the dragon farm? Master Chen Ming opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, he already felt a little regretful. Why did he come here? You should know that the status of dragon farm owners and dragon trainers are very respected. Although the ordinary dragon farm is a dragon farm that is about to go bankrupt, it is still a dragon farm and is registered with the Dragon Master Association. If what happened here were to be reported to the Dragon Master Association, they would surely be furious. By then, not to mention the small city of Hatch, even the entire Angelica might not be able to bear it. Damn it, Shi Meng cursed in his heart, and his eyes turned cold as he looked at the young man with crutches, wishing he could kill him with his own hands. If it was Chen Fan who caused the trouble this time, then everything would be fine. At least Shi Meng was standing on the side of justice. The Dragon Master Association will not deliberately favor Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan is currently just a second-rate dragon trainer, and the ordinary dragon farm is just a dragon farm that is about to go bankrupt. But these two times, although Chen Fan's counterattack was a bit excessive, Chen Fan still stood up for justice. Dragons are not humans and lack self-control, so it is normal for them to be careless when counterattacking. Commander Shi, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Chen Fan said in a deep voice. I, the owner Chen this. Shi Meng opened his mouth and gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, this matter will be severely punished. Well, I believe you, Commander Shi. Chen Fan nodded, then pointed to the burned houses around him and said in a deep voice, These are really not what I want. Our dragon farm should bear the responsibility for the damage caused. Thank you, Master Chen. Shi Meng said. How about this? This guy can take care of so many servants and guards, so his family must be quite wealthy. Chen Fan said, Let them pay to renovate this place and restore it to its original state, and give these merchants reasonable compensation. Just regard it as a little thought from our ordinary dragon farm, and also as compensation for the mental damage caused by their repeated attempts to attack me. Shi Meng scratched his head. What? You didn't understand? Chen Fan said, What I mean is that they don't have to compensate me. They can just use the money for repairs as a contribution from our ordinary dragon farm. Do you understand? You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. This. Shi Meng opened his eyes wide and stared at Chen Fan. He beat the other party's servant and security guard, Nai Dui, half to death, and let the other party appear to repair the battlefield. He also wanted him and the people here to be grateful to him. Although it was the other party's fault, Shi Meng had never seen anyone who could make such a request so naturally. Okay, Xiao Hui, let's go. Chen Fan waved his hand, left Shi Meng, who was standing there in a daze, and left the scene directly. Wait, something's not right. Shi Meng looked around, then looked at the man on crutches lying on the ground, almost breathing heavily, and slapped his forehead hard. Did Chen Fan just leave like that? Did he just leave this mess in front of him? Sir, what should we do now? The guards around him hurriedly stepped forward and asked softly, What else can we do? Take them to the clinic for help. Shi Meng said viciously, I'm going to their house now. Although I have power, I can't be blind. I dare to offend anyone. Are you looking for death? Yes. The guards quickly dispersed and carried the howling people towards the nearest clinic. Not far away, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shi Meng did not catch up with him. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that the people in the dragon farm were indeed superior to others in this world. This also further strengthened Chen Fan's determination to continue running the dragon farm. Then Chen Fan looked at Xiao He and Xiao Hui, who were lowering their heads, and said in a deep voice, Next time, without my order, absolutely do not spray dragon breath in the city again. Roar. Hearing this, Xiao Hui raised his head and roared softly, as if to say, Isn't this what you gave me? Tin thing. Chen Fan rubbed his forehead. He understood what Xiao Hui meant, but he didn't know how to explain it. He could only sigh and said, Forget it. Let's stop shopping and go buy dragon eggs. Chapter 20. Rumors. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened on the rest of the journey, and the man and two dragons arrived safely at the dragon house, where dragon eggs were sold. Looking at the price of the dragon egg in front of him, Chen Fan couldn't help but curl his lips. He had earned this silver coin with great difficulty, but it didn't look like it was enough to do anything. The dragon egg of the ironback rhinoceros requires 400 copper coins. The dragon egg of the anaconda requires 700 copper coins, and the dragon egg of the shadow ghost dragon requires 2 silver coins. The most expensive red-eyed night dragon, the one that Ace is riding, requires 10 silver coins to buy one. Of course, this does not mean that the red-eyed night dragon is the noblest dragon species. It is just because Hatch City is a small place, and the best dragon eggs it has are those of the red-eyed night dragon. According to the conversion method in this world, 1 silver coin is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, and 1,000 silver coins are equivalent to 1 gold coin. It can be said to be simple and easy to remember. As for currencies with higher values, Chen Fan had never seen or heard of them. The deposit that Ace gave was 1 silver coin, which was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, which was enough to buy 2 iron-backed rhinoceros eggs. However, there's one thing that is common between this world and the previous world, and that is bargaining. Therefore, Chen Fan's goal is very simple, to buy 3 dragon eggs with 1 silver coin. Sir, seeing Chen Fan, the boss of Longxi hurried over with a smile. His eyes swept over Xiao and Xiao, and then said to Chen Fan, "Boss, is there anything I can help you with?" "Well, I'm here to buy dragon eggs." Chen Fan said, 3 iron-backed rhinoceros eggs. "Okay, I happen to have top-grade iron-backed rhinoceros dragon eggs. If you only need 3, it will only cost 1,700 copper coins," said the owner of the dragon house with a smile. 1,007. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you mark it here? The dragon egg of the iron-backed rhinoceros is 400 copper coins. If there are 3 of them, it should be 1,200 copper coins. Why is it 1,007? "Oh, sir, you don't know that these 3 dragon eggs of mine are not simple. They're the offspring of Gangshan, the partner of General Tai Long in our ironback rhinoceros dragon corps. You should know that Gangshan is a rare ironback rhinoceros dragon in the Beitong realm." The boss said, "His offspring may be able to reach the Beitong realm. Do you think 1,700 eggs are expensive?" "Not expensive, that's right." Chen Fan nodded. He was a master of the Beitong realm. You have to know that Shimeng was only in the Beitong realm. If these 3 dragon eggs could really hatch an iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragon that could reach the Beitong realm, let alone 1,700 copper coins, even 2 or 3 silver coins for 1 dragon egg would not be expensive. It's just, Chen Fan changed the subject. "How did the dragon egg from Gangshan end up in your hands?" "Hee, of course I have my own way," said the boss with a smile. "Does General Tai Long know about this?" Chen Fan sneered. "This, of course I know." The boss was stunned for a moment, then said, "Oh." Looking at the boss's expression, Chen Fan's smile widened. Chen Fan had seen this kind of deceptive trick many times in his previous life. With the anti-fraud propaganda, on TV and mobile phones day and night, Chen Fan had almost memorized it. So Chen Fan didn't believe a word his boss said. As for the dragon eggs from Huangong Mountain, why didn't he say that these 3 were the eggs of the dragon god? Well, dragon god is above. Maybe he was afraid that the dragon god would send down a bolt of lightning and strike him to death. "Boss, have you heard about what happened in the east of the city?" Chen Fan said with a smile. "Chengdong? What's wrong with Chengdong?" The boss frowned, not understanding why Chen Fan suddenly said that. "Oh, it hasn't been transmitted yet. Don't worry, don't worry." Chen Fan waved his hand and said to Xiao and Xiao, "Let's take a rest here and talk about it later." "Sir, what are you doing?" The boss was even more confused. "Don't worry. Well, or you can send someone to inquire now. Maybe this will be more efficient." Chen Fan thought for a while and said, while patting Xiao gently and giving Xiao a look. Xiao instantly understood what Chen Fan meant. He opened his mouth slightly, a hot breath overflowed from his mouth, and a ball of fire exploded in the air. However, because Xiao controlled the strength, the dragon's breath disappeared as soon as it came out and did not cause any harm. Dragon breath. The dragon house owner's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, Ironback, rhinoceros horn dragon, can actually breathe dragon?" Chen Fan smiled and did not answer. He just glared at Xiao who was eager to try, then lay on Xiao body, stretched and closed his eyes. Looking at Chen Fan's performance, the boss of Longxi didn't say anything more, but quickly called a waiter and asked him to find out what happened in the east of the city. You know, the ironback rhinoceros cannot breathe dragon breath. Not even Steel Mountain can. How could such a person be simple when he is carrying an iron-backed rhinoceros that can breathe dragon breath? The guy who went to inquire came back soon. The news from the east of the city was spreading at an astonishing speed, so he didn't even have to go to the east of the city to know the whole story. After returning to the dragon's shed, the waiter told the owner of the dragon's shed what he had heard, exaggerating the matter. The owner was horrified. The man in front of me looks like a scapegoat. No, it looks like a young man who was not deeply involved in the incident. He destroyed half of the east part of the city, killed thousands of people, and even the commander of the guard, Shimeng, was almost beaten to death. Is it so cruel? Since the owner of Longxi did not want to avoid Chen Fan, he was not far away from Chen Fan. Chen Fan also heard what the waiter said, and his heart twitched slightly. Although I guessed that the taste of this kind of thing would change according to the rumors, I didn't expect the taste to change to this extent. However, Chen Fan did not explain or say anything. He pretended not to hear anything and continued to squint his eyes. He just gently stroked Xiao Hui's rhino horn with his hand from time to time, looking mysterious. This, sir. After a slight hesitation, the owner of Longxi came in front of Chen Fan and called softly. Did you find out? Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes and said lightly. I found out. I wonder what you want to do here, sir, the Dragon House owner asked carefully. For him, destroying the east of the city was not a big deal. After all, Longxi was nominally a member of the Dragon Master Association and was not so easy to bully. But the scary thing is that after doing such a thing, Chen Fan could still wait here so calmly without worrying about the encirclement and suppression by the army in the city. This shows that Chen Fan doesn't care at all, and the guards in the city don't dare to attack Chen Fan. This is very scary. What should I do? What can I do in Longxi? Chen Fan asked, come to eat. Boss. Chen Fan looked at the boss of Longxi meaningfully and said in a deep voice, I hate being deceived the most. Chapter 21. 3 Dragon Eggs. The owner of Longxi was shocked when he heard Chen Fan's words, and then laughed. Sir, what are you talking about? How dare I lie to you? Don't you dare. Chen Fan said calmly, I have done some research on the iron-backed rhinoceros. Boss, where are the 3 dragon eggs you just introduced? This, you see, is a misunderstanding. The owner of Longxi's face suddenly changed, and he understood what Chen Fan meant. He originally thought that the fact that Chen Fan brought 2 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons here meant that Chen Fan liked iron-backed rhinoceros dragons more. So as long as he fooled them, he might be able to take the opportunity to sell them at a high price. But judging from the dragon breath that the iron-backed rhinoceros just exhaled, Chen Fan must have done in-depth research on the iron-backed rhinoceros. Even though Chen Fan is young, he may already be the best iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragon in the world. For such a person, that kind of rhetoric will definitely not work. In addition to what he said and what he did, if he really took out 3 ordinary iron-backed rhinoceros dragon eggs, the other party would definitely be able to identify them, and that would probably arouse the other party's wrath. By then, my dragon house will become the next East City. But where can I find the real dragon eggs from Gangshan? You have to know that the dragon eggs of that level are directly sent to the cooperating dragon farm for cultivation. How can they be circulated in such a small place? Misunderstanding? Are you saying that I heard it wrong? Chen Fan patted Xiao He, and Xiao He became happy instantly and opened his mouth to breathe out a breath of dragon. The hot breath flashed by, but the dragon house owner's heart felt like it was on fire. 2 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons that can breathe dragons. The man in front of him actually has 2 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons that can breathe dragons. What does this mean? It means that the man in front of him must have some way to allow the iron-backed rhinoceros to break through the limitations and learn dragon breath. No, the dragon house owner said hurriedly. How could your excellency have heard it wrong? It was clearly me who said it wrong. Oh, Chen Fan exclaimed softly. How is it wrong? Isn't it true that 3 dragon eggs from Gangshan are sold for 1,700 copper coins? I want to tell you, sir, that Gangshan has laid eggs again. These are the iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons from Beitong Realm. Therefore, this is a big event for the entire Angelica, and even more so for our dragon kennel. So your coming is just in time. Our iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragon eggs, which originally cost 400 copper coins each, are now only sold for 700 copper coins for 3. Oh, there's such a good thing. Chen Fan seemed surprised. Of course. The owner of the dragon house felt slightly relieved when he saw Chen Fan's expression. It seemed that the other party didn't want to worry about Gangshan's dragon eggs. In that case, give me 3. Chen Fan said, took out the silver coin from his arms, and gently threw it to the owner of Longxi. Chen Fan's expression was nonchalant, as if he didn't care about the silver coin at all. The dragon house owner took the silver coin and nodded hurriedly. Sir, do you want to choose it yourself? Or should we? You guys pick them for me. Chen Fan said lightly, but he sighed in his heart. What a joke. How can he tell the quality of an ironback rhinoceros dragon egg? If I let him choose by himself, I'm afraid the truth will be revealed immediately. In that case, the image of a master that he had managed to create would collapse, and it would be difficult to get a bargain again. Soon, the owner of the dragon house asked someone to bring 3 iron-backed rhinoceros eggs, and also brought 300 copper coins and handed them to Chen Fan. Chen Fan asked the other party to put the dragon egg directly on Xiao Hui's body, took the copper coin, and left the dragon house, walking directly towards the dragon farm. Chen Fan didn't want to stay here any longer, at least not today. After all, Chen Fan didn't know how the East City would deal with the situation next. It would be bad if Shi Meng or the mayor of Hatch City suddenly got angry and brought people to capture him. So it's better for me to go back to the dragon farm first. Watching Chen Fan leave, the owner of Longxi also breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan was a person he couldn't figure out. He didn't know what Chen Fan would do next, so it would be best if he could leave. As for the lost 500 copper coins, they were nothing in the eyes of the dragon house owner. People who were related to dragons were always rich or noble, so he could get them back from anywhere. In the woods, Chen Fan leaned on Xiao Hei's back, his eyes fixed on the dragon egg on Xiao Hui's back, feeling secretly delighted. If the boss hadn't tried to deceive me with the words Steel Mountain Dragon Eggs, and if I hadn't just caused a big fuss in the east of the city by accident, it would have been almost impossible for me to buy 3 dragon eggs at such a low price. According to Chen Fan's own guess, even if he bargained, the maximum he could get was 3 dragon eggs for 1 silver coin. At the same time, Chen Fan was secretly calculating in his mind that according to what Ace told him, a total of 7 dragons of 2 types would be needed to pass the test. The ironback rhinoceros is one of them. These 3 dragon eggs can hatch 3 ironback rhinoceros, so I only need 4 dragons of one kind. I just don't know if Xiao Jin can be considered a dragon. It would be great if it could be, then I would just need to buy 3 more ironback rhinoceros eggs. If it doesn't count, you need to think about it again. After all, even the cheapest anaconda dragon egg, other than the ironback rhinoceros, requires 700 copper coins, which is too expensive. While thinking, Chen Fan had already returned to the dragon farm. After returning to the dragon farm, Chen Fan wrapped the 3 dragon eggs with a newly bought quilt and then went to the yard. At this moment, the sky had gradually darkened, and the afterglow of the setting sun added a touch of peaceful atmosphere to the simple dragon farm. Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui were playing in the yard, while Xiao Jin was lying beside the water tank, looking outside quietly and eating a snail from time to time. Oh! With a light sigh, Chen Fan walked to the river and slowly sat down. Xiao Hui and Xiao Hei saw Chen Fan's actions and quickly ran over and leaned against Chen Fan. You will have a new friend soon. Chen Fan smiled. Are you happy? Xiao Hui and Xiao Hei looked at each other and nodded. Xiao Hei even swung his tail and exhaled a breath of dragon, indicating that he would definitely be a good senior. Looking at Xiao Hei's actions, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Before they knew it, the moon was already high in the sky. Chen Fan fell asleep, leaning on Xiao Hui by the river. When Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui saw this, neither of them tried to wake Chen Fan up. Instead, they curled up and slowly fell asleep. Xiao Jin, who was standing by the water tank, saw this scene, shook his head silently, spit out a bubble, and then dived back to the bottom of the tank. However, just when Xiao Jin had sunk to the bottom of the tank, he heard a loud noise suddenly coming from outside. Earth, there's an earthquake! Feeling the violent shaking of the ground, Chen Fan's face suddenly turned pale with fear, and he jumped up from the ground. Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui, run. However, the vibration disappeared quickly as it came. As soon as Chen Fan finished shouting, the vibration on the ground disappeared. What happened? Chen Fan looked around blankly, then rubbed his eyes vigorously and said in disbelief, Where's my house? Chapter 22. Hatching. The house is gone. No, or rather, where the house once stood is now only a ruin. Chen Fan no longer had a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Dragon egg. After a brief surprise, Chen Fan was shocked and shouted hurriedly. You know, the 3 newly purchased ironback rhinoceros eggs are in the room. Now that the house has collapsed, the 3 ironback rhinoceros eggs. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's heart twitched, and he hurriedly rushed towards the house with Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the ruins. Looking at the ruins where there was not even a complete wall, his heart was bleeding. This dragon egg was bought with the money Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui earned from selling their bodies. Look, we must find the dragon eggs. Chen Fan's teeth were chattering as he pointed to the ruins in front of him and said to Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui. However, before Xiao Hei and Xiao Hui could make any move, they saw the earth and rocks in the ruins suddenly shaking, and then 3 tails rose up from the ruins. This Looking at the three tails, Chen Fan was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the ruins shook even more violently, and three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons raised their heads from the ruins. Great, you're all okay. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if the house is destroyed, we can build a new one. If these three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragon eggs were broken, Chen Fan would really be helpless. Roar, roar, roar. Three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons raised their heads from the ruins and shouted at the same time, seeming very happy, and then looked in the direction of Chen Fan. Wait! Just as the three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons looked at Chen Fan discovered a problem. He had originally put the eggs of the iron-backed rhinoceros together, so why are these three iron-backed rhinoceros so scattered now? Just when Chen Fan was puzzled, three young iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons suddenly looked at the house not far away, and then rushed towards the house without looking back. What are they doing? Chen Fan was puzzled, but soon Chen Fan's doubts disappeared. He saw the three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons rushed into the house. After just a few seconds, a violent roar was heard, and the originally sturdy house collapsed. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan finally understood why his residence collapsed. It was actually caused by the three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons in front of him. Soon, the ruins shook and three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons crawled out again. They looked around and looked toward the warehouse not far away. Stop them. Looking at the unsatisfied eyes of the three iron-backed rhinoceros dragons, Chen Fan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Xiao and Xiao quickly rushed forward and stopped the three iron-backed rhinoceros dragons before they rushed into the warehouse. Roar, roar, roar. The three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons seemed a little dissatisfied and shouted at Xiao and Xiao twice. However, Xiao and Xiao did not tolerate these three iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs. They rushed over and beat them up. Soon, three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons followed Xiao and Xiao very respectfully and came in front of Chen Fan. After looking at the three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons and then at the two ruins, Chen Fan's heart twitched. I'm your dragon trainer. From today on, you must listen to me. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said to the three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons with tears in his eyes, "Otherwise, I will let Xiao and Xiao beat you up and not give you food." Do you remember? Upon hearing this, the three iron-backed rhinoceros dragons nodded repeatedly. Okay, now that I understand, I should give you a name. Chen Fan scratched his head and pointed at the first iron-backed rhinoceros. From today on, you will be called Xiao Chai. Then he pointed to the second one and said, "Your name is Xiao Qian." Then he pointed to the third one. "You call the team." After hearing Chen Fan's words, the three iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs nodded, then looked at Xiao and Xiao and tried hard to learn to wag their tails. You are dragons, not dogs. There's no need to wag your tails. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Then, Chen Fan asked Xiao and the demolition team to help. They searched through the ruins for a long time and finally found the quilt under the ruins. The quilt, which was originally intact, has now been broken into countless pieces. It is obvious that the demolition team first dismantled the quilt and then the house. Chen Fan sighed deeply, took out the largest piece, and covered his stomach with it, then lay on the ground and fell asleep. It's still late now, so it looks like the house issue can only be dealt with tomorrow. After Chen Fan fell asleep, Xiao and Xiao warned the demolition team, and then crawled next to Chen Fan and continued to sleep. Gurgle, gurgle. On the edge of the water tank next to the ruins, Xiao Jin shook his tail and dived back into the water again. It looks like this dragon farm will become more lively in the future. However, just as Xiao Jin dived, he suddenly felt a sense of alertness in his heart. He then quickly swam to the surface and climbed onto the edge of the tank. Then, Xiao Jin saw the demolition team creeping towards his water tank. It was obvious that the three of them had set their sights on this huge water tank. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jin glared and slapped his tail in the water, as if to warn the demolition team. When the demolition team saw Xiao Jin's performance, they looked at each other. Then their eyes lit up, and they looked at Xiao Jin with curiosity and walked faster. Pa, pa, pa. Xiao Jin was startled when he saw this, and he slapped the water surface with his tail repeatedly. He wanted to protect his home with all his strength. But the demolition team didn't care about all this. They grinned, bared their teeth, and rushed towards the water tank. However, at this moment, two hands grabbed Xiao Chai and Xiao Qian's tails respectively, and the team's tail was also stepped on by a big foot. "I told you not to cause trouble anymore," Chen Fan said, gritting his teeth. If he hadn't gotten up to check because he was worried, I'm afraid the water tank and Xiao Jin would be in great danger. Roar, roar, roar. The demolition team struggled at the same time. Xiao He and Xiao Hui also woke up, but had no intention of approaching. They're used to being beaten by Chen Fan, so isn't it a good thing to see other iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs getting beaten now? Soon, the demolition team discovered that although Chen Fan looked thin and weak, no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from Chen Fan's hands. Why won't you obey? Chen Fan knew that he had to maintain his authority now. Otherwise, the demolition team would be in big trouble. Then Chen Fan exerted force with his arms, swung up Xiao Chai and Xiao Qian, and smashed them heavily on the team members. Although the demolition team were just newly born dragons, since they were able to demolish 2 houses easily, their defense must be strong, so Chen Fan was not worried about being damaged by them. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Fan kept raising Xiao Chai and Xiao Qian and smashing them on a team member. Soon Xiao Chai and Xiao Qian were knocked unconscious, and the team member was knocked unconscious. Then Chen Fan held up Xiao Chai and Xiao Qian and warned them, "Remember, don't make trouble again, or I'll make you into dragon meat." Xiao Chai and Xiao Qian looked at the team that was knocked unconscious and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 23. Naughty children never learn their lessons. Naughty kids never learn their lessons. The next morning, Chen Fan was awakened by a violent vibration. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the warehouse that I had managed to protect last night was now in ruins. Demolition, relocation, team. Chen Fan stood up and shouted through gritted teeth. Hearing Chen Fan's cry, 3 iron-backed, rhinoceros horned dragons stuck their heads out from the ruins, looked at Chen Fan's face, smiled, and then gently shook their tails. Didn't I warn you? Chen Fan was so angry that he couldn't speak, and his hands were shaking as he pointed at the demolition team. However, the demolition team seemed not to see it and quickly ran to Xiao Hui and Xiao He, raising their heads and wagging their tails, as if to take credit. Seeing this, Chen Fan's mouth twitched even more. Looking at Xiao He and Xiao Hui, who were evasive, he gritted his teeth and said, "Was this your idea?" When Xiao He and Xiao Hui heard Chen Fan's words, they swung their tails heavily, then roared at the demolition team, and then led the demolition team to the river, then dived into the river and swam up a moment later with a fish in their mouths. When the demolition team saw Xiao He and Xiao Hui's skillful movements, their eyes were immediately filled with admiration. Then they jumped into the water one by one, trying hard to learn how to catch fish. Are they teaching them how to catch fish? Seeing this scene, Chen Fan's heart trembled slightly. He understood it in an instant. This was because Xiao He and Xiao Hui were afraid that after he left, the demolition team would not be able to catch fish and he would starve, so they taught them this skill as soon as possible. But Chen Fan looked at the destroyed warehouse, gritted his teeth, and then sighed. Forget it. There's nothing in the warehouse except some food, so let it be destroyed. As a top carpenter, building a warehouse can be a piece of cake. As for those edible ones, they can still be eaten after digging them out and washing them. Thinking of this, Chen Fan let out a long breath, walked to the water tank, and looked at Xiao Jin lying on the edge of the tank. Xiao Jin shook his tail and splashed the water on his tail onto Chen Fan's face. Reaching out to wipe his face, the corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of fate is this? Why are the dragons he raises so weird? The demolition team spent the next few days learning. Whether it was entering the woods to look for wood or fishing for fruit, the demolition team became more and more skilled. Chen Fan tried to rebuild the house every day, but the number of houses in the dragon farm was decreasing. On the one hand, the habit of demolishing things seems to be ingrained in the demolition team's bones. No matter how much Chen Fan warns them, they have no intention of repenting or restraining themselves. On the other hand, it is because the skills of Chen Fan, this top carpenter, are truly miraculous, which means that they are not made by humans at all, and many of them collapsed on their own without the help of the demolition team. However, it must be said that Chen Fan's level is also improving. After such a long period of construction, at least the speed has increased. Well, at Chen Fan's current speed, It would only take half a day to rebuild the house. But no matter what, Chen Fan did not gain nothing. After all, he taught the demolition team one thing. Water tanks and vegetable fields must not be touched. For the demolition team, the water tanks and vegetable fields were not buildings, so there was no resistance. Therefore, although the entire dragon farm has been razed to the ground, the vegetable fields and water tanks are still intact. Just when Chen Fan was getting more and more used to this kind of life, Yi Yun and Ace arrived. It's not that Yi Yun and Ace came together. Yi Yun arrived earlier than Ace. But before Chen Fan and Yi Yun could say a few words, Ace had already arrived here. My dear nephew. Ace looked at the mess around him with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Were you attacked by a dragon? Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. No, redecorated. Renovation. Are you going for the ruins style? Ace shook his head. Chen Fan forced a smile. Uncle Ace, why are you here this time? Oh, I have good news for you. Your ironback rhinoceros has been rented out to the Angelica Kingdom. Ace said with a smile. They heard about the level of cultivation of your ironback rhinoceros and were very satisfied. Although it can only be rented, they still plan to give it a try. But the cost? It's okay, as long as Xiao and Xiao's safety can be guaranteed. Chen Fan shook his head. Nothing is absolutely safe on the battlefield. Ace said with a smile, and at the same time took out a small cloth bag from his arms and threw it to Chen Fan. Since you agree, here is the lease agreement certified by the Dragon Master Association and the subsequent rent. If you're satisfied, you sign it and I will take them away. So fast. Chen Fan was surprised when he heard Ace's words. No, shouldn't we come here to inspect first and then? Oh, my dear nephew, do you have any misunderstanding about my identity? Among the dragon traders, your uncle's identity is not that simple. Ace said, with my guarantee, there will be no problem with either the Angelica Kingdom or the Dragon Master Association. I see. Chen Fan nodded. It seemed that he still underestimated Ace. Perhaps it was because Ace had come to his place more often recently, so he could never associate Ace with the world-famous merchant of all nations. But in fact, the most important thing for a dragon trader like Ace was reputation and fame. After all, it was related to dragons. If he did anything that affected his own reputation, he would be courting death. Chen Fan was also a little confused. Someone like Ace must be very rich. But if Ace was so rich and so willing to help him, why did his original life still be so miserable? Even the dragon farm was about to be destroyed? However, Chen Fan did not ask this question. There must be a reason for it, and it is very likely that the reason is related to the original Chen Fan. If Chen Fan asked Ace this question, even if he would not be exposed, it might arouse Ace's suspicion. In that case, Chen Fan looked at Xiao Hui and Xiao He, then looked at Yi Yun, gritted his teeth, and said, Then I'll leave Xiao Hui and Xiao He to you. However, before Chen Fan finished his words, he heard a loud roar behind him, and the only remaining house in the entire dragon farm collapsed. Gah! Ace looked at the demolition team, slowly standing up from the ruins in surprise, and opened his mouth. My dear nephew, you really have been attacked by a dragon. Chapter 24, Attributes. Ace was extremely surprised by the state of the demolition team. He clearly remembered that when he came last time, there were no 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs. In other words, these 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs must be baby dragons that have just hatched not long ago. However, it is unbelievable that a young dragon can have such destructive power. What shocked Ace even more was that he had just clearly felt the power of Earth from the 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons. This is even more shocking than the iron-backed rhinoceros dragon's ability to breathe dragon breath. You know, all creatures in this world have attributes, just like humans. The so-called cultivation talent is a manifestation of attribute affinity. Yi Yun had a talent for the dark attribute, so he was able to cultivate the power of the black shadow, like a fish in water. He reached the spear induction realm at a young age, and now he is heading towards the knowing micro-realm. The attribute of the ironback rhinoceros is gold. Even an ironback rhinoceros like Gangshan can only mobilize the power of gold to enhance its own defense. But now, the iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragon cultivated by Chen Fan can not only use dragon breath, but can even mobilize the power of earth attribute. This is simply something that has never happened before. If these 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons grow up, I'm afraid their prices will be much higher than Xiao He and Xiao Hui. It is worth mentioning that although the dragon breath sprayed by most dragons is fire flames, it does not mean that this kind of dragon can manipulate the power of fire. It is just the kind of existence similar to the racial talent skill. They're the new iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs I bred. Chen Fan sighed, pointed at the demolition team, and said, "They are called Xiao Chai, Xiao Qian, and Xiao Du." "What's the name?" Ace frowned and looked at Chen Fan, then shook his head. "Forget it. No matter what the name is, these 3 ironback rhinoceros are very talented, much stronger than the 2 you had before." Roar! As soon as Ace finished speaking, before Chen Fan could reply, the demolition team started yelling at Ace together, with hostility in their eyes. "This one is also very intelligent, more intelligent than these 2. Ace nodded, but before he could finish his words, the demolition team rushed towards him. Then the ground beneath Ace's feet suddenly shook, and tiny thorns of earth protruded from the ground. "Interesting." Ace raised his foot and stepped lightly. A powerful force instantly spread around, and the earth spikes that had just formed were directly shattered into dust. Seeing this scene, Yi-Yun's pupil shrank slightly. This was the first time she saw a master in the He realm take action. His strength was simply unbelievable. "My dear nephew, the ironback rhinoceros you bred is really amazing." Ace nodded. "You know, these are just baby dragons that were born not long ago. If they grow up, their strength will be limitless. However, you should teach them the rules. Otherwise, you won't be able to rent them out for a good price." "Huh. However," Yi-Yun at the side smiled and said, "Mr. Ace, it's not that they are unruly. It's really your own fault." Ace knew that Yi-Yun and Chen Fan had a complicated relationship. He was not angry about what Yi-Yun said, but looked at him in confusion. "Why am I?" However, before Ace could finish, he understood. He saw the demolition team quickly ran in front of Xiao Wei and Xiao He, lowered their heads, and kept wagging their tails. Ace was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "It's indeed my fault. I was talking nonsense." Ace knew that the iron-backed, rhinoceros horn dragon cultivated by Chen Fan was very intelligent, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. It is obvious that Xiao He and Xiao Hui are the leaders of the demolition team, and the demolition team attacked them just to show their loyalty. I said in front of the boss that the boss is not as good as me, so it's no wonder that I got angry. "Don't blame you, it's their problem," Chen Fan said hurriedly. "Forget it, let's not talk about this." Ace looked at Chen Fan. "I came here this time, firstly to tell you about Xiao Hui and Xiao He. Secondly, I want you to get ready. We are about to set off." "Departure?" Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. "Where to?" "You forgot, after just a few days?" "Of course it's your aunt's birthday," Ace said with a smile. "Your dragon farm is far away from your aunt's dragon farm. Even if you take my red-eyed night dragon, it will take some time. So we have to leave early to avoid missing your aunt's birthday." "Oh, then when are we leaving?" Chen Fan asked. "Tomorrow," Ace said. "I will take Little Gray and Little Black to Angelica's Ironback Rhinoceros Legion for handover, and then I will come pick you up to take you to your aunt tomorrow." Hearing this, Chen Fan fell silent again. Xiao He and Xiao Hui finally left with Ace. With the departure of Xiao He and Xiao Hui, the entire ordinary dragon farm suddenly became deserted, and the air gradually became depressing. Chen Fan didn't know how long he stood there, staring at the direction where Ace, Xiao He, and Xiao Hui left. Yi-Yun stood beside him, but didn't know how to comfort him. In fact, Yi-Yun felt very uncomfortable, but she understood that Chen Fan really had no other choice. Moreover, this is also Xiao He and Xiao Hui's own choice. Yi-Yun agreed with what Ace said at the beginning, that dragons are proud and powerful. Although Xiao He and Xiao Hui depend on Chen Fan now, they will leave one day. They deserve a wider world. Therefore, Yi-Yun, like Chen Fan, did not want to block Xiao He and Xiao Hui's way, but just hoped that the dragon god could bless them. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Fan finally moved. He didn't say anything, but turned around and walked silently to the river, looking up at the rippling water. Chen Fan. Yi-Yun followed behind Chen Fan and called softly. "It will be fine, right?" Chen Fan said softly. "Yes." Yi-Yun nodded. "They are so smart and capable, they will definitely live well." "Yeah." Chen Fan nodded. The days of his life with Xiao Hui and Xiao He kept appearing in his mind, and his heart became more and more depressed. Chen Fan suddenly raised his head and shouted towards the sky. As Chen Fan shouted, the demolition team, who had been leaning against the water tank and dared not make any sound, suddenly trembled and looked at Chen Fan with fear in their eyes. Xiao Jin also swam out of the water tank and lay on the edge of the tank, his eyes full of vigilance. However, Chen Fan did not do anything special. After shouting to vent his anger, he felt a little better. Xiao He and Xiao Hui are the best. I believe in them. Chen Fan turned his head and said to Yi Yun with a smile. That's right. For some reason, Yi Yun's heart trembled when he saw Chen Fan smile. It was as if what Chen Fan said was not self-encouragement, but some kind of order. Chapter 25. Departure to attend the birthday party. Due to Ace's sudden visit, Chen Fan and Yi Yun didn't have time to say much. Now that Ace has left, Chen Fan finally has time to chat with Yi Yun. Chen Fan brought Yi Yun to a huge rock and sat down on it. The demolition team had been working tirelessly during this period, so Chen Fan asked Xiao He to move such a huge rock for them to rest. After all, Chen Fan was also afraid that his house would be demolished by the demolition team while he was sleeping in the middle of the night, and he would be buried underneath. So even though it was a bit cold, Chen Fan was still willing to sleep outdoors. At most, he could just cover himself with a few more quilts, which was better than being buried alive. How long can you stay this time? After finishing, Chen Fan looked at Yi Yun and said nervously, You also heard that Uncle Ace will come to pick me up tomorrow to attend my aunt's 70th birthday. Do you want to come with me? I'm only 70 years old. How can it be considered a big birthday? Yi Yun said with a smile. Chen Fan was slightly surprised when he heard this, but there was no change on his face. Apparently, being 70 years old is nothing in this world. Actually, it makes sense. In the fantasy novels I read in the past, those people who practice cultivation all lived to be 100 years old, and some were still teenagers at the age of 70. What's wrong? Yi Yun glanced at Chen Fan. It's okay. Chen Fan shook his head and said with a smile, Look, doesn't it seem more important when I say this? Important? Why should it be important? Yi Yun slightly tilted her head and looked at Chen Fan. Well, if you can you go with me? Chen Fan took a deep breath and said it as if it was normal, but there was still a little trembling in his voice. With you? Yi Yun was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Sorry, I have something else to do. Oh, it's okay, I'm just asking. Chen Fan said hurriedly as Yi Yun finished speaking. Crack. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jin, who was not far away, hurriedly dived back to the bottom of the water tank, rolled up some small snails, and climbed back to the edge of the tank, knocking and watching. After a brief silence, Chen Fan spoke again. When are you leaving? Now, Yi Yun said softly. Is it so urgent? Chen Fan sighed. Well, I was about to leave, so I came back to take a look, but I didn't expect. Yi Yun shook his head. You are leaving tomorrow, and the journey is long, so you must be careful. Don't worry, I'm not going to the war. Besides, Uncle Ace is here, so nothing will happen. Chen Fan nodded. On the contrary, you be careful and come back early. Yeah. Yi Yun nodded. Don't worry about Xiao He and Xiao Hui. I will go to check on them when I have time. If they're not doing well, I will steal them back. Haha, okay. Chen Fan nodded. Afterwards, the two chatted briefly about family matters, and then Yi Yun left. After Yi Yun left, Chen Fan walked to the water tank, gave a few brief instructions, and went to rest. The next morning, Ace flew over on a red-eyed night dragon. Chen Fan gave some instructions to the demolition team and Xiao Jin again, including asking them to water the vegetable garden regularly, and then left with Ace. When leaving, Ace deliberately let the red-eyed night dragon fly over Angelica's iron-backed rhinoceros dragon legion. Chen Fan saw Xiao Hui and Xiao He from high in the sky. The two of them seemed to be quite adaptable. When Chen Fan saw them, they were playing with other iron-backed rhinoceros dragons. However, it can be vaguely seen that Xiao Hui and Xiao He have a very special status, and other iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs seem to be a little afraid of them. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan instantly understood that Xiao Hui and Xiao He must have already determined their own positions, and should have had friendly exchanges with other iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons yesterday. Well, it's worthy of being the iron-backed rhinoceros that I bred. It's the community cow. After seeing the condition of Xiao He and Xiao Hui, Chen Fan felt relieved and continued to fly towards the Spiral Sea. On the way, Ace had already told Chen Fan that his grandmother Julie's dragon farm was called Gerald Dragon Farm, and Gerald was Chen Fan's great-grandfather, that is, Julie's great-grandfather. He is the founder of Jelal's Dragon Farm. The Jalal Dragon Farm is located on the Spiral Coral Island in the Spiral Sea. Although it is an island, it covers a vast area, is rich in various resources, and has extremely abundant spiritual energy. There are dozens of species of dragons being bred. The most important thing is that, as a level 5 dragon farm, it has 4 multi-environment setting spaces, namely the Dragon Realm. All these made Chen Fan extremely envious. I noticed that the dragons you just bred are all ironback rhinoceros horn dragons. What are your plans for the future? Ace asked on the way. What other dragons are you planning to breed? I've been studying the basic dragon atlas recently. Chen Fan didn't hide anything and said directly, in fact, according to reason, my dragon farm is suitable for breeding not only iron-backed rhinoceros dragons, but also anaconda dragons. But according to my research, not only are the eggs of anaconda very expensive, but the breeding environment requirements are also very high, unlike the ironback rhinoceros, which has no requirements at all. The remaining money in my dragon farm is already stretched to the limit just to buy dragon eggs. It's really hard to create an environment suitable for anacondas to live in. So, I haven't figured it out yet. Well, you are very careful and didn't breed blindly, which is good. Ace nodded. Indeed, your dragon farm is suitable for breeding anacondas in terms of the overall environment, but some details are still far from enough. I wonder if my uncle has any good suggestions? Chen Fan asked. There are 7 dragons of 2 kinds. 7 dragons are already difficult to deal with, let alone 2 kinds. Chen Fan is indeed in a difficult situation. You can ask your aunt about this question. Ace said, although the environment of your dragon farm is different, you can learn from her this time and perhaps gain some experience. But you too, we wanted to help you in the past, but you always refused, and we didn't force you, otherwise why would you be in this situation now? Chen Fan responded softly, thinking secretly in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't ask last time. This is indeed what I asked for. I just don't know if it will arouse suspicion from Ace and the others if I change my mind now. After all, everything would be much simpler if they helped. Shaking his head, Chen Fan threw the idea away. Although he didn't know whether Chen Fan refused the help of these relatives in the past out of self-esteem or for some other reason, it would be better to give it a try now. If there is still no way out in the end, it's not too late to change your mind. However, Chen Fan's eyes fell on Ace. Chapter 26. Waterspout in the Threaded Sea. Actually, you don't have to worry, Ace suddenly said to Chen Fan. You may gain something from going to Julie's place this time. After all, 2 kinds of 7 dragons aren't something worth worrying about. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. By the way, I actually have a few questions I've always wanted to ask you, but I've never found time. Ace said, how'd you do it? I remember that you only have 1 trait of physical enhancement. How did you cultivate the ironback rhinoceros to this level? Of course, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'm just curious. I don't have anything I don't want to say. Chen Fan scratched his head, but I really don't know how to say it. I don't know what to say, Ace asked doubtfully. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. You can see that mine is so broken. How can there be any special breeding method? Or should the ironback rhinoceros be raised in poverty? The poorer the breeding, the higher the talent. That's not the case. Ace smiled bitterly and shook his head. Indeed, based on the state of Chen Fan's dragon farm, if Xiao He and Xiao Hui were not able to catch fish, he probably wouldn't even be able to raise mice. Therefore, it is really unbelievable to say that Chen Fan has some special method to cultivate the iron-backed rhinoceros. Of course, it is not ruled out that there is some special place in the Ral Forest near the dragon farm that has some special power, such as a spring that can stimulate the potential of the dragon clan, but this is just a guess after all, and no one will know unless Chen Fan says it. All right, thinking of this, Ace continued to ask, have you figured out the identity of the little guy in the water tank? Xiao, Jean? I don't understand. Chen Fan sighed. When he first saw Ace, Chen Fan asked Ace if he knew Xiao Jin. After all, as a dragon trader, Ace must be knowledgeable. However, what disappointed Chen Fan was that even Ace couldn't tell Xiao Jin's identity, and he had never heard of any creature jumping out of a stone. Well, Chen Fan had heard of one, but it was a monkey, not a dragon. Later, after Chen Fan obtained the basic dragon atlas, he almost tore the atlas apart, but still could not find any clues that might be related to Xiao Jin. Don't worry. When you get to Jules, you can ask your aunt. Although I'm a dragon trader, most of the dragons I come into contact with are ordinary dragons. I don't know much about advanced dragons. Ace said, your Aunt Jules may know more. You mean Xiao Jin might be a high-level dragon? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He could remember that the cheats in the novels didn't necessarily have to be old grandfathers. They could also be certain animals. For example, Lindong's bird, Yanggua's eagle, Fan Xian's 5 bamboos. In this case, it is reasonable that your plug-in is a loach. What are you thinking about? Ace glanced at Chen Fan, then shook his head. I checked before. Your golden loach only has very weak water attribute power, while the high-level dragons, even the young dragons, have powerful attribute power. So, I think your Xiao gene is not a dragon at all, but a variant of some kind of magical beast, and one with extremely weak power. Oh, Chen Fan was not discouraged, even though Ace poured a bucket of cold water on him. Although Chen Fan had always hoped that Xiao Jin would be a plug-in like Grandpa, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he wasn't. After such a long period of contact, he has long regarded Xiao Jin as a family member. Now it's a good thing that Xiao Jin can never get any stronger. At least Xiao Jin will not leave me for my dream like Xiao Hui and Xiao He did. Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help but make up his mind that he must be nicer to Xiao Jin when he returns. If he really ends up dying alone, it is very likely that Xiao Jin will be the one who will accompany him in the end. The premise is that Xiao Jin can live to that age. On the way, Chen Fan kept asking Ace about the Dragon Clan. Ace is knowledgeable and knows a lot of things, which opened Chen Fan's eyes. Ace was very busy on weekdays, and he was always in a hurry every time he went to the Pink Fan Dragon Farm. Chen Fan had no chance to ask these questions. During the conversation, Chen Fan also learned that Ace usually went to dragon farms of level 3 or above. If the owner of the ordinary dragon farm was not Chen Fan, and if he was not Chen Fan's uncle, he would not even look at a first-level dragon farm like the ordinary dragon farm. However, Ace also expressed his approval of Chen Fan's performance. Not to mention the past 5 years, at least the Xiao Hui, Xiao He, and the demolition team, trained by Chen Fan, are definitely the best among the iron-backed rhinoceros dragons, the best in terms of talent. If Chen Fan can continue in the future, then just by breeding the iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragon, it will be enough for Chen Fan to earn money. Time passed quickly, and 7 days later, Chen Fan and Ace finally arrived at the Spiral Sea. The Dark Sea was surging with waves, and huge whirlpools formed from time to time. Then huge water spouts rushed out from the whirlpools, connecting the sky and the earth like huge water dragons. If an ordinary ship approached here, it would soon be permanently submerged under the sea. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan's face turned slightly pale. Although the red-eyed night dragon was flying in the sky, looking at the water tornado with incredible destructive power, Chen Fan was afraid that he would be caught in it if he was not careful. In that case, perhaps Ace, who is at the level of Harmony, would be fine, but he, who is not even at the level of Chu Xian, would be dead. But even though Chen Fan was terribly frightened, Ace's face was calm. The red-eyed night dragon kept shuttling back and forth in the water tornadoes, as if it was strolling in its own back garden. Countless water tornadoes passed by it, but none of them could even touch the red-eyed night dragon's dragon feathers. Don't worry, although the whirlpools here are irregular, the waterspouts are regular. Ace said to Chen Fan with a smile. People like us who come here often have already figured out the rules of the waterspouts. They look dangerous, but in fact they can't even wet Hongling's feathers. Hongling is the name of the red-eyed night dragon. Chen Fan's face turned slightly pale. Although he knew that Ace was telling the truth, he was still very scared in his heart. It's like knowing there's nothing wrong with bungee jumping, but still being scared when you jump. Okay, it's about to... Before Ace finished his words, his expression suddenly changed, and then a black water tornado rushed out from the sea. Even Ace didn't have time to react, and it directly hit the belly of the red-eyed night dragon. Bang! The red-eyed night dragon was instantly knocked away, and Ace and Chen Fan both flew out of the dragon's body. Chapter 27. Unknown Island. Flag. Flag. Fuck. Chen Fan lay on the shore, looking up at the dark night sky, with 10,000 mythical beasts flying through his mind. Can't even wet Hongling's feathers? You often come to places like this, so you have figured out the patterns of waterspouts? A master in the Hehe realm? Chen Fan gritted his teeth and climbed up from the shore, letting out a long sigh. He didn't know what to say anymore. He wanted to vomit so much that the trough could fill up the sea of threads. After standing up, Chen Fan let out a long breath and looked around. The most important thing now was to tell Ace where he was. Chen Fan believed that although the water tornado, just now, was extremely powerful, Ace was at least at the Hui realm after all, so he would be fine. As for the red-eyed night dragon, the Dragon Clan has always had amazing defense. Even if the red-eyed night dragon's defense is not as good as that of the ironback rhinoceros dragon, it will not be killed by a mere water tornado. So, since I'm not dead, I have to find a way to tell Ace where I am. Looking around, Chen Fan felt that he should be on an island. There were dense woods all around him. The woods were very quiet and seemed very safe. Drilling wood to make fire? Chen Fan rubbed his forehead. It seemed that he should pick up some wood to see if he could make a fire. In such darkness, being able to make a fire would undoubtedly be a signal, the easiest signal to be discovered. Of course, even if he was picking up wood, Chen Fan had to pick it up around him. For such an unknown place, rashly entering the depths of the woods would be tantamount to seeking death. Chen Fan remembered very clearly how tragically those people who landed on the shore and ended up running into the woods died in those horror movies. However, just as Chen Fan was thinking this, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Chen Fan's heart twitched suddenly, and then he turned his head cautiously to look at the dark sea of spirals behind him. In the distance of the spiral sea, huge whirlpools are still appearing and disappearing, and waterspouts that stretch from the sky to the ground are still rising and falling. Everything seemed to be no different from before, but Chen Fan still couldn't relax. It's as if there is some mystery here. Crack, crack. Suddenly, there was a sound in the woods as if something was biting. Gurgle. Chen Fan hurriedly squatted down, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, held it tightly in his hand, and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, Chen Fan's pupils contracted suddenly, and then his heart trembled. I saw the sea of threads, not far away, suddenly light up. No, it wasn't that it lit up, but a pair of huge, dark green eyes were slowly opening. Cold-blooded, Chen Fan had seen this kind of look in the eyes of crocodile in the aquarium in his previous life. There was not a trace of fluctuation, not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Cold-blooded, this is the look that only a mechanical predator would have. Without any hesitation, when he saw those eyes, Chen Fan quickly retreated towards the woods behind him. Admittedly, the woods are very dangerous, and no one knows what the entity making the crackling sound is, but Chen Fan feels that no matter what it is safer than the entity in the sea of threads. Soon, Chen Fan retreated into the woods. When Chen Fan's voice was blocked by the dense forest, the feeling of palpitations finally disappeared. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly looked around. The trees here are different from those in Ralph's big forest. The trees here are generally black and purple, and the leaves have a hint of red in the black and purple, which looks like human blood vessels. Chen Fan tightly gripped the wood and looked around vigilantly. He did not move, but listened quietly to the sound around him. It is night now, and even if Chen Fan is forced into the woods, he is unwilling to wander around randomly. After all, the woods at night are much more dangerous than during the day. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. Chen Fan suddenly became alert, holding the wooden stick tightly and staring at that direction. Soon, the rustling sound came closer and closer, and Chen Fan could even see the purple-black grass swaying not far away. Suddenly, the purple-black grass parted, and a small black head stretched out from it. It looked left and right with a pair of big eyes, and finally fell on Chen Fan. Plop! As if sensing that Chen Fan was not in danger, the little black animal jumped out from the grass, fell lightly to the ground, then squatted beside the grass, looking at Chen Fan with its big eyes. Cute. Chen Fan's first impression of this creature was that it was cute. The palm-sized black creature has big eyes and long ears. It looks like a black rabbit, or even cuter than a rabbit. It makes people want to hold it in their arms and pamper it. But Chen Fan still held back, not because he was not attracted by the little animal, but because of the huge black eye in the grass. Perhaps no one has ever been here before, or perhaps the creatures here are very bad at observation. In any case, the creature hid very unprofessionally, and the parted grass completely exposed its huge eyes. Also exposed was the rope extending into the grass under the black creature. Bait, fish bait, trap. In just a moment, Chen Fan understood that the trap in front of him was exactly the trap set by the predator in the grass. Whether it is because of the other's cuteness or the other's plump meat, once a creature is attracted by the little black animal and approaches it, it will inevitably become food for the creature in the grass. Are all the ambushes now so sloppy? Are they too lazy to even pretend? Of course, Chen Fan had no doubt that if the creature came out of the bushes, he would have absolutely no hope of survival. Chen Fan guessed that the reason why the creature did not come out directly was either because its movement speed was too slow or it had never seen humans before. Just like the story of the tiger and the donkey, it was testing its own abilities. At this moment, without Chen Fan moving, the little black animal suddenly moved and walked towards Chen Fan cautiously. Chen Fan's face suddenly changed when he saw this. He swung the stick in his hand violently and pointed it at the little black animal. He didn't dare to retreat, because behind him was the coast, and in the spiral sea, there was an existence that Chen Fan absolutely did not want to face. As Chen Fan waved his sword, the little animal seemed startled, but did not stop. Instead, it walked faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few steps away from Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan saw it more clearly. The little animal was clearly dead. The reason it could still move was because of the black rope, which was like a fishing line. Chen Fan let out a long breath. He knew that the other party would not let him go, so he gritted his teeth and swung the stick towards the rope, shouting, "Uncle A's help." Chapter 28, Black Rambutan. Chen Fan didn't know what others would do, but in his opinion, calling for help loudly was the best way to deal with the situation. The reason why Chen Fan didn't shout before was because he was worried about attracting the mysterious monster in the woods. But now that the monster has targeted us, there is no need to worry about this. It is better to just shout for help. Just as Chen Fan swung the stick at the rope, the mysterious monster in the grass seemed to be frightened. The black rope shook violently and then quickly retreated back into the grass. Then the grass shook violently, and Chen Fan finally saw the appearance of the monster in the grass. It was a huge life form, the main body of which looked like a smooth ball, and on top of the ball there were countless black ropes that looked like tentacles. Looking at the huge creature, Chen Fan felt it was very familiar. And at this moment, the huge life slowly stood up from the grass, and countless black ropes acted like fulcrums, slowly supporting its body. It was at this time that Chen Fan discovered that the black eyes he had seen in the grass before were not eyes at all, but a big mouth. Most of the black ropes on this creature's body are sticking out of this big mouth. "Uncle Ace, help!" Chen Fan didn't hesitate and shouted again while backing away. However, the huge creature seemed to see that Chen Fan wanted to escape, so it stretched out several black ropes and quickly stretched them towards Chen Fan. Sure enough, after seeing this scene, Chen Fan understood that the reason why this huge creature set a trap was because its movement speed was very slow. But in this way, maybe I can escape. Thinking of this, Chen Fan ran away. He didn't want to be a guest in the mouth of this huge creature. However, what Chen Fan did not expect was that before he could run 2 steps, the ropes suddenly accelerated and entangled him in the blink of an eye. "Ai, Tinteng." Chen Fan wanted to curse. Could it be that the slow movement of the black rope just now was just an act? Can the creatures in this world still play well? Even a monster has to cheat? However, the huge creature did not give Chen Fan any chance to think. The next moment, it stretched out a black rope and quickly swam to Chen Fan's side. When Chen Fan saw the rope, he suddenly realized that this rope seemed different from the other ropes. The tip of this rope was sharper and the surface looked more delicate. Then Chen Fan suddenly felt that this rope seemed to be the rope used to control the black animal before. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's anus tightened and his eyes widened. Why did the other party extend this rope? Did he want to control me like he controlled that little animal? So, this black rope, which is as thick as a baby's arm, is going to be inserted into my body? Looking at the little black animal with only a piece of skin left on the ground, Chen Fan shuddered all over. Soon, the black rope came in front of Chen Fan, and the sharp tip slightly scratched Chen Fan's body, as if looking for the entrance to Chen Fan's body. Seeing this, Chen Fan struggled even harder, but there were too many black ropes binding him, and although he tried very hard, he still couldn't break free. At this moment, the black rope suddenly paused and moved slightly away, as if it was accumulating energy and seemed to have found the best position to enter Chen Fan's body. "Uncle Ace, help!" Chen Fan shouted at the top of his lungs, but there was still no response from anyone around him. However, just as the black rope was about to pierce Chen Fan's body, the huge creature suddenly trembled violently, and the black rope that was about to pierce Chen Fan's body stopped in midair. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan's heart was filled with joy, and he looked around hurriedly. "Uncle Ace, it must be Uncle Ace who came to save me." But there was no one around. However, Chen Fan was not disappointed, because he felt that the black rope wrapped around him was getting looser and looser. The next moment, all the black ropes quickly retreated and tightly wrapped the huge black creature, as if trying to block something. Bang! The black rope was withdrawn too quickly, and Chen Fan's body fell heavily to the ground. But Chen Fan didn't care about the pain. He rolled over and got up from the ground, looking at the huge black creature vigilantly. He did not run away in a panic. because he wanted to know what happened to this huge creature and what saved him. This was not out of curiosity on Chen Fan's part. It was a decision he made after a moment of careful consideration. Well, at this point, let's not dwell on whether that moment and careful consideration can be used together. Anyway, Chen Fan thought a lot. First of all, Chen Fan didn't know if there were any other scary monsters in the woods, and he didn't even know if the black hair monster in front of him lived in groups. Yes, that's right. Chen Fan finally remembered what the creature in front of him looked like. It was just like Mao Dan in his previous life, the kind that had been exposed to the sun for too long, causing it to become too tanned and cracked. Chen Fan didn't know what living habits this creature had. So if you run away randomly, you might bump into other black Rambutans. Secondly, when Chen Fan saw the situation of the black-haired Butan in front of him, he guessed that the other party must have been attacked by something. Chen Fan wanted to know whether the attacker was a friend or an enemy. If it was a creature friendly to humans, then perhaps he would be safe. Finally, Chen Fan kept shouting here. He was afraid that Ace would not be able to find him after he came, and he would get lost with Ace again. Well, in Chen Fan's mind, since he was rushed here, Ace was probably nearby, and there was a high possibility that he would hear his voice and come to save him. Anyway, time was urgent, and Chen Fan didn't think much about it. He just thought of these 3 points, so he didn't run away in a hurry. He just took 2 steps back and stared at the black Hairbeaten not far away. Even though Haimaiden had retracted all the black ropes, he was still unable to stop the attack. Countless black ropes broke one after another, and the black-haired Butan even let out screams. Its cry is very strange, sounding very sharp and piercing, and just listening to it can make one's heart twitch. But despite the black-rammed Butan's miserable cry, the attack showed no sign of stopping, and soon its body was covered with holes. Crack, crack! Just as Chen Fan was observing the situation of the black-haired Dan, he suddenly heard a familiar sound. Chen Fan's face suddenly changed. He had heard this sound before when he was at the coast, but the sound was very far away from him at that time. But at this moment, the voice clearly came from behind him. Chapter 29, Whirlpool Spiral Dragon. Crack, crack! A harsh sound rang out behind Chen Fan, and Chen Fan's neck felt extremely stiff. The creature was right behind him. Chen Fan wanted to look back, but he didn't dare to. Chen Fan didn't know what that thing was. Would he be bitten on the head by the thing as soon as he turned around? Then, a burst of hot air blew slowly onto the back of Chen Fan's neck, and Chen Fan shivered all over. I don't know if you can understand me. Chen Fan tried to organize his words, and then said softly, I am sick all over, so it must not taste good. Look at the black Rambutan opposite. Yes, it looks plump and juicy. If you want to eat it, just eat it. You will definitely be satisfied. But although Chen Fan spoke sincerely, the creature behind him showed no intention of leaving. Instead, Chen Fan felt that the other party was getting closer and closer to him. Feeling this situation, Chen Fan gritted his teeth, suddenly lunged forward, then turned over and picked up a stick from the ground, looking vigilantly at the place where he had just stood. But then Chen Fan was stunned and saw a petite and cute dragon standing behind the place where he had just stood. That's right, even though there was no record of it in the basic dragon atlas, Chen Fan still recognized the other party's identity at a glance, a dragon. The dragon was dark all over and looked the same size as a chihuahua, with long ears drooping down, almost covering half of its face. The most distinctive feature was its mouth, or rather, it didn't look like a mouth at all, but rather a series of circles, like threads, more like a horn. The crackling sound comes from the threaded mouth. What is this? Although this thing looked very cute, Chen Fan did not dare to underestimate it. He vaguely felt that this dragon seemed to be the most terrifying existence on this island. Suddenly, Chen Fan turned his head to look at the black Rami and was surprised to find something. Every time the dragon's spiral mouth trembles slightly, a click sound will be heard, and the black Hairbeaten's body will tremble violently, as if it was attacked. It seems that the creature that has been attacking the black Rambutan is not some other creature, but the dragon in front of us. But what method did the dragon use? Why didn't it attack me, who was so close to me? Sound waves? Thoughts? Or vibrations? Just as Chen Fan was thinking, he saw the dragon's spiral mouth suddenly shrink, and then a loud click sound came out. As the sound was uttered, black-haired Butternut's body trembled violently, and then half of its body disappeared into thin air. Bang! The black-haired Butan's body fell heavily to the ground, and purple-black blood splashed out of its body. Chen Fan opened his mouth and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This dragon was so terrifying. After eating half of the black rami, the black dragon seemed to be full and rolled gently on the ground. He looked more and more like a harmless puppy. Only Chen Fan knew how terrifying the other party was. Seeing that the dragon had no intention of attacking him, Chen Fan did not approach it rashly, but put down what he was holding. He moved very slowly, fearing that if he made a move too quickly the other party would see it as an attack. However, at this moment, the little black dragon suddenly jumped up from the ground, and its spiral mouth kept contracting, making a crackling sound. Chen Fan was shocked when he saw this and didn't dare to breathe. He didn't know what was wrong with the little black dragon and whether it was going to attack him. At this moment, a figure suddenly fell from the air and landed gently on the ground like a feather. Looking at this figure that fell from the sky, Chen was about to cry and hurriedly called out, "Uncle Ace! Oh, my dear nephew, you are here." Ace smiled and said, "It's great that you haven't been eaten yet. Don't be afraid. Your uncle is here to save you." After saying that, Ace was in front of Chen Fan in an instant, gently stretched out his hand to help Chen Fan up, and at the same time glanced in the direction of Haimaiden, frowned slightly, and whispered, "It's Tagula? You can survive against Tagula." Tagula. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then realized that Ace was talking about Black Rami. What's wrong? What's wrong? Tagula is a very powerful monster, especially this one. Judging from its size and the number of tentacles, even my Hong Ling may not be able to defeat it. Ace said, "No. Who killed this Tagula?" "Yes." Chen Fan was about to point in the direction of the black dragon, but found that there was nothing there. The little black dragon left silently, and Ace didn't even notice. "What's wrong?" Ace asked, confused. "It's like this." Chen Fan thought for a moment and told Ace what he had just experienced. "A spiral mouth?" Ace frowned and said in a deep voice, "Could it be a vortex spiral dragon?" "Vortex spiral dragon? What kind of dragon is that?" Chen Fan asked puzzledly. "It is said that a top-level dragon once lived in this spiral sea and was extremely powerful." Ace said, "It is said that the whirlpool spiral dragon later participated in the dragon god's battle as a companion of the dragon god, and then suffered heavy casualties and became extinct." "Extinct? Then what I just saw was?" Chen Fan asked puzzledly. "I don't know. From what I know, the vortex dragon has been extinct for thousands of years, but we can't rule out the possibility that there are very few hiding in this sea of threads." Ace said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's leave as soon as possible." "This island," Ace said, looking around and frowning slightly. "It's very dangerous. The fact that you're able to survive is definitely due to the dragon god's blessing." "Yeah." Chen Fan nodded. He didn't want to stay here for even a second. "Let's go." Then, Ace grabbed Chen Fan's shoulders and then exerted force with his feet, and actually took Chen Fan and flew up. In midair, the red-eyed night dragon had already been waiting in the sky. When it saw Ace and Chen Fan leaping up, it let out a soft cry, then flew over quickly and carried the two of them on its back. Brother, sitting on the back of the red-eyed night dragon, Chen Fan finally felt at ease. He gently patted Red-Eyed Night Dragon on the back and whispered, "I know you are familiar with the road, but let's be careful." "Huh, my dear nephew, you don't have to worry." Ace smiled again and said, "That was just an accident. It will never happen again. We are very familiar with this road." Chapter 30, Aunt Julie. With trepidation in their hearts, Chen Fan and Ace rode the Red-Eyed Night Dragon through a thick fog area. When the fog dissipated, a huge island appeared in front of Chen Fan. "Oh my God!" Looking at the scene behind the fog, Chen Fan couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his heart trembling. Dragons. The island in front of us is full of dragons. Some of these dragons are soaring in the sky, some are crisscrossing in the spiral sea, and some are running freely on the huge island. "I'm going. Where to?" Ace looked at Chen Fan in confusion, then suddenly realized, "Oh, don't worry, we'll be there soon. The dragon farm in front is your Aunt Jules's." "I see." Chen Fan nodded. Then Ace patted the red-eyed night dragon, and the red-eyed night dragon accelerated again and flew towards the island. Soon, the red-eyed night dragon brought Chen Fan and Ace to a huge platform on the island, where more than a dozen flying dragons were resting. "Oh, my dear Lisa, you are getting more and more beautiful." As soon as the red-eyed night dragon landed, Ace jumped off the red-eyed night dragon and said to a woman who was walking not far away, "Dear Mr. Ace, your words are as sweet as honey. The woman bowed slightly to Ace, then smiled and said, "The owner is discussing something with someone in the living room. Do you want to go find her?" "Of course," Ace said with a smile, "but she is discussing something with someone. Is it convenient for us to go over?" "You guys?" Lisa was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw Chen Fan still on the back of the red-eyed night dragon. "This must be Master Chen Fan. You know me?" Chen Fan asked doubtfully as he was carefully climbing down from the back of the red-eyed night dragon. The back of the red-eyed night dragon was nearly 3 meters from the ground, and Chen Fan didn't dare to jump down like Ace did. The owner of the venue has said that Master Chen Fan might come with Mr. Ace. Lisa stepped forward and supported Chen Fan, helping him down from the back of the red-eyed night dragon. "My dear nephew, her name is Lisa, and she is your Aunt Julie's closest friend. The dragon farm can develop to its current level, and the contribution of this beautiful Lisa is even greater than that of your Aunt Julius." Ace came to Chen Fan and said, "If you want the owner to kick me out, just say so." Lisa rolled her eyes at Ace and said, "It's okay for you to say that. I feel so embarrassed just listening to it. Haha, just telling the truth." Ace laughed. "Nephew greets Aunt Lisa." Chen Fan understood what Ace meant and hurriedly bowed to Lisa. "Oh, Master, I can't stand this." Lisa quickly turned sideways, glared at Ace, and then said, "The owner said that if you come, no matter what she is doing, go find her directly. She misses Master Chen Fan so much and can't wait to see him." "Oh, I don't get this kind of treatment when I come here normally." Ace shook his head and said to Chen Fan, "Look, you still have the most face. Come on, I'll take you to find your Aunt Julie." Ace took Chen Fan away, and Lisa shook her head and patted the red-eyed night dragon gently. "Let's go. I'll find a place for you to have a good rest." The landing place was not far from the reception room. Soon Ace brought Chen Fan to the outside of the reception room. When Ace was about to knock on the door, he heard a shouting coming from inside. "Julius, my price is already high enough. We have been working together for so many years. Can I still fool you?" "Luo Song, do you really think that I've been staying in this dragon farm and I don't know the market outside? Don't forget, my brother Ace is a dragon trader. He will tell me every time there is a price change." Ace has indeed been doing a good job and has a great reputation in the industry. But hasn't he been hanging around Angelica recently? How would he know the current market conditions? In such a small place, they can only trade low-level dragons like Ironback, Rhinoceros, and Anaconda. High-level dragons like Azure Dragons are probably unheard of there. That being said, he came to my place before he left. Even if the price of Azure Dragon changes rapidly, it can't be so drastic. "No, you don't know. Didn't I tell you that the dragon is about to revive?" Magic Dragon. Hearing this, Ace's brows suddenly frowned, and then he didn't wait any longer and directly stretched out his hand to push the door open. "Luo Song, are you telling the truth?" "It's you." A slightly fat man saw Ace and showed a look of surprise on his face. "Ace, you're back? Where's Chen Fan?" And right next to the man named Luo Song, a woman who looked to be about 40 years old and had a beautiful appearance shouted, "Oh, my sister, you really make me sad. I never see you so anxious every time I come here." Ace said with a smile, and then said to Chen Fan, "My dear nephew, this is your Aunt Julie. Do you recognize her?" Chen Fan was stunned. He could never imagine that someone who was about to turn 70 looked so young. "Oh, my dear nephew." Just when Chen Fan was stunned, Jules came over quickly, hugged Chen Fan, and said softly, "I heard from Ace that you have suffered a lot in the past few years." Chen Fan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, Ace stopped bickering with Julies and continued to look at Luo Song, saying in a deep voice, "Are you telling the truth? Is the dragon about to revive?" I also heard that it seemed to be a prophecy from a dragon god priest of the dragon god temple. Luo Song was not panicked at all, but said in a deep voice, "Now many countries have begun to prepare for war." "Which dragon is that?" Ace asked. "We don't know yet." Luo Song shook his head. "Before I came, someone had already gone to the dragon god temple to verify it. There should be news soon." "Damn it, why at this time?" Ace rubbed his forehead. "Okay, Luo Song, no matter what, I can't accept your price." At this moment, Julie let go of Chen Fan and said to Luo Song, "Go back and think about it carefully. If you're sincere, then tell us a price that we are both satisfied with. Now, I want to spend some time with my eldest nephew." "Well, okay." Luo Song sighed, turned and left. "My child." After Luo Song left, Zhu Lizi took Chen Fan's hand and asked with concern, "Tell your aunt quickly, how have you been these years?" Chapter 31. 2 Slaps. Aunt Julie was very enthusiastic. This was Chen Fan's first impression. Aunt Julie is very scary. This is Chen Fan's second feeling. Chen Fan didn't know why he felt terrified. Aunt Julie's cared for him in every possible way. Although she looked young, she treated him as gently as a grandmother treats her grandson. But amidst this strong family affection, Chen Fan always felt a little uneasy. Fortunately, after Chen Fan recounted his experience to Aunt Julie first showed concern for him, and then found Lisa and asked her to take him around the dragon farm. At the same time, let Lisa teach Chen Fan how to run a dragon farm. As a result, Chen Fan's interest was instantly aroused. After all, if Chen Fan wants to live well in this world, he needs to manage his ordinary dragon farm well. Everything about this Jalal dragon farm can become a direction for Chen Fan to learn. According to Julie, if it weren't for the fact that her birthday party was approaching and there were too many guests for her to get away, she would have taken Chen Fan for a stroll on her own. Chen Fan said that Julie was too busy and didn't need to worry about him, so he just let her and Uncle Ace go about their business. Master, you should already know that our Jalal dragon farm is a level 5 dragon farm. Lisa said the entire Spiral Sea Reef Island and the 4 small islands surrounding the Spiral Sea Reef Island are the territory of our dragon farm. It's so big. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Compared with this place, his ordinary dragon farm was like a sparrow, too small. Our dragon farm has 4 multi-environment settings, namely deep sea, blue sea, swamp, and grassland. We can breed a total of 14 types of dragons, 7,253 in total. By the way, Aunt Lisa, I've always wanted to ask, what does multi-environment setting space mean? Chen Fan asked. That's right. Young Master is also the owner of a dragon farm. You must know that each type of dragon has its own unique requirements for the environment. Lisa explained patiently, and the location of a dragon farm usually does not change, so a dragon farm raises dragons. It either breeds dragons that are suitable for the environment of the dragon farm, or it builds a multi-environment space. The multi-environment space is to use special energy stones to transform the space of a certain area into a place suitable for the dragons you want to cultivate. In this way, even if the dragons you want to cultivate are not suitable for the environment around the dragon farm, you can still cultivate them successfully. This thing must be very expensive, right? Chen Fan asked in a low voice. Of course. Lisa nodded. The construction cost of each of the multi-environmental installation spaces in our dragon farm is about 1,000 dragon crystals, not to mention the subsequent maintenance. Chen Fan's hands trembled slightly. 1,000 dragon crystals? 1 dragon crystal can be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins, so 1,000 dragon crystals? Chen Fan felt that he would never see so much money in his lifetime. Of course, if you have a friend who is a space designer, the cost will be much lower, Lisa continued. Afterwards, Lisa explained a lot of things to Chen Fan, from which Chen Fan benefited a lot. Lisa didn't find it strange that Chen Fan didn't know these things. After all, in Lisa's opinion, Chen Fan came from a remote countryside, so it was normal for him not to know many things. However, Lisa still sighed and looked at Chen Fan with some regret. Alas, if Mr. Chan Dong and Miss Alyssa were not dead, it would be great. They're both very good dragon trainers. If they were alive, they would definitely be able to develop your dragon farm well. In that case, you wouldn't have to. My parents. Chen Fan's heart moved, and he looked at Lisa. Aunt Lisa, are they very talented? Of course. Lisa nodded. That's right, you were still young when they died, and you didn't know a lot of things. Mr. Chan Dong and Miss Alyssa are the most talented dragon trainers I have ever seen, even higher than the owner of the field. Mr. Chan Dong has 5 characteristics, each of which is very powerful. Miss Alyssa has 7 characteristics, so she is naturally gifted in breeding dragons. At the same time, their cultivation talents are also very amazing. They have already broken through the earth level at a young age. They are extremely powerful. If that's the case, how could they die? How could they be eaten by the dragon? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Lisa's expression changed slightly, and then she shook her head repeatedly. I don't know about this. Maybe it's because I cultivated a stronger dragon race, which led to it losing control. The owner and Mr. Ace never mentioned this matter, and I didn't ask. Oh, Chen Fan frowned. His experience of reading thousands of books in his previous life made him feel that there must be something strange here. Stop! That thief can't get away. When Chen Fan and Lisa just walked out of the Dragon Egg Breeding Center, a loud shout was heard, and then a figure rushed towards them. Chen Fan looked at Lisa in confusion. What is this? Hey, this is our owner's grandson, Qingdao Budweiser. Lisa sighed and said, he's a little naughty. Qingdao Budweiser? Where's Snow? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment and said, and what about Nulinshin and Jiang Xiao Bai? Lisa was also stunned after hearing Chen Fan's words. Ignore you, are you the legendary Chen Fan? At this moment, the figure had already rushed in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan finally saw the figure clearly. It was a boy of about 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a red lotus crack-toothed dragon pattern on it, black and blue plaid shorts, and a pair of sunglasses on his head. He looked very strange. Thief! Chen Fan looked at the Qingdao Budweiser in front of him, and without any hesitation, he reached out and patted him on the head. How can you talk like that? Seeing Chen Fan's actions, both Qingdao Budweiser and Lisa were stunned. Especially Lisa. Chen Fan has been very humble and well-behaved along the way. How could he do such a thing? You took a photo of me? Qingdao Budweiser shouted. What's wrong with me taking a picture of you? Your grandmother is my aunt, so I'm either your uncle or your grandpa. Chen Fan said, but considering our age, you still have to call me uncle. Come on, call me Uncle Chen. Fuck you, Qingdao Budweiser shouted with a red face. Bah! Chen Fan patted Qingdao Budweiser again and said, my uncle is your uncle. How dare you talk like that? Qingdao Budweiser, who was originally full of vigor, was stunned by Chen Fan's 2 slaps. Chapter 32. I have seen it. I'm going to fight you. After a moment of daze, Qingdao Budweiser angrily waved his fist and smashed towards Chen Fan. However, before Qingdao Budweiser's fist could touch Chen Fan, a figure blocked his way. It was Lisa. Young master. Lisa stretched out her hand to block Qingdao Budweiser's fist. She lowered her head slightly. Her expression could not be seen, but her voice was very cold. The owner has ordered that young Master Chen Fan is a family member, and you cannot use violence against family members. Well, he just hit me. Why didn't you say anything? Qingdao Budweiser's face flushed red, but he seemed to be very afraid of Lisa and only spoke in a low voice. You deserve a beating, Lisa said mercilessly. Qingdao Budweiser's face turned red and white, and he suddenly laughed after holding in for a long time. Sister Lisa, why are you so scary? He is my uncle. How could I be disrespectful to him? Qingdao Budweiser turned his head and said to Chen Fan, Uncle Chen Fan, I was just joking with you. As an elder, you won't mind, right? Of course. Chen Fan folded his arms and looked at Qingdao Budweiser with interest. Hey, Sister Lisa, now that Uncle Chen Fan has said this, can you let go now? Qingdao Budweiser looked at Lisa with a smile on his face. He's a good kid who admits his mistakes and corrects them. Lisa nodded with a smile and slowly let go of her hand. As Lisa let go, Qingdao Budweiser jumped around and waved its hands continuously, seeming to be in great pain. I'm so sorry. Lisa turned to Chen Fan and said, this kind of thing actually happened. The young master was really spoiled by the owner. I said he should have been taught a lesson long ago. It's okay, very kind, Chen Fan said with a smile. And such a cheerful personality. Very good. Hee. At this time, the pain in Qingdao Budweiser's hands seemed to ease. He smiled and came over to Chen Fan and said, I like what you said. I recognize you as my friend. This is an elder. Lisa glared at Qingdao Budweiser. Yes. I accept you as my uncle. Qingdao Budweiser shuddered, then continued. Is Sister Lisa taking you for a stroll? Hey, uncle, how about I accompany you? Will you accompany me? Chen Fan looked at Qingdao Budweiser in confusion. Why did this person change so quickly? Don't mess around, Lisa said in a deep voice. I don't have any. Sister Lisa, my grandma's birthday is coming soon, and now is the busiest time. As grandma's right-hand man, you must be very busy too, Qingdao Budweiser said. As for me, I can't help at all, so why not take my uncle around to have a look? Don't worry, I grew up in this dragon farm, and I'm very familiar with it. Qingdao Budweiser looked at Chen Fan. If you don't know anything, just ask me. That's not bad. Chen Fan nodded and looked at Lisa. He's right. You should be very busy now. I have already caused you a lot of trouble here. I'm really sorry to bother you again. Now I have this child to take care of me, which is not bad. Well, all right. Although this kid is a little naughty, he is not a bad person by nature. And although you are of different generations, your ages are similar. You should become good friends after getting to know each other. Lisa nodded and then said to Qingdao Budweiser, Well, I'll trouble you, young master. Don't worry. I will definitely be a good guide. After saying that, Qingdao Budweiser walked around Lisa, grabbed Chen Fan's arm, and said with a smile, "Let's go, uncle. I'll take you to a good place." Then Chen Fan and Qingdao Budweiser left. Lisa looked at their departing backs, smiled, and shook her head. After Qingdao Budweiser took Chen Fan away from Lisa, they headed straight to the east of the dragon farm. Chen Fan kept looking at Qingdao Budweiser quietly, not knowing what this person was planning. However, Chen Fan was not worried. After all, this was Julie's dragon farm, and he and Qingdao Budweiser were relatives, so his safety could be guaranteed. Are you surprised? After walking for a while, Qingdao Budweiser suddenly stopped and turned to look at Chen Fan. What? Chen Fan also stopped and looked at Qingdao Budweiser in confusion. We obviously don't know each other. Why would I treat you like that? Don't you find it strange? Qingdao Budweiser said. Oh, a little bit. Chen Fan nodded. What do you mean by a little? Qingdao Budweiser said unwillingly. Now that Aunt Lisa is not here, aren't you afraid of me? Don't be afraid. Chen Fan said directly. You. Qingdao Budweiser pointed at Chen Fan and opened his mouth, then sighed. Oh, forget it. Actually, it's not because of anything else, but I always heard my grandma mention you before, so I wanted to see what kind of person you are. So, I just wanted to test you. Oh, then what kind of person am I in your opinion? Chen Fan said with a smile. Well, Qingdao Budweiser hesitated for a moment, then said, shameless, the rest is good. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Fan smiled. Okay, let's keep going, we'll be there soon. Qingdao Budweiser said, and continued to move forward with Chen Fan. After a while, a huge egg-shaped building appeared in front of them. This is the breeding base. Qingdao Budweiser said with a smile. Our dragon farm is here to study how to breed some better dragons. Oh, by the way, have you heard of the vortex dragon? We have always wanted to breed this legendary dragon again. Whirlpool spiral dragon. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then asked, why do you want to cultivate it? Hee, you are from the countryside, so you must have never heard of this name. Qingdao Budweiser raised his head proudly and said, let me tell you, that is a high-level dragon. If our dragon farm can have a dragon like that, then our dragon farm can be upgraded to a 6th-level dragon farm. By the way, do you know? That vortex dragon is extremely powerful, especially its appearance, which is extremely weird. I heard that. Well, it's quite weird. Its mouth is like a threaded trumpet, its ears are long, and its body is very petite, but its destructive power is amazing. Chen Fan nodded. Have you heard of it? Qingdao Budweiser looked at Chen Fan in shock. No, I haven't heard of it. Chen Fan said. Then how do you know it so clearly? Qingdao Budweiser asked puzzledly. I haven't heard of it, but I've seen it. Chen Fan said. It even saved my life. Chapter 33, Important Person. Have you seen it? Where did you see it? Qingdao Budweiser shouted. It's nearby. Chen Fan said calmly, and then told Qingdao Budweiser what he encountered on the road. You mean Uncle Ace also knows about this? Qingdao Budweiser said. That's right. Chen Fan nodded. Well, I was just looking for Grandma. Why isn't she here? It looks like she should be. Qingdao Budweiser nodded. Thank you. The news you brought is really important to us. Do you want to capture that vortex dragon? Chen Fan asked. I think we will go. Qingdao Budweiser nodded. But that island, I'm afraid even if Uncle Ace and Grandma go together, they won't get any advantage. We still have to wait until the birthday party is over. We need to plan carefully. But no matter what, knowing the existence of the Whirlpool Spiral Dragon is already a good thing. Oh, Chen Fan nodded. Afterwards, Qingdao Budweiser took Chen Fan for a walk around the breeding base, told Chen Fan a lot of things, and then took Chen Fan for a stroll. Perhaps because there were few outsiders coming to this dragon farm, and Qingdao Budweiser seldom left the island. Qingdao Budweiser loved to talk, and told Chen Fan almost everything he knew, and Chen Fan listened with great interest. Actually, there are some differences between what Qingdao Budweiser and Lisa said. Lisa spoke more precisely, but was also very careful, always talking about some things, avoiding some things, and concealing some things. Chen Fan had no objection to this. Although he was Julie's nephew, he was still just a nephew. It would be a bit too much to ask Julie to tell Chen Fan all the secrets of the dragon farm. Qingdao Budweiser often talks about a lot of things, talking about whatever comes to mind. It is not an exaggeration to say that he speaks out everything he knows. Although there are always some exaggerations in his words, he will not deliberately avoid anything. Of course, there are some confidential things that even Qingdao Budweiser doesn't know. Otherwise, Lisa wouldn't be so confident in letting Qingdao Budweiser accompany Chen Fan. However, after a whole day, the relationship between Chen Fan and Qingdao Budweiser not only eased, but they also got along very well. Soon, just before dark, Lisa found Chen Fan and Qingdao Budweiser, took Chen Fan to the residence prepared for him, and then separated the two. However, early the next morning, Qingdao Budweiser found Chen Fan and took him away before he could even eat. When Jules found out about this, she didn't stop it. She just smiled and said that young people should have more contact with each other. Therefore, in the next few days, Qingdao Budweiser had been accompanying Chen Fan. Qingdao Budweiser was very envious when he heard Chen Fan talk about Xiao, Xiao Hui, and the demolition team. According to Qingdao Budweiser, most of the dragons here are not that spiritual, or their intelligence is not very high. Only the intelligence of high-level dragons can reach this level, but high-level dragons are proud of their status and will not do such a thing. Therefore, Qingdao Budweiser always felt that the dragons here were not as interesting as the dragons raised by Chen Fan. As for whether Xiao Hui and the others can spit dragon breath and what kind of attribute powers they have, Qingdao Budweiser doesn't care at all. In his mind, none of these are as important as fun. Therefore, Qingdao Budweiser told Chen Fan that he must visit Pink Fan Dragon Farm if he had the chance, and Chen Fan welcomed it very much. And so it went on until 4 days later, when Julie's birthday party began. Early that morning, Chen Fan changed into an extremely neat dress under Lisa's arrangement. The dress is black and looks like a cross between a mouse suit and a Western suit. Chen Fan calls it a combination of Chinese and Western styles, and it looks very high-end. When Chen Fan arrived at the banquet under the guidance of Qingdao Budweiser, there were already dozens of people at the banquet, including Luo Song. When Ace saw Chen Fan coming, he immediately came over, took Chen Fan around, and introduced the people present to Chen Fan. As Chen Fan expected, those who could attend this banquet were either prestigious dragon traders or owners of high-end dragon farms. In short, everyone's identity was not simple. After a long time, Ace finally took Chen Fan to introduce several important figures. Although Chen Fan had no use for these people at present given the scale of his dragon farm, he was the manager of the dragon farm after all, so there was no harm in interacting more with these people. After getting to know these people, Chen Fan had just found a place to rest when Qingdao Budweiser came over. Hee, you must be tired. I hate this kind of thing the most, Qingdao Budweiser said with a smile. You have made the transition seamlessly. Chen Fan shook his head. Aren't you going to inherit this dragon farm in the future? It won't hurt to get to know these people. Come on, these people are not important. Qingdao Budweiser shook his head. Except for Uncle Ace, these people came to this birthday party not to celebrate Grandma's birthday, but to make friends with each other. After all, although they all have some status, they still can't compare with Grandma. The real heavyweights won't be here at this time. Chen Fan looked at Qingdao Budweiser in confusion. Hee, you'll know in a minute, Qingdao Budweiser said with a smile. As they were talking, Jules had already walked slowly into the venue accompanied by Lisa, and people around her hurriedly walked up to her and started chatting with her with a smile. As for the gifts sent, they had already been registered by Lisa. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. At this moment, Julie was wearing a purple dress, which was elegant and colorful. Soon, several smaller red-eyed night dragons flew in from outside, with ropes tied to their bodies. Under the ropes hung a huge, long table, which was shining brightly and of extraordinary value. The red-eyed night dragons slowly descended and placed the long table on the ground. More than a dozen servants quickly stepped forward, untied the ropes, and spread the tablecloth. In just a few minutes, everything was ready. Then, everyone present took their seats one by one, and Chen Fan, at Julie's call and Qingdao Budweiser's pull, came to the front of the long table and sat on Julie's right. However, after everyone was seated, Julie did not ask anyone to serve the food, but waited quietly. Did you see that? Qingdao Budweiser pointed to the 3 empty seats to the left of Julie and whispered, "Those are the heavyweights." "Who is it?" Chen Fan asked puzzledly. He, of course. Before Qingdao Budweiser could finish his words, he heard a loud voice coming from outside. Dragon Master Kong Zhu of the Dragon Master Association has arrived. Lady Teresa from the Ares Empire has arrived. Chapter 34. 3 Distinguished Guests. Dragon Master Association? When Chen Fan heard this title, he finally understood why Qingdao Budweiser had been saying that this was a heavyweight figure. The Dragon Master Association is an organization that manages all dragon farms, just like the Chamber of Commerce in the previous life. In the past, if an ordinary merchant offended the Chamber of Commerce, he would not have a good ending. So there's a saying that a dragon crossing the river is no better than a worm. In today's world, the status of the Dragon Master Association is even more terrifying than the Chamber of Commerce in the previous world. After all, the Dragon Master Association controls the most terrifying power in the world, the dragon. Therefore, even if it is a level 5 dragon farm, the Jalal dragon farm is nothing in the eyes of the other party. Therefore, the people in the Dragon Master Association have a respected status, and there is nothing to say about it. But Chen Fan looked at Qingdao Budweiser and whispered, "What's going on with the Ares Empire? I remember that the Jalal dragon farm doesn't belong to any country, right?" "That's right." Qingdao Budweiser nodded. "The Whirlpool Sea is considered a public area. Although it is relatively close to the Ares Empire, it does not belong to the Ares Empire. So our Jalal Dragon Farm does not belong to the Ares Empire either. But our Jalal Dragon Farm is a large dragon farm after all, and the Ares Empire is our main trading partner. So our relationship has always been very good, and the Ares Empire will also give Grandma some face." "Wait." Chen Fan looked at Qingdao Budweiser in confusion. "Shouldn't the status of the dragon farm be higher than that of the country?" You know, although Chen Fan's ordinary dragon farm belongs to Angelica, but in fact Angelica has almost no right to interfere with the ordinary dragon farm. Only the Dragon Master Association can manage the ordinary dragon farm. But from what Qingdao Budweiser said just now, Jalal's dragon farm still needs to rely on the Ares Empire? "My uncle, this is the first joke you've told me since you came here." Qingdao Budweiser shook his head. "If you were talking about some small countries, it would be fine, but for a behemoth like the Ares Empire, even the Dragon Master Association has to give them some face, let alone us." "A huge monster?" Chen Fan understood instantly. "Ultimately, it is a question of strength. If the Empire is strong enough, it can naturally be on par with the Dragon Master Association. The same is true for dragon farms. The Dragon Master Association has a condescending attitude towards level 5 dragon farms. But what about level 6? Or level 7 or 8 dragon farms? It is estimated that the Dragon Master Association's position towards dragon farms will be adjusted." While they were talking, Master Kong Zulong and Teresa had already walked to Julie's side and sat down, but left the seat closest to Julie. This made Chen Fan wonder who was the one who was closest to Julie. "Welcome, both of you. It's my great honor," Julie said to Master Kong Zulong and Teresa with a smile. The Jalal Dragon Farm has bred a lot of high-level dragons over the years, especially many dragons that only live near the Spiral Sea. They have continued to grow stronger under the cultivation of the Jalal Dragon Farm, and have made great contributions to the dragon cause. It is only right for me to come and celebrate your birthday on behalf of the Dragon Master Association, said Master Kong Zulong. That's right. Teresa nodded. We in the Ares Empire are also very grateful to Jalal's Dragon Farm, and Ms. Julie for their help to our empire. You are too polite, Julie said with a smile. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start the banquet. Soon, delicious dishes were served to the table. Everyone was eating happily, except Chen Fan, who would occasionally glance at the empty seat out of curiosity. My dear nephew, what are you doing? At this moment, Ace, who was talking to someone, looked at Chen Fan and said with a smile, Nothing. I'm just curious why that position is vacant. Chen Fan did not hide anything and said directly, Could it be that there is someone whose status is higher than that of the Dragon Master Association and the Ares Empire? I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be this. That position is specifically for... Before Ace could finish, a voice suddenly came from outside. The Bloodstone sacrifice has arrived. What? Hearing the voice, everyone was stunned and turned to look at the door. Then, a man in a gray robe walked in slowly. This man looked young, but every step he took was particularly steady, and he seemed to have some kind of mysterious power. Zhu Lizi hurriedly stood up, walked to the man's side, gently held the man's arm, and said softly, Bloodstone priest, I didn't expect you to come. Please forgive me for my negligence. Oh, isn't that seat reserved for me? The Bloodstone priest smiled and pointed to the empty seat. Then my presence is indeed unnecessary. Oh, where are you from? That seat is naturally reserved for you. Julie smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Master Bloodstone priest. At this time, everyone stood up. Master Kong Zulong bowed slightly to the Bloodstone priest. Long time no see. Master Kong Zulong, you make me sound very old. You're welcome, the Bloodstone priest said, then looked at Teresa. Well, it's good that you're here. It seems that I've come to the right place. Is the Bloodstone priest looking for me? Teresa asked doubtfully, could it be? Well, the original matter has come to an end. As he spoke, Bloodstone sat down in his seat, and the others also sat down. Actually, I came here for two main reasons. The first is to congratulate Ms. Julie on her birthday on behalf of the Dragon Temple. Bloodstone said, Oh, thank you for the protection of the Dragon God. Thank you for the Dragon Temple, and thank you for the Bloodstone sacrifice. Julie said hurriedly. As for the second thing, I would like to take this opportunity to say hello to you. I believe you have all heard that the evil dragon is about to revive. Bloodstone said, Is this true? Ace asked. Yes, we have consulted the Dragon God, and it is true. Bloodstone nodded. In the next few months, the magic dragon will surely revive, but the Dragon God has not indicated where it will revive. I wonder which dragon it is. Teresa asked. According to the instructions of the Dragon God, it should be the Black Flame Demon Dragon. Bloodstone said in a deep voice. Why is it this? Upon hearing this name, everyone's expression changed except Chen Fan and Qingdao Budweiser. Uncle, what's wrong? Chen Fan looked at Ace and said in a low voice. You are still young, so you probably don't know. The destructive power of this Black Flame Dragon is very strong, even among dragons. Ace said in a deep voice. The most important thing is that the destructive power of this Black Flame Dragon is extremely strong. The last time it revived, it destroyed 3 countries and caused countless casualties. Chapter 35, Going Home. Next, the subject of everyone's discussion became the Black Flame Dragon. Julie had no objection to this change. After all, the revival of the dragon was more important than anything else. But Chen Fan and Qingdao Budweiser felt very bored. After all, this big thing has nothing to do with them. In a place the size of an ordinary dragon farm, if a dragon passed by and farted, it would probably be burned to ashes. Chen Fan has always been open-minded about this kind of things, just like when he first faced the situation at the ordinary dragon farm. In Chen Fan's opinion, worrying would be useless anyway, so it would be better not to take it to heart. After all, for Chen Fan now, the revival of the magic dragon is far less important than how to pass the assessment of the Dragon Master Association. So, while everyone was discussing it, Chen Fan and Qingdao Budweiser had already left. The two of them found a place, asked the servants to prepare some delicious food, and started eating. Are you leaving tomorrow? Qingdao Budweiser looked at Chen Fan in shock. Well, I've been out for so long, and I still have a few baby dragons at home, and I have to solve the problem of the Dragon Master Association's inspection. I really can't delay any longer. Chen Fan sighed. I just don't know if Uncle Ace will leave tomorrow. If he doesn't leave, I don't know how to get back. You don't have to worry about that. Qingdao Budweiser said, I can arrange for someone to take you back, but I didn't expect you to leave so quickly. It's really a pity. Why? Are you still unhappy that a thief like me has left? Chen Fan said with a smile. Uncle, please stop insulting me. I was just joking with you at the beginning. Qingdao Budweiser said, but don't you have to tell my grandma about this? Of course. Chen Fan nodded. Okay, then after a while, I'll tell my grandma that I'm going to visit your dragon farm. Alas, the incident of the revival of the magic dragon just now has caused such a big fuss. Grandma will definitely not let me leave here. Otherwise, I would have gone with you this time. Qingdao Budweiser said regretfully. It's okay, don't worry. Chen Fan said with a smile. The resurrection of the demon dragon seems to be quite dangerous. It's better for you to stay here. After all, it is a level 5 dragon farm, and it is close to the Ares Empire. Your safety can definitely be guaranteed. It's safer here. Yeah. Qingdao Budweiser nodded. I'll come find you when this matter is over. Time passed quickly. Chen Fan didn't see Ace and Julius for a while, nor did he go looking for them. After all, they should be very busy at the moment. It was not until the next morning that Chen Fan found Julie and told her that he was leaving. Julie was very surprised when she heard this and wanted to keep Chen Fan, but Chen Fan refused. There was no other way, so Julie had to agree, and she found Lisa and arranged for someone to send Chen Fan back. Just as Chen Fan guessed, Ace needed to stay here recently to study the revival of the magic dragon and had no time to send him off. However, Chen Fan did not expect that just when he was about to leave, Julie prepared a big gift for him, a dragon egg. Jules told Chen Fan that this was a gift from the elders to the younger generations and asked Chen Fan not to refuse. At the same time, Julie told Chen Fan that this was the egg of a Langwen water dragon. This kind of dragon likes to live in water and can be raised in the Dubamon River next to the ordinary dragon farm. This kind of dragon is very easy to breed, has no requirements for living conditions, and can meet the requirements of both types of dragons. This can be considered a little help from her to Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan didn't know why this body originally refused the help of Julie and the others, Chen Fan no longer had such thoughts and directly accepted the dragon egg with joy. It was just a pity that Julie didn't give him a few more. Of course, it was impossible for Chen Fan to ask for it. Then, after Chen Fan said goodbye to Ace, Lisa, and Qingdao Budweiser one by one, he flew back to the ordinary dragon farm with the dragon egg in his arms. On the way back, there were no more accidents. The person driving the flying dragon was much more professional than Ace, so not only did he fly more stably, but he was also much faster. In addition, the one they took back was a multi-winged red feather dragon that was specially used for traveling, so the speed was much faster. It took them almost 7 days to get here, but only 4 days to go back. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It was true that every profession has its specialties. Although the multi-winged red feather dragon was much less aggressive than the red-eyed night dragon, its flying speed was beyond reproach. It was like the difference between the Vanguard Suo Xiao and the Speedster Daizong. At the same time, Chen Fan also secretly made up his mind that he must raise a flying dragon in the future, so that when he goes to Hatch City again, he won't have to go through as much trouble as he does now. A few days passed quickly, and after flying over Angelica, the Ralph Forest appeared in front of Chen Fan. After letting out a long breath, Chen Fan hugged the dragon egg tightly in his arms, and his heart finally settled down. Now that he had this dragon egg, as long as he could hatch it successfully, his dragon farm would have 4 dragons of 2 species, leaving him with only 3 dragons left to meet the requirement. Before leaving, Ace brought him 2 more silver coins when he came, which means that the cost of renting out Xiao and Xiao was actually 3 silver coins. The dragon egg of the iron-backed rhinoceros in Hatchi City costs 400 copper coins each, and 3 eggs cost 1,200 copper coins. Even if Chen Fan goes to Hatchi City to buy 3 more dragon eggs of the iron-backed rhinoceros, he will still have 800 coins left, which is more than enough. Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't wait to go see the demolition team in Xiao, but he didn't know how the demolition team was doing now. Without their own construction, they might get frustrated. But it's a good thing this way. Maybe it can help change their bad habits so that they don't always want to tear things down. Once people have expectations, time will pass very slowly. The road that was obviously traveled very quickly when leaving now seems particularly long when returning. Even if the multi-winged red-feathered dragon flies faster than the red-eyed night dragon, Chen Fan still feels it is very slow. Soon, the multi-winged red-feathered dragon flapped its wings and flew over the lush trees, and the graceful figure of Dubamon River appeared in front of Chen Fan. Looking at the rushing Dubamon River, Chen Fan's heart became more and more excited. He seemed to have smelled the scent of his dragon farm. The next moment, a dragon farm appeared in front of Chen Fan. However, when looking at this dragon farm, Chen Fan was stunned. Rows of 2-story buildings appeared in front of Chen Fan. The place that was originally a ruin had completely changed. My dragon farm has been occupied by someone, Chen Fan said in shock. Chapter 36, Contractor. As soon as the multi-winged red-feathered dragon landed, Chen Fan couldn't wait to jump off its body with an extremely panicked look on his face. If he had not lived here for a few months, and if the surrounding environment had not changed much, Chen Fan would never have been able to connect this place with the ordinary dragon farm before. Xiao Jin, Xiao Chai Xiao Qian team, Chen Fan shouted in panic. He was not afraid of the ordinary dragon farm being occupied. Anyway, the multi-winged red-feathered dragon and its dragon master had not left yet. At worst, he could go back and get some reinforcements. It would be easy for both Aunt Jules and Uncle Ace to help him take back the dragon farm. But Xiao Jin is different from the demolition team. Let's not talk about Xiao Jin for now. After all, even Uncle Ace has never seen him. Just talking about the demolition team. Although it is just an ordinary iron-backed rhinoceros, even if you raise 100 or 1,000 iron-backed rhinoceros, it will no longer be a demolition team. The dragon master of the multi-winged red-feather dragon also noticed Chen Fan's panic and hurriedly jumped off the multi-winged red-feather dragon's back, wanting to ask Chen Fan if he needed any help. However, before the dragon master could open his mouth, he felt the ground shaking slightly, and then he saw 3 figures running out from behind the 2-story buildings. They were 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons. Demolition team. Looking at the three familiar iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons, Chen Fan's heart finally settled down. He put down the dragon eggs, ran up quickly, and hugged their heads. Great, you're all fine. It's great. Question mark. The three iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons looked at each other, broke free from Chen Fan's arms at the same time, cautiously took a few steps back, and then looked at Chen Fan as if he were a fool. You guys. Chen Fan looked back at the dragon trainer of the iron-backed rhinoceros with some embarrassment, then turned back to the demolition team and said, What happened to the dragon farm? What happened to these buildings? After hearing Chen Fan's question, the demolition team looked at each other. Then Xiao Chai walked out and walked to an open space. Then the horn on Xiao Chai's head suddenly emitted a faint brown light, and then Xiao Chai stomped his feet down suddenly, and the ground began to vibrate slightly. Before Chen Fan could figure out what this was going to do, the ground under Xiao Chai's feet slowly rose up, and in Chen Fan's stunned eyes, it quickly turned into a two-story building. Bang! Then, Xiao Chai jumped down from the second floor of the building, looked at Chen Fan as if he was a fool, and then turned his butt up and returned to Xiao Qian and the team. All of these were built by you. Chen Fan slapped his forehead and said in disbelief. This was much faster and better looking than any of the houses he had built. Are the demolition teams just a symptom, and the contractors the real deal? Should we rename them Xiao Bao, Xiao Gong, and Xiao Tu? Roar! As if they could sense what Chen Fan was thinking, the demolition team took a step back at the same time and looked at Chen Fan vigilantly. It seems that as long as Chen Fan changes their names, they will dare to fight with Chen Fan. Master Chen, you are indeed the nephew of the owner. The Dragon Master of the multi-winged red feather dragon came to Chen Fan and praised him, but it looks like everything should be fine. I will go back first. Well, thank you very much. Chen Fan bowed to the Dragon Master of the multi-winged red feather dragon. You're welcome. It's my job. The Dragon Master of the multi-winged red feather dragon smiled and waved his hand. Then he quickly walked back to the multi-winged red feather dragon and jumped lightly onto the multi-winged red feather dragon's back. Then the multi-winged red feather dragon flapped its wings lightly and flew into the air with the Dragon Master and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that he still cares about my feelings. Chen Fan shook his head. This speed is much faster than when he came back. By the way, during the days I was away, you guys, Chen Fan said and turned around, but found that the demolition team was gone. Just as Chen Fan was wondering, the ground suddenly shook violently, followed by the collapse of several surrounding buildings. The figures of the demolition team slowly stood up from the ruins. Looking at the figures of the demolition team, Chen Fan's eyes widened even more. He was originally wondering how the demolition team could learn on their own and change from the director of the demolition office to the head of the contractor. It turned out that it was for this purpose. Demolish and build and demolish. These three guys have fully grasped the concept of sustainable development. By the way, where's Xiao Jin? Chen Fan let out a long breath, ran to the dragon egg, picked it up, then looked around for the water tank. Soon, Chen Fan found the water tank and his vegetable patch in the ruins. Chen Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that although these three little guys had found a path to sustainable development, they did not act recklessly. At least no one touched the two things I entrusted to me. So Chen Fan ran to the water tank with the dragon egg in his arms and looked inside. He saw Xiao Jin wandering leisurely at the bottom of the tank. Hey, I'm back. Why didn't you come out to see me? Chen Fan shouted to Xiao Jin at the bottom of the water tank. However, Xiao Jin just turned his head to look at him, then opened his mouth and blew a few bubbles as a greeting, and then continued to wander leisurely. Chen Fan sighed. He saw a lot when he went to Jalal's dragon farm this time. The dragons they raised were obviously very normal and obedient. Why are all the ones I raised so unique? Shaking his head, Chen Fan carefully placed the dragon egg in his arms into the water tank. According to Julie, the eggs of this Langwen water dragon are very easy to hatch. They just need to be placed in water, and there are almost no special requirements. As for why he didn't put them in the Dubamon River next to the dragon farm, the reason was very simple. Chen Fan was afraid that the dragon eggs would be washed away by the water, or that the demolition team would crush the eggs while playing in the water. He was even more afraid that after the eggs were hatched, the Langwen water dragon inside would slip away along the river. Therefore, compared with the Dubamon River, Chen Fan felt that it would be safer to put it in a water tank. As for Xiao Jin, the water tank is very big, and Xiao Jin and the dragon egg are not big. Even if the dragon egg is placed in the water tank, It will not take up much space in the water tank. Just be careful, and don't let the Langwen water dragon eat Xiao Jin as a loach after it hatches. After the dragon eggs were settled, a feeling of fatigue came over me. Chen Fan didn't have a good rest on the way back. Now that he is finally home, Chen Fan can't bear it anymore. So Chen Fan looked around, then found an open space and lay down. As for why he didn't live in a nearby house, it was simply because Chen Fan was afraid of being buried alive after falling asleep. Just like that, when Chen Fan woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Chen Fan stretched and walked to the water tank, wanting to see how the dragon eggs were hatching. However, as soon as he looked inside, Chen Fan was stunned. Chapter 37. The dragon egg is broken. The dragon egg is broken. Only an empty dragon egg was left floating on the water. Chen Fan clearly saw a small hole in the dragon egg. It is absolutely impossible for a dragon egg to hatch from such a small hole. Then Chen Fan's gaze fell on Xiao Jin at the bottom of the water tank. He saw that Xiao Jin seemed to have gained weight, with a bulging belly, bubbles coming out of his mouth, and he seemed to be burping. This! Chen Fan took a deep breath, his eyes almost spitting fire, and he understood what was going on in an instant. What? Did I travel thousands of miles just to bring back some snacks for Xiao Jin? Xiao Jin! Finally, Chen Fan couldn't hold back his anger and reached out to grab Xiao Jin in the water tank. Add a dish tonight, loach stewed with tofu. However, the water tank was too deep. Even though Chen Fan stretched his arms until they were almost dislocated, he still couldn't reach Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was still lying very calmly at the bottom of the water tank, looking at Chen Fan leisurely. From time to time, he would roll up a snail next to him with his tail and put it into his mouth to chew gently, as if he was watching a show. Looking at Xiao Jin's eyes, Chen Fan became even angrier. He pulled his hand out of the water and grabbed the edge of the water tank. Let me see where you can escape to after I pour out all the water in the tank, Chen Fan said, gritting his teeth. Then, Chen Fan pushed hard. The water tank didn't move at all. Chen Fan looked around awkwardly. The demolition team was still playing not far away. Then Chen Fan pushed again. The water tank still didn't move at all. I don't believe it. Chen Fan's face turned red, and he continued to exert force. At this moment, Xiao Jin also swam to the edge of the water tank, lying there and gently tapping the water surface with his tail, as if shouting, "Come on, come on." Chen Fan was so tired that he was out of breath. He looked up at Xiao Jin, but he became more and more angry. Then he looked around and saw the demolition team not far away and wanted to call them over. But after changing his mind, Chen Fan gave up, and at the same time, a trace of fear arose in his heart. I was so angry just now that I forgot the most crucial point. It would be fine if the house collapsed, but if the water tank broke, it would be gone. Although water tanks are not expensive in Hatch City, the shipping cost is high. If he wanted to buy a water tank in Hatch City and transport it here, he would need at least 1 silver coin, but Chen Fan was reluctant to do that. As for asking the demolition team to build one, Chen Fan had no doubt that the demolition team would also demolish what they built, and there would be absolutely no hesitation. So Chen Fan looked at Xiao Jin, who was still splashing water on the edge of the water tank. Could he really let it get away with it? Suddenly, Chen Fan stretched out his hands. He wanted to try to catch Xiao Jin while he was not paying attention. However, Xiao Jin's body was too slippery. Although it was not prepared for Chen Fan and was caught by Chen Fan, it twisted its body and slipped out and returned to the water tank in the blink of an eye. Oh, Chen Fan had no choice but to sigh. Now that the Langwen water dragon's egg has been broken, all his plans have become invalid. In the end, it's all about the dragon egg. It's a dragon egg. The shell can't even stop a loach. It's really embarrassing. Then Chen Fan pondered for a moment. Although the dragon egg of the anaconda only required 700 copper coins, it was not insufficient. However, as Chen Fan had said at the beginning, the construction of the anaconda's venue was very expensive. If there is no way to provide the anaconda with good living conditions, it will not be able to grow well, let alone reach good quality. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Chen Fan encouraged himself, looked at Xiao Jin at the bottom of the water tank with resentment, and then walked out of the dragon farm. It's still early today, so we can still make a trip to Hatch and come back. After all, there is not much time left before the Dragon Master Association comes to inspect, so we have to be nervous. This time when he went to Hatch City, Chen Fan did not bring the demolition team. After all, the personalities of these 3 little guys were even more worrying than Xiao Hui and Xiao He. The last time Xiao Hui and Xiao He burned such a large area, at least I was in the right. If I bring the demolition team to demolish Hatch City this time, I won't be able to pay it back even if I sell myself. Walking leisurely in the woods, Chen Fan is now a completely different person than before. Even in the dense Ralph forest, he can barely identify the direction, especially the road from Pingfan Dragon Farm to Hatch City. Chen Fan remembered it clearly. As for the ferocious beasts on the road, Chen Fan was not worried. After this period of research, Chen Fan discovered that he would never encounter ordinary wild beasts. Perhaps this is because Chen Fan is from a dragon farm and has the aura of a dragon on his body. Before this aura dissipates, ordinary monsters will not easily approach him. However, it was also because of this reason that Chen Fan couldn't hunt even if he wanted to. Just like that, 2 hours later, Chen Fan finally arrived at the gate of Hatch City. However, before Chen Fan could enter Hatch City, he was stopped by a soldier. "Are you Chen Fan, the owner of Chun Field?" The soldier asked politely, holding a portrait in his hand and comparing it constantly. Ah. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan felt a little nervous. In my memory of my previous life, this kind of comparison was used to capture wanted criminals, and the portrait in the soldier's hand looked very much like a wanted poster. "It's me." After thinking for a while, Chen Fan told the truth. "Oh, hello, Master Chen." After hearing Chen Fan's affirmative answer, the soldier seemed a little nervous. He put away the portrait and asked hurriedly, Are you going into the city?" "How about I just pass by?" Chen Fan asked tentatively, looking at the city gate at the same time. "There's no Chen Fan, no entry sign here, right?" "Of course not. Master Chen has misunderstood." The soldier said hurriedly, "It's just that our General Sure has ordered that Master Chen is a distinguished guest. In order to protect the city of Hachi, no, in order to protect Master Chen's safety, if Master Chen enters the city, we must accompany him with the entire city." Chen Fan understood what the soldier meant. It was obvious that he considered him a dangerous person. Chen Fan curled his lips. He was clearly the victim both times, so why did it seem like it was his fault now? "Forget it. Follow me if you want." Chen Fan sighed and pointed at the door. "Can I go in this time?" "Well, please," the soldier said hurriedly. However, neither Chen Fan nor the soldiers expected that just as they entered Hatch City, a group of people were rushing towards Hatch City with murderous intent. At the same time, in a dark and deep cave in the Ralph forest, a black and gold dragon egg trembled slightly. Chapter 38, Return to Hatch City. Chen Fan knew nothing about the changes in the outside world. He just felt that Hatch City today was much quieter than before. "What's going on?" Chen Fan looked at the soldier beside him and asked in confusion. "It was very lively here last time I came here. Why is it so busy today?" "Oh, you're talking about this person? Your Excellency does not know that a big man came to our Hatch City today, and everyone went to see the glory of that big man," the soldier explained. "Big shot." Chen Fan looked at the soldier in confusion. "Who is it?" "Mr. Xiao," said the soldier. "Your subordinate?" "I'm just a commoner." Chen Fan shook his head. "Ah." The soldier looked at Chen Fan blankly. "Forget it. Is this subordinate very powerful?" "Some big shot." Chen Fan asked. "Master Chen, don't you know Lord Xiao is a master at the peak of the Hehe realm? It is said that he has a chance of winning even against a master at the Earth rank. He was invited by our commander, sure." The soldier said, "He came to our Hachi City this time to help us deal with the iron-toothed porcupine." Invited by Commander Sure? Iron-toothed porcupine. Chen Fan was even more confused. Chen Fan knew about the iron-toothed porcupine, a creature that looked similar to the porcupine in his previous life, but was several times larger than an ordinary porcupine. An adult iron-toothed porcupine was as big as a small mountain. The iron-toothed porcupine is as its name suggests. In addition to the spear-like thorns on its body, it also has 2 extremely sharp fangs, which give the iron-toothed porcupine extremely strong attack and defense capabilities. Therefore, even experts are usually unwilling to fight with the iron-toothed porcupine. But according to Chen Fan's memory, the iron-toothed porcupine lived in the depths of the Ralph forest, and there were no such animals near Hatch City. "Didn't you see it when you came?" The soldier was also a little confused. "I remember that the iron-toothed porcupine was wandering between Hachi City and your dragon farm. You should have seen it on your way here." "Oh no." Chen Fan's body trembled slightly when he heard this, and he felt a little scared. "Are there iron-toothed porcupines on this road?" "Fortunately, I didn't encounter them. Otherwise, I would have become pig feed." Chen Fanka remembered clearly that the iron-toothed porcupine was a carnivore. Moreover, the iron-toothed porcupine is particularly stubborn and the breath of the iron-backed rhinoceros is not enough to scare it away. It is a rare low-level magical beast that is not afraid of the breath of a dragon. As they were talking, Chen Fan and the soldiers had already crossed the empty streets and arrived near the dragon house. The owner of Longxi was lying in the lobby as usual, with his eyes half closed. Those who can manage a dragon house are generally not simple characters. Even if they don't have any talent for cultivation, their vision is very high. Especially for someone like the boss of Longxi, he has seen many masters at the level of Hehe, not to mention those at the level of Diheng, so he has no interest in joining in the fun. It's quite relaxing today. Chen Fan greeted with a smile. Hey, isn't this owner Chen? The owner of Longxi opened his eyes slightly, sat up immediately after seeing Chen Fan, and said with a smile. After Chen Fan left last time, he had already found out what happened and knew that he had been tricked by Chen Fan last time. But the owner of the dragon house didn't care. They were just 3 iron-backed rhinoceros eggs. Not to mention that he would get less money from selling them. What would it matter even if they were lost? Besides, last time, he tried to fool Chen Fan because he was young, but he was fooled instead. It was a tit for tat, and there was nothing to complain about. Besides, Chen Fan is indeed the owner of a dragon farm. There is no telling whether they will cooperate in the future. Why should they get upset over such a small matter? Therefore, the owner of Longxi just found Chen Fan interesting and did not have any resentment towards him. What's wrong? Was there a problem with the 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons I sold you last time? The dragon house owner waved his hand, and a servant ran to close the door. Are you here to burn my dragon house clean this time? Haha, boss, please stop teasing me. Chen Fan took a step back and stood next to the soldier, forcing a smile on his face. Last time? Don't talk about last time. Let's talk business. I admit defeat in the transaction. The owner of Longxi interrupted Chen Fan and stood up. I just want to know what Master Chen wants to do this time. I will never do the business of 3 dragon eggs for 700 copper coins again. Haha, boss, what are you talking about? Chen Fan said with a smile. Even if you dare to sell it, I dare not buy it. I'm not the kind of person who would push for more. As for this visit, of course I still have to buy dragon eggs. Oh, welcome, welcome. I wonder what kind of dragon eggs Master Chen wants this time. How many do you want? The dragon house owner said. Since we have been friends for a long time, I can give you a discount this time. I dare not hide it from the boss. Chen Fan thought for a while and said, I did encounter a problem this time, so I can't ask the boss for help. The reason why Chen Fan said this was that he had no choice. The owner of the dragon shed is not a simple person. The last method can only be used once. It is almost impossible to trick the dragon egg away from him again. So, instead of playing tricks on the owner of Longxi, it is better to be frank with him. As for whether it will succeed after being open and honest, it depends on the decision made by the owner of Longxi. What's the problem? The owner of Longxi looked at Chen Fan curiously. Soon, my dragon farm will face the inspection of the Dragon Master Association. Chen Fan said directly. After the inspection, if it passes, the dragon farm can continue to operate. If it fails, the dragon farm will be abandoned. The inspection standard is 7 dragons of 2 types, and there are only 3 ironback rhinoceros horn dragons in my dragon farm right now. They're the 3 that you sold me before, boss. So, you want me to help you collect some dragon eggs? The dragon house owner understood Chen Fan's meaning and said with a smile, But why should I help you? If there's a dragon farm near our Hachi city, it will surely be a help to you, boss. Chen Fan said, And I don't want your help for free. I have 2 silver coins here, but I don't know what to do with it. 2 silver coins for 3 ironback rhinoceros. The dragon keeper narrowed his eyes. If you buy 4 more ironback rhinoceros eggs, it would be enough, but 2 types of dragons are not enough. That's right. Chen Fan nodded. What about the anaconda? The price is reasonable, said the dragon house owner. The conditions where I live are not very suitable for raising anacondas at the moment, said Chen Fan. I see. The dragon house owner pondered for a moment. I think you're telling me this so frankly because you hope I can lend you or give you a dragon egg. That's impossible. I won't lend it. Chapter 39. 10 dragon eggs. I can invest in you, but I need to see that you have the corresponding potential. The dragon house owner continued. And your current potential is not enough for me to pay even a dragon egg for you. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. He had thought about this possibility before coming here, so he wasn't too upset. But I do have a way to go. It just depends on your luck. The owner of Longxi changed the subject and said with a smile. Chen Fan looked at the owner of Longxi and hesitated for a moment. Is this road a legitimate one? What? The owner of Longxi looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Ah, it's okay. Please give me some advice, boss. Chen Fan quickly changed his words. Then follow me. The owner of the dragon house nodded, then stood up and took Chen Fan into the dragon house. Soon Chen Fan followed the owner of the dragon house to a somewhat dilapidated house, where he saw a number of huge boxes. The owner of the dragon house opened the boxes, and inside were dragon eggs. Boss, what are these? Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he looked at the dragon eggs, and he asked hurriedly. There are good and bad dragon eggs, especially those of the lower-level dragons. The dragon house owner said, after inspection, these dragon eggs are all inferior dragon eggs. Normally, these dragon eggs are sent to other places to be sold as food, but in your case, they may be useful. What do you mean? Chen Fan looked at the owner of Longxi in confusion. What I mean is that these dragon eggs are very cheap. Even if you only have 2 silver coins, I can still sell you 10, regardless of the type of dragon eggs, said the dragon house owner. Really? Chen Fan's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly. Of course it's true. The dragon house owner nodded. But don't be too happy too soon. I tell you, the quality of these dragon eggs is extremely low. Not to mention being able to hatch a good quality dragon. Even the possibility of hatching is not high. So this is a big gamble. If you win, not only will you meet the conditions, but you may even exceed them by a long way. But if you lose, you may lose both silver coins. Well, can I buy 3 iron-backed rhinoceros eggs and use the rest to buy this dragon egg? Chen Fan secretly estimated in his mind. If 10 of these inferior dragon eggs only sell for 2 silver coins, that means 1 inferior dragon egg is worth 200 copper coins. In that case, if you buy 3 iron-backed rhinoceros eggs and then buy this dragon egg, you should be able to buy 4 inferior dragon eggs. Then as long as one of the 4 inferior dragon eggs is successfully hatched, one can meet 2 conditions. But if you put all your bets on inferior dragon eggs, then 4 out of 10 dragon eggs must be successfully hatched, which will be much more difficult. There's a real possibility of losing everything. However, Chen Fan calculated clearly, but the owner of Longxi shook his head and told Chen Fan, No. Why? You won't lose anything anyway. Chen Fan said, Normally, I cannot sell you this dragon egg. The Dragon Master Association has a rule. The dragon house owner said, and the reason why I sold you 10 eggs for 2 silver coins is actually a test. This is allowed by the Dragon Master Association. Does the Dragon Master Association have such wide-ranging responsibilities? Chen Fan curled his lips. So, either you don't buy inferior dragon eggs, or you buy all inferior dragon eggs. It's your choice. The dragon house owner said, Like I said, this is a test. If you pass the test, I think you are strong enough to cooperate with me, and we can become partners from now on, mutually beneficial. What is this test about? Chen Fan asked. Luck? No, it's about strength. The dragon house boss said, Of course, luck is also a part of strength. Okay. Chen Fan nodded, then reached into his arms and took out 2 silver coins and handed them to the dragon house owner. Come on, boss, help me pick 10. The dragon house owner was shocked by Chen Fan's action. Don't you need to think about it carefully? I'm not in a hurry. Chen Fan was clearly still hesitating just now. Why did he feel so happy in an instant? What are you considering? I won't consider it anymore. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said, The more I consider, the more scared I will be. It's better to be straightforward. Besides, what's the point of me thinking about it? Silver coins can't lay eggs by themselves. Isn't this my only way out now? Haha, you are so straightforward. Hearing this, the dragon house owner shook his head, then came to the pile of eggs and started picking them out carefully. Although they're all inferior eggs, there are good and bad inferior eggs. There are always some eggs that have a 1,000th higher probability of hatching. Soon, the dragon farm owner picked out 10 dragon eggs, handed them to Chen Fan, and said, Although these dragon eggs are not precious, they are easy to cultivate. If you are lucky enough to hatch them, it will not cause too much burden to your dragon farm. Thank you, boss. Chen Fan took the dragon egg solemnly, then clasped his fist to the dragon house boss. I will remember this favor. You stop joking. How could I have done you any favor? The owner of Longxi shook his head. After hearing this, Chen Fan just smiled and said nothing. Then he said to the soldier, Please trouble this big brother to accompany me out of the city. Huh? You're not going to walk anymore? The soldier asked in confusion. How dare I wander around randomly when my life and property are at stake? Chen Fan patted the package containing the dragon egg and said with a smile, Besides, it's getting late now. I'd better leave quickly. Okay. The soldier nodded after hearing this. In fact, there was another reason that Chen Fan didn't say, which was that after he knew there was an iron-toothed porcupine in the woods, he was really worried about the situation in the dragon farm. If the iron-toothed porcupine, which may require a master of the Hahui realm to deal with, breaks into an ordinary dragon farm, I am afraid that the demolition team and Xiao Jin will all die under its fangs. Therefore, Chen Fan needs to rush back as soon as possible, at least to ensure that if he really encounters an iron-toothed porcupine, he can escape with the demolition team and Xiao Jin to prevent the demolition team from being stubborn. So Chen Fan, accompanied by the soldiers, left the dragon house, left Hatch City, and walked along the avenue in the woods towards the dragon farm. Just as they were leaving, there were already a lot more people on the road. Chen Fan heard that this was because the master named Xiao had already set off, so there was no excitement to see in Hatch City, and everyone went back to their respective places. The 10 dragon eggs were very large, and although they were not heavy, they were still very difficult to carry. This made Chen Fan regret not bringing the demolition team with him. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world, and Chen Fan could not throw the dragon egg halfway, so he had to bite the bullet and move on. However, when Chen Fan had walked halfway, a violent roar suddenly sounded in front of him. Chapter 40. Such a master. Violent roars continued to sound, and Chen Fan was suddenly shocked. It goes without saying that the roar must have been made by the man named Xiao fighting the iron-toothed porcupine. Chen Fan didn't even have the slightest intention of going forward to take a look. After all, curiosity kills the cat. In the battle between two masters who are close to the state of harmony, Chen Fan is really afraid that he will be killed accidentally. Thinking of this, Chen Fan ran to the other side with the package on his back. If it really doesn't work, just take a detour. You're so familiar with the place anyway, it won't be a problem even if you take a detour. If Chen Fan hadn't been worried about the demolition team and Xiao Jin in the dragon farm, he would have wanted to return to Hatch City to avoid the limelight. However, just as Chen Fan was about to run, a roar came quickly towards him, as if the battlefield was moving towards him. After discovering this, Chen Fan was even more shocked and ran as fast as he could. However, Chen Fan had no cultivation after all, and he was carrying a dragon egg on his back, and this was a forest, so even though Chen Fan ran as fast as he could, he was still caught up by the roar. Boom! Sharp thorns pierced through the woods, pierced through the big trees, and landed heavily on the ground in front of Chen Fan. Looking at the needles on the ground, Chen Fan's legs trembled slightly. If he had run a step faster, the thorns would have pierced his body. Before Chen Fan could recover from his fear, another long thorn shot out and stabbed Chen Fan not far away. Chen Fan swallowed, looked around quickly, and finally saw a huge rock. Then he ran over quickly and hid his body behind the rock. If only I could avoid this storm. Thinking of this, Chen Fan quietly stuck his head out, and as he expected, the battlefield was very close to him. About 50 meters away, a huge iron-toothed porcupine was showing its power. Its sharp, long spines were like spears thrown by an army, constantly shooting toward a figure in front. The figure was a middle-aged man, half floating in the air. He was wearing a brown robe and holding a huge axe as tall as a person. The middle-aged man kept swinging the giant axe, and the surrounding big trees were broken like grass. The sharp, long thorns shot by the iron-toothed porcupine could not get close to his body at all and were smashed into pieces by the giant axe. The two long spikes that almost hit Chen Fan just now seemed to have flown in this way. This is the master. Chen Fan knew that the middle-aged man must be Xiao who was in the Hehe realm. Watching the battle between Xiao and the iron-toothed porcupine, Chen Fan's eyes were full of envy. Fighting against the sky, the earth, and the porcupine, which young man has not had such a passionate dream. Chen Fan secretly decided in his heart that when his dragon farm was on track, and when he had some spare money, he would retest his cultivation talent. He just didn't believe it. After traveling through time and space and living 2 lives as a human being, was there really no possibility for him to practice? After watching I Am the Great Master, that year, Chen Fan ate sweet potatoes for 2 whole weeks. If he had not been hospitalized later, he would have continued to eat them. Chen Fan just didn't believe it. Wouldn't this change anything? While Chen Fan was daydreaming, the battle not far away became more and more intense. The quills on the iron-toothed porcupine were almost all shot out, and Xiao was already covered in blood. This Xiao is a bit unlucky. Seeing this, Chen Fan shook his head silently. Based on what Chen Fan understood, This iron-toothed porcupine must have mutated. You know, the usual iron-toothed porcupine is only 2 meters tall, and even the larger ones are only about 3 meters tall, but the iron-toothed porcupine in front of you is more than 5 meters tall. For magical beasts, the bigger they are, the stronger they are. A 5-meter-tall iron-toothed porcupine is probably more than twice as strong as an ordinary iron-toothed porcupine. This Xiaoguan's ability would have no problem against ordinary iron-toothed porcupines, but facing this mutated iron-toothed porcupine. Thinking of this, Chen Fan secretly sighed. It seemed that this Xiaoguan was going to be defeated, but he didn't know if he could escape. However, just when Chen Fan was worried about Xiaoguan, Xiaoguan paused and suddenly glanced in the direction of Chen Fan. Chen Fan had been staring at the battlefield. When he saw Xiaoguan looking at him, he quickly forced a smile and nodded slightly. As a human being, you should always be polite. However, contrary to Chen Fan's expectations, Xiaoguan suddenly swung the giant axe in his hand towards the iron-toothed porcupine, and then rushed towards Chen Fan without any hesitation. This! Chen Fan was stunned, not understanding what Xiaoguan was going to do. However, Chen Fan understood the next moment. After the iron-toothed porcupine blocked the giant axe thrown by Xiaoguan, it found that Xiaoguan had actually escaped. It immediately roared and rushed over quickly. But Xiaoguan did not turn around to fight. Instead, when he rushed to Chen Fan, he raised his arm. A powerful force shattered the boulder that Chen Fan was hiding from, exposing Chen Fan's figure to the iron-toothed porcupine. At the same time, Xiaoguan shook his arm, and some gray powder fell on Chen Fan's body. Then, as Chen Fan looked on in disbelief, the iron-toothed porcupine's body paused, and then its red eyes stared at Chen Fan. "Damn it, what are you throwing at me?" Chen Fan saw this and ran away. He had completely understood what was going on. It must be that Xiaoguan felt that he was going to lose, but was worried that he would be caught up by the other party. So he diverted the trouble to attract the attention of the iron-toothed porcupine and escape successfully. "Xiaoguan, you bastard! Just wait." Chen Fan cursed as he ran. "Isn't this a master? Isn't this a master? Isn't this a foreign aid? How can you be so shameless?" Chen Fan was extremely angry and ran faster and faster. He didn't dare to face the iron-toothed porcupine directly, otherwise he would surely die. However, when the iron-toothed porcupine and Xiaoguan were fighting before, Chen Fan couldn't even outrun them, let alone the current situation. If the iron-toothed porcupine had not been injured in the battle with Xiaoguan just now, Chen Fan would have been caught up by the iron-toothed porcupine and trampled to death in an instant. But even so, Chen Fan still couldn't get rid of the iron-toothed porcupine, and the iron-toothed porcupine was getting closer and closer to him. "Damn Xiaoguan, if I don't die this time, I will make you a eunuch." Chen Fan cursed as he ran, but he was filled with despair in his heart. If this continues, he will sooner or later become pig fodder for the iron-toothed porcupine behind him. However, at this moment, Chen Fan suddenly saw a towering tree not far ahead. The tree was very thick, reaching from the sky to the ground, and looked to be more than 10 meters high. Chen Fan's heart suddenly filled with joy, and he ran over quickly. "As long as I can climb up this tree, maybe I can get rid of the iron-toothed porcupine behind me." After all, in the past, pigs wouldn't climb trees. Chapter 41. Iron-Toothed Porcupine. Chen Fan did not have time to think about whether the pig from this alien world would climb the tree, and he even forgot that the iron-toothed porcupine had the ability to attack from distance. In short, he was about to faint, and at this moment he had only one thought left: climb the tree. So, Chen Fan quickly ran to the towering tree and climbed up the tree like a nimble monkey. In just a few breaths, Chen Fan had climbed more than 3 meters. To be honest, Chen Fan didn't know how to climb trees in his previous life. He was forced to do this after he came to this world. When Chen Fan first raised Xiao, Hui, and Xiao He, he really didn't want to eat fish every day, so he tried to climb up the tree every day to find some fruit to eat. Although those fruits are not delicious, and there are only a few of them, they can at least change the taste. As for whether it was poisonous or not, Chen Fan threw it to Xiao Hui and Xiao He to taste before eating it himself. After all, given the physique of the ironback rhinoceros, even if it is highly poisonous, they will only have diarrhea and it won't be a big deal. After a while, I developed the skill of climbing trees. However, just when Chen Fan climbed more than 5 meters, the iron-toothed porcupine had already arrived at the tree. Bang! The iron-toothed porcupine stared at Chen Fan with red eyes and stomped its hooves suddenly on the trunk of the tree. Suddenly, The trunk of the tree shook violently, and Chen Fan was almost shaken off. Chen Fan hugged the tree trunk tightly. The shock made his mind clearer. Then he remembered that this world was different from his previous life. But now that Chen Fan was already on the tree, he could only keep his head down and continue climbing. However, at this moment, Chen Fan felt a lightness on his back. He turned around and saw that his package was broken and a dragon egg fell out of the package. My balls! Chen Fan suddenly shouted. Even though I almost died from running just now, I didn't throw away the dragon eggs, but now one of them actually fell. However, despite Chen Fan shouting, it was of no avail. The dragon egg fell and happened to be stuck in the fangs of the iron-toothed porcupine. The iron-toothed porcupine stuck out its tongue and licked it. Then an even more excited look appeared on its face, and it banged the tree even harder. Sure enough, as the iron-toothed porcupine bumped into the tree began to shake again, and the dragon eggs in Chen Fan's package fell down one by one. Damn it, I'm gonna make you into a roasted suckling pig. Chen Fan held on to the tree trunk tightly and yelled madly. But it was still of no avail. The pain on his back became lighter and lighter. Finally, during a period of shaking, Chen Fan couldn't hold on any longer and fell off the tree. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise rang out in the Ralph forest. Large trees fell down one after another, and the huge body of the iron-toothed porcupine rampaged in the woods. And on a sharp thorn on the back of this iron-toothed porcupine, there was a person hanging. This person was holding a package tightly in his arms, and his face was pale. Chen Fan? Yes, this person is Chen Fan. An hour ago, Chen Fan fell from a tree. When he thought he was dead, he happened to be caught on the sharp quills of an iron-toothed porcupine. The iron-toothed porcupine was so focused on hitting the tree that it didn't notice this. When the iron-toothed porcupine discovered that Chen Fan was missing, he became even angrier. Although it is a pig, it is not stupid. It knows that there are several dragon eggs in Chen Fan's backpack. It can give up Chen Fan, but it cannot give up the dragon eggs. However, no matter how hard it looked, it could not find any trace of Chen Fan, but it could still smell the pungent smell on Chen Fan. This made the iron-toothed porcupine even more agitated, so it started to rush around. Chen Fan had been hanging on the iron-toothed porcupine's body. He did not dare to struggle and could only hold on to the package and the dragon egg inside with all his strength. He could feel that the iron-toothed porcupine was looking for him. The reason why it couldn't find him was because he happened to fall into its blind spot. If he fell to the ground, he would be chased by the iron-toothed porcupine again. But just hanging there like this was not a good idea. Chen Fan tried desperately to think of how to escape, but he still had no idea. Just like that, as the iron-toothed porcupine went crazy, it ran for an unknown distance, and Chen Fan could no longer judge his location from the surrounding environment. Chen Fan sadly discovered that he was completely lost. At this moment, Chen Fan wanted to slap himself a few times. He swore that he would never come out alone next time, if there was a next time. At this moment, the iron-toothed porcupine suddenly stopped and almost threw Chen Fan out. Chen Fan hugged the dragon egg tightly and looked forward in confusion. Then Chen Fan saw a group of people in black clothes standing not far ahead. These people did not seem to have expected to encounter the iron-toothed porcupine, and they all stood there in a daze. Oh no! Looking at these people, Chen Fan was shocked. Although I don't know what the other party is doing, he is definitely very dangerous at this moment. Even Xiao, who was at the Hechi realm, was almost beaten into a eunuch. So even if these people in front of him were at the Zhui or even Beitong realm, they would probably die under the fangs of this iron-toothed porcupine. But Chen Fan didn't dare to shout. He could only wave his hands continuously, trying to signal the other party to run away. The group of people in black clothes then noticed Chen Fan hanging on the back of the iron-toothed porcupine. They looked at each other, wondering what Chen Fan was doing. Was he swinging? However, although they were shocked by the iron-toothed porcupine in front of them, they did not panic, but looked at the middle-aged man who was leading them. Avoid if you can, the middle-aged man said calmly. We are here to do business, not to kill pigs. But at this moment, the iron-toothed porcupine suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the men in black with its sharp teeth showing. During the charge, a silvery white light began to flash on the sharp teeth of the iron-toothed porcupine. This is the power of gold. With the blessing of gold attribute, the iron-toothed porcupine is like an armored vehicle, and it seems that it can easily crush all the opponents. Kill it. However, the middle-aged man did not panic at all when he saw this. He He just waved his hand, and all the men in black started moving. These men in black were well trained, just like an army. In the blink of an eye, they dispersed and surrounded the iron-toothed porcupine. If you're in good condition, the middle-aged man in the lead stood in front of the iron-toothed porcupine, and a brown aura gradually emanated from his body. Perhaps I would really be afraid of you. Perhaps all of us would really die under your fangs. But now, a brown light filled the middle-aged man's eyes, and then a set of armor appeared on his body. Die! The middle-aged man roared and threw a punch, hitting the iron-toothed porcupine directly on the nose. Bang! A loud noise sounded, and the middle-aged man flew backwards. Chapter 42, Broken. Looking at the middle-aged man flying backwards, Chen Fan couldn't help but curl his lips. Expert. This is what you call an expert? Not even as good as that eunuch. It seems that none of these people in front of me will survive. But just when Chen Fan thought so, he saw the middle-aged man landed steadily on the ground, as if he had not suffered any harm at all. At the same time, the men in black surrounding the iron-toothed porcupine came from all directions, and their sharp swords stabbed at the iron-toothed porcupine. The iron-toothed porcupine suddenly roared, but this was different from when it dealt with Xiao before. Although Xiao is strong, he is just one person after all and cannot launch an effective attack on it. Even if Xiao wants to change position, the iron-toothed porcupine can keep up with the opponent's changes. But now there were too many men in black, and they were attacking from all sides, so the iron-toothed porcupine didn't know who to face for a moment. And Chen Fan just now discovered that what is even more clever is that the middle-aged man just now was not really unable to withstand the attack of the iron-toothed porcupine, but he did not need to really block the attack of the iron-toothed porcupine, he just needed to lure it to this position. This position is not only the center of the encirclement, but also a position similar to the mouth of a bottle. The big trees on both sides are like a pair of pliers, which just happen to trap the iron-toothed porcupine in the middle. Of course, this does not mean that the iron-toothed porcupine's movements will be restricted and it will become a turtle in a jar. However, it can slow down the iron-toothed porcupine's turning movement, providing the surrounding men in black with opportunities to attack. However, the iron-toothed porcupine is a high-level pig in the state of harmony after all. Even if it is trapped in such a situation, it is not without any power to resist. The powerful force of gold element gathered in the body of the iron-toothed porcupine. The quills on its body suddenly stood up and then shot out in all directions like spears. However, the men in black seemed to be prepared for this. They quickly dodged when the long spikes were just raised. The flying spikes did not cause any harm to them. Bang! However, the man in black was not hurt, but Chen Fan was different. You should know that Chen Fan was hanging on a long thorn at the moment. Before he could react, his whole body was shot out with the flying thorn and nailed heavily to a big tree. Bang! Chen Fan's body hit the tree heavily, and his head felt dizzy. But Chen Fan also understood it. No wonder the middle-aged man said that the iron-toothed porcupine was nothing to be afraid of nowadays. The iron-toothed porcupine, which had just fought a fierce battle with Xiao, not only had its strength greatly reduced, but even its long spines that were used for both offense and defense were only 1/10 of what remained. If these long spikes were intact, then even if the men in black reacted quickly, there would inevitably be casualties. After all, barrage attacks are always fatal. However, only 1 in 10 iron-toothed porcupines still have their quills today, which leave a large loophole in the quill's attack. These men in black are all veterans of many battles, and these loopholes are extremely clear to them. So no matter how strong the attack power of the iron-toothed porcupine's quills is, they cannot hit them at all. The spikes are not like missiles, and they won't explode, so if they can't hit the target, they're useless no matter how powerful they are. At the same time, the iron-toothed porcupine, having lost the protection of its last long thorns, really became meat on the chopping board in the eyes of these men in black. Men in black continued to attack the iron-toothed porcupine, and soon the iron-toothed porcupine's body was covered with wounds. As for the middle-aged man, he was the strongest and had been standing in front of the iron-toothed porcupine, attracting its attention. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour, the iron-toothed porcupine's body, as big as a hill, fell heavily to the ground, dead. The man in black showed no mercy to the iron-toothed porcupine. After all, being targeted by such a monster in a place like this was not a good thing. Just as the iron-toothed porcupine's body fell heavily to the ground, Chen Fan finally climbed down from the tree. Just as he was about to escape, a sharp sword flew past and stabbed the ground in front of him. You guys are so awesome. Chen Fan's forehead was covered with sweat. His face was full of smiles, and he looked at the men in black. Who are you? Why are you here? How did you provoke the iron-toothed porcupine? The middle-aged man walked forward and asked in a deep voice. I, Tinting. Chen Fan's mind raced, and he looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. I am. If you dare to lie, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece and let you die in agony. The middle-aged man said again. Isn't this Ling Chi? Chen Fan muttered quietly, then continued with a smile. How can this be said, sir? You are my lifesavers. How dare I lie? My name is Ace, and I'm a businessman. I accidentally encountered an iron-toothed porcupine while I was in the woods. Luckily, I wasn't killed by it, but ended up hanging on its back. But I couldn't escape, and thanks to my benefactors, I was able to survive. Chen Fan would never tell them his real name. After all, people in this world have many means. Maybe there is some means that can control other people's bodies based on their names. It's always better to be careful. As for Ace, it shouldn't be a big deal for him to take some blame for his dear nephew. Businessman. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then stared at the package in his hand. Where are you doing business? Where are you going? What's in the package? As for me, I'm from the Dragon Shed in Hachi City. Chen Fan said, well, the people from the Dragon Farm bought a few dragon eggs from our Dragon Shun, and I wanted to deliver them to them, but I never thought that this would happen. As for the package, it is naturally the dragon egg. As he spoke, Chen Fan opened the package in his hand and showed it to the men in black. Oh, the man in black glanced at him, nodded slightly, and then said, it just so happens that we are also businessmen. We have a business to discuss in Hachi City, but we accidentally got lost in the woods. Since you're a businessman in Hachi City, you must know the way to Hachi City. Hearing this, Chen Fan really wanted to ask, do you think I'm a fool? Dressed in black, all experts, decisive in killing, not following the right path, and yet they still call themselves businessmen? However, Chen Fan did not dare to expose it, let alone say that he was lost now. Otherwise, Chen Fan believed that they would definitely kill him. I will help my benefactor as he asked me to do so. Chen Fan struggled for a moment and whispered, but I still have to deliver the goods. If I finish delivering them, I will be scolded. Oh, the middle-aged man was not angry. He just waved his arm, and Chen Fan heard a click sound coming from his package, and then the package deflated instantly. Unfortunately, the dragon eggs in your package seem to be broken. The middle-aged man sighed and said, Chapter 43, Being Targeted. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Chen Fan's mind went blank in an instant. The dragon eggs that he had tried so hard to save were broken like this. Now he was completely penniless. If he didn't ask Ace and the others for help, he was afraid that the dragon farm would be gone. You don't have to worry. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan and said calmly, we didn't ask you to lead the way for nothing. 5 silver coins. As long as you lead us to Hachi City, we will give you 5 silver coins. By then, you'll be able to make up for the current losses. Thank you very much, benefactor. Chen Fan said hurriedly, but in his heart he sneered at the middle-aged man's words. Chen Fan was very sure that once he and the men in black found Hatch City, the first thing they would do would definitely be to kill him. However, the most critical issue at this moment is not whether he will be killed, but where is Hatch City? Chen Fan looked around. This place was no longer recognizable to him, and he didn't recognize it at all. But Chen Fan did not dare to tell the truth. After all, Chen Fan felt that the reason these people did not kill him was because he could lead the way. If he could not lead the way, he would die now. Okay, now that we've made it clear, lead the way. Don't worry, as long as we get to Hatch City, we will definitely not treat you unfairly, said the middle-aged man. My benefactor, what are you talking about? It is my duty to lead the way. Chen Fan said hurriedly. There was no other way, so he could only take it one step at a time. As for the road, Chen Fan felt that as long as he followed the path destroyed by the iron-toothed porcupine, he would definitely find Hatch City. After all, the iron-toothed porcupine came from nearby. So Chen Fan gritted his teeth and led the team into the depths of the woods. Sir, a man in black came to the middle-aged man and whispered, will there be any problem? I just tried it. The middle-aged man shook his head. He really has never practiced. Haha, I didn't expect to meet such a useless person in this deep forest. The man in black sighed. Damn it, if it weren't for that guy, Chen Wei wouldn't have died. If Chen Wei hadn't died, How could we be trapped in this damn place? Stop talking about this. The middle-aged man said, tell everyone to follow this man and never let him get away. Then all the men in black followed Chen Fan. After walking for a while, Chen Fan found that things seemed to be a little bad. The monsters that liked to rampage in the Rao Forest were not only the iron-toothed porcupines, so the trees in the Rao Forest were particularly thick and difficult to break unless they were faced with a battle or were deliberately destroyed. Therefore, the traces left by the iron-toothed porcupine are so few and far between that they are almost indistinguishable. Therefore, in just about a quarter of an hour, Chen Fan could no longer find any trace of the iron-toothed porcupine. Slowly turning his head to glance at the man in black, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward, while reaching out and gently touching his chest. The powder of the phantom mushroom was placed there, and it was the powder of the phantom mushroom that Yi had specially made for him. Yi had told Chen Fan that as long as someone eats the powder of the Yuzhong mushroom, even a master at the Hehe realm would fall into a coma. So, if we could take advantage of these people not paying attention and make them drink the phantom mushroom powder. Chen Fan sighed softly. It was not easy to do this. It required time and opportunity. In this way, Chen Fan led the men in black through the woods, and until sunset, they still did not find any road. A man in black couldn't help but come to Chen Fan's side, forced a smile, and said, "Hey, you're not lost either, are you? My benefactor, what nonsense are you talking about? I have lived in this Rao forest since I was a child. How could I get lost?" Chen Fan shook his head without any panic on his face. "Do you live here?" The middle-aged man also walked forward and asked in confusion. "That's right." Chen Fan nodded. "My parents don't like noise, so they brought me here to live until I came of age, and then they took me to Hatch City." "I see. How long will it take us to reach Hatch City?" The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. "If my estimate is correct, it should be about 7 days." Chen Fan said in a deep voice, "You are a little too lost. Since these people don't know what to do next, it means that they definitely don't know where they are." Then Chen Fan doesn't have to worry about what he said being exposed. The more confident he is, the more they will believe it. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Fan's words, the middle-aged man nodded and temporarily believed him. Then the middle-aged man said, "In this case, let's rest nearby." "Okay." Chen Fan nodded. In Ralph's big forest, night and day are two different worlds. Just like that, plus Chen Fan was hung on the iron-toothed porcupine for a whole day and night, so he couldn't bear it anymore. So, after the men in black set up the resting area, Chen Fan quickly climbed up the tree and found a safe place to rest. As for whether the men in black would do something while he was sleeping, that was not within Chen Fan's consideration at all. Chen Fan was very clear about his own strength. If these men in black really wanted to do something to him, he would not be able to stop them at all, whether he was awake or asleep. If that's the case, then why should we be so cautious? And just after Chen Fan fell asleep, all the men in black on the ground gathered together, staring at Chen Fan closely. "Who do you think he is?" the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. "I don't know, it feels weird," a man in black said in a deep voice. "I have been observing him all the way, and he doesn't give me the slightest feeling of threat. But for some reason, I've always felt a little uneasy in my heart." "Uneasy?" The middle-aged man looked at the man in black. He did not dare to ignore the other person's feelings. The man in black is called Aster, and he is the most sensitive person in the team. If it weren't for Aster, they wouldn't have lost just Chin Wei. "Yes, I feel uneasy." Aster nodded and said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, I can't explain why. I always feel like I'm being watched by a mysterious, malicious gaze." "Should we kill him then?" said another man in black. "I don't know." Aster looked up at the dark sky and said in a deep voice, "Let's follow them first. We have been delayed for too long. If we continue, however, we have to be careful. I always feel that something seems to be approaching us." Chapter 44, Haluki. The next morning, Chen Fan was awakened by the middle-aged man. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. It seemed that last night was not very safe. But fortunately, these men in black were very capable, and they didn't even see the people in their hands. "Here." After Chen Fan landed, the middle-aged man threw a piece of steamed bun to Chen Fan. "Thank you, benefactor." Chen Fan took the steamed bun with a smile on his face. He was indeed hungry, so he quickly tore off a small piece of the steamed bun and carefully put it in his mouth. "Let's go after you finish eating." The middle-aged man said, "By the way, my name is Haluki. You don't have to call me benefactor all the time." "Haluki?" Chen Fan glanced at the middle-aged man, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Why, have you heard of me?" Haluki suddenly laughed, and said in a deep voice, "No." Chen Fan shook his head and then said, "I know very few people. This is the first time I've heard of your name." "Is this really the first time you heard of this?" Haluki stared into Chen Fan's eyes and asked in a deep voice, Is this name famous?" Chen Fan said cautiously, "Should I know him?" After staring at Chen Fan's face for a long time, Huluchi suddenly laughed. "It seems that I'm still a little arrogant. I'm quite famous in our place. I thought you're also a businessman, so you should have heard of me." "I'm sorry." Chen Fan shook his head. "I'm not very good at dealing with others, so it's indeed a bit rare." It's okay. Haluki shook his head, looked at the other men in black, and made a gesture with his hand. When the men in black saw this gesture, they all secretly put away their weapons, without any change in their expressions. "Okay, eat first. I'll get you some water." Haluki changed the subject and said, "The way you eat, you won't be able to finish this steamed bun until dark." So Haluki brought Chen Fan a kettle, and Chen Fan was no longer cautious. He quickly finished the steamed bun with the water in the kettle. Then Chen Fan led Haluki and others to continue moving forward. However, Chen Fan became more and more frightened as he walked, because the road in front of him became more and more rugged and the trees became more and more lush, as if he had entered a deeper place. But Chen Fan didn't dare to change the route, otherwise he was worried that it would arouse the suspicion of Haluki and others. So, even if Haluki asked him, he would just say that this road was shorter. But just an hour later, Aster's face suddenly turned very pale, and then he hurriedly stopped everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone be careful." Then a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "It's him." Looking at the figure, Chen Fan's eyes instantly turned green, because that person was none other than Xiao. At this moment, when Xiao saw everyone, his face looked very ugly. He was injured in the battle with the iron-toothed porcupine. For the sake of face, he did not return to Hatch City, but continued to stay in the Rao forest to recuperate. Now he was just about to get some food, but unexpectedly he met someone. However, the next moment, Xiaoguan's expression became even uglier because he recognized Chen Fan. Obviously, with Chen Fan's ability, he would not be able to defeat the iron-toothed porcupine, let alone escape from its pursuit. So why is Chen Fan here? There must be someone helping him. And who else could help him except the man in black behind him? But why would the man in black help Chen Fan for no reason, and even be willing to fight against such a powerful iron-toothed porcupine for Chen Fan? He must have a close relationship with Chen Fan. So he was willing to help Chen Fan and had a close relationship with Chen Fan. He followed Chen Fan all the way to find himself. How else could this be possible? Chen Fan must have asked these people for help. In other words, these men in black were the reinforcements that Chen Fan had called in to seek revenge on him. You rubbish. How can you be so narrow-minded? Thinking of this, Xiaoguan turned around and ran without hesitation. Xiaoguan didn't think it would be any good for him to face the team that could kill the iron-toothed porcupine. Even if the iron-toothed porcupine was weakened by me, I am not much better than it. Xiaoguan knew very well that a good man would not suffer a loss in front of him, so he ran away without any regrets. Sir, he is Xiaoguan. At this time, a man in black also recognized Xiaoguan's identity and hurriedly said to Haluki, "It's him." Haluki was about to order a manhunt after hearing this, but found that Xiaoguan had disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Haluki clenched his fists, then looked at Chen Fan and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that person just now?" I was targeted by the iron-toothed porcupine because of that person." Chen Fan said and recounted what had happened before, but he concealed the information that he was the one who bought the eggs. "Sir, I heard that this Xiaoguan is close friends with Meng from Hachi City." A man in black whispered to Haluki. Haluki nodded and patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, when we get to Hachi City, we will definitely help you get revenge." At this moment, Haluki believed Chen Fan more and more, because according to the existing clues, Xiaoguan was invited by Meng to deal with the iron-toothed porcupine. Then Xiaoguan was injured after fighting with the iron-toothed porcupine and took the opportunity to escape. In Haluki's opinion, Xiaoguan must return to Hachi City to recuperate. In this case, Xiaoguan must have come here from Hatch City, and his purpose should be to continue hunting down the iron-toothed porcupine. In other words, this direction is indeed towards Hatch City. Then Haluki did not hesitate and asked Chen Fan to continue leading the way and rush towards Hachi City as soon as possible. This time, Haluki even took Chen Fan forward. Although Haluki's burden increased, the speed could be much faster. Slow down, slow down. Feeling Haluki's speed, Chen Fan's face became more and more ugly. Haluki and others just thought that Chen Fan was still in the nightmare of the iron-toothed porcupine and did not take it seriously. Only Chen Fan himself knew that he was afraid that if he went too fast, he would be exposed too easily. After all, if Haluki took him on a 7-day journey at an extremely fast speed, but in the end he didn't even see the shadow of Hachi City, how could he explain it? At this moment, Haluki suddenly stopped and looked around vigilantly. It finally stopped. I said don't. Chen Fan just breathed a sigh of relief, but before he finished his words, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Damn it, retreat. Hearing the sound getting closer, Haluki's face suddenly changed, and he shouted hurriedly. But his shout was too late. In just a few seconds, a dark cloud had already flown out from the woods. Chapter 45. Poisonous Dragon Bee. Poison Dragon Bee. It's actually a poison dragon bee. After a brief moment of daze, Chen Fan immediately saw the true identity of the black cloud in front of him. Although this kind of bee has the word dragon in its name, it has nothing to do with real dragons and does not have any dragon blood in its body. But the poisonous dragon bee likes to attack dragons specifically and is more difficult to deal with than many dragons. Although Chen Fan had heard about the poisonous dragon bees in the Ralph Forest when he was in Hatch City before, he never thought that he would encounter one himself. After all, poisonous dragon bees are the nightmare of dragon farms. Run! After recognizing the identity of the poison dragon bee, Chen Fan and the men in black turned around and ran without any hesitation. A large number of ants can bite an elephant to death. Anyone who doesn't run away when encountering a swarm of poisonous dragon bees is a fool. But Chen Fan was just an ordinary person after all. He could not outrun those men in black and was soon left behind. At this moment, the poisonous dragon bee was already behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt a surge of despair. Was he going to die from the sting of a poisonous bee if he didn't die in the pig's mouth? Thinking of this, Chen Fan suddenly reached into his collar and touched the powder of the phantom mushroom. He was unwilling to die like this, so he wanted to fight. If the powder of the phantom mushroom can stun even those at the level of integration, there's no reason why it can't deal with these tiny bees. However, before Chen Fan could put the powder there, dark clouds enveloped him, and everything in front of him became pitch black in an instant. Seeing Chen Fan surrounded by poisonous dragon bees, Haluki and others sighed in their hearts, and no one wanted to save him. After all, in the eyes of Haluki and others, they would kill Chen Fan as soon as they arrived in Hachi City, so it didn't matter whether he died early or late. It was just a pity that there was no guide next. However, at this moment, the poisonous dragon bee flew past Chen Fan and rushed straight towards the men in black, leaving Chen Fan standing there in a daze, not knowing what was going on. The next moment, the poisonous dragon bees had caught up with the man in black, and suddenly various attributes of power wreaked havoc, causing continuous poisonous dragon bees to be blown away. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, found a corner, and sat down, waiting quietly. It's not that he didn't want to run, but he saw that Haluki, one of the men in black, was staring at him closely. So he felt that if he ran away, Haluki would definitely kill him. Therefore, he could not escape rashly at least until Haluki shifted his attention away from him. After about 3/4 of an hour, the battle was finally over and the poisonous dragon bees were successfully forced back by the men in black. Just like when they came, the poisonous dragon bees seemed not to see Chen Fan and all flew past him. After the poisonous dragon bee left, a man in black covered in blood rushed to Chen Fan angrily, grabbed Chen Fan by the collar, put the sharp blade in his hand on Chen Fan's neck, and said coldly, "Damn it, you set us up?" "I didn't. This matter has nothing to do with me." Chen Fan's face changed, and he seemed very angry. He said in a deep voice, "I've already told you to slow down. What do you think this place is? Your grandmother's backyard? How dare you run so fast without restraint? You!" Chu Tong's face became even uglier after hearing Chen Fan's words. "Chu Tong, let him go." At this moment, Hu Luchi suddenly said, "This matter should have nothing to do with him." "How is that possible?" The black-clothed man named Chu Tong said to Haluki with red eyes, "Sir, you just saw that these poisonous dragon bees did not attack him at all." "I did see it." Haluki nodded. "I'm also confused about what happened, but what happened just now has nothing to do with him. If these poisonous dragon bees are really controlled by him, we will not survive at all." This, Chu Tong gritted her teeth. She had to admit that Haluki was right. Now nearly 1/3 of the men in black have died, and the rest are all injured. If the poisonous dragon bees continue to attack at the risk of their lives, none of them will survive. Umph! Chen Fan snorted coldly. This benefactor is still sensible. But I'm still wondering why the poisonous dragon bee didn't attack you. Buluchi came to Chen Fan's side and asked coldly, "What do you have on you?" "I don't know." Chen Fan shook his head, startled. "I have never encountered such a thing before." Although having the phantom mushroom powder on his body was not a big deal and would not arouse the suspicion of Haluki and others. But this will also make Haluki and others alert, making it more difficult to poison them. "You really don't know?" Huluchi looked at Chen Fan's chest and said in a deep voice, "I really don't know." Although Chen Fan was panicking in his heart, there was no change on his face, and he nodded very seriously. "Sir." At this moment, another man in black came up and said to Haluki, "Actually, I have a guess." Haluki looked at the man in black and said, "Tell me about it." "My lord, do you still remember those dragon eggs?" The man in black said in a deep voice, "The dragon eggs were broken yesterday, and the egg liquid was splashed all over his body. So it is very likely that he has the breath of a dragon on him." "Dragon's breath? You mean the poisonous dragon bees didn't attack him because he had dragon's breath?" "Poisonous dragon bees are afraid of dragons." Chu Tong looked at the man in black and gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think this is possible? Everyone knows that poisonous dragon bees love to eat dragons, especially some weak dragons. So if the poisonous dragon bee smells the breath of a dragon, it should become more excited instead of avoiding it. In other words, Chen Fan should be the first one to die. On the contrary." The man in black shook his head. Although he has the aura of a dragon, he is not a living dragon. His egg liquid is broken, and he is no different from a dead dragon. So with the limited wisdom of the poisonous dragon bee, it is very likely that it has mistaken him for a dead dragon. Many monsters in Warcraft like to eat living things, and perhaps the poisonous dragon bee is the same. Isn't this a bear?" Chen Fan remembered a saying in his previous life that if you encounter a bear in the woods and you can't escape it, just pretend to be dead. Bears will not eat dead people. But Chen Fan has always scoffed at this statement. He thinks that if he pretends to be dead when facing a bear, he will really die. Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at the man in black. "Is it true that pretending to be dead is useful in this world?" "That's possible." Haluki nodded, then said to everyone, "Okay, let's keep moving forward. This is the Ralph Forest after all, and who knows what the smell of blood will attract." After a simple tidying up and bandaging, everyone continued to move forward, with Chen Fan still leading the team at the front. "Sir, do you really believe that talk?" The man in black came to Haluki and whispered, I'm not a fool." Haluki said in a deep voice, "Tell everyone to be careful. He must have something on him. Also, when you find the way to Hachi City, kill him and don't give him a chance to escape." "Yeah." The man in black nodded. Chapter 46, Swamp Danger. Although Chen Fan didn't know what Haluki and the men in black were saying behind him, he understood that his situation was even more dangerous. So Chen Fan led the way while thinking about what to do next. On the way, Chen Fan tried his best to disguise himself and make himself look harmless, try to lower the vigilance of the men in black in this way. However, Chen Fan found that no matter how convincing he was, no matter how close these men in black seemed to him, he was always extremely vigilant. This led to Chen Fan always wanting to take action, but he didn't know how to start. In this way, Chen Fan and the man in black walked in the woods with their own ulterior motives, and 3 days passed quickly. "Little brother, do you know the way? Why do I feel that this place seems to be more difficult than before?" A man in black smiled and put his arm around Chen Fan's shoulders. "Do you know the way? How about you lead the way?" Although Chen Fan was unsure, his performance was impeccable. "This is a shortcut. Although it is a little dangerous, it will be fine as long as you are careful. Especially," Chen Fan looked at Haluki and said in a deep voice, "Please, observe carefully before taking action. I don't want to be tricked by you." Brother Ace is still angry. Haluki didn't find Chen Fan's attitude change strange at all. Even in Haluki's opinion, if what happened before happened to him, he would definitely abandon everyone and leave alone. After all, in Haluki's opinion, it would not be difficult for Chen Fan to get rid of him and his people because of his familiarity with the Ralph Forest. But Haluki never imagined that the reason why Chen Fan did not leave was because he had no confidence and he was not familiar with the Ralph Forest at all. "No." Chen Fan shook his head and sighed. "My benefactor, I just want you to understand that this is the Ralph Forest, and we are not walking on the official road. There are countless dangerous monsters in it. So no matter how slowly we go, it's fine as long as we are safe. We are rushing to Hatch City, not to be reincarnated. Yes, Mr. Ace is right, Haluki said with a smile. As they were talking, they came to a swamp. Looking at the dark swamp in front of them, Chen Fan felt bitter in his heart. Is this also a shortcut? A man in black asked puzzledly, pointing at the dark swamp. Of course, Chen Fan said, gritting his teeth. No matter what, you must not give in, and you must not give them the slightest idea that you do not know the way. In that case, Haluki suddenly said, Brother, yes, you go ahead, and we'll follow you. After all, we're not familiar with the roads here. Chen Fan was about to refuse, but he saw several men in black calmly placing their hands on their weapons. So Chen Fan changed his words and said, There is nothing wrong with this, but you have to be careful. It is not safe here. Then Chen Fan turned around, looked at the dark swamp, took a deep breath, and quickly searched the swamp. Suddenly, Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he saw that there seemed to be a road in the swamp. So Chen Fan walked towards that road without any hesitation. Since we can't go back, we can only move forward. Chen Fan took a deep breath and then walked on that road. The ground under my feet is solid. After Chen Fan took the first step, his eyes lit up and he breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to Haluki and the others and said, Remember, be careful. Then Chen Fan walked forward carefully along the narrow path. Haluki and others stood at the edge of the swamp and watched, until Chen Fan walked to the center of the swamp. It looks like there's no problem, Haluki said in a deep voice. Everyone follow him, don't let him get away. Yeah. The men in black nodded and walked quickly towards the path Chen Fan took. When the men in black reached the center of the swamp, Chen Fan was almost out of the swamp. Chen Fan looked back at the man in black. His eyes lit up, and an idea came to his mind. Perhaps if he just ran a little faster and got out of the swamp and into the Ralph forest before these people, he could get rid of these men in black. After all, trying to find someone who is deliberately hiding in the forest is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So Chen Fan couldn't help but quicken his pace. At this moment, a man in black suddenly shouted. It turned out that he was walking too fast just now and almost fell into the swamp. When Haluki heard the shout, he turned around suddenly and glared at the man in black angrily. But before Haluki could say anything, a sense of vigilance suddenly rose in his heart, and he hurriedly shouted, Everyone be careful. The next moment, the swamp suddenly changed. The calm swamp surface was like boiling water, constantly boiling. Then the surface of the swamp slowly rose, and a pair of dark green eyes opened in the swamp. Damn it! Seeing these eyes, everyone felt a bad feeling in their hearts. Go, Haluki shouted in panic. Damn it! How could there be such a thing in this place? As Haluki shouted, countless black tentacles suddenly stretched out from the swamp and quickly wrapped around the men in black. The faces of the men in black changed, and they wanted to escape quickly. After all, fighting swamp creatures in the swamp is almost the same as seeking death. However, the space they could stand in was only big enough for their feet. It was not a big deal when they were moving forward carefully, but it became extremely narrow when they got in a panic. As a result, several men in black slipped in a hurry and fell to the ground. The men in black nearby saw this and wanted to help, but some of them were also dragged along. Damn it! Haluki leaped up. As a person in the Hehe realm, he already had the ability to fly in the air. Haluki quickly faced the tentacles, and a big knife appeared in his hand, which he kept waving to resist the tentacles' attacks. Run away! Haluki shouted while resisting. Two men in black from the Beitong realm also broke through the air and began to help others. The men in black finally stabilized themselves and ran towards the shore with all their might. Roar! At this moment, the monster in the swamp suddenly let out a low roar, and the next moment more tentacles stretched out from the swamp, bypassing Haluki and flying towards the rest of the men in black and Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who was almost reaching the shore, felt a strong wind behind him, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward. However, before Chen Fan landed, a long tentacle wrapped around his ankle. Chapter 47, Crocodile Monster. Oh no! Chen Fan was startled when he felt the cold and slippery touch on his ankle. He quickly reached out to grab the ground, trying to prevent himself from being pulled into the swamp. Fortunately, since Chen Fan was close to the edge of the swamp, a branch of a big tree happened to stretch out and was grabbed by Chen Fan. Unfortunately, Although Chen Fan grabbed the branch, his strength was too weak. He only held on for 3 seconds before he could hardly hold on. Damn it. However, in just a few seconds, Haluki and 2 Beitong Realm Masters had already rushed towards a monster in the swamp. With the flash of their swords, countless tentacles broke off one after another. Roar! Feeling such changes, the monster in the swamp became angry. Endless anger flashed in a pair of dark green eyes, and then the swamp rolled violently, forming a towering water column that rushed towards the 3 people in midair. Haluki and the other 2 dodged in a hurry, but countless tentacles shot out from all around, invisibly blocking their escape route. Break! Haluki roared, and a green light burst out from Haluki's body and condensed into a dark green cane in his hand. Then Haluki suddenly thrust his staff into the swamp. After a brief calm, the swamp rolled violently and then exploded. Due to Haluki's attack, the tentacles that were wrapped around Chen Fan's ankles were broken. Chen Fan took the opportunity to climb to the shore. As soon as he turned around, he saw the scene in front of him and was immediately shocked. The opportunity for heaven and man to come together, the state of harmony, has touched the threshold of natural forces. However, the use of such power by those in the Hehe realm consumes a lot of energy. If used too much, it is very likely that they will lose the possibility of entering the Earth realm forever. Therefore, under normal circumstances, people who have reached the state of harmony will not use this kind of power. Therefore, when Xiao faced the iron-toothed porcupine before, he did not use it even though the situation was so unfavorable. But now Haluki can no longer care about so many things. Most of the men in black are still in the swamp. If he cannot repel the monsters in the swamp, then these men in black may not be able to escape. Haluki simply cannot afford such a loss. That's right, Haluchi and his men are the elite troops of Goatrut, and their purpose of coming here is to raid the city of Hachi. In order to reduce the defense of Hatch City as much as possible, they did not take the official road and try to take a small path through the Ralph Forest. Unexpectedly, the only person who knew the way died not long after they set out. Although the remaining people had a map, the terrain of the Ralph Forest was complicated and the map was useless. So they could only wander in the Ralph Forest, trying to find a way to Hatch City or back to Goatrut. It was during this process that they met Chen Fan. Afterwards, on the way of following Chen Fan, they had already suffered several casualties. If they continued to die, they would not be able to take over Hatch City even if they reached it. Therefore, Haluki started to fight desperately at this moment. The monster in the swamp didn't expect Haluki to fight so desperately. It was caught off guard and suffered severe damage, and immediately let out a series of miserable howls. Go! Seeing this, the man in black in the swamp screamed and fled, and soon reached the edge of the swamp. Seeing this, Chen Fan didn't dare to run away. He stood still obediently. Even if he ran away now, he couldn't get far and would most likely be caught up by the men in black. By that time, it will definitely be death. So Chen Fan not only did not run away, but picked up a branch from the side, bent down and handed it to the person in the swamp, and shouted, "Hurry, come up quickly." Soon, the remaining men in black escaped from the swamp with the help of Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Haluki felt relieved. However, at this moment, Haluki suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the surging green light disappeared in an instant. Sir, upon seeing this scene, the 2 masters of Beitong Realm were shocked, and they rushed over and held Haluki who was about to fall. "It's okay, let's go," Haluki said in a deep voice with sweat on his forehead. Okay. After hearing this, the 2 Beitong Realm Masters supported Haluki without hesitation and flew to the shore. At this moment, the swamp exploded again, and a monster that had been attacking them secretly finally revealed its figure. It was a monster that looked like a crocodile, with a pair of dark green eyes without a trace of emotion. Countless tentacles stretched out from its mouth and quickly grabbed Haluki and others. "Take the master away," a master of Beitong Realm shouted, then turned around and faced the monster. At the same time, powerful force burst out from the body of the master of Beitong Realm and hit the monster's body with all its strength. Crack, crack, countless tentacles shattered, but the crocodile-like monster didn't seem to feel it and still opened its big mouth to bite the Beitong Realm Master. Crack, the big mouth closed, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Damn it! The eyes of the Beitong Realm Master, who was supporting Haluki flying towards the shore, suddenly turned red. At the same time, The men in black on the surrounding shores also roared angrily, drew their weapons, and attacked the crocodile monster. However, the defense of this crocodile monster seemed extremely terrifying, and those weapons did not cause any harm to him. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of the previous Beitong Realm Master, the remaining Beitong Realm Master has helped Haluki to the shore. Go quickly! Looking at the man in black who was coming up, Haluki was still spitting blood from his mouth and shouted anxiously. He didn't think that he would be safe once he got ashore to face this monster. Sure enough, before everyone could evacuate, the swamp exploded again, and the monster jumped out of the swamp again and bit Haluki and others. Take the adults away. Seeing this, the only remaining master of Beitong Realm directly threw Haluki to everyone, then turned around and responded. Let's go. The other men in black had red eyes when they saw this, but they knew they were of no use here, so they hurriedly supported Haluki and ran away. Then, everyone heard a continuous roar coming from the woods behind them. It is obvious that this crocodile monster is not as dangerous on the shore as it is in the swamp. Even people in the Beitong Realm can give it a fight. But the crocodile monster was terrifying after all, and the people from Beitong Realm could only delay it for a while. After just a dozen seconds, there was no sound in the woods. Damn it! A man in black punched the ground, tears streaming down his face, and looked at Chen Fan angrily. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 48, Caught Again. Kill me. Looking at the man in black, Chen Fan's face remained calm, as always. Why? Why? If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have died. This must have been arranged by you. The man in black roared. What a joke. Chen Fan looked at Haluki, who was regulating his breathing, and did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he said in a deep voice, if it weren't for you, how could we have such a dangerous experience? And how could they die? At the same time, Chen Fan looked at a man in black and said in a deep voice, especially you. It's you who caused this. Me? The man in black clenched his fists. Who else could it be if not you? Did I tell you that there was danger in the swamp? Did I tell you to be careful? Chen Fan said coldly, even if you die, you can't shout in a place like that. What's wrong with you? Do you know that you almost killed all of us? Me? The man in black turned pale when he heard this. He remembered that it was when he was passing through the swamp that he slipped and accidentally shouted. And then what happened next happened. How can you blame? The man in black was stunned for a moment and said in a deep voice, why can't I blame him? Chen Fan interrupted the man in black. I have walked this road many times, and that monster has never attacked me. Why? Because I was careful enough. It was the same before when we were dealing with the poisonous dragon bees, and it's the same now when we're in the swamp. If you guys keep doing this, I won't take you with me. I don't want to die here with you. Mr. Ace. At this moment, Haluki slowly opened his eyes. His expression eased a little, but his voice was still a little tired. This is our problem. We alarmed the monster. It's not your fault. I'm sorry that you were put in danger because of us. Alas. What are you talking about, benefactor? I just wanted to remind you. Chen Fan's tone softened a little, and then he said tentatively, otherwise, let's take the official road. Although we'll take a longer route, it is still safer. No, we will definitely cooperate with Mr. Ace from now on. Let's just follow your path. Haluki shook his head. After all, our people have been seriously injured and need to find a place to rest as soon as possible. Okay then. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and became more certain that Haluki and the others had ulterior motives. He pondered over the next countermeasures. In the following time, Chen Fan and others did not continue to move forward, but found a safe place to rest temporarily. Everyone was injured when facing the poisonous dragon bees before, and they were injured even more seriously when they were in the swamp just now. Especially Haluki. At this moment, even walking was a little difficult, so he had to take a break anyway. Chen Fan also thought about taking advantage of this opportunity to drug these people, but these people obviously still did not trust Chen Fan and refused to eat anything Chen Fan gave them. Chen Fan had no choice but to continue waiting. They waited like this for 3 days. After 3 days, Haluki's body finally recovered and everyone continued to move forward. This time, everyone walked more carefully and slowed down. Chen Fan did not rush them. After all, he didn't know the way. He just hoped to go as slowly as possible so that he could find an opportunity to take action. In this way, the group walked for almost 2 days and came to a small hill. Looking at the small hill in front of him, a man in black showed joy. He had been to Hatch City before and had searched around Hatch City. He had a vague impression of this place. So the man in black hurried to Haluki's side and whispered something. After hearing this, Huluchi showed a hint of joy on his face, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at Chen Fan's back. Chen Fan, who was walking in front, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He looked back, but only saw Huluki's kind smile. Chen Fan turned his head and frowned slightly. He felt something was wrong and became inexplicably irritated. He looked around, trying to find a suitable escape route. However, neither Chen Fan nor Huluki and others noticed that their actions were seen by someone, and that person was Xiao. Looking at Chen Fan's figure, Xiao's eyes were about to spit fire. Didn't it just nearly kill you once? Do you really need to lead people to chase him? That's right, the last time they met, Officer Xiao guessed that these men in black were brought by Chen Fan to seek trouble. Now Xiao is even more certain. The Ralph Forest is so big, and it's only been a few days, but they found their hiding place twice. Who would believe it's a coincidence? Xiao even guessed that there must be something on his body guiding Chen Fan, so Chen Fan could find him. Otherwise, why didn't Chen Fan look around before, but started looking around here? It must be that Chen Fan found my trace through some means and knew that I was hiding here. There are only two ways to solve this problem. First, kill Chen Fan and then escape. Second, kill everyone, including Chen Fan. But official Xiao looked at the man in black, and a sneer appeared on his face. It seems that these men in black have paid a heavy price in the process of chasing me. The two masters of Beitong Realm are likely to have died, and the only master of Hechi Realm was also seriously injured. In this situation, it is not worth it for Xiao to escape again. Mr. Ace. Just as Xiao was thinking, Huluki suddenly called Chen Fan. What's wrong? Chen Fan turned to look at Huluki, feeling a growing sense of crisis. We're sorry that we doubted you before, Huluki said as he walked towards Chen Fan. Our companions have confirmed that this is indeed near Hachi City. Thank you for your hard work along the way. Huh? Haha, you're welcome. Chen Fan took a step back calmly, feeling bitter in his heart. How can I find the right path by walking randomly in such a big forest? This was not the case when I went out before. We keep our word. Huluki took out 5 silver coins from his pocket and said with a smile, These are the 5 silver coins I promised you. Please accept them. While Huluki was speaking, a man in black had already disappeared into the bushes. He moved around behind Chen Fan while drawing the weapon from his waist, ready to attack Chen Fan at any time. At this moment, a figure jumped down from the tree, and before the man in black could react, he slapped him on the head, killing him directly. It was a close call. You almost found me. Xiao retracted his hand, sneered, and looked at Huluki through the gaps between the trees. Kill you. Chapter 49. Xiao takes action. Huluchi was embarrassed, and Chen Fan was also embarrassed. When Chen Fan heard Huluki's words, he knew that Huluki had already decided to kill him, so Chen Fan absolutely did not dare to take the 5 silver coins. Huluki had always believed that Chen Fan might be hiding his abilities and had some unknown means, so he did not dare to act rashly at this moment, which was why he sent someone to attack Chen Fan from behind. But Chen Fan didn't move, and the people who were supposed to go around behind Chen Fan didn't make any move either, which made Huluchi not know what to do. Ha. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan suddenly laughed and took a step back calmly. Since Huluchi didn't make a move, he didn't want to provoke him, so he smiled and said, My benefactor, you are too polite. My life is much more valuable than these 5 silver coins. You saved my life. How can I have the nerve to ask for more silver coins? Well, since you already know the way to go, I will take my leave first. Wait, Huluki shouted hurriedly when he heard this, and his eyes narrowed slightly. If Chen Fan returned to Hatch City and told the guards of Hatch City about what happened to him and others, then all their efforts would be wasted and the men in black who died before would have died in vain. Therefore, no matter what, Huluki would never let Chen Fan go back. Thinking of this, Huluki decided to take action. However, at this moment, a figure rushed out from the woods, and a powerful golden force blasted directly towards Huluki. Who is it? Huluki's face changed, and he hurriedly mobilized his strength to fight back. The powerful force collided in the air, and Huluki and Xiao flew backwards at the same time. Bang! Both parties fell to the ground, and Xiao's face looked very ugly. The reason why he did not attack Chen Fan first was because in his heart, Chen Fan was not worth mentioning at all. The only one he could take seriously was Huluki, who was also in the Hehe realm. He originally thought that Huluki was injured at the moment and was not on guard because he was talking to Chen Fan. If he attacked him by surprise, he would most likely kill him in one fell swoop, or at worst seriously injure him. As long as they kill this last remaining master of the Hehe realm, the remaining men in black will not be a threat. But Xiao did not expect that Haluki seemed to be prepared, and the speed at which he mobilized the power in his body was much faster than him. As a result, in his haste, he ended up suffering a loss and getting injured. Xiao couldn't help but look at Chen Fan. Could it be that this guy had already discovered him? And everything in front of him was a trap set by this guy and the men in black, just to lure him out of the woods? So, the man in black who sneaked into the woods before was also a bait. Damn it, Xiao cursed in his heart. These people were so cold-blooded that they used their companions as bait just to lower their vigilance. It's you, Xiao. However, unlike Xiao, Haluki and the others' ideas were more reasonable. At the same time, Haluki was even more annoyed. He shouldn't have let Xiao go when he met him before. They all knew that the person in front of them was Xiao, a master in the Hehe realm and a good friend of Shermang from Hachi City. Then when Xiao saw them, he turned around and fled. It is very likely that he fled back to Hachi City and told Shermang in Hachi City about this. At that time, they still had some luck, thinking that since official Xiao didn't know their identities and their purpose, it would be fine even if they returned to Hatch City. But now it seems that this is not the case. Shermang must have known about their affairs, so he asked Xiao to ambush here. That's right. In the eyes of Haluki and his men, they had no grudges or hatred with Xiao in the past or present, so there was no need for Xiao to take action against them. And since Xiao has taken action at this moment, there is only one possibility. That is, Xiao was entrusted by Shermang to snipe himself and others. At the same time, the person who was supposed to launch a sneak attack on Chen Fan at his signal did not make a move for a long time. It was very likely that he was killed by the official Xiao in front of him. Thinking of this, Haluki glanced at Chen Fan. I just don't know if this person named Ace in front of me knows about this. Or, is this the design of this Ace? But at this moment, although Haluki and Xiao both glanced at Chen Fan, no one took Chen Fan to heart, but instead took each other's attention. Without any nonsense, Xiao, Haluki, and others attacked at the same time, and the two sides fought together in an instant. Although Haluki had a larger number of people, Haluki and the men in black were all injured, and their two deputies in Beitong realm were also dead, so they still could not gain any advantage against Xiao. Haluki's injuries were getting worse and worse, and the condition of the men in black was getting worse and worse. However, Xiao's situation was not much better. He had considered a lot of things, but the only thing he had not considered was that these people would be regular troops. So Xiao didn't expect that these people were carrying powerful crossbows. People in the soul induction realm are like ants in Xiao's eyes, but a soul induction realm warrior with a powerful crossbow can seriously injure or even kill Xiao. The 6th level of the human realm is still human after all. So soon Xiao was injured again. He not only had to pay attention to Haluki's attacks, but also had to be careful of the sharp arrows from the crossbow. However, these are not taken into consideration by Chen Fan. Since Xiao was not a monster and his strength was extremely terrifying, both Haluki and the man in black focused their attention on Xiao at this moment, and Chen Fan took the opportunity to escape. So Chen Fan didn't hesitate at all and ran, regardless of the direction, at least to get away from the man in black and Xiao first. The woods were dark, birds were heard rising and falling, and the roar of battle continued in the distance. Chen Fan had already run hundreds of meters. Suddenly, the sound of gurgling water was heard in the distance, and Chen Fan became instantly excited when he heard the sound. Doublemon River. Since Haluki is planning to get rid of him, it means that this place is very close to Hachi City. There is only one river passing through the city of Hatch, and that is the Doublemon River. As long as he finds the Doublemon River, Chen Fan will be confident that he can find his own dragon farm. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's steps couldn't help but become lighter. Soon, Chen Fan's figure passed through the dense jungle, and the graceful figure of Doublemon River soon appeared in front of Chen Fan. Great! Xiao, Jin, Demolition Team, I'm back. Looking at the splashing water, Chen Fan's eyes instantly filled with tears. However, the next moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet loosen, and then a feeling of weightlessness enveloped Chen Fan's whole body. Hualala! A few seconds later, leaves fell and covered a dark hole, but Chen Fan's figure had disappeared. Chapter 50, Golden Dragon Egg. Damn it, who dug a hole here? Chen Fan climbed up from the ground. It was pitch black around him. He looked up, and there was no light above his head. Chen Fan couldn't understand why he ended up in this place, even though he had clearly seen the Dabamon River. This feeling was much more frustrating than the previous life-and-death situation or being hung by an iron-toothed porcupine for a whole night. After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Fan finally adjusted his mental state. His greatest strength was that he could look at things in a positive light. Since I am not dead, and since I've fallen into an unknown place, I just need to find the exit. However, it was pitch black here, and I had no idea of the surrounding environment. I also had no idea where the person above my head fell from, so it was probably impossible for me to climb out again. But this did not pose a problem for Chen Fan. He walked forward cautiously until he came to a stone wall. He reached out and touched it. The stone wall was very smooth, but uneven, and did not seem to be man-made. Then Chen Fan kept touching the stone wall with one hand and walked forward along the direction of the stone wall. According to the left-hand rule, no matter what maze it is, as long as you keep touching the stone wall with your left hand and walk forward, you will be able to find the exit of the maze. Similarly, any cave is theoretically a kind of maze. As long as the exit of the cave is not above your head, and as long as the cave has an exit, then according to the left-hand rule, you can leave here. It's just a matter of time. Fortunately, when they were working together with Haluki and others before, Haluki gave Chen Fan 2 steam buns and a water bottle, so he would not starve to death for at least a short period of time. However, there's a possibility that he might go the wrong way by touching the left wall, or there might never be an exit, or the cave might be so big that Chen Fan would never be able to get out until he died. But Chen Fan didn't want to think about these things at the moment. Thinking about these things will only make you feel worse and will not help you get out of here. Just like that, it was pitch black all around, and Chen Fan couldn't estimate the time. Just when Chen Fan was becoming more and more annoyed, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Fan was suddenly overjoyed, but he did not quicken his pace. Instead, he became more cautious. It was pitch black all around, and God knew whether what was in front of me was a road or a cliff. Soon Chen Fan came to the light. The soft light shone on Chen Fan's body, but it was not warm at all. It was just like Chen Fan's heart, icy cold. I saw that the light in front of me was not the exit of the cave, but a larger cave. This cave looks to be as big as a football field. The light is emitted from the stones of various shapes in the cave. These stones form a stone forest, which looks very beautiful. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan stepped in. Regardless, some change is better than no change. As soon as he entered the cave, Chen Fan felt a gust of hot wind blowing on him. Looking around in confusion, Chen Fan felt something strange. It is obvious that these lights have no temperature, so where does this hot air come from? A trace of vigilance arose in Chen Fan's heart, and he carefully shuttled through the stone forest. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the stone forest. When Chen Fan saw this ray of light, his heart suddenly became excited. Could it be that there was some treasure in this cave? Or was it that the grandfather that he had been thinking about was finally coming? Thinking of this, Chen Fan picked up a stone on the ground and walked carefully into the stone forest. After passing several huge rocks, Chen Fan suddenly stopped and looked at the center of the stone forest in shock. I saw a golden egg standing on a platform in the middle of the stone forest, emitting golden light all around. And that hot wind seemed to be blown out from this golden egg, so the closer you get to it, the hotter it will feel. Dragon egg. Chen Fan swallowed his saliva, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the dragon egg. He had no doubts at all, and was sure at just one glance that it must be a dragon egg. When the dragon eggs were broken, he didn't have any confidence that the dragon farm could pass the inspection. But now seeing this dragon egg, Chen Fan's heart became active again. As long as this dragon egg is hatched, there will be 2 types of dragons in the dragon farm. As for the 3 missing dragons, it's not completely impossible to find a solution. Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked around, but found no signs of any life. Chen Fan was slightly confused. This was not a philosophical question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. If there were eggs, there must be someone who laid them. But now the dragon egg is here. Where has the dragon that laid the egg gone? Forget it. The brave ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and walked towards the golden dragon egg. No matter what, let's put this dragon egg away first. Just when Chen Fan was about to touch the golden dragon egg, golden lines suddenly appeared on the golden dragon egg, and then a hot breath rushed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan was shocked when he saw this. but he did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly reached out and hugged the golden dragon egg in his arms, and then quickly covered it with the backpack that was already riddled with holes. However, strangely, when Chen Fan's hands touched the dragon egg, the golden light of the dragon egg quickly faded, and in the blink of an eye it turned into an ordinary golden dragon egg. Seeing such changes, Chen Fan felt relieved. He was worried before that if the dragon egg continued to emit golden light, he would be like a light bulb when walking in the forest with it, which would be extremely dangerous. Now that the dragon egg no longer glows, it will be much safer. Then Chen Fan wrapped the backpack with another layer of clothes, then put on the backpack and walked out of the stone forest. Contrary to Chen Fan's expectations, the road ahead was very safe and there was no danger at all in the entire stone forest. Soon, Chen Fan found another entrance, walked into a new cave, and continued to use the left-hand rule to move forward. I don't know how long it took until all the steam buns and water on Chen Fan's body were almost used up. Chen Fan finally saw the light again. This time, Chen Fan finally walked out of the cave. In addition to the bright moon, what came into view was the rushing Dabamon River. Chen Fan was so excited that he burst into tears. It was too hard. He just went to Hatch City to buy a few dragon eggs. Why was it so hard? Then Chen Fan wiped his tears, identified the direction, and walked towards the dragon farm. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Chen Fan. Mr. Ace, what a coincidence. Chapter 51. I'm home. What a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. Chen Fan didn't know who to blame in his heart. Was God playing a trick on him? He finally got rid of him. But how come he encountered this right after coming out of the cave? What a coincidence. Chen Fan forced a smile, hugged the dragon egg tightly in his arms, slowly turned around and looked behind him, only to see Haluki standing not far from him, looking at him with blood all over his body. Oh, benefactor, what happened to you? Where are the other benefactors? Chen Fan asked. Thanks to you, they are all dead. Haluki gritted his teeth and said, I almost died too. But don't worry, the expert you found won't be any better. He will be crippled, if not dead. The expert I found? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, My benefactor, you misunderstood. That person has nothing to do with me. Oh, I said I believe what you said. Do you believe it? Haluki said, gritting his teeth. It's really hard to believe. Chen Fan nodded, and then without waiting for Haluki to speak, he turned around and ran without any hesitation. Haluki was stunned for a moment, and the anger he had just built up instantly dissipated. His face turned red, and he shouted angrily, Stop right there. Catch me if you can. Chen Fan curled his lips and ran faster. Just now, when Chen Fan was speaking, he had been observing Haluki's condition. The wounds on his body were still bleeding, and it was obvious that his injuries had not healed yet. He probably had difficulty even walking. So Chen Fan ran away without any hesitation. He couldn't just stay here and wait to die. Damn it. Haluki's face turned red and white, and he actually caught up with him. My mouth. Chen Fan turned around and saw Haluki chasing after him. He wanted to slap himself a few times. Why was he so rude? My benefactor, you are seriously injured. Rest quickly. Don't die suddenly. Chen Fan shouted. Stop talking nonsense. Even if I die, I will drag you with me. Ace, Haluki, swear to heaven that I will kill you. Haluki said, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth again. What does your killing of Ace have to do with me, Chen Fan? Just go and kill him. Chen Fan muttered in his heart, but his feet ran faster. In Chen Fan's mind, as long as he ran along the Dabamon River, he would be saved whether he ran to Hatchi City or returned to the Pink Fan Dragon Farm. After all, with the strength of the demolition team, although they cannot pose any threat to Haluki in his complete state, they should still be able to face the one with low health now. As for Chen Fan turning around and fighting Haluki, Chen Fan had never even thought about it. Firstly, Chen Fan was holding the life-saving dragon egg in his arms, which could not be lost. Secondly, the skinny Haluki is bigger than Chen Fan. Even if Haluki is at low health, he might have some means, so it might not be difficult to kill him, an ordinary person. So Chen Fan had only one thought in his mind, to escape. In this way, after running for an unknown amount of time, Chen Fan's calves began to cramp, but Haluki still did not give up. This made Chen Fan even more certain that if he was caught up by Haluki, he would surely die. Hey brother, aren't you tired? How about we take a break before running again? Chen Fan shouted. Okay, stop first. Haluki shouted. Believe me, I will definitely not chase you. I don't believe you, a fairy boss. Chen Fan felt bitter in his heart and walked faster. Just like that, another half an hour passed, and Chen Fan suddenly felt that the surroundings were somewhat familiar, and his eyes suddenly became excited. He knew they were almost at the dragon farm. Although Chen Fan hoped to lead Haluki to Hachi City to prevent Haluki from discovering his true identity in the dragon farm, Chen Fan could not care about these at the moment. Haluki's revenge will be a matter for the future. If he can't find a safe place now, then he will have no future. Chen Fan knew very well which was more important, the future or the present. So Chen Fan quickened his pace and ran towards the dragon farm. Soon, the dragon farm appeared in front of Chen Fan. Looking at the two-story buildings standing in the woods, Chen Fan was extremely excited. Demolition team, Xiao, I'm back. Soon, Chen Fan ran to the dragon farm, stopped suddenly, turned around, and looked at Haluki not far away. Haluki was startled by Chen Fan's actions and hurriedly stopped, looking at the building behind Chen Fan in confusion. The building in front of me looked like a ruin built on a ruin, and it was impossible to tell where it was. Could it be that this person called Ace wanted to use this ruin to get rid of him? Or was there something in this ruin? Suddenly, Haluki was startled. He remembered that Chen Fan had told him that he grew up with his parents in the Ralph Forest. Could this be the place where he grew up, his home? So who is in his family now? His parents? To be able to settle down in the great forest of Ralph. What kind of people are his parents? My benefactor, please keep chasing me. I'm home now. Chen Fan put his hands on his hips, looking very high-spirited. If it weren't for his legs that kept shaking, he would have looked like a hermit who was sure of victory. Why? Do you want me to treat you to something to eat? Bluffing. Seeing Chen Fan's expression, this thought suddenly arose in Haluki's mind. Then Haluki recalled Chen Fan's performance along the way, and felt that Chen Fan was a little strange at this moment. If Chen Fan's parents were really here, why didn't Chen Fan ask for help and let his parents kill him? Along the way, the team he had organized was fooled to death by the guy in front of him. Although the other party looked like an ordinary person, every step he took seemed to be well thought out, and he killed people without being seen. Thinking of this, Haluki suddenly felt that he almost fell into Chen Fan's trap again. So Haluki sneered, "Don't worry, even if your parents are at home, I will kill you. Even if I die, I will take you with me." After saying that, Haluki walked towards Chen Fan step by step, being extremely careful with every step. Since you are looking for death, then go ahead and die. Chen Fan was not afraid at this moment. With Haluki's current state, although it would be easy to kill Chen Fan believed that he would definitely not be able to beat the demolition team. So, Chen Fan took a deep breath, pointed his finger at the sky, and shouted in a very childish way, "I wanted to approach you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was hunting. Now I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. If you want to hunt me down, you have to pay with your life. I'm calling you as the owner of the dragon farm. Come out, demolition, and relocation. Team." As Chen Fan finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew, and a fruit fell from the tree and hit Chen Fan's finger. Chapter 52, Run Away. What is he doing? Haluki stood there, looking at Chen Fan, who was jumping back and forth with his hands covered. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Even Haluki began to doubt whether he had guessed wrong, and what happened before had nothing to do with Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who was not far away, jumped for a long time while holding his hand. The pain finally eased a little, but Chen Fan felt even more uneasy. Because he had been jumping for so long, the demolition team had not yet rushed out of the dragon farm. Judging from the state of the dragon farm, the iron-toothed porcupine should not have been here before, so there is only one reason why the demolition team did not come out. The demolition team was not there. But if the demolition team is not there, how should I face Haluki? At this moment, Haluki also shook his head vigorously, and his eyes became cold again. Trap! This must be Chen Fan's trap. Chen Fan must be trying to weaken his vigilance in this way. Then Haluki waved his hand, and dozens of leaves slowly floated up from the ground and hung in his palm. Since he guessed that Chen Fan had most likely set a trap, Haluki was unwilling to get close rashly. So even though he didn't have much strength in his body, he still mobilized his strength and tried to launch a long-range attack. Help! However, what Haluki did not expect was that when Chen Fan saw his actions, he actually screamed and turned around and ran towards the dragon farm. Stop! Haluki's face turned red, and he waved his hand suddenly. Dozens of leaves flew out through the space, but they all nailed on the house and did not hurt Chen Fan at all. Damn it! Haluki took a deep breath, barely calming the chaotic breath in his body, then gritted his teeth and chased after him. Things have come to this point. We can't let Chen Fan get away no matter what. But there were too many rooms in the dragon farm, and Haluki couldn't find Chen Fan for a while. And this is exactly what Chen Fan hoped for. Chen Fan hoped to delay until the demolition team came back. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Ace, do you really think I won't be able to find you if you act like this? Haluki stood in the center of the dragon farm, exhaled a long breath, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Then Haluki took a deep breath, and the strength in his body was mobilized little by little, and his eyes gradually turned green. Earth-level means. In order to kill Chen Fan, Haluki actually has to use Earth-level means again. However, just when Haluki's breath reached its highest point, there was a pop sound, and cold water splashed on his face. This timing was very clever, as it was the critical point when Haluki was mobilizing his forces. The splashing of water directly disrupted Haluki's breath. Puff! Haluki suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The wood-attributed power that he had mobilized with great difficulty was directly dispersed, and he was severely injured again. What's going on? Haluki gritted his teeth and looked to the side. He really couldn't figure out who did this. Crack, crack. However, Haluki was stunned when he saw this. He saw a golden loach lying on the edge of a huge water tank not far from him, eating something with its tail and looking at him calmly. What is this? Haluki was stunned for a moment, then became extremely angry. The water just now must have been splashed by it. Thinking of this, Haluki roared angrily and was about to punch the water tank. After all, he was a master in the Hehe realm. Even though he was seriously injured, he still had enough strength to break a water jar. He wanted to break the water tank and crush the loach that had caused him serious injuries. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a strong wind blew, and Haluki suddenly waved his hands and punched backwards. Bang! A piece of stone was smashed directly by Haluki. It's you. You actually came out. Haluki smashed the stone, then looked at Chen Fan in surprise, and then looked at the golden loach beside the water tank. Is this thing important to you? What are you going to do? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Can you be more serious? Why do you want to destroy my jar? Chen Fan stared at Haluki and said, Do you know that this jar is very expensive? Jar? Haluki looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Ever since he came into contact with this person, he always felt that his brain seemed to be insufficient. Forget it. With your IQ, you won't understand even if I tell you. Chen Fan said, Anyway, you're not here to kill me, so come here. Ha ha ha. Haluki was amused by Chen Fan, but he did not fall for Chen Fan's trick. Instead, he swung his fist again and smashed it directly at the water tank. No matter whether Chen Fan cared about the water tank or the loach, as long as they were all crushed, it would be fine. Chen Fan caused him to lose all his compatriots, and he also wants Chen Fan to taste the pain of loss. No! Seeing Haluki's actions, Chen Fan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted. However, at this moment, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Haluki's face, and then he exerted force on his feet, and his whole body rushed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan was still in shock and had never expected that Haluki would change direction. When he reacted, Haluki had already rushed in front of him. Go to hell. Haluki's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and one hand suddenly pressed down towards Chen Fan. Stop! However, at this moment, a delicate cry rang out, followed by a black shadow that quickly shuttled in front of Chen Fan in the blink of an eye, and collided directly with Haluki's palm. Bang! Haluki was knocked away, and the black shadow also took a step back and was supported by Chen Fan. Yiyun! Chen Fan looked at the figure in front of him, his heart filled with excitement, and shouted loudly. I rushed over when I heard you shouting. Luckily, I made it in time. Yiyun didn't look back. He stared at Haluki and said in a deep voice, What's going on? Who is this person? Jiwei realm. Haluki steadied his body and looked at Yiyun and Chen Fan. The murderous intent in his heart became stronger, but he did not make a move. He just looked at Chen Fan and Yiyun coldly. He is a pervert. I didn't provoke him, but he wanted to kill me. Chen Fan pointed at Haluki and shouted, Don't you want to kill me? Come here now. Am I getting in the way? Do you want me to open the door for you two to have a one-on-one duel? Yiyun needed. That's not necessary. Chen Fan's face froze, and then he whispered, Kill him. Yiyun snorted coldly. However, contrary to Chen Fan's expectations, Haluki suddenly turned around and fled, jumping out of the dragon farm with a few leaps. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for him to kill someone in the Jiwei realm. But now he is too badly injured. Not to mention the Jiwei realm, even the Yinling realm may not be able to deal with him. If that's the case, staying here is just waiting for death. Haluki is not that stupid. I'll go after him. Yi Yin was stunned for a moment when he saw this, then said in a deep voice, "Wait, no need to chase." However, Chen Fan held him down. Chapter 53. The Feeling of Home. Haluki is very dangerous. Chen Fan has always been sure of this. As a master in the Hehe realm, although he seems to be forced into a desperate situation, he must still have some trump cards up his sleeve. After all, Yi Yin is only at the Jiwei realm, which is 2 realms away from the Hehe realm. If he rashly goes to chase him, there is no guarantee that he will not encounter danger. Although Haluki's escape would put him in danger, he didn't want Yi Yin to be in danger even more. Yi Yin turned around and looked at Chen Fan for a moment, then nodded gently. "Okay, I'll listen to you. But what's going on with you? Why is this person chasing you?" Alas, this is a case of a child without a mother. It's a long story. Chen Fan let out a long breath, then sat down on the ground and fainted. When Chen Fan woke up, he was lying on a rock, and it was already dark. Yi Yin sat next to Chen Fan, with his eyes half closed. The demolition team had also returned and were lying not far away, not moving at all. "Yi Yin, thank you." Chen Fan sat up from the stone with great effort. All the muscles in his body felt like they were hit by a giant truck and were in great pain. "What on earth is going on with you?" Yi Yin said in a deep voice. "If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have died." "Oh, how would I know what's going on?" Chen Fan shook his head and told him everything that had happened before. When Yi Yin heard what Chen Fan said, a strange look appeared on his face. Unlike Chen Fan, she was not naive and had a better understanding of the relations between the surrounding countries. She had also heard of Haluki's name a long time ago. Who, except some savages living in the deep mountains and forests, has not heard of the great General Haluki of ancient Watrut? And when Haluki came here, he specifically mentioned that he wanted to go to Hachi City. His purpose was obvious. But how did Chen Fan encounter the Ralph Forest, which is so big, and it caused Haluki and his men to suffer heavy casualties, and even Haluki himself almost died? Thinking of this, Yi Yin couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Even if he had tried his best at that time, he should have kept Haluki. Otherwise, if such people regard an ordinary dragon farm as a thorn in their eyes, there'll be endless troubles. Yi Yin. Just as Yi Yin was deep in thought, Chen Fan suddenly looked up and stared into Yi Yin's eyes and said in a deep voice, "I have no way to repay you for saving my life. I can only repay you with my body." "Shut up." Yi Yin's forehead was bulging with veins. He stared at Chen Fan and said, "I don't even need to save you. If you don't like it, then don't like it. It's so sad to hear you say that." Chen Fan laughed. "But you said you found a dragon egg? Where is it?" Yi Yun Seekit. She knew that Chen Fan was just teasing her. Her relationship with Chen Fan is very complicated now. Chen Fan never asks her anything, and she never asks Chen Fan anything. The two of them are like family and best friends. In fact, sometimes, whether it is friends or family, it is not best to talk about everything. It is best to leave each other's own space and allow each other to have their own secrets. Maybe one day, Yi Yin will tell Chen Fan everything about himself, but that must be Yi Yin's own idea, not something Chen Fan forced out of him. "Yes, that dragon egg is amazing. Come, I'll take you to see it." Chen Fan climbed up from the stone and glanced at the demolition team lying nearby. "What are you doing? Go play by yourselves." Chen Fan said unhappily, "Don't leave the dragon farm casually in the future. Don't you know how dangerous the forest is?" Roar, roar, roar. After hearing what Chen Fan said, the demolition team finally regained their spirits. They opened their mouths wide and shouted at Chen Fan a few times, as if to say that there was nothing wrong with the three of them. "Don't be so stubborn. I almost died when I went out this time." Chen Fan glared at them and said, "Also, it's okay for you to go out, but what about Xiao Jin? What if a wild boar comes and breaks the water tank and eats Xiao Jin?" Roar. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the demolition team lowered their heads again. "Okay, go have fun." Chen Fan sighed and waved his hand again. "By the way, when Yin comes today, you are absolutely not allowed to do any more demolition." After saying that, Chen Fan brought Yi Yun to a building, where they saw a golden dragon egg placed obediently in the center of the room. "That's it. You don't know, when I first saw it, it was glowing. But then, I don't know why, it suddenly stopped glowing." Chen Fan picked up the dragon egg and said to Yi Yun, I've never seen this dragon egg before. Yi Yun carefully examined the dragon egg for a long time, then looked at Chen Fan. Could it be the egg of a high-level dragon? If so, it would be very dangerous. What's wrong? Chen Fan was stunned. High-level dragons are extremely intelligent. If you stole their eggs, they will definitely come looking for you, Yi Yun said in a deep voice. And if a high-level dragon comes, not to mention your small dragon farm, even the entire Angelica will be useless. This. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, It's okay. Fortune and wealth come in danger. I accept it even if it's dangerous. Without this dragon egg, my dragon farm will be gone. Besides, who said I stole it? How can a scholar do that? Chen Fan paused. No, that dragon egg was there and no one wanted it. I just took it back. But Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, If its family members come to find it one day, I won't stop it. They just need to help me get through this difficult time. Well, do you need my help? Yi Yun asked after a moment of hesitation. Oh, no need. I've already thought of a plan. As long as this dragon egg can be hatched successfully, I will be fine. Chen Fan said. In the next few days, Yi Yun might have been free, or perhaps he was worried that Haluki would cause trouble for Chen Fan again, so he did not leave the dragon farm. Chen Fan was also very happy. In the following time, apart from taking care of the dragon eggs and teaching the demolition team, he would spend time with Yi Yun. Just like that, half a month passed quickly. The golden glow on the dragon egg became gradually stronger, and a guest that Chen Fan had been waiting for a long time arrived again. Ha ha! My dear nephew, your dragon farm has changed so much that I almost didn't recognize it. Ace walked into the room where Chen Fan was with a smile. Uncle Ace, is the matter with Aunt Jules over? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Well, everything is ready, just waiting for the dragon to revive. Ace nodded. I thought I'd come to your place first to see. How are you? However, before Ace finished his words, a familiar voice came from outside the dragon farm. Ace, come out and die. Chapter 54. Got chased away. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Hearing this voice, both Yi Yun and Chen Fan's expressions turned a little strange. Only Ace's expression turned very ugly. Damn it. Who on earth could have chased us here? Ace said angrily. My dear nephew, wait a minute. I'll go see who it is. Chen Fan was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ace. My dear nephew, don't worry. I will make this person pay the price for disturbing us. Ace said, turned around and left. Well, do you want to go out and take a look? Yi Yun hesitated and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded silently. At this moment, outside the dragon farm, Haluki stood on a big tree with his arms clasped, and a powerful aura surged out of his body. That's right. After the last experience, Haluki estimated that Chen Fan's last resort was Yi Yun from Jiwei Realm. After all, the masters of Jiwei Realm are enough to ensure that Chen Fan can live in the Rao Forest. After more than half a month of recuperation, Haluki's injuries have almost recovered. Although he has not yet recovered to the peak of the Hehe Realm, it is still easy for him to kill someone in the Jiwei Realm. So Haluki came to the dragon farm again. Not to mention there was one person in the Jiwei Realm. What would it matter even if there were 10? This Chen Fan will definitely be killed by Haluki today. You're the one looking for me? Ace slowly walked out of the ordinary dragon farm, looked up and down at Haluki, and frowned. Do we know each other? Who are you? Haluki looked at Ace in front of him and was slightly shocked. He couldn't even tell what realm this middle-aged man in front of him was at. Haluki is at the peak of the Hehe Realm and has touched the threshold of the Earth level. Anyone who can make him unable to sense his realm must be at least an Earth-level master. There is actually an Earth-level master in this dragon farm. Haluki was extremely shocked. You don't know me? Ace felt a little funny. He was clearly shouting for him to come out and die, but in the end he said he didn't know him. If you want to protect that beast, Ace, I will admit defeat. Haluki said, if not, please leave. I am Haluki, the general of Gawattrut. I will do you a favor. Ace, you beast. Ace raised his eyebrows and laughed angrily. Over the years, there were many people who wanted to kill him and many people who hated him, but no one except Julie dared to curse him like that. That's right, today I must kill that beast, Ace. Haluki said in a deep voice. Oh, just come on. Ace was too lazy to talk nonsense, and looked at Haluki and said, I don't know how I offended you, but since you want to beat me and kill me, then come on. But, wait, what did you say? When did I ever? Haluki was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in his heart. Since you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed, Ace said as he gently raised his hand. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to darken, and endless golden light condensed at his fingertips, forming a small golden halo. The natural power of light. Yiyun, who had just walked out of the dragon farm, was extremely shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Different from Yiyun's natural talents, Yiyun tries his best to integrate himself into nature and thus draw on the power of nature. But people at the earth level seem to be a part of nature themselves, and they carry the power of nature with them in their every move. This is like two people both wanting to use Shushan's Shushan sword formation. However, a person is an outsider, and he just tries hard to disguise himself as a person from Shushan and disguises his true chi as Shushan true chi as much as possible. The other person was a Shushan disciple who used pure Shushan chi. In this way, although both sides can mobilize the Shushan sword formation, the former needs to consume a large amount of true energy for camouflage and even has to endure the backlash caused by being discovered. The latter is the natural choice. Not only can it be used to its full potential, but there is also no need to worry about backlash. The power of the two is naturally incomparable. Sure enough, when Haluki saw Ace's actions, although he didn't understand why Ace suddenly attacked him, he made the most sensible decision, to run away. A powerful force burst out instantly, and Haluki increased his speed to the fastest, disappearing into the woods in the blink of an eye. Don't let him run away, Chen Fan shouted hurriedly when he saw this. Ace looked at Chen Fan in confusion, and then the power condensed in his hand burst out, and a bright beam of light shone out and shot in the direction where Haluki escaped. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the woods. Uncle Ace! Chen Fan looked at Ace anxiously. Don't worry, I'll go take a look. Ace nodded. His body quickly flew into the air and chased in the direction where Haluki escaped. Don't worry, Mr. Ace is an Earth-level master. Haluki can't escape. Yin came to Chen Fan and said softly, Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. After a while, Ace slowly flew back, and after landing on the ground, he said with an embarrassed look on his face, I'm sorry, nephew. I let him escape. Forget it. Chen Fan opened his mouth, then sighed and said helplessly, He's not a simple man. He has a lot of hidden cards. Ace said, I let him escape when I wasn't paying attention. But don't worry, I've already dealt him a heavy blow. If I hadn't been careful, he might have died in the woods. Thank you, Uncle Ace. Chen Fan nodded, and then without waiting for Ace to ask, he told Ace what had happened before. After hearing this, Ace frowned tightly with a hint of anger in his tone. You actually tried to kill my dear nephew. You've really had enough of your life. It seems that I have to go to Gawatrat to discuss this matter when I have time. Well, thank you, Uncle Ace. Chen Fan's heart instantly felt warm. It felt good to have someone help him. By the way, where's the dragon egg you just mentioned? I'll go take a look. After changing the subject, Ace looked at Chen Fan. Well, please help me identify it, Uncle Ace. Chen Fan nodded, then took Ace to the place where the dragon eggs were stored. However, as soon as Ace saw the dragon egg, his expression suddenly changed. A powerful aura instantly raged, and he looked at the dragon egg in disbelief. What's going on? Chen Fan was frightened by Ace's momentum and asked in confusion. My dear nephew, you really know how to surprise me. Ace said in a deep voice. This is a dragon egg. Chapter 55, Demonic Dragon. Dragon egg? Chen Fan was also shocked when he heard this and couldn't help but take a step back. He originally thought that the revival of the magic dragon had nothing to do with his small dragon farm. Even if he really died under the dragon's breath, it was irresistible and could be considered fate. But if this is really a dragon egg, and I bring the dragon egg back to the dragon farm, then it has nothing to do with me. I am simply seeking death. But Chen Fan hesitated and said, This dragon egg is golden, and it emits warm golden light. Uncle Ace, are you sure this is a magic dragon egg? Not sure. Ace shook his head. But my dear nephew, a dragon egg cannot be judged by its appearance. After you left, the Bloodstone priest consulted the dragon god again, and finally confirmed that the dragon egg that will be revived will be golden, with golden patterns on it, and will have a scorching breath. Chen Fan smiled bitterly when he heard this. That's right. That's right. This is a matter involving a demon dragon. We must not be careless. Ace nodded. I will take your dragon egg to the Dragon Master Association and ask the Dragon Master Association to ask the people of the Dragon Temple to make the judgment. Nephew, If this is really a dragon egg, then you have done a great deed. You know, over the years, with so many dragon resurrections, no one has ever been able to find a dragon egg before the dragon wakes up. Your discovery will shock the entire Dragon Master Association and even the Dragon God Temple. You will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Ah, no need, no need. It's what I should do. When Chen Fan heard there was a reward, his face suddenly changed, and he said with a smile on his face, "Well, without further ado, I will now." However, before Ace could finish his words, he saw the golden dragon egg in front of him suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, and the next second countless fine cracks appeared on the dragon egg. Damn it! Ace's face changed, and his aura reached its peak. This dragon egg is about to hatch. Then what should we do? Ian, quickly take the demolition team and Xiao Jin away from here. Chen Fan also shouted hurriedly. However, Ian quickly came to Chen Fan and protected him behind him. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds were heard, and then the eggshell on the dragon egg kept falling off, and a pair of red eyes slowly opened in the dragon egg. Roar! A roar was heard, and the air around them became hot. Ah! Upon hearing this voice, Chen Fan's frightened heart calmed down. He looked at the dragon egg in confusion. Why did this roar sound so fierce? Just when Chen Fan was puzzled, a mouth stretched out from the dragon egg and bit the eggshell. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Accompanied by bursts of chewing sounds, the dragon egg was swallowed up bit by the dragon inside. Uncle! Chen Fan looked at Ace, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Do you want to attack now?" Chen Fan didn't understand why in movies, TV series, and games, no matter whether they were good guys or bad guys, they always had to wait quietly for their opponents to transform, grow, and evolve completely. Don't you understand that he who strikes first is the strongest, and he who strikes last will suffer? No. However, Ace shook his head, his face very ugly, but he did not explain anything. In fact, although the dragon is still in the dragon egg and seems to be at its weakest, Ace can feel a very powerful force from the dragon egg. As an Earth-level expert, Ace vaguely felt that if he took action at this moment, he would surely die. At this moment, the dragon egg had been half eaten by the dragon inside, revealing a black figure inside. Ah! Looking at that figure, Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Ace in surprise. Uncle Ace, are you sure this is a magic dragon? The figure in the dragon egg looked like a hairless chicken, without any scales or feathers on its body. Its red eyes were like two rubies inlaid on a pheasant-like head, but it did not have a chicken's beak, but a mouth full of sharp teeth. But the most attractive thing is the chicken, no, the wings behind the dragon, which look very much like KFC's New Orleans grilled chicken wings. Just as Ace, Chen Fan, and Yi Yun were observing the dragon also devoured the dragon egg, and its ruby-like eyes stared in the direction of Chen Fan. Roar! Accompanied by a low roar, the dragon suddenly exhaled a breath of dragon, directly spraying towards Yi Yun and others. Damn it! Ace's face suddenly changed, and a powerful aura burst out from his body, trying to block the dragon's breath. However, the dragon's breath seemed to have no obstruction and directly passed through Ace's defense and attacked Chen Fan and Yi Yun. Be careful! Yi Yun's face changed, and he quickly dodged to the side, leaving Chen Fan with a dazed look on his face. In Chen Fan's mind, since Ian stood in front of him at the first moment, when the dragon's breath came, Ian would most likely continue to block it to prevent the dragon's breath from hurting himself. So when he saw the dragon breath coming, Chen Fan's first reaction was to push Yi Yun away. He couldn't bear to see Yi Yun getting hurt in front of him. However, Chen Fan did not expect Yi Yun to dodge at the first moment, which resulted in Chen Fan's hands, which were trying to push Yi Yun away, hitting nothing. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. In fact, this is not Yi Yun's fault. Although Yi Yun wanted to protect Chen Fan, in Yi Yun's opinion, perhaps due to the interference of Ace's power, the power of this dragon breath was too slow. It was so slow that even for an ordinary person like Chen Fan, it would be easy to dodge it. So Yi Yun dodged directly. She didn't expect that Chen Fan would actually want to push her away. However, it was this delay that caused Chen Fan to miss the best opportunity to dodge, or to rush directly into the surging dragon breath. Chen Fan, nephew. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun and Ace screamed at the same time, but it was too late to rescue him. Whoosh! The raging flames burned violently on Chen Fan's body, and Chen Fan's voice completely disappeared in the flames. Chen Fan, Chen Fan! Yi Yun shouted again and wanted to rush in the fire to rescue Chen Fan, but was stopped by Ace on the side. Let me go, let me go, Yian shouted with tears on her face. He's just an ordinary man already, Ace said with a sad face. However, before Ace could finish his words, a figure rushed out from the flames, rushed to the dragon, and directly picked up the dragon with his hands. Chapter 56, Xiao Qi. Chen Fan, are you okay? Seeing Chen Fan holding the dragon, Yun, with tears streaming down her face, was stunned. Yeah, I'm fine, Chen Fan said to Yun while holding the dragon. I'm sorry to make you worried. This guy's dragon breath only looks scary, but it's not actually hot. Not hot. Ace looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Well, I was also shocked at first, thinking I was going to die, but I found that it was not hot at all. Not to mention burning me to death. It couldn't even scald me. Chen Fan said, it's just the temperature to keep me warm in winter. Uncle Ace, are you sure this is really the dragon you mentioned? This? I'm not sure. Ace shook his head with a very strange expression on his face. But Chen Fan brought the dragon to his eyes and looked at it carefully, then asked, Uncle Ace, what kind of dragon is this? It can't be a hairless dragon. The corners of Ace's mouth twitched slightly, not knowing how to answer. The hairless dragon held in Chen Fan's hand came back to its senses from its brief daze and became extremely angry when it felt its own condition. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the hairless dragon once again spit out a breath of dragon breath towards Chen Fan. Yian couldn't help but scream. However, the dragon's breath sprayed onto Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan just patted it lightly, and the dragon's breath went out, looking harmless. Roar! The hairless dragon was also stunned for a moment when he saw this, blinking his eyes. Could it be that he had not yet hatched from the dragon egg? Was he still dreaming? After thinking about it, the hairless dragon spit out a breath of dragon breath at Chen Fan again. It didn't believe this was true. Hey! Chen Fan impatiently extinguished the dragon's breath again and then glared at the hairless dragon. Although your dragon doesn't burn people, it's annoying to keep spitting. I'm talking. Can you be quiet? Roar! Hearing this, the hairless dragon became even angrier and exhaled a breath of dragon, spraying towards Chen Fan again. Bang! However, Chen Fan did not tolerate the hairless dragon. He directly picked up the hairless dragon and smashed it heavily on the stone in front of him. Roar! The hairless dragon was hit and unwillingly exhaled another breath of dragon breath. Bang! Chen Fan fell again. Just like that, under the stunned gazes of Yi Yun and Ace, Chen Fan and the hairless dragon seemed to be trapped in some kind of cycle. The hairless dragon sprayed Chen Fan, and Chen Fan threw the hairless dragon to the ground. Both sides refused to give in, and no one was willing to admit defeat first. Just like that, after perhaps dozens or even 100 times, the hairless dragon finally gave in. Chen Fan held the hairless dragon and stretched his arms. It was so exciting to see it fall just now. He didn't expect that the hairless dragon could be so resistant to falls. Uncle Ace. Chen Fan came to Ace with the hairless dragon in his hand and asked carefully, does the Dragon Master Association still want this dragon? Ace hesitated for a moment, looked at the hairless dragon trying to cover its head with chicken wings, and shook his head. I think we shouldn't do that. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like a dragon that can cause harm to others. Oh! Chen Fan glared at the hairless dragon with some disappointment. Why didn't it hatch earlier or later, but at this time? It would be better if I could wait until the rewards from the Dragon Master Association and the Dragon Temple arrived before hatching. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. After all, in Chen Fan's opinion, this dragon could not be a magic dragon, so even if it was sent to the Dragon Master Association, it would probably be exposed. At that time, the goods will still be returned without any rewards. Even if the Dragon Master Association said that it would take some time to study, I would still have to rack my brains to find another kind of dragon. Even a hairless dragon is still a dragon, so we should at least deal with the assessment of the Dragon Master Association first. Thinking of this, Chen Fan directly brought the hairless dragon in front of him and said in a deep voice, go and move around by yourself. Remember, you're not allowed to spit fire randomly, and you're not allowed to leave the dragon farm. There are many wild beasts in the big forest around here. Be careful that they will eat you as a midnight snack. Roar! The hairless dragon roared weakly. Well, I can't always call you the hairless dragon. Chen Fan said, I have to give you a name. Hearing this, Yun's mouth twitched slightly, just based on Chen Fan's level of naming. Since you don't even have any hair, I might as well just call you Little Baldy. Chen Fan said with his eyes lighting up. Roar! Upon hearing the name, the hairless dragon shuddered suddenly, and then its body struggled violently. It opened its mouth to spit out dragon breath and fight with Chen Fan desperately. You are bald. Your whole family is bald. Even if it dies, it must not be called this name. Isn't it good? Chen Fan grabbed the hairless dragon's mouth, and the dragon breath exploded directly in the hairless dragon's mouth. 2 wisps of black smoke floated out from the hairless dragon's ears. Chen Fan was not worried that the dragon's breath exploding in the dragon's mouth would cause any harm to the dragon. After all, this was how Chen Fan, Xiao Hui, and Xiao He played before. Well, although Xiao Hui and Xiao He don't like it very much, Chen Fan finds it very interesting. Don't worry, I'm a very open-minded person. Since you don't like it, I can't force you. Chen Fan smiled like a devil, hesitated for a moment, and looked at Yi Yun. Do you have any good suggestions? Me? Yi Yun thought for a moment and said, why not call it? Got it. But before Yi Yun could finish, Chen Fan slapped his thigh and said, Xiao Hui, Xiao He, Xiao Jin, Xiao Chai, Xiao Qian, Xiao Dui. This is the 7th dragon hatched in my dragon farm, so let's call it Xiao Qi. How about it? That's fine. Yi Yun sighed and nodded. The hairless dragon didn't resist after hearing this, and it sounded better than the little bald dragon anyway. Okay, then go and play by yourself. I have something to do here. I'll get you some food later. Chen Fan threw Xiao Qi to the ground. By the way, you're not allowed to spit fire casually in the dragon farm. The hairless dragon was not angry because Chen Fan threw it to the ground. After landing, its eyes suddenly lit up and it ran outside quickly. Chen Fan, aren't you worried? Yi Yun frowned when he saw this. It's okay, the demolition team is outside. Chen Fan smiled confidently. This Xiao Qi, even if I am an ordinary person, can control him well. Won't it be easy for the demolition team to deal with him? If you want to escape from the dragon farm, you must at least get past the demolition team first. Then Chen Fan stopped paying attention to Xiao Qi and turned to look at Ace, saying, Thank you again, Uncle Ace, for your help. I didn't do anything about this. Ace looked at Chen Fan with a smile and said, By the way, you said before that all the dragon eggs you bought were broken. So even if you have this little 7, you only have 4 dragons. What should you do if you are short of 3 dragons? Do you need my help? This. Don't worry, Uncle. I already had an idea about this. Chen Fan said with a confident smile. Chapter 57. Taking Xiao Qian to hatch. Ace finally left the ordinary dragon farm with a look of suspicion on his face. For some reason, Ace always felt that after Chen Fan hatched Xiao Hui and Xiao He, he became much closer to him. But I'm finding it increasingly difficult to understand this child. Chen Fan didn't want to care what Ace was thinking. At the moment, his mind was completely focused on Xiao Qi. As soon as Ace left, Chen Fan took Yi Yun to find Xiao Qi. According to Chen Fan's understanding, ordinary dragons need to undergo a series of inspections to determine their quality. However, there is a gold standard in the Dragon Master Association, which is that as long as the dragon can breathe dragon breath, the lowest quality is good quality. In other words, although Xiao Qi has just hatched, and although the lethality of its dragon breath is not high, it does not prevent the hairless dragon from being a good quality dragon, and it directly meets the requirements of the Dragon Master Association's assessment. At this moment, Xiao Qi had a look of despair on his face. He didn't understand what was going on with this dragon farm. Why is it that despite its high status, it cannot defeat even 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons in this place? Moreover, it could feel that these 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons were just young dragons, and their strength had just touched the spirit induction realm, but it just couldn't defeat them. When facing the guys here, his strongest dragon breath was like blowing warm wind and posed no threat at all. Although this little guy is not a magic dragon, his future development is limitless. Chen Fan pushed the demolition team away, pulled Xiao Qi out from under their butts, and then said to Yi Yun, Indeed, Yi Yun noted it. She and Ace had noticed it before. You know, although for higher-level dragons, spitting dragon breath is as easy as spitting saliva. But even if you spit saliva, you can't spit dozens of times in a row. And this newly born hairless dragon exhaled dozens or even hundreds of breaths of dragon breath in one breath, which is something that higher-level dragons cannot do. In other words, although the hairless dragon is of little use now, because its breath power is too weak, as the hairless dragon grows and the power of its breath increases, the upper limit of the hairless dragon will continue to increase. Who knows? This hairless dragon Xiaoqi may become a top dragon in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Yun looked at Chen Fan strangely. What kind of luck did he have to pick up such a dragon egg? But at this point, Ian looked at Chen Fan worriedly again and said in a deep voice, "If its mother comes to find it, the consequences for you will be... Oh, don't worry about things that are so far away. Just get through the current hurdle first." Chen Fan comforted with a smile. "By the way, why didn't you agree to Ace's help just now?" Ian looked at Chen Fan in confusion. "You are still short of 3 dragons, but you are penniless. How do you solve this problem?" "Well," Chen Fan looked up at the sky and said with a smile, "Xiao Chai, come on. Let's go to Hatch City. Ian, you'll know if you come with me." Ian looked at Chen Fan strangely. There are 7 dragons of 2 types. If Chen Fan only has 6 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons at the moment, then Chen Fan really has no way out. But now that Chen Fan has met the requirements of 2 types of dragons, 7 dragons are nothing. In fact, this is also the reason why Chen Fan agreed to the boss of Longxi in the first place. In Chen Fan's opinion, as long as one of the 10 dragon eggs he bought could hatch and the conditions for 2 types of dragons were met, there would be no problem. Therefore, in the eyes of the owner of Longxi, the possibility of Chen Fan winning is very low. But in Chen Fan's mind, he was just betting that only 1 out of 10 dragon eggs could hatch. With Xiao Chai and Yi Yun accompanying him, Chen Fan will be able to go to Hatch City much faster this time. The most important thing is that Chen Fan doesn't have to worry about any danger on the road. However, before arriving at Hatch City, Chen Fan still gave Xiao Chai many warnings, telling him not to walk around randomly, not to spray dragon breath randomly, and not to demolish buildings randomly. The more obedient, iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs like Xiao Wei and Xiao He almost destroyed an entire street. Chen Fan was really worried that an iron-backed rhinoceros like Xiao Chai, who liked to undertake engineering projects, would demolish the entire Hatch City. However, even though Chen Fan had warned Xiao Chai countless times, when Xiao Chai saw the towering walls of Hatch City, he couldn't help but let out a low roar and rushed up to start his demolition project. Even Xiao Chai had already thought about how he would brag about his great achievements to Xiao Qian and the team when he returned to the dragon farm, and how he would tell them what a paradise Hatch City was. But before Xiao Chai could run a few steps, a figure blocked its way. It was Yi Yun. Roar! Xiao Chai looked at Yi Yun and roared softly with great grievance, but he did not dare to show any disrespect to Yi Yun. This is not because Yi Yun's strength is much stronger than Xiao Chai's, but because Xiao Chai knows very well that if he offends Chen Fan, he will only be beaten, and it will not hurt much. But if it offends Yi Yun, it might have to endure things that it shouldn't have to endure at its age. Although it has not experienced it, it does not want to experience it at all. Xiao Chai. Chen Fan stared at Xiao Chai and gritted his teeth and said, "If you destroy this place, our dragon farm will be completely finished." Roar! Looking at Chen Fan's expression, Xiao Chai lowered his head, looking very aggrieved. He was just a child, so what if he liked to cause trouble at most? He could just tear it down and rebuild it, right? Although Xiao Chai felt aggrieved, he finally stopped trying to destroy Hatch City. He was almost in tears just looking at Hatch City. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, looked at Yi Yun, and nodded to express his gratitude. Xiao Chai's speed just now was too fast. If Yi Yun hadn't stopped it in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Yi Yun looked at Chen Fan's expression and shook his head helplessly. It was too dangerous for the dragon raised by Chen Fan to enter the city. At this moment, the guard of Hatch City, not far away, saw Chen Fan and hurried over. It was the soldier Chen Fan met last time. "Haha, what a coincidence. You're on duty again," Chen Fan said with a smile. "I remember your name is Zhang Quan." The soldier glanced at Xiao Qian beside Chen Fan and said warily, "Master Chen, are you going to enter the city?" "Yes, that's right." Chen Fan nodded. Well. Zhang Quan smiled and said, "Do I have to go in?" Is it not possible?" Chen Fan asked doubtfully. No, you misunderstood." Zhang Quan waved his hands hastily, then turned and shouted in the direction of Hachi City. "Hurry up and inform everyone that Chief Chun is bringing Long into the city." Chapter 58, Generation Cultivation. "I didn't expect you to be so famous." Ian looked at Chen Fan and said with a smile, "Haha, it's just an empty reputation." Chen Fan waved his hand with a slightly red face, then looked at Zhang Quan. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? We dare not slack off on following General Shi's orders. Please forgive us, Master Chen," Zhang Quan said hurriedly. Before Chen Fan could say anything, he saw a group of soldiers running out of the city and guarding Chen Fan on both sides. "Okay, Mr. Chen, please come into the city." Zhang Quan said with a smile. Alas, Chen Fan sighed deeply, looked at Yi Yun and said, let's go. Soon, Chen Fan and others entered Hatch City, but Chen Fan did not take Yi Yun to Dragon House. Instead, he took Yi Yun and Xiao Chai directly to the central square of Hatch City. What are you doing here? Yi Yun looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously, then asked Zhang Quan to get him a piece of white cloth, wrote a line of words on it in a flamboyant manner, and then hung it up. Free cultivation of the ironback rhinoceros. Yi Yun read the words written by Chen Fan softly and looked at him doubtfully. Do you want to start the cultivation work directly? That's right. Chen Fan nodded. Well, I really didn't think of this before. Yi Yun nodded. This may indeed be a way out. Do other dragon farms also engage in this kind of business? Chen Fan looked at Yi Yun and asked. Well, some high-end dragon farms will carry out this kind of business. Yi Yun nodded and said, after all, some people get some high-end dragon eggs, but they don't know how to hatch and cultivate them themselves. So in order to get a capable assistant, they would spend a huge amount of money to send dragon eggs to dragon farms for cultivation. Are there no low-level dragons? Chen Fan asked. Yes, but very few. Yi Yun said, some people have deep feelings for some low-level dragons, so they will send the dragon eggs of low-level dragons to special dragon breeding farms for cultivation. That's good. It will be much simpler if everyone has this awareness. Hey, as they were talking, a man came over, looked at the soldiers around him, and asked in confusion, what are you doing? I am the owner of a nearby ordinary dragon farm. In order to repay Hatchi City for its help to our dragon farm, we decided to set aside 5 places to breed ironback rhinoceros for free. Chen Fan said, the number is limited. There are only 5 places. First come, first served. Oh, Chen Fan said passionately, but the man opposite him curled his lips, turned around, and was about to leave. Ironback rhino horn? This dragon exists almost exclusively in the military. After all, the ironback rhinoceros intelligence is not high, so there is no benefit in keeping it around. Instead, it will cause you a lot of trouble. The only people who usually buy the iron-backed rhinoceros are the people of the country, except for the completely ignorant newbies. In order to establish an ironback rhinoceros dragon legion, people in the country often purchase ironback rhinoceros dragons, but they buy finished dragons rather than buying dragon eggs and waiting for them to hatch. Therefore, even though Chen Fan offered to help breed the iron-backed rhinoceros for free, the people around him were not interested. However, at this moment, a familiar figure fell from the sky. It was Shi Meng. Shi Meng was shocked when he heard that Chen Fan was bringing the iron-backed rhinoceros here. After finishing the work in his hands, he flew over quickly. General Shi. Although no one had made an appointment yet, Chen Fan was not in a hurry. He just looked at Shi Meng and greeted him with a smile. Master Chen, what are you doing? Shi Meng's face looked very ugly. Every time Chen Fan brought the iron-backed rhinoceros to Hatchi City, nothing good happened. General Shi, please don't be prejudiced against me. Chen Fan said with a smile. I came here with good intentions. Chen Fan pointed to the words behind him and said to Shi Meng, how about it? General Shi, do you want to breed one? I only have 5 places. Cultivate the iron-backed rhinoceros for free. Shi Meng's brows slightly furrowed. That's right, it's free training. Chen Fan nodded. General Shi, you should know the level of the ironback rhinoceros I've trained. What do you think? Aren't you tempted? Shi Meng pondered for a moment after hearing this. Indeed, he had seen Xiao Hui and Xiao He, who were cultivated by Chen Fan before. Those 2 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons were not only highly intelligent, but also had great potential. According to information from Shi Meng's colleagues in the Ironback Rhinoceros Legion, Xiao Hui and Xiao He are now second only to Gang Shan in the Ironback Rhinoceros Legion. Such an iron-backed rhinoceros can already be a companion. However, could this be just a special case? For example, Chen Fan happened to have some rare treasures and fed them to the 2 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons? Xiao Chai. Chen Fan guessed Shi Meng's doubts and said calmly, spit fire at the sky. Roar. When Xiao Chai heard this, he hurriedly looked up and spit out a breath of dragon towards the sky. The hot breath instantly enveloped the square. Dragon breath? Another person who can breathe dragon breath. Shi Meng's pupils suddenly contracted. I have currently bred 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons, and all of them can breathe dragon breath. What's so surprising about that? Chen Fan said lightly, as if he was talking about what he had eaten for lunch today. All right, Chen Fan said to Xiao Chai with a smile. Xiao Chai, standing like this is not a good idea. Give me a stool. Roar! Xiao Chai roared again, and the power of Earth attribute surged out from his body. Then the ground rose slightly, and a stool appeared in just a few breaths. Chen Fan pulled Yi Yun to sit on the stool and looked at Shi Meng with a smile. General Shi, if you don't want to, can you give up your seat? Shi Meng was still in shock. He came to his senses after hearing what Chen Fan said. He hurriedly said, I'll sign up. Breed one for me. Okay. Chen Fan nodded and said to Yi Yun, remember, General Shi wants to breed one. Chen Fan's voice was so loud that the entire square seemed to be able to hear it. Oh, by the way, there are only 4 free places left. Chen Fan said, I don't have much patience. If no one signs up in 2 more cups of tea, then General Shi will be the only one left. Wait. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, a middle-aged man quickly walked out and said to Chen Fan, Our Sun family asked Master Chen to help breed for. Sorry, I'm giving back to Hachi City, not to a certain family. Chen Fan said with a smile. 1. Each person or each family can only breed one. Then let's breed one, the middle-aged man said without any hesitation. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. There are still 3 spots left. Me. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the people around him instantly became excited. Chapter 59. Encounter by Chance. The people of Hatch City may not trust Chen Fan, but they must trust Shi Meng. Since Shi Meng is willing to be trained by Chen Fan, it means that what Chen Fan is training is definitely special. Combined with the performance that Chen Fan had asked Xiao Chai to perform just now, those who knew the business were getting a little restless. Besides, it's just an iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragon. It's very important to Chen Fan, but it's a drop in the bucket for these families. If the cultivation is successful, that would be the best, but even if it fails, it's no big deal. However, Chen Fan also understood that he could not digest too much, and his dragon farm did not have a big enough appetite to digest too many iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons. The most important thing is that Chen Fan himself does not have much confidence that he can cultivate successfully. After all, Chen Fan knows in his heart that he has not done any special cultivation. The most likely reason for the current results is that my talent has changed. Therefore, if the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons succeed, it would be the best, but if they fail, it will not cause much impact. In other words, even if only one of the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons is successful, his reputation will be completely established, which will also be a good thing for the future development of the dragon farm. So Chen Fan registered 3 more people according to his own instructions, and then closed the stall. The whole process took less than a cup of tea. People around who were not registered didn't have any major problems with this, and there were no disputes. First of all, since Shi Meng was here, no one dared to move. Secondly, everyone's desire was not very high. After all, it was just an iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragon, and no one was sure that it could be cultivated successfully. Okay, the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons have been registered. If you want to breed them in the future, you can come to the Pink Fan Dragon Farm to find me. Chen Fan said with a smile, and then looked at Shi Meng. General Shi, please wait until the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros dragon eggs arrive, and help me send them over. That's right. Even if Chen Fan was beaten to death, he would never buy dragon eggs again. If these dragon eggs were broken again, he would lose all his money. Yeah. Shi Meng nodded. Just like what was said at the beginning, if the ordinary dragon farm can develop well, it will be a good thing for the entire Hatch City. By then, Shi Meng's status will naturally rise, and he will make a lot of profits. Therefore, if it is not a difficult matter, Shi Meng is willing to establish a good relationship with Chen Fan. What's more, the iron-toothed porcupine that had been lingering near Hatch City and had been causing trouble for Shi Meng has not appeared for a long time. Although it is not known whether the iron-toothed porcupine was killed by Xiao or left the area, it is still much safer and not risky. But speaking of this, Shi Meng couldn't help but worry about Xiao. There has been no news of Xiao since he entered the Ralph Forest to hunt the iron-toothed porcupine. I don't know what he is doing now. I hope nothing has happened to him. Boom! Hey. At this moment, a loud noise was heard not far away. Everyone looked and saw that an old building had collapsed. Dust was flying on the ground, but fortunately no one was hit. This. Shi Meng's pupils suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, A century-old clock tower. This is a 300-year-old clock tower. Ahem. Chen Fan coughed lightly and glared fiercely at Xiao Chai, who was hiding behind with his tail between his legs. Just now, he was not paying attention for a moment, and Xiao Chai's old problem came back. Fortunately, Xiao Chai was smart enough, and the earth attribute power he mobilized just now was too small. Otherwise, if Shermeng found out. Master Chun. Shermeng turned his head suddenly and stared at Chen Fan. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Uh-huh. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, his back instantly soaked with sweat, but he forced a puzzled expression on his face and asked, "What's the explanation?" "Your dragon." Shermeng looked at Xiao Chai and gritted his teeth. The earth attribute power in its body has not yet dissipated completely. General, sure, you can't frame me like this. Chen Fan dared not admit it, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "Isn't it normal for my dragon to have earth-attributed power? Have you forgotten the chair it just made for me?" As he spoke, Chen Fan patted the chair under his but hard. Shermeng was suddenly speechless. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. In my opinion, since he had already refused to admit it, Chen Fan could only bite the bullet and say to the end, "Your century-old clock tower has fallen into disrepair after years of neglect. I'm not saying anything, General Sure. You are the guardian of Hachi City. Shouldn't you be more careful about this kind of thing? Talk to your city lord. This kind of cultural relic building needs regular maintenance and care. Otherwise, loose stones, corroded wood, sinking foundations, etc. may cause the collapse of the cultural relic building." Fortunately, nothing happened this time. If something this big had hit someone when it collapsed, no, even if it hadn't hit anyone but hit flowers and plants, it would still be bad, right? Chen Fan patted Shermeng's shoulder and said earnestly, "Safety, safety. This is not just about resisting external enemies, but also about paying attention to internal problems." After saying this, Chen Fan gave Yi Yun a look without waiting for Shermeng to react, and then left with Yi Yun and Xiao Chai. After walking away, Yi Yun looked at Chen Fan and sneered, "In my opinion, your mouth has reached the heavenly level. You can even make the dead come back to life. I'm afraid Shermeng won't be able to react for a while." I'm arguing with reason. I'm just arguing with reason. Chen Fan's face turned red. At this moment, Yi Yun frowned slightly, then smiled and said to Chen Fan, "You can go back to the dragon farm by yourself. I'll leave first." After saying that, Yi Yun suddenly rushed to the alley on the side. His figure instantly overlapped with the shadow of the alley and disappeared without a trace. "Oh, I'm gone again. Why are you so busy every day?" Chen Fan sighed and patted Xiao Chai's head. However, the next moment, Shermeng caught up with a group of soldiers, looking extremely serious. "What?" Chen Fan looked at Shermeng somewhat guiltily. Could it be that Shermeng realized that he had been fooled? However, Chen Fan did not dare to show it, so he could only step forward and said in a deep voice, "General Sure, did you understand what I just said?" "No." Shermeng shook his head, looked around with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Master Chun, where's the woman you were with just now? Is she the woman who injured someone and then escaped? Didn't you say you didn't know her?" Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. The statute of limitations hasn't expired yet. Chapter 60, Dragon Egg arrived. What is the statute of limitations? Shermeng looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Nothing. Chen Fan said, "But the person you mentioned has left." "Gone? Where did they go?" Shermeng asked in a deep voice. "I don't know." Chen Fan spread his hands. "Don't know? I don't know how you two got together." Shermeng said in a deep voice, "Master Chun, I hope you can tell the truth, otherwise. Don't deny it. I really don't know. We are not familiar with each other." Chen Fan said, "As for why we are together, it is just a coincidence. We happen to meet on the way to Hachi City, so we are together." "Then why didn't you say anything when you saw us just now?" Shermeng asked coldly. "Well, I don't know that you don't know." Chen Fan said, "Besides, you didn't ask." Then last time, Shermeng felt very depressed. He always felt that there was something wrong with Chen Fan's words, but he couldn't find any fault. "No, you were together after meeting on the road? And you were together for such a long time. Well, is it not possible?" Chen Fan said, "Maybe she thought I was more pleasing to her eyes the last time she kidnapped me, so she followed me again this time." "Then why didn't you ask us for help this time?" Shermeng said, "Please, she's just traveling with me this time. She's not kidnapping me. Why should I ask for help?" Chen Fan spread his hands. "Forget it. I won't talk to you about this anymore. Just tell me who she is." Shermeng said, gritting his teeth. "I don't know." Chen Fan shook his head. What's her name? What does she look like? You should know, right? Sherming asked again. I don't know. However, Chen Fan still shook his head. Sherming took a deep breath and said, Master Chen, are you really kidding us? She has been with you all the way and helped you with many things. We have seen it all, but you don't even know this. Why do I have to know? Chen Fan asked back. We just met by chance, and she is willing to help me a little. That's enough, isn't it? Then you, Sherming said in a deep voice. Then you don't have any clues to provide us? Yes, Chen Fan said. She is a woman with a great figure and is an expert. Sherming was silent for a moment, then said softly, I know. What about the others? Others? Oh, Chen Fan pointed to the dark alley. When you came here just now, she just escaped and entered this alley. When we first came, Sherming looked toward the alley and took a deep breath. Why didn't you say anything just now? Now, the people have already run away. You didn't ask. Chen Fan said again. When Chen Fan left Hatch City, Sherming was almost going crazy with anger, but he couldn't do anything to Chen Fan. If you say Chen Fan is uncooperative, he is told almost everything he knows. As for Chen Fan's cooperation, Sherming would never believe it even if he beat him to death. La, I'm an expert in raising dragons. In the woods, Chen Fan sat on Xiao Chai's body, humming a familiar song, feeling extremely happy. Although a century-old bell tower was demolished and Sherming was furious, the goal was achieved after all. Now Chen Fan only needs to wait quietly in the dragon farm for General Sherming to deliver the dragon eggs. However, just when Chen Fan was in an extremely happy mood and was about to arrive at the dragon farm, a black dragon breath rushed out from the woods and shot directly at Chen Fan. Ahem! Chen Fan reached out and slapped out the flames above his head, gritted his teeth, and said, Xiao Qi. Soon, Chen Fan jumped off Xiao Chai's body, rushed directly into the dragon farm, and rushed toward Xiao Qi. Xiao Chai ran to Xiao Qian and the team and excitedly told them about his experience of the trip. After Xiao Chai's polishing, Xiao Qian and the team listened with excitement and even discussed when to secretly go to Hatch City. What are you talking about? Just as the demolition team was chatting excitedly, Chen Fan came over with the desperate Xiao Qi in his arms and said through gritted teeth, There will be new dragon eggs soon, so you all should pay attention. At this point, Chen Fan glared at Xiao Jin, who was lying by the water tank watching the fun, and said in a deep voice, Especially you, if you continue to cause trouble, I will make you in a loach stewed with tofu. Goo. When Xiao Jin heard this, he swung his tail and returned to the water, spitting out a few bubbles to express his disdain. Chen Fan took a deep breath. If the next iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons that hatch are like them, Sherming and the others will have a lot of trouble in the future. Just like that, 3 days later, Sherming brought a few people to escort the dragon eggs of the iron-backed rhinoceros to the Pink Fan dragon farm. When he saw Xiao Qian and the team, Sherming felt more relieved. Welcome. Chen Fan smiled as he welcomed Sherming and the others into the dragon farm, then said with a smile, Thank you for your help this time. It's okay. Although several days had passed, Sherming still looked at Chen Fan with some resentment in his eyes. The 5 dragon eggs of the ironback rhinoceros have been safely delivered. You just need to receive them. Yeah, Chen Fan nodded, his eyes shining as he looked at the iron-backed rhinoceros dragon egg. But speaking of which, Sherming looked around. He had never been to this dragon farm in the past few years. He couldn't help but wonder, are all dragon farms so simple? It took a lot of effort for Sherming to hold back the word simple that was about to come out of his mouth. Of course not. Chen Fan smiled and didn't care about Sherming's words. You also know that my parents passed away a few years ago. Although I have a few relatives to help me, I can only barely survive. Now it is thanks to Xiao He and Xiao Hui that the situation has been opened up. So, my dragon farm is inevitably a little shabby. After all, there are no parents to take care of it. Sherming was stunned for a moment when he heard Chen Fan's words, and looked at Chen Fan strangely. He had asked around and knew that Chen Fan was telling the truth, but he didn't expect Chen Fan to say this so calmly, as if it had nothing to do with him. This made Sherming look up to Chen Fan a little bit. Afterwards, Sherming and others did not stay in the dragon farm for long. They just said that they had more work to do in Hatch City, and then left. Chen Fan carefully placed the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragon eggs, and at the same time kept an eye on the demolition team, Xiao Jin and Xiao Qi, making sure to protect these dragon eggs. After all, This concerns the life and death of Ping Fan Dragon Farm. The demolition team and Xiao Jin just rolled their eyes at Chen Fan after hearing his warning and did not take his words to heart. Only Xiao Qi obviously took Chen Fan's warning to heart. His ruby-like eyes rolled around, and I don't know what he was thinking. Chapter 61. Respect each other. The starry night was brilliant, and the entire dragon farm was silent. Xiao Qi secretly glanced at Chen Fan, who was lying leisurely by the river, then ran to look at the demolition team who were gathered together for research with a smile on his face. Then Xiao Qi quickly ran to the depths of the dragon farm and came to an independent building. Chen Fan had specifically instructed that the demolition team could demolish the entire dragon farm, but this building must not be touched, because what is contained here is nothing else but the 5 precious iron-backed rhinoceros dragon eggs. Xiao Qi looked around and felt that no one noticed him, so he quickly crawled into the building. In fact, calling this a building is an exaggeration. It is just a small house of 5 meters square. 5 dragon eggs are neatly placed in the center of the house, covered with a quilt. Chen Fan is no longer the person who knew nothing when he first came to this world. After studying for so long and reading the basic dragon illustrated book, he already knew at least the method of hatching the ironback rhinoceros. Speaking of it, hatching the ironback rhinoceros is very simple. You just need to put it in a warm place. Normally, a dragon egg of the iron-backed rhinoceros can be successfully hatched if it is kept at a suitable temperature for a month. Yes, I repeat, the right temperature. If Chen Fan put on the fire like he did at the beginning, there would be no third possibility except being cooked or exploding. Xiao Qi sneaked into the building, then quickly crawled to the side of the 5 dragon eggs, his ruby-like eyes fixed on the 5 dragon eggs. It remembers every word Chen Fan said. Didn't it say that these 5 dragon eggs are related to the survival of the dragon farm? Didn't we say that we must protect these 5 dragon eggs? Xiao Qi thought about what Chen Fan had done to him, and thought about Chen Fan picking him up and beating him up, and the corners of his mouth instantly widened. Then Xiao Qi raised his claws without any hesitation and was about to hit the dragon egg hard. Everything it experienced in this dragon farm made it a little unsure what was wrong with its dragon breath. Why is it that the most powerful means in daily life is now almost becoming a tool for keeping warm in winter? But this doesn't stop Xiao Qi from believing in his claws. No matter what power this dragon farm has, Xiao Qi firmly believes that it is just a dragon egg of the iron-backed rhinoceros dragon, and it can be smashed into pieces with just one claw. Thinking of this, Xiao Qi smiled even more happily and swung his claws down vigorously. However, Xiao Qi's claws did not hit the dragon egg, but he was kicked away by someone. Roar! Xiao Qi slammed heavily against the wall, then slowly fell to the ground. He looked around blankly, not knowing what had happened. Roar, roar, roar. Not far away, the demolition team was jumping around excitedly. It was obvious that the people who just knocked Xiao Qi away were none other than the demolition team. After figuring this out, he immediately got up from the ground and growled at the demolition team. However, when the demolition team saw Xiao Qi's expression, they were not scared, but became excited instead. The 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons quickly bypassed the 5 dragon eggs in the center of the room, came to Xiao Qi, and surrounded Xiao Qi in a triangle. Seeing this situation, Xiao Qi's face suddenly changed. His dragon wings, like chicken wings, were tightly folded on both sides of his body, and he held the dragon's breath in his mouth as if giving a warning. But the demolition team didn't care at all and gradually shortened the distance between them and Xiao Qi. Finally, Xiao Qi launched the attack first, and his sturdy tail hit Xiao Qi's, but directly. Bang! Xiao Qi was slapped and flew toward Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, on the other hand, hit Xiao Qi with his tail as if he was catching a ball, and pushed Xiao Qi towards the team. The team, like Xiao Qian, continued to slap Xiao Qi toward Xiao Qi. In this way, the demolition team had a lot of fun. What are you doing? At this moment, a voice rang out, and the 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons were startled at the same time. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian slapped Xiao Qi in the wrong direction and hit the 5 dragon eggs of the iron-backed rhinoceros. Chen Fan, who had just walked into the room, saw this and his face suddenly changed, and he rushed over in a hurry. However, it was too late. Xiao Qi hit the 5 dragon eggs of the iron-backed rhinoceros dragon hard and actually knocked the eggs flying. Bang, bang, bang. Under Chen Fan's desperate gaze, 5 dragon eggs flew out and fell to the ground. However, contrary to Chen Fan's expectations, These 5 dragon eggs were extremely strong. Even though they fell heavily to the ground, there was no sign of damage. Chen Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, walked forward, picked up Xiao Qi, and put him on the ground. Then he picked up all 5 dragon eggs and put them back to their original places before looking at the demolition team. "What are you doing?" Chen Fan's voice was a little angry. The demolition team was startled and all hid in the corner. Only Xiao Qi took a step forward and roared softly at Chen Fan. Then Xiao Qi nodded to Xiao Qi with his head, and then nodded to the dragon egg. "You mean Xiao Qi wants to destroy the dragon egg?" Chen Fan instantly understood what Xiao Qi meant, and then turned to look at Xiao Qi. "Should you give me an explanation?" Roar. Xiao Qi hurriedly took a step back and shouted at Chen Fan vigilantly. "Forget it." Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qi, exhaled deeply, then looked at the demolition team again and said in a deep voice, "Although you're trying to protect the dragon egg, you shouldn't treat Xiao Qi like that. You are all from the same dragon farm. You should be close to brothers and sisters. You are family. How can family members bully each other like this? No, even if we're not a family, we cannot bully the weak." Roar. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the demolition team and Xiao Qi showed contempt in their eyes at the same time. Especially Xiao Qi. It looked at Chen Fan and really wanted to ask him, "If that's the case, what did you mean by throwing me down? Don't be dissatisfied." Chen Fan saw the thoughts of the demolition team and Xiao Qi and said in a deep voice, "Remember, you are all family members. No matter what, you can't tease each other like that. That is a trampling on your personality. No, it is a trampling on your langue, and it is the greatest insult to your pride." Hearing this, the faces of the demolition team changed slightly, as if they understood what Chen Fan meant. "Okay, it looks like you understand." Chen Fan nodded, then said in a deep voice, "So remember, if you encounter something like this again in the future, just beat them to death. Don't tease them. As family, we must give each other respect and dignity." Roar. The demolition team and Xiao Qi were stunned. Chapter 62, Integration. After admonishing the demolition team, Chen Fan left. Xiao Qi also left the room under the malicious gaze of the demolition team. It felt that this dragon farm was more and more strange. Not only were these 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs strange, but this dragon trainer was even stranger. It can clearly understand every word he says, but why can't it understand when they are put together? Just because they are family members, if you're going to fight, you should beat them to death and never hold back? Xiao Qi shook his head, feeling a chill in his heart. It had no doubt that after hearing what Chen Fan said, the next time the demolition team was given a chance, they would definitely not hold back. Thinking of this, Xiao Qi felt even more depressed. He was such a powerful person, but he was being bullied like this by a few juvenile iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons. I really feel like I want to bang my head against a tree and die. However, it was precisely because of Chen Fan's words that Xiao Qi calmed down a lot in the next few days. It didn't bother the demolition team and just lay quietly beside the water tank every day. After a few interactions, it actually became closer to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin had no animosity toward Xiao Qi. As the big brother of the dragon farm, Xiao Jin's favorite thing to do was to watch the demolition team fighting and playing in the dragon farm. Anyway, no matter how they fight, it won't get me hurt, so I could just watch the fun. Now that it has Xiao Qi to accompany it, it is very happy. Gurgle, gurgle. Xiao Jin blew a few bubbles toward Xiao Qi. Puff. Xiao Qi gently spit out a small flame. The flames and bubbles collided in the air, the flames went out, and the bubbles burst. At the same time, Xiao Qi glanced at the demolition team not far away. The other party was carefully controlling the earth-attributed magic power to form a small palace on the ground. Contempt. There is nothing but contempt in Xiao Qi's eyes. They're indeed some low-level dragons, indeed young dragons that have not yet grown up. The intelligence levels of both parties are not at the same level at all. Thinking of this, Xiao Qi raised his head proudly and blew a small flame towards his head again, shattering the bubbles spit out by Xiao Jin. "Are you getting along well?" Just then, Chen Fan came in with firewood, looked at Xiao Jin and Xiao Qi, and nodded with satisfaction. After so long, Xiao Qi has finally started to integrate into the environment of the dragon farm. However, his brain seems to be not very good. Why is he still playing such childish games? Then Chen Fan placed the firewood on the ground and glanced at Xiao Qi. When Xiao Qi saw Chen Fan's eyes, he immediately rolled his eyes and then gently blew out a small flame. The flames quickly floated towards the firewood on the ground and lit it in the blink of an eye. Not bad. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. He was also puzzled. The temperature of Xiao Qi's flame was not even enough to set his clothes on fire, but it was very useful for starting a fire. No matter how wet the firewood is, it will be like dry firewood in front of Xiao Qi's flame and will catch fire at any time. Before, whether it was the demolition team or Xiao Hui and Xiao He, the dragon breath they exhaled either failed to light the firewood or directly burned the firewood to ashes. None of them was as effective as Xiao Qi. Then Chen Fan looked up at the demolition team and shouted, "Catch some fish." Hearing Chen Fan's words, the demolition team hurriedly turned around and rushed to the Dubamon River nearby. In just over 10 seconds, they caught more than 10 fish and threw them next to Chen Fan. Chen Fan grabbed the fish, skillfully inserted a wooden branch into it, and then put it on the fire to roast it. He turned the fish over from time to time and sprinkled some seasoning on it. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted through the dragon farm. Smelling the fragrance, Xiao Qi stopped lying down and stood up, ran to the fire, and looked up at the fish on it. It had to admit that although Chen Fan was a mean, obscene, and shameless person with a lot of bad intentions, he was still quite good at grilling fish. Even though I have eaten it many times, I still can't stop eating it every time I smell it. Otherwise, even if it were to die, it would not have used its dragon breath to ignite Chen Fan's fire. It also has its dignity. Soon, the aroma became more and more fragrant, and oil began to sizzle on the fish. The demolition team also ran over and waited with their heads raised. However, at this moment, the demolition team suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the dragon egg. "What's wrong?" Chen Fan asked hurriedly after seeing the performance of the demolition team. It was only after he came back this time that he discovered that the demolition team seemed to be able to sense what was happening in the dragon farm to a certain extent. For example, someone wants to sneak in here, or someone wants to sneak out. That was why Chen Fan could place the dragon egg there with such confidence, instead of guarding it himself. After all, it takes time to hatch a dragon egg, and although Chen Fan is very free, he can't keep an eye on the dragon egg every day. So the task was handed over to the demolition team. Now that the demolition team has reacted like this, does it mean that there is something wrong with the location of the dragon eggs? However, before Chen Fan could stand up, he heard a series of thump sounds. Then Chen Fan saw a group of young iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons staggering towards him. Perhaps because they had just hatched from dragon eggs, these iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons ran very slowly and often fell over. But they didn't seem to care about it at all. Their little eyes were fixed on the grilled fish in Chen Fan's hand. It hatched so quickly. Chen Fan looked at the iron-backed rhinoceros and was very surprised. It seemed that the speed at which he hatched the iron-backed rhinoceros was much faster than he had imagined. Then Chen Fan gently waved at the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons and said with a smile, "Come here, let's eat together." However, the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs stopped about 2 meters away, staring at the demolition team and Xiao Qi vigilantly, and did not dare to move. "Demolition team, let them come over." Chen Fan sighed and said softly, "Roar." The demolition team roared at the same time. The 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons then ran over with confidence, but they still tried their best to avoid Xiao Qi. "I didn't expect you to be so scary." Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qi and said with a smile, "Oomph." Xiao Qi growled softly. "Okay, you guys are still young anyway." Chen Fan handed the 2 fish to the 5 young dragons and said, "You can eat these 2 first." Then Chen Fan gave the remaining grilled fish to the other dragons, and finally started eating it himself. Soon, the man and several dragons ate up all the grilled fish. Chen Fan then looked at the 5 newly born iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons. Judging from their performance just now, the intelligence of these 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons is definitely not iron-bone fools, but it seems that they are not that smart either. So, was my cultivation successful or failed? Chapter 63. The Dragon Master Association is here. Can you understand what I am saying? Chen Fan asked tentatively while looking at the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons. The 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons looked at each other and looked at Chen Fan as if he were a fool. Chen Fan also felt that his question was a bit silly and shook his head. "Forget it. Remember, I'm the owner of this ordinary dragon breeding farm, responsible for the training of the 5 of you. I'm not your master. I'm just cultivating you. While you are in the dragon breeding farm, you must obey my arrangements and follow my commands. If you don't obey, I will kill you all and then breed 5 new ones. Do you understand?" The 5 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons were originally quite disdainful, but they were all stunned when they heard the last sentence. What does that mean? If they don't obey, they will all be beaten to death? Are you sure this is correct? Are you sure this is what the owner of a dragon farm should say? When Xiao heard this, he grinned. He felt that this dragon farm should just be renamed Kill Dragon Farm. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. I think the 5 of you have understood it, so let's do it this way. Then it's time for the exciting naming session. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and said, Of course, your real names will still have to be chosen by your master. I'm just giving you a code name. Hearing this, both the demolition team and Xiao showed a gloating expression on their faces. Chen Fan looked at the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons in front of him for a long time, then clapped his hands. Got it. Then Chen Fan pointed at several iron-backed rhinoceros dragons one by one and said, You were the first one to run out, so you will be called Xiao. You were the second one to run out, so you're called Shower. You're called Xiao San, Xiao Si, and Xiao Wu. Perfect. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan named the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons. However, before the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons could be shocked, Xiao was completely stunned and felt as if he had been offended. Xiao opened his mouth and wanted to protest, but then he thought of Chen Fan's words, little baldy, and under Chen Fan's tyranny, Xiao dared not say a word. That's right, in Xiao's heart, Chen Fan is just a bad namer. So for those who are bad at naming, is it better to come up with a new name or 5 new names? Thinking of this, Xiao took a bite of the grilled fish with even greater grief and indignation. Chen Fan had a very leisurely life in the next few days. He also found some problems with the 5 newly hatched iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons. Indeed, the intelligence of these 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons is not low, but there is still a big gap compared to the demolition team and Xiao and Xiao Hui. But this also has an advantage, which is being obedient. Compared with the demolition team and Xiao Hui and Xiao these 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons made Chen Fan feel much more at ease. In addition, in just 3 days, these 5 iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs learned how to breathe and catch fish under the guidance of the demolition team. However, they did not learn the Earth-attributed power like the demolition team. This is enough. After all, as long as you can breathe dragon, you can be rated as good level. That is enough. As long as nothing else happens, you just need to wait patiently for the assessment of the Dragon Master Association. While Chen Fan was happy, Xiao was even happier. Although it was just an accident, Xiao discovered that his dragon breath could cause real damage to Xiao Wu. Even though the invisible pressure still existed, the power of the dragon's breath had weakened a lot, and it couldn't cause fatal damage to them. But it was good enough that it was effective. However, Xiao didn't dare to bully Xiao and the others too much. After all, their big brother was the demolition team. But Xiao still couldn't beat the demolition team. Just like that, time passed slowly in dullness. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the people from the Dragon Master Association finally arrived. My dear nephew, Ace came here with the Dragon Master Association. As soon as the red-eyed night dragon he was riding landed, he shouted, We are here, come out and greet us. Welcome, welcome. Chen Fan walked out quickly and looked at the 2 Dragon Masters following Ace with a smile on his face. Yeah. The 2 Dragon Masters looked at the environment of the dragon farm and nodded. I didn't expect that your first-level dragon farm is built like a city. Chen Fan's face flushed slightly and he smiled embarrassedly. Speaking of which, Chen Fan was also very surprised. Ever since Xiao came back from Hatch City, he seemed to have turned into a dragon, and Xiao Qian and the team had also changed. It can be said that during this period the demolition team directly became a contractor, studying architecture hard every day. As a result, the environment of the entire dragon farm has undergone earth-shaking changes. The rooms built by the demolition team today are not only grand but also beautiful. They look pleasing to the eye, which also makes Chen Fan feel gratified. Anyway, the demolition team is finally on the right track. Let me introduce myself. A young Dragon Master in white said to Chen Fan, I am Xiao, the Senior Dragon Master of the Dragon Master Association. The one next to me is Yun He, the Senior Dragon Master of our Dragon Master Association. My dear nephew, a Senior Dragon Master is a person of extremely high status, even in the Dragon Master Association. Ace was afraid that Chen Fan didn't know the value of a Senior Dragon Master, so he hurriedly said, You have a small first-level dragon farm, and you usually don't see such a person. I see. Chen Fan smiled. it seems that I still benefited from Xiao Qi. Then Chen Fan bowed to Xiao Wei, and Yun He waved his hand and said, "Please come in, both of you." Soon, Xiao Wei and Yun He came to the dragon farm under the leadership of Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not delay and first took them to see Xiao Qi. At this moment, Xiao Qi was lying beside the water tank and playing the bubble-blowing game with Xiao Jin. When he saw Chen Fan coming with a few people, he glanced at them lightly and then didn't care anymore. High-level dragon. Yun's eyes narrowed suddenly when he saw Xiao Qi, and he said in a deep voice, "It's actually a high-level dragon." "Indeed, but I have never seen this kind of dragon before, not even in the records of our Dragon Master Association." Xiao Wei came to Xiao Qi's side, squatted down, and looked at it carefully. "Senior Yunhe, you are knowledgeable. What kind of dragon is this?" "I don't know." Yunhe also shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I can only determine that it must be a high-level dragon, but I can't tell what kind of dragon it is." Then, Chen Fan said nervously, "Does this count?" "Count. If the high-level dragons don't count, what else can count?" Xiao Wei said with a smile, while stretching out his hand, wanting to pick up Xiao Qi. However, Xiao Qi was angered by Xiao Wei's actions. With his status, how could he allow anyone to hug him casually? Then he opened his mouth, and a stream of hot dragon breath sprayed towards Xiao Wei's face. Chapter 64. A Smooth Sailing. Dragon breath, it's dragon breath. Xiao Wei was attacked by the dragon breath, but he was not panicked. A powerful force surged out of his body and blocked the dragon breath. In Xiao Wei's opinion, even if it was a high-level dragon, the breath of a mere young dragon could not hurt him. However, at this moment, Yun's face changed, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Wei, pulling Xiao Wei back. Then Xiao Wei clearly saw that when the dragon's breath hit his defensive air wall, it did not encounter any hindrance and directly passed through the air wall and continued to move forward. If Yuna hadn't discovered in time and pulled me away, I would have had to face the dragon's breath with my mortal body. Although with Xiao Wei's strength, there would be no big problem even if he was hit by a breath of dragon head-on, but he would definitely suffer. How many times have I told you not to be careless, especially when facing a high-level dragon? Yunhe waited for Xiao Wei to look at him, then looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Although your dragon has never been recorded in the Dragon Master Association, this ability is terrifyingly strong. If you can ignore the protection of the air wall, then you can ignore most of the defensive measures. The power is still small. Chen Fan smiled and pointed to the place where the dragon's breath hit. In just a short while, the flame of the dragon's breath disappeared. Don't worry. As it grows, its power will become stronger and stronger. Yuna said in a deep voice, "For almost any ability, characteristics are the most important, just like the characteristics of a dragon tamer. If your abilities are weak, you can train and strengthen them. Many of them can be improved over time. But as for characteristics, if they exist, they exist. If they don't exist." As a senior Dragon Master in the Dragon Master Association, he does have some foresight. So even though Xiao Qi's dragon breath looked weak just now, Yunhe didn't dare to underestimate it. At the same time, Yunhe felt a little strange in his heart. Xiao Qi's dragon breath always gave him a strange feeling, and he couldn't tell what was strange. Yunhe then briefly inquired about Xiao Qi's characteristics and wrote them down, waiting to return to the Dragon Master Association to complete Xiao Qi's file. However, he did not ask too many details. After all, this was related to Chen Fan's training method. There are many dragons that grow up in different dragon farms and have different powers. As for the type of dragon that Xiao Qi belongs to, Yunhe decided to wait and see what Xiao Qi likes to call itself. After all, you can't really call Xiao Qi a hairless dragon. Yunhe and Xiao Wei were very experienced and quickly registered everything. During this period, Chen Fan also asked about Xiao Jin, but just as Chen Fan guessed, let alone identifying Xiao Jin's identity, Yunhe and others couldn't even be sure whether Xiao Jin was a dragon. Then Chen Fan took the two of them to find the demolition team. Yunhe and Xiao Wei were also surprised when they saw the demolition team. Although Ace had told Yunhe and the others on the way here, it was still different from seeing it with one's own eyes. The three iron-backed, rhinoceros horned dragons seemed to be extremely intelligent, even comparable to humans. The most important thing is that after a brief study of the three iron-backed, rhinoceros horned dragons, the two saw that the ground was slightly raised, forming a miniature city. Yunhe in particular seemed particularly familiar, and very much like the nearby city of Hatch. For this reason, Yunhe and Xiao directly made these three iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons into excellent ones. Although the current capabilities of the demolition team are nothing compared to those higher-level dragons, at least among the lower-level dragons, at least among the iron-backed rhinoceros dragons, the demolition team capabilities are definitely top-notch. In particular, Yunhe deliberately launched a sneaky attack in order to test the demolition team's defense. The intensity of the attack used by Yunhe is determined according to the ironback rhinoceros's defense. Normally, if it hits the ironback rhinoceros, it will definitely be injured. But the strange thing is that Yunhe's attack fell on the demolition team, but the demolition team seemed not to feel it. He just shook his body lightly and then continued his research. This made Yunhe even more shocked. You know, although the intelligence of the ironback rhinoceros is very important, its high intelligence can greatly improve its combat power. On the contrary, it seems that this improvement in defense is more intuitive. Therefore, Yunhe had a higher opinion of the ironback rhinoceros. After registering with the demolition team, Chen Fan brought Yunhe and the other two to a secluded corner of the dragon farm. On weekdays, children from grade 1 to grade 5 like to stay here. They don't play, they just sleep. Chen Fan woke up Xiao, and the others, but they were not as shocking as the demolition team. However, after the evaluation, Yunhe and Xiao directly gave the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons excellent evaluations. Although it is still in its infancy, it is being nurtured very well. Yunhe even suspected that the iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragon raised in Chen Fan's dragon farm had the potential to break through to the Earth rank. You have to know that for many years, there has never been a ground-level iron-backed rhinoceros dragon. This level is almost an insurmountable barrier. Then Yunhe asked Chen Fan to arrange a place and asked Chen Fan carefully. After all, there is a high-level dragon here. So, after Yunhe and Xiao confirmed that the dragon's grade meets the requirements, they still need to assess Chen Fan. Finally, after an inspection by the Dragon Master Association, Chen Fan's dragon farm could continue to exist. Chen Fan was immediately very happy and invited Ace, Yunhe, and others to have dinner at the dragon farm. After all, the big stone that had been weighing on my heart has finally fallen to the ground. Ace told Chen Fan that after this assessment, not only would the Ping Fan Dragon Farm be able to continue to exist, but it would also receive funding from the Dragon Master Association. After all, there is a high-level dragon in Chen Fan's Dragon Farm, and it is a high-level dragon that has never been seen before. This is something that the Dragon Master Association cannot ignore. Chen Fan became even happier when he heard this. He happily brought Ace and others to the restaurant and went to prepare meals himself. Although there was nothing delicious, there was enough grilled fish. At the same time, Chen Fan also planned to take out all the delicious food he had collected and let Yunhe and others taste the local specialties. The weather is so sunny today, and the scenery is beautiful everywhere. Chen Fan walked out humming a little tune, feeling extremely happy that this assessment went so smoothly. However, just when Chen Fan was happiest, a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Chen Fan's expression suddenly changed, and he turned back to look at Ace and others. The next moment, a violent tremor sounded, and the huge restaurant, no, it should be said that the entire dragon farm collapsed in front of Chen Fan's shocked eyes. Chapter 65. Heaven collapses and earth shatters. ES was confused, Yunhe was confused, and Xiao was also confused. The three people were sitting in the room chatting and had a lot of praise for this ordinary dragon farm. Unexpectedly, the house collapsed just as Chen Fan walked out. So, Chen Fan brought the three of them here, hoping to catch them all in one fell swoop. But there are no traps and no special powers in this house. Do you really think you can crush these strong people like us? No, not to mention that they're all Earth-level powerhouses. Even if they are at the human-level body-tempering realm, it should not be so easy to die. Demolish, demolish, demolition team. Chen Fan's chest kept heaving, the words squeezed out from between his teeth, and his eyes were about to burst into fire. This demolition team has been very obedient recently. Why do they act crazy today? Why do they act crazy at this critical moment? Let's not worry about it for now. Now that the people from the Dragon Master Association have been buried alive, will they still agree to the continuation of the Dragon Farm? Even if they agreed, would they have any resentment in their hearts? Would the funding that Ace originally promised to provide to the Dragon Farm be reduced? Roar, roar, roar. Chen Fan looked at the demolition team that came out of the ruins, jumping around, and seemed very happy. Looking at the only huge water tank that was not smashed, Xiao Jin and Xiao Qi were still playing the bubble game. Looking at the children from grade 1 to grade 5, who shook off the stones on their bodies and then continued to sleep lazily, I just felt that my heart was cold. My dear nephew. At this moment, Ace's voice came over, and then the gravel flew. Ace and the other two were sitting in the same place intact, and said with a smile, "Is this a surprise program you prepared for us?" Chen Fan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. "Yeah." Yunhe nodded gently, looked at Xiao Wei, and said in a deep voice, "The Earth attribute energy fluctuation just now should have come from the 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons. I didn't expect that their Earth attribute power would be so strong." Indeed, Xiao Wei also looked around in admiration, and then looked at the location of the water tank. Such a large-scale destruction, but only bypassed this water tank. I don't believe it's a coincidence. Most likely they were intentionally limiting the range of their attacks, and avoiding the location of the water tank. Such a young dragon, such controllability, such an attack range. Master Chen, you really surprised us. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to continue. However, since the dragon farm had become what it is now, the meal could not be had. After a few simple greetings, Yunhe and Xiao Wei left. Ace also spoke a few words to Chen Fan, telling him to pay attention to the dragon, and then left. After everyone left, Chen Fan took a deep breath and walked towards the demolition team, who were still playing excitedly. Chen Fan was exhausted that night. He used facts and reason to kindly teach the demolition team what it meant to rise together and fall together. It is through teaching the demolition team and killing chickens. No, it is to let the 1st to 5th grade students have a more intuitive understanding of how to make a good ironback rhinoceros. The result was that students from grade 1 to grade 5 would tremble all over and dare not even breathe when they saw Chen Fan. Before this, it was hard for them to imagine that Chen Fan could be so terrifying. He could shake the adults Xiaoyi to Xiaowu, as if he was shaking a rag, effortlessly. The dragon farm, which was already in ruins, was almost razed to the ground due to Chen Fan's serious, gentle, and enthusiastic education of the demolition team. There was hardly a single large stone to be seen on the ground. However, unlike grades 1 to 5, just when Chen Fan was wholeheartedly teaching the demolition team, a figure took the opportunity to leave the dragon farm. This figure was none other than Xiao Qi. At this moment, neither Chen Fan nor the demolition team had the energy to take care of it. It was the best time to escape. Hearing the loud roar in the distance, Xiao Qi quickly rushed into the woods. He didn't dare to fly, but used all 4 legs to crawl very fast. Finally, after climbing for almost 2 hours, Xiao Qi felt that Chen Fan could not catch up with him no matter what. So he stopped, lay on the ground, and his body kept shaking as if he was crying. Finally, it escaped from that devil's cave. It wanted to use its identity to survive in that dragon farm, but it became a dragon under dragons, bullied by all the dragons. It wanted to hit its head against a tree and die. However, even though this place is some distance away from the dragon farm, Xiao Qi still didn't dare to stay here for long. It raised its head and let out a soft dragon roar towards the sky, followed by black flames emerging from its eyes, mouth, and ears. The next moment, black flames gushed out from every pore on its body. In just a few breaths, Xiao Qi's image had changed drastically. If Xiao Qi was just a hairless dragon before, now Xiao Qi has become an extremely ferocious and terrifying black dragon. The dragon was burning with black flames all over its body, as if it was the god of death from hell, and looked full of powerful and strange power. If Yunhe were here at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that the dragon in front of him is a very terrifying existence among the magic dragons, the black flame magic dragon. This is a very tyrannical and ferocious dragon. Its body is always covered by the inextinguishable hellish flames. No one had ever seen the hellish flames on the black flame dragon extinguished, so even the knowledgeable Yunhe did not recognize it. In fact, the most important thing is that in Yunhe's heart, the tyrannical, brutal, and cruel black flame dragon, even if it is just a young dragon, would never play the bubble-blowing game with an unknown existence in a dragon farm. Dragons are noble and proud. The black flame demon dragon should never be so self-degrading. Feeling the strength returning to his body, Xiao Qi raised his head high. It was finally back. The scarlet eyes glanced in the direction of the ordinary dragon farm, and a hint of cruelty flowed from the eyes filled with violent aura. Roar! Xiao Qi. No, The black flame demon dragon breathed out a breath of dragon towards the sky, then turned around and flew in another direction. Revenge? You must be kidding. The black flame demon dragon swore that if he saw the demolition team and Chen Fan in the future, he would definitely take a detour. Even if it died and drowned in the water, it absolutely did not want to see Chen Fan again. A month later, the news of the dragon's revival spread throughout the entire continent. Several countries suffered heavy casualties under the dragon's ravages, and countless people were destroyed. However, Chen Fan knew nothing about this. He only knew that he led the demolition team to search for Xiao in the Ralph Forest every day. Until this day, a familiar figure appeared in the air. Chapter 66, Black Flame Demon Dragon. Master Yunhe Long, Chen Fan, who was about to lead the demolition team out to search, saw the person coming and hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Where's Xiao? Yunhe Wuxin greeted Chen Fan and asked directly after getting off the ground. Xiao. Chen Fan's heart tightened. Could it be that the Dragon Master Association knew about Xiaoqi's disappearance? In this case, the ordinary dragon farm will not have enough two kinds of dragons. Will the Dragon Master Association deprive the dragon farm of its qualifications? No, the assessment of the dragon farm has been completed, and there should be no case of depriving the dragon farm of its qualifications. But the material subsidy for Xiaoqi that Ace mentioned before might be cancelled. After all, we can't even find Xiaoqi, so what's the point of the subsidy? However, Chen Fan did not dare to hide it, and forced a smile on his face and said, well, to be honest, Xiaoqi is missing, and I am taking long to look for him. Lost? When was it lost? Yunhe's face looked very ugly. After you came last time, Chen Fan said. Damn it. Yunhe's face turned even uglier when he heard this. It looks like the timing is right. Excuse me, what happened to Xiaoqi? Having said that, no matter how stupid Chen Fan was, he understood that this must be related to Xiaoqi. If our guess is correct, Yunhe looked at Chen Fan and said in a deep voice, your Xiaoqi should be a demon dragon and a very powerful black flame demon dragon. Now, your Xiaoqi should be wreaking havoc outside. Hearing this, Chen Fan was stunned. Alas, now it's not your fault. After all, even I didn't recognize the identity of that dragon. Yunhe sighed. Now please tell me everything about that dragon. After all, you have been in contact with it the longest and know it best. This time, I hope you won't hide it. Then Yunhe told Chen Fan what had happened recently. Ever since Yunhe and his friends left the ordinary dragon farm last time, someone found traces of the magic dragon near Guatrut a few days later. Hundreds of hectares of forest were burned to ashes, and the corpses of countless monsters piled up into mountains. After learning the news, the Dragon Master Association immediately sent people to investigate. After judgment, it was determined that the legendary dragon, the Black Flame Dragon, was the cause of this phenomenon. According to the records of the Dragon Master Association, the Black Flame Dragon is the most mysterious and terrifying. The most important thing is that there are very few records about the Black Flame Dragon. It can even be said that apart from its name, its brutal and cruel character, and the never-extinguished hellish flames burning all over its body, there is no more introduction. To Yunhe, this was an incredible thing. After all, fighting against magic dragons has always been the most important thing in the Dragon Master Association. So the records of most magic dragons are very detailed, including appearance, abilities, personality, weaknesses, etc. Even if they are incomplete, there are always records. However, there are very few records about the Black Flame Dragon. Therefore, Yunhe now urgently wants to know everything about the Black Flame Dragon. After all, this may greatly reduce the damage caused by the Black Flame Dragon. After knowing this, Chen Fan felt very complicated. No matter what, Xiaoqi was hatched by Chen Fan himself from a dragon egg, and they have been together day and night for such a long time, it is impossible to say that there is no affection between them. Now that he heard that Xiaoqi had caused such destruction and endless killing, Chen Fan found it hard to accept it for a moment. Chen Fan even suspected that the Dragon Master Association had made a mistake. How could a child who only knew how to play the bubble-blowing game with Xiao Jin every day do such a thing? However, Chen Fan still told Yunhe everything he knew. After all, this matter was of great importance, and he could not hide it. It can ignore the air wall defense and spray dragon breath with almost no limit. Yunhe rubbed his forehead when he heard this. It was worthy of being the Black Flame Demon Dragon. It was worse than he expected. That's right, ignoring defense and having unlimited ammunition Combined with the Dragon Clan's extremely powerful physique, this is almost an unsolvable existence. Thinking of this, Yunhe looked at Chen Fan and frowned slightly. If that's the case, why did the Black Flame Demon Dragon willingly stay in this small dragon farm? Combined with Chen Fan's description, the Black Flame Dragon quietly left while he was beating up the demolition team. This shows that the Black Flame Dragon does not want to leave, but is unable to leave and is trapped here. But Yunhe looked at Chen Fan. This man didn't look like someone who could suppress the Black Flame Dragon. Thinking of this, Yunhe suddenly said, Master Chen, may I ask, when the Black Flame Demon Dragon was here, did it do nothing? Didn't it try to hurt you? This one did attack me before. Chen Fan said, but the power of its dragon breath was too weak, so I didn't take it seriously. I see. Yunhe thought for a moment and said, I wonder what Master Chen's characteristics are? I have read Master Chen's information, and it only shows that Master Chen has the characteristic of physical enhancement. Well, this is all I know, Chen Fan said. But judging from Master Chen's performance, it seems that this is not the only characteristic. Yunhe said, Master Chen, have you never tested it again? No. Chen Fan smiled bitterly and said, after all, characteristic testing is too expensive. This. Yunhe looked around and then nodded. Indeed, given the current situation of Chen Fan's dragon farm, it is indeed difficult to pay for the characteristics testing. In that case, Master Chen, why don't you go with me? Yunhe said, according to our clues, the Black Flame Demon Dragon is heading towards the direction of the Mortras Empire. Master Chen can go with me. Really? That's great, Chen Fan said with his eyes lighting up. Master Chen, aren't you afraid? That's a demon dragon. Yunhe looked at Chen Fan's expression and said in confusion, if the child you raised did something wrong, you have to find him and punish him. Chen Fan clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, to be honest, I find it hard to believe what you said. Although Xiao Qi has a bad temper, from what I know about him, he is not the kind of dragon who would do such a thing. There are some things that I have to witness and discern with my own eyes. Yes, Yunhe nodded. It just so happens that I can take you to the Dragon Master Association of the Mortras Empire and retest your characteristics for you. And since you can suppress the Black Flame Dragon here, maybe you can suppress it when you get to the scene. Okay, then when do we set off? Chen Fan asked. Now, Yunhe said, by the way, where are your 3 ironback rhinoceros dragons? Take them with you. Will they do something bad? Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. He was really afraid that Xiao Qi would be fine, but the demolition team would demolish the Mortras Empire. Chapter 67. The Mortras Empire. In the end, Chen Fan and Yunhe still brought the demolition team. Of course, it was not that Chen Fan and Yunhe were flying in the sky while the demolition team was running on the ground, but that the demolition team was put into the Space Dragon Crystal. Space Dragon Crystal. Chen Fan first heard about this thing from Ace, and later saw it at Aunt Julie's house at Jalao's Dragon Farm. It can be regarded as a top-grade space equipment, and its main function is to transport dragons. Every dragon trader has such equipment. The lowest quality one should be the Space Dragon Bag, followed by the Space Dragon Crystal, and the highest quality one is the Dragon Spirit Bead. When Ace came here and took Xiao Wei and Xiao He away, he used the Space Dragon Bag. Of course, this doesn't mean that Ace doesn't have Space Dragon Crystal in his hands, but because of some other reasons. Compared with these 3 types of space equipment, the space inside the Space Dragon Bag is generally smaller, often only about 100 square meters. Even the best one is only 1,000 square meters, and the spiritual energy content inside is extremely limited. However, Space Dragon crystals are different. The smallest one is more than 10 kilometers in size, and the largest ones are even hundreds of kilometers in size. The spiritual energy inside is incomparably rich. In comparison, the Space Dragon Bag is just a child's toy or model. It can be used, but that's all. As for the Dragon Spirit Pearl, it is not on the same level as the other 2. Although the space inside the Space Dragon Crystal is extremely large, the top dragons refuse to enter it. That's why things like Dragon Spirit Pearls were developed. The Dragon Spirit Beads are only the size of a ping-pong ball. Each bead is a small world in itself. Only the most powerful space dragons can condense them. The space inside is no less powerful than the Space Dragon Crystal, and the spiritual energy is connected with the outside world and is inexhaustible. Each Dragon Spirit Bead can usually only house 1 dragon, which is like a single-family villa compared to the Space Dragon Crystal. In addition, Chen Fan also learned from Qingdao Budweiser that there is something called the Dragon Spirit Belt, which can be used to carry the Dragon Spirit Pearl. As long as the Dragon Spirit Pearl is placed on the Dragon Spirit Belt, the spaces of these Dragon Spirit Pearls will be close to each other. In other words, as long as the dragons living in the Dragon Spirit Pearls agree, the dragons in other Dragon Spirit Pearls can enter each other's Dragon Spirit Pearls. To explain it, it's like organizing these single-family villas together to form a villa community, where the dragons living in them can visit each other. Let's get back to the point. Although Yunha also has Dragon Spirit beads, it is obvious that there are already high-level dragons living there, so it is impossible to use it to accommodate the demolition team. Therefore, the demolition team had to be placed in the Space Dragon Crystal. But even so, the demolition team was very happy. The 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs had a lot of fun playing in it while changing the environment occasionally. In this way, Chen Fan and Yun, he traveled day and night and set out on the journey to the Mothra's empire. On the way, Yunha asked Chen Fan about Xiao again. Chen Fan did not hide anything and told Yunha how he encountered the iron-toothed porcupine, then met Holuchi of Guatrut, and was forced by the other party to lead the way to Hachi City, and finally discovered the dragon egg. However, after thinking about it, Chen Fan decided to conceal the existence of Xiao and just said that he accidentally encountered the iron-toothed porcupine in the forest. After hearing this, Yunha let out a long sigh. Sure enough, what's wrong? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. According to the records of the Dragon Master Association, from ancient times to the present, no one has ever really killed the magic dragon. Even if someone thinks they have killed the magic dragon will come back again after dozens or hundreds of years. Yunha said, could it be an offspring? Chen Fan asked. No, Yunha shook his head. According to the records of the Dragon Master Association, these reappearing dragons seem to first find the people who killed or defeated them in the past and kill them, as if they were seeking revenge. Memory inheritance? Soul transfer? Chen Fan asked in surprise. Rebirth from the ashes? I don't know. But now it seems that these dragons are not completely dead. They must have some special means to transform themselves back into dragon eggs, just waiting for the right time to come and make a comeback. Yunha looked at Chen Fan. I guess your Xiao is the same. You mean, although my Xiao looks like a hairless baby dragon, it is actually a 1,000-year-old demon dragon? Chen Fan asked in surprise. That's right. Yunha nodded. But I still find it hard to believe that a fellow like Xiao would cause such endless killings. Chen Fan sighed. Could it be that you have a preconceived notion that they are magic dragons, so? Chen Fan discovered when he was reading novels in his previous life that there are always some bright and noble people who become evil people in the eyes of the world just because they joined the so-called devil cult. No, Yunha shook his head. Although I don't know how these dragons got their names, one thing is certain, there are no dragons of the race called magic dragons in the world. I even know that some magic dragons are just ordinary dragons. So, the magic dragon is neither a race nor an attribute. Only when a dragon becomes extremely powerful and causes endless killing and destruction will the Dragon Master Association define it as a magic dragon. That is to say, races can be innocent, but dragons are definitely not innocent. After hearing Yunha's words, Chen Fan fell silent. He understood that the so-called such and such magic dragon was just a nickname for this dragon. As the saying goes, a name can be wrong, but a nickname cannot be wrong. For example, the mediocre Louis Ku and the dull Zhang Chulan. Soon, Chen Fan and Yun he arrived at the Mothra's empire. Traces of burning could be seen everywhere along the way, and the scene inside the Mothra's empire was even more shocking. There were corpses everywhere, starving people everywhere, the rivers dried up, and the earth was scorched. At this moment, the small town on the border of the Mothra's empire looked like a hell on earth. Chen Fan looked at the corpses on the ground and the people struggling to survive on the roadside. He was soaked in sweat, and his heart was twitching violently. How could this happen? Yunha and Chen Fan landed on the ground, his face looking very ugly. As soon as he landed, a hoarse voice came over. Chen Fan and Yun he turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a charred body limping towards them. Truffus! Yunha hurried forward, supported Truffus, and asked, what on earth is going on? Dragon. Truffus let out a long breath. If you see a dragon, be careful. The dragon's strength this time is far beyond our expectations. They're all dead. Chapter 68. Ambush at Bucks Canyon. According to Truffus, the Dragon Master Association has been arranging people to track the Black Flame Dragon in order to locate the Black Flame Dragon and carry out evacuation in advance. However, when the Emperor of the Mothra's Empire learned that the Black Flame Dragon was heading towards the Mothra's Empire, he was unwilling to give way. In the eyes of the royal family of the Mothra's Empire, their country is powerful and has countless strong people, so how could they be afraid of a mere magic dragon? If they avoid it, it will not only cause huge economic losses, but also damage the national prestige of the Mothra's Empire. Due to the strength of the Mothra's Empire, the Dragon Master Association had no choice but to compromise. In fact, there are also two voices within the Dragon Master Association. Although some people from the Dragon Master Association have died at the mouth of the Black Flame Dragon, there are still some Dragon Masters in the Dragon Master Association who believe that the deceased were simply too weak. Therefore, the Dragon Master Association is also divided into two factions. Although their ultimate goal is to reduce the harm of the magic dragon, their directions are completely different. One faction believes that they should hide and look for weaknesses and opportunities. The other faction believes that they should confront the opponent head-on and defeat the opponent with powerful force. As for the Dragon God Temple, they had no opinion on this, and it seemed that even they didn't know what to do. As a result, the pro-war faction and the Mothra's Empire hit it off and decided to ambush the Black Flame Dragon at the border of the Mothra's Empire, the Bacchus Canyon. At first, everything went very smoothly. Under the guidance of the Dragon Master Association, the Masters of the Dragon Master Association and the Masters of the Mothra's Empire ambushed on both sides of the Bacchus Grand Canyon. When the Black Flame Demon Dragon was passing by below, more than 10 Masters launched a sneak attack at the same time. The Black Flame Demon Dragon was caught off guard and was directly injured. However, just when more than a dozen Masters were planning to press on with their victory, the Black Flame Dragon launched a counterattack. However, the Dragon Master Association had already determined long ago that the Black Flame Demon Dragon's breath had the power to break through the airwall's defense. So during this ambush, the Dragon Master Association deliberately brought along many defensive dragons to resist the Demon Dragon's breath. Therefore, at first, the dragon's counterattack had little effect. But just when the people of the Dragon Master Association and the Mothra's Empire felt that they had won, they were surprised to find that the dragon's breath was endless. That's right, from beginning to end, the dragon only used one ability, and that was Dragon Breath. But this single force is the most difficult to deal with. Endless dragon breath gushed out. The temperature of the entire Buck's Grand Canyon suddenly rose, and the rocks seemed to be melting. The defensive dragons that were able to withstand the dragon's breath gradually couldn't hold on under the endless dragon's breath. When the defensive dragons could no longer hold on, the battlefield instantly turned upside down and turned into a massacre. The first person to die was a master from the Dragon Master Association who was close to the peak of the Earth rank. This expert was confident of his great strength and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the defensive dragons still had the strength to resist, risking his life at the cost of his injuries and paying some price in order to kill the Black Flame Dragon. However, he never expected that just as this expert jumped out of the defensive dragon's protection and was about to launch a full-strength attack, the dragon's breath rushed towards his head. The incomparably powerful force mobilized by this master was completely useless in the face of the dragon's breath, which devoured his head in the blink of an eye. With the death of this person, panic arose in the hearts of the others. Panic leads to chaos, which causes the entire team to collapse more quickly. In the end, only a handful of people survived the ravages of the Black Flame Dragon, and the rest all stayed in the canyon. Then after hearing all this, Yunha looked around and asked in a deep voice, "The dragon is enraged?" Trufus didn't say much, but Yunha understood. The furious Black Flame Dragon came to the border city and carried out a massacre to vent his anger. Chen Fan clenched his fists and stared around, unable to believe that this was actually caused by Xiao. By the way, who is this? Trufus looked at Chen Fan and asked puzzledly. He didn't understand why Yunha brought this person here. Could he be Yunha's apprentice? This is Chen Fan, the owner of the ordinary dragon farm. Yunha said, this Black Flame Dragon was hatched in his dragon farm. What? Upon hearing this, Trufus' expression changed instantly, and he looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of anger. It's not his fault. Yunha understood Trufus' thoughts, so he said, it was just a coincidence that he picked up the dragon's egg. Besides, the dragon was so well hidden that even I couldn't recognize it, let alone him. So you brought him here? Trufus didn't say anything, but looked at Yunha. According to my understanding, the Black Flame Dragon did not behave very evil when it was in the ordinary dragon farm. It could even be said to be very weak. So I think his characteristics may have the power to suppress the Black Flame Dragon. Yunha said without hiding anything. So I specially invited him to see if he can deal with the dragon. Characteristics? What characteristics? Trufus asked puzzledly. I don't know. Yunha shook his head. He once took a characteristic test, but the result of the test showed that he only had a D-level physical enhancement characteristic. So I brought him here, firstly to see if he can help, and secondly to test whether his current characteristics have changed. I understand what you mean, Trufus said, but unfortunately, the test stone of our Dragon Master Association was shattered in the destruction of the magic dragon before, so we can't test it. It's impossible to test it. Yunha didn't doubt Trufus' words. He just nodded, then turned to look at Chen Fan. It seems that we can only go to the capital to test it. Indeed, although many cities have Dragon Master Associations that can be used to test characteristics. But the test stones for testing properties are also graded. Some people have stronger characteristics that cannot be judged by ordinary test stones, but the characteristics that can suppress the dragon cannot be low-level characteristics in any way. There are very few places with high-level test stones. In the Mothra's Empire, apart from the Dragon Master Association here, there is only one in the royal capital. The testing can wait, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. What I want to do most now is to find Xiao. Yeah. Yunha looked at Chen Fan's expression and knew that Chen Fan must be feeling bad. So he looked at Trufus and asked, please contact the Dragon Master who is tracking the magic dragon and give us the current location of the magic dragon. I'm sorry, I can't do that. After hearing Yunha's words, Trufus sighed. The Dragon Master who followed the magic dragon also died in the Bacchus Grand Canyon. Chapter 69, Killing. After hearing Trufus' words, Yunha fell silent. Chen Fan was very puzzled. Although that person's death was very sad, just because of this, he would not send anyone to follow the dragon. However, Yunha told Chen Fan that not everyone could do this kind of work. You should know that this black flame dragon is very cunning. It is usually very small in size, and only when fighting will it become several meters long. In this case, it is extremely difficult to track this black flame dragon. One must prevent being discovered by it, and also avoid losing it. The Dragon Master Association spent a long time selecting a suitable person, but he died. Although the Dragon Master Association is also anxious now, it has no suitable candidate for the time being. Even if the right person is found, it would be extremely difficult to find him before the dragon disappears again. At this point, Trufus couldn't help but curse the pro-war faction in his Dragon Master Association. In this case, we can't win the battle, and we can't take shelter in advance. God knows how much damage this will cause, and how many people will die. However, judging from the direction the Black Flame Demon Dragon was heading, he should be heading to the royal capital. Before Trufus could finish his words, he saw a Dragon Master running towards him. Sir, something bad has happened. The Dragon Master glanced at Chen Fan and Yunhe, then looked at Trufus, seeming to be hesitant to speak. We're the same people, what's wrong? Asked Trufus. We just received news that the Black Flame Dragon appeared in the Watlu Empire and is attacking the Empire. The Laludo Dragon Master is resisting. The Dragon Master Association requires us to provide support as soon as possible, said the Dragon Master. Damn, why did it change direction? Hearing this, Trufus frowned. Let's go there now, Yunha said in a deep voice. Me too, said Trufus. Don't hold on. Yunha shook his head. When he saw Trufus just now, he could tell that the other party had suffered serious injuries. If I get involved in this kind of battle again, I will surely die. Then Yunha took Chen Fan away without waiting for Trufus to refuse, and quickly headed towards the Watru Empire. Don't worry. On the way, Yunha saw that Chen Fan looked worried and comforted him. The Laludo Dragon Master of the Watlu Empire is very powerful. Not only is he a master close to the heavenly rank, he is also the best at defense. Even if Master Larudo can't defeat the dragon, it's still possible for him to hold out until we arrive. It's you on the contrary, Yunha said in a deep voice. You have to be mentally prepared. I don't know whether your characteristics can really suppress the magic dragon. If not, with your body that has never even practiced cultivation, I'm afraid. I understand. Chen Fan nodded. I don't know what the result will be, but I can't just watch Xiao do such evil and turn a blind eye. I picked up Xiao and hatched him. I should take on this responsibility. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Yunha didn't say anything more, but just nodded silently. In order to arrive as quickly as possible, Yunha didn't say anything else, but instead used all his strength to control the ghost pterosaur under him and rushed towards the direction of the Watlu Empire. Soon Yunha and Chen Fan arrived at the border of the Watlu Empire. However, before they saw the attacked city, they smelled a burning smell. Smelling this smell, Yunha's expression suddenly changed, and he felt panic for no reason. When Yunha and Chen Fan arrived at the attacked city of Hammett, their hearts twitched. Ruins, corpses. There is no sign of living people in Hammett City today. The body of the powerful Dragon Master Laruit was impaled on the tallest tower in Hammett City. His lower body was charred black, and he was obviously dead. This is impossible. Yunha trembled all over and rode the ghost pterosaur to the side of Master Laluda. He carefully picked up Master Laluda and then came to the ground. Looking at Yunha in front of him, Chen Fan vaguely understood that perhaps Yunha and Laruit had a very close relationship. Chen Fan did not disturb Laruit, but looked around. He wanted to see if there were any living people nearby. However, Chen Fan searched for a long time, but there were corpses everywhere and no sign of living people. Chen Fan's heart sank even more, and tears couldn't stop flowing from his eyes. He hated himself for not keeping an eye on Xiao and why Xiao did such a thing. No need to look for them. At this moment, Yin came to Chen Fan's side. His expression seemed to have calmed down, but his eyes were still burning with anger. Dead. All dead. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said nothing. However, at this moment, Chen Fan's heart suddenly twitched, and then he suddenly looked at a broken wall not far away. Then Chen Fan ran over quickly, with a look of shock on his face. Master Yunha Long, there are still people alive. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Yunha's heart was shocked, and he ran over quickly. I saw a woman of about 17 or 18 lying behind the broken wall. Her body was covered with burns, but she was still alive. Being alive is more important than anything else. Yunha hurriedly summoned one of his holy dragons to treat the woman. Chen Fan squatted aside, staring intently, not daring to breathe. Finally, when other dragon masters arrived one after another, the girl's injuries finally stabilized. Yunha then handed the girl over to the Dragon Master Association and took Chen Fan to continue searching for the Black Flame Demon Dragon. However, the Dragon Master Association searched for a long time, but still could not find where the Black Flame Dragon was, let alone which direction it was heading. Just when Yunha didn't know what to do next, Chen Fan came up with an idea. Demolition Team. The Black Flame Dragon just left here not long ago. The Demolition Team may be able to help. You know, the Demolition Team has lived with Xiao for a long time, and perhaps they can find it through Xiao's remaining scent. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Yunha also expressed his agreement and released the Demolition Team. After the Demolition Team came out, Chen Fan briefly told them about Xiao's situation. The Demolition Team was extremely angry after hearing it. Then the Demolition Team lowered their heads and started searching hard. After an unknown amount of time, the Demolition Team seemed to have found Xiao's trace and quickly rushed into the forest. Yunha and Chen Fan looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The Demolition Team was moving very quickly. Yunha and Chen Fan were delighted to see this. These three little guys did not disappoint them. About an hour later, the Demolition Team finally brought Chen Fan and Yun He to an old tower. Chen Fan and Yun He looked at each other, then looked at the Demolition Team and asked in a deep voice, "Is Xiao here?" However, as soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook, and then the tower in front of him collapsed. Chapter 70, Demon Beach. Seeing the collapsed tower, Chen Fan and Yun He were both stunned. If Xiao is in the tower right now, wouldn't this alert the enemy? If Xiao is not in the tower, why bring them here? Demolition addiction? You! Chen Fan opened his mouth and was about to speak, but he saw the Demolition Team continued to run forward without looking back, stepping on the ruins of the tower and continuing to move forward. Follow me, Yunha said with a sigh. Although he also felt that the Demolition Team seemed somewhat unreliable, there was no other way at the moment. Then Chen Fan and Yun He continued to follow the Demolition Team, and soon they discovered that the Demolition Team was almost running in a straight line. And on this straight line, no matter there are rocks, big trees, abandoned buildings, or old wooden houses in front, whatever it is will be destroyed. They're like a bulldozer, crushing everything in sight. In this way, after running for a few more hours, the Demolition Team finally brought Chen Fan and Yunha to a beach. Yunhe recognized this location and told Chen Fan that this was the demon beach of the Watlu Empire. According to legend, there lives a strange monster in this place, called a demon spirit, but no one has ever seen it. Moving along the coastline of Demon Spirit Beach, Chen Fan and Yun, he soon discovered that the surrounding sea water seemed to be a little scarlet. The two men and three dragons continued to move forward, and soon they saw a small hill, a hill made of corpses. When Chen Fan and Yun he saw this scene, they both gasped and looked at each other in disbelief. Then the two of them quickly walked forward and checked the bodies, and soon they discovered that the causes of death of these bodies were very strange. Some of them were burned to death, with burn marks on their bodies. Others had no scars at all, but their faces were hideous, as if they had been frightened before death. Who are these people? How could they die here? Chen Fan asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Judging from their attire, they should be from the Watlu Empire. Yunhe searched for a moment and said, could it be that the Watlu Empire ambushed the Black Flame Dragon again? But judging from the condition of these corpses, some of them may have died at the hands of the Black Flame Demon Dragon. How did the others die? His face was filled with fear. Could it be that he was frightened to death by the Black Flame Demon Dragon? That shouldn't be possible. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded, frowning tightly. And judging from his situation along the way, the Black Flame Demon Dragon should not have such a habit or bad taste. Yeah, Yunhe nodded and looked at the calm beach. Could it be that these are made of something else? Maybe. Chen Fan said, okay, let's go quickly. If we delay, something bad will happen. No matter what it is, I don't want to encounter it. After saying that, Chen Fan pulled Yunhe, who wanted to continue investigating, away. Chen Fanka clearly remembered that in the novels of his previous life, whatever was mentioned would often happen. The more Yunhe said, there are evil spirits here, but no one has ever encountered them, the more likely he was to encounter them. And if you encounter something like a demon, nothing good will happen. Soon, the two men and three dragons left the demon beach and headed deeper into the woods again. However, neither Chen Fan nor Yunhe knew that just when they had just left the demon spirit beach, a small whirlpool suddenly appeared in the demon spirit beach, and a mist-like existence slowly floated out of the whirlpool. It lingered on the monster beach for a long time, seeming very confused. It clearly sensed human presence just now. How come it disappeared in just a moment? Then a blue breath flowed out of its body and quickly spread across the demon beach. The next moment, the corpses opened their scarlet eyes and slowly crawled towards the depths of the demon beach. If Chen Fan and Yun he stayed a little longer, the consequences would be disastrous. However, at this moment, Chen Fan and Yun he were unaware of the changes here, but continued to move forward under the leadership of the demolition team. Although Xiao was not seen at the demon beach, the corpses seen were enough to prove that Xiao had passed by there. In other words, the demolition team does seem to have the ability to track down Xiao. This undoubtedly made Chen Fan and Yun he even happier. Just like that, 2 days later, the demolition team moved faster and faster and seemed to be getting closer and closer to Xiao's location. According to Yunhe's judgment, it seems that they are about to reach the imperial capital of the Watlu Empire, Halki. Sure enough, the demolition team quickened its pace again, and the direction was exactly towards Halki. However, when the demolition team was about to arrive at Halki, they stopped and looked around blankly, as if they couldn't find it. It seems that Xiao's breath has disappeared. Chen Fan sighed and said to Yunhe, it's okay. Yunhe looked at the still intact Halki and said to Chen Fan, there has been no attack here, which means the Black Flame Demon Dragon has not come here yet. But judging from the direction, the Black Flame Demon Dragon's target is probably Halki. So, as long as we wait here patiently, we will be able to stop the Black Flame Demon Dragon. Yeah, Chen Fan nodded. I was just wondering, the Black Flame Dragon never hesitated in its attacks along the way. Why didn't it attack immediately here? Yunhe said in a deep voice. What is it going to do? Is it possible that it is in a bad state now? Chen Fan pondered for a moment and said, look, we have been traveling nonstop all the way without any delay, but we still haven't caught up with the Black Flame Demon Dragon. And the bodies on Demon Beach were all recently dead. Does this mean that the Black Flame Demon Dragon has also traveled all the way to this area? Indeed, Yunhe nodded. And before in Amortras Empire, Trufus also said that although the ambush in the Bacchus Canyon failed, it did cause great damage to the enemy in the beginning. And the being that killed those people at the Demon Beach, did they also fight with it? So it didn't have time to recover from its injuries during the journey. so its condition must be very bad. And this Harki is not a small city. There are countless powerful people in it. Even if the Black Flame Demon Dragon wants to attack, it may not be that easy. So given the Black Flame Demon Dragon's cautious and vigilant nature, it is very likely that it will stay nearby to recuperate until it recovers. Indeed, Yuna pondered for a moment and felt that what Chen Fan said made sense. Should we go in and notify them of this matter now? Chen Fan said. No. Yuna hesitated for a moment and shook his head. We can't inform the Watlu Empire about this yet. Chapter 71. Seeing Yi Yun again. Are you worried? Chen Fan frowned after hearing Yunhe's words. Are you worried that I guessed wrong and you can't afford it? Or are you worried that the king of the Watlu Empire won't believe us? Neither. Yunhe shook his head, his expression extremely serious. I'm worried that the dragon is hiding. Hi. Chen Fan was stunned. That's right. Yunhe nodded. After all, I am a senior Dragon Master of the Dragon Master Association. It is not difficult to make the Watlu Empire believe my words. But if the Watlu Empire follows my instructions and makes preparations, it is very likely to alert the Black Flame Dragon hiding in the dark. After all, the Black Flame Demon Dragon is very cunning. Once it finds something wrong, it is likely to change its target or continue to hide. Under normal circumstances, this doesn't matter. It will be best if we can reduce the losses here. But it's different now. We don't have a good way to deal with the dragon. Our only trump card is you. Although you may not be useful, we still have to try. We must let you fight the dragon first. So this is the best opportunity. If we tell the king of the Watlu Empire about this now, and alarm the dragon, causing it to leave on its own, or discover you and be scared away, with the dragon's cunningness, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find such an opportunity next time. Therefore, the best way now is for us to sneak in quietly and wait for the dragon to attack. But I'm not sure if I can suppress the dragon. Chen Fan frowned and said in a deep voice, I understand. This is also an adventure. If the magic dragon before was all a disguise, then you who have to face the magic dragon must be the most dangerous. If you're afraid, Yuna said in a deep voice. No, Senior Yunhe, you misunderstood. Chen Fan interrupted Yunhe. Although I'm a person with no ambition, I have done some not-so-bright things and some far-fetched things. But I still understand the greater good. No matter what, Xiao Qi was hatched in my dragon farm. As the owner of the dragon farm, I'm responsible for whatever it does. So I will not evade this responsibility. Otherwise, I will be sorry for the dragons I raise, sorry for my dragon farm, and even more sorry for myself. I'm just worried that if I don't have the ability to suppress Xiao Qi, the people in this city, do we really have no other solution? It's a pity, at least I can't think of it. Yunhe sighed, but don't worry, I will contact the Dragon Master Association, and the Dragon Master Association will send reinforcements. Even if the magic dragon is rampant, we will try our best to minimize the losses. Even in the worst-case scenario, as long as the dragon appears, we can arrange new people to target it. Although it is very unfair to the residents of Haltzi, this is the method we can think of that will cause the least loss. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and nodded. Then Yunhe withdrew the demolition team and took Chen Fan into Harki, where they found an inn to stay in. During the few days they stayed there, Chen Fan and Yunhe did not relax. They would go out during the day to inquire about the news. They tried to hear from the people around them whether there was any clue about the magic dragon. However, the evil dragon was indeed hiding too deeply. Although Chen Fan and Yunhe had tried their best to find it, there was still no clue. But Chen Fan did not gain nothing. Although he did not find any signs of the magic dragon, he saw a familiar figure, Yi Yun. When Chen Fan saw Yi Yun, he was very surprised. He was curious why Yi Yun was here. So Chen Fan chased after him quickly, wanting to catch up with Yi Yun to ask about the situation, but Yi Yun didn't seem to want to see him and simply left him behind. Having lost track of Yi Yun, Chen Fan could only hide his doubts in his heart. However, on the night that Chen Fan discovered Yi Yun, all the Imperial Guards of Halki were dispatched, searching the entire city as if they were looking for something. During the search, many people who were not native of Haltzi were taken away and thrown directly into prison. Just as Chen Fan and Yun were wondering what was going on, the Imperial City Guards set their sights on the two of them. There was no choice. Just when the Imperial City Guards were about to take action, Yunhe took out the token of the Dragon Master Association. Master Yunhe Long. When the commander of the Imperial City Guards saw the token, his face suddenly changed, and he saluted hurriedly. The Dragon Master Association has a special status. Although the major empires are not afraid of the Dragon Master Association, there are regulations that once they encounter someone from the Dragon Master Association, they must not be neglected. Especially for Dragon Masters above level 5, their status is very noble, even in a large empire. Therefore, although the commander of the Imperial City Guards was following orders, he did not dare to offend a Dragon Master like Yunha. "What's going on with you guys?" Yunha put away the token and asked. "Master Huilong, tonight, someone broke into the Imperial City's treasure house and stole an extremely valuable treasure." The commander of the Imperial Guards did not hide anything and said directly, "According to eyewitnesses, the thief should be a foreigner, so we are following the order of your majesty to capture the foreigner and find the missing treasure." "What was lost?" Yunha asked in a deep voice. "Master Huilong, I don't know," said the commander of the Imperial Guards. "Don't know? How would you find it if you don't know? Even if the treasure was placed in front of you, wouldn't you not recognize it?" Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Reply to this, Lord. Although Chen Fan did not show his identity, how could he be with Master Huilong? Therefore, the commander of the Imperial Guards did not dare to neglect him and said directly, "We Imperial Guards are only responsible for arresting people, trying and catching criminals, and others will be responsible for it." "Okay." Chen Fan nodded and thought of Yi Yun whom he saw during the day. Chen Fan never forgot that Yi Yun's main job was a thief. He had just seen Yi Yun during the day, and the royal family lost a treasure at night. It was hard to believe that this had nothing to do with Yi Yun. But what was Yi Yun doing? Why did he take such a big risk and steal something from the royal family? However, just as Chen Fan was thinking, a loud shouting suddenly came from outside. Everyone frowned and ran out in a hurry. Then they saw the sky in the distance turned red, with pillars of fire spewing out wildly, and a huge figure appeared outside the city of Haltzi. "This is the Black Flame Demon Dragon." The expressions on everyone's faces changed. There was no need to identify it at all. The name had already appeared in everyone's mind. "Damn it, let's go." The commander of the Imperial Guards had no time to search at this moment, and hurriedly led all the Imperial Guards towards the direction of the Imperial City. Now that the dragon is coming, the first thing they have to do is to ensure the safety of the royal family. "Let's go." After the Imperial Guards left, Yunha glanced at Chen Fan and said in a deep voice, "Yeah." Chen Fan clenched his fists. Chapter 72, Invalid. In the opposite direction of the Imperial City Guards, Chen Fan and Yun, he rushed towards the outside of the city. At this moment, dozens of people have launched an attack on the Black Flame Dragon. Most of these people are from the Dragon Master Association, and some are soldiers from the Watlu Empire. Although Yunha had previously hidden the fact that the Black Flame Dragon was nearby in order to avoid being discovered by the dragon. However, the information that the dragon's breath could ignore the air shield had already been notified long ago. Therefore, these Earth-level masters were also prepared when facing the Black Flame Dragon. Facing the Black Flame Dragon's breath, they either avoided it or relied on the power of the Dragon Clan to resist. Soon, Chen Fan and Yun he arrived at the city wall. At this moment, the city wall was full of people, all of whom were not yet at the level of harmony. That's right, in the battle with the dragon, people who are not at the level of harmony have no qualifications to even get involved. "You try it." Yunha estimated the distance and said to Chen Fan, releasing 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons at the same time. At this moment, Chen Fan's attention was all on the Black Flame Dragon. Although the Black Flame Dragon was burning with black flames all over its body, Chen Fan could still see Xiao Qi's shadow above the flames. "Let's go, let's get closer." Chen Fan said to Yunha, "Are you sure you can do this?" Yunha asked a little worriedly, "Can we all try it?" Chen Fan said, gritting his teeth, then waved his hand, jumped onto Xiao Qi's back, and ran quickly towards the direction of the Black Flame Dragon. Yunha looked at Chen Fan's back, sighed, and hurriedly followed him. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the edge of the battlefield. At this moment, all the trees here had been burned by the dragon breath of the Black Flame Dragon. There was almost no obstacle between Chen Fan and the Black Flame Dragon. "Xiao Qi, stop it!" Chen Fan did not move closer, but raised his head and shouted, "Roar! Roar! Roar!" Hearing Chen Fan shouting, the demolition team also started shouting, as if trying to stop Xiao Qi. However, Chen Fan's shouting seemed to have no effect on Xiao Qi, or Xiao Qi didn't even look at Chen Fan. "Damn it!" Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said to the demolition team, "Breath of Dragon." The demolition team nodded and at the same time raised their heads and spit at the Black Flame Dragon. Although the dragon breath of the demolition team was much weaker than those of the Earth-level masters, it still successfully attracted the attention of the Black Flame Dragon. There was no emotion in his scarlet eyes as he glanced gently at Chen Fan and the others. Then the Black Flame Demon Dragon opened its mouth without any hesitation and spewed a breath of dragon towards Chen Fan. Looking at the Black Flame Demon Dragon's eyes, Chen Fan felt that the other party was just looking at a stink bug. That's right, the other party doesn't know me at all and is not afraid of me at all. In his eyes, I'm not even as good as a stink bug. However, faced with such a situation, the demolition team was not afraid at all. After all, they had experienced Xiao Qi's dragon breath many times, and it was not painful at all and was nothing. Get out of the way. However, the demolition team didn't care. Chen Fan suddenly felt something was wrong and shouted hurriedly. Upon hearing this, the demolition team obeyed Chen Fan's command and hid to the sides, although they didn't know what Chen Fan was panicking about. However, the demolition team was a little slow after all, and Xiao Qian's tail failed to dodge in time and touched the dragon's breath. The next moment, black flames burned fiercely on Xiao Qian's tail, and the bone-eating and heart-burning pain made Xiao Qian scream. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Chen Fan's face turned pale. He rushed toward Xiao Qian and looked at him nervously. Xiao Qian was seen rolling on the ground, but the flames not only did not go out, but became more and more intense. And just when Chen Fan was at a loss, Xiao Chai and his team simultaneously spit out dragon breath at Xiao Qian. When the two dragon breaths collided, the fire on Xiao Qian's body was extinguished. When Chen Fan saw this scene, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then his heart sank and he looked up at the magic dragon in the sky. Sure enough, Xiao Qi's dragon breath is no longer at the same level as in the dragon farm. With the strength of the demolition team, if they faced Xiao Qi head-on, they would probably be burned to death in an instant. At this moment, Yunhe also came here. After seeing Xiao Qian's situation, his face looked very ugly. It's not your fault. Yunhe looked at Chen Fan in silence for a moment, then said, Go back quickly. I'll go to support you. After saying that, Yunhe rushed directly into the air and cooperated with the others to fight against the Black Flame Dragon. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qian and followed the demolition team back to the city wall of Harki with great disappointment, watching the battle in the distance from afar. In order to minimize the damage to Haltzi, these masters forced the Black Flame Dragon back as much as possible and started a fierce battle among the mountains. And in the battle, just like the previous ambush in the Bass Grand Canyon, it seemed that the Earth-level masters had the upper hand. But everyone knows that this situation is only temporary. Facing the Black Flame Dragon with almost endless dragon breath, if we cannot find a breakthrough, or cannot directly kill it with extremely powerful force, then the humans will be the ones who fail in the end. After all, even the dragons with super strong defense cannot last too long under the continuous attack of dragon breath. And human beings' own defensive power is a joke to the Black Flame Dragon. So in fact, the Earth-level masters at this moment were blocking the Black Flame Dragon just to give Haltzi's people in the rear as much time as possible to escape. When Chen Fan returned to the city wall, some Earth-level masters had already started dying. Chen Fan looked at the people falling from the sky and felt even more painful, but there was nothing he could do. That's right, in this kind of battle, he, an ordinary person, can do nothing. Is that Xiao Qi? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned around and saw that it was Yi Yun. Chen Fan nodded, looked at Yi Yun and said, It is this, but I... Alas, Yi Yun sighed and patted Chen Fan on the back. It's not your fault. Everyone knows about this. The dragon's calamity is an unavoidable disaster. Even if you don't bring its dragon egg back, it will still revive. I know, Chen Fan said, but it came from my dragon farm after all. People in the city have already started to evacuate. Yi Yun didn't know how to persuade Chen Fan, so he could only sigh and say, You should leave quickly too. If the dragon changes direction soon, I'm afraid that no one on this wall will survive. Then they... Chen Fan frowned. Why don't they leave? The people standing on the city wall are all from Harki. How do you ask them to leave? Yi Yun said, Someone tried to persuade them before you came, but they were unsuccessful. Chapter 73, Crisis. When Chen Fan heard this, he looked at the people around him. They all had resolute expressions and seemed ready to die. Chen Fan understood what Yi Yun meant. Behind the city wall was Halki. Once the magic dragon broke through the siege of the Earth-level masters and then broke through this city wall, Halki would fall directly into the dragon's breath. Although Haltzi has now begun to evacuate, none of them dares to be sure whether their family and friends have successfully evacuated. Therefore, in order to protect their families, everyone here is determined to die. If the siege of the Earth-level masters is broken, this will be the last line of defense to protect their families. However, Chen Fan also understood that when the demon dragon really broke through the blockade of the Earth-level masters and headed in this direction, these people might not be able to maintain their current determination to die. This line of defense might not really be useful. Just like that, time passed by minute by minute. Despite the support of the Dragon Master Association, the people besieging the dragon could no longer hold on. Some died, some escaped, and some were exhausted. The Earth-level masters fell from the sky like snowflakes. The more Chen Fan saw this scene, the more painful he felt. Yi Yun stood beside him, holding his arm tightly, not knowing how to comfort him. You should leave quickly. Chen Fan took a deep breath and looked at Yi Yun. They can't be stopped anymore. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Yi Yun remained silent. She didn't know how to answer Chen Fan. Let's go, don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Fan forced a smile and said, I didn't think. Yi Yun opened her mouth. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to stay with Chen Fan, even if it meant death. But Yi Yun also understood that her life did not belong to her own, and what she shouldered was much heavier than she had imagined. Therefore, she must not die here no matter what. However, before Yi Yun could make a decision, the Black Flame Demon Dragon not far away had completely broken through the siege of the Earth level and turned its target to Haltsea. Although he had been entangled with the Earth level masters for a long time, the Black Flame Demon Dragon never forgot that his ultimate goal was Haltsea. When the siege of the Earth level masters was not so strong, the magic flames on the Black Flame Demon Dragon burned violently, and then it rushed out directly from the Earth level masters and flew towards Haltsea. Seeing this, those Earth level masters wanted to chase after it, but they were far behind the speed of the Black Flame Dragon. Quick, quick, stop him. When the people on the city wall saw this, their faces suddenly changed and shouts rang out one after another. However, as Chen Fan expected, although they had made up their minds, when the Black Flame Dragon really rushed over, fear still rose in everyone's hearts. Some people shouted loudly and ran to the edge of the city wall, ready to fight to the death with the Black Flame Dragon. Some people clenched their fists, stood there with pale faces. Some people could not resist the fear. Their faces turned pale, and they tried to flee. People who were fleeing, those who were preparing to fight, and those who were frightened were mixed together on the city wall, and the wall suddenly fell into chaos. The Black Flame Demon Dragon saw this scene from afar. A trace of contempt flashed in his red eyes. He opened his mouth, and a breath of dragon's breath sprayed out towards the city wall. Just like what happened to Chen Fan before, people who have not reached the Earth level are no different from ants in its eyes. Since the Earth level people can no longer stop it, then these people are just appetizers before its killing feast. As the dragon's breath approached rapidly, the temperature around the city wall suddenly rose, and Chen Fan felt a sense of despair in his heart. However, at this moment, an angry roar sounded on the city wall, followed by 3 dragon breaths rushing towards the dragon breath in the air. Chen Fan looked down and saw that the one emitting the dragon breath was actually the demolition team. At this moment, the demolition team climbed onto the battlements of the city wall without any intention of dodging and opened their mouths to spray dragon breath into the air. However, the dragon breath of the demolition team was too weak. Facing the dragon breath of the Black Flame Dragon, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and was overestimating their own capabilities. But the actions of the demolition team reminded the rest of the people on the city wall and the Dragon Clan that if they didn't want to die, they had no choice but to fight. Then, hundreds of dragons spewed out dragon breath at the same time, and with the strength of human-level masters, they met the attack of the Black Flame Dragon. Finally, with the joint efforts of everyone, the Black Flame Demon Dragon's breath was stopped. The Black Flame Dragon was very surprised when it saw this. It didn't expect that these ants would dare to stop it. However, the Black Flame Demon Dragon did not take this seriously. There was no emotion in his eyes, and he just exhaled another breath of dragon breath. Keep going, keep going. Seeing that this action seemed to be effective, the people on the city wall immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces, and they worked together again to meet the dragon's breath. Sure enough, with the combined efforts of everyone on the city wall, the dragon's breath was blocked again. This time, a hint of anger appeared on the Black Flame Demon Dragon's face. It was very confused. How could a human-level being be able to resist its dragon breath? Then the Black Flame Demon Dragon opened its mouth, and continuous dragon breath gushed out from its mouth. The people on the city wall did not dare to slack off and rush to resist. But the human class is the human class after all. No matter whether it is human, dragon, or monster, the power is really limited. The previous two resistances had already consumed most of their strength. Now the power of the third dragon breath was obviously stronger than before, which once again made everyone feel despair. Sure enough, in such a confrontation, the people on the city wall became weaker and weaker, and the dragon's breath approached the city wall little by little. Let's go. Seeing this scene, Yin hurriedly came to Chen Fan and said, "No, the demolition team is still here." Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said, "You go first. Then there is no point for you to stay here. You are not even in the spirit induction realm." Yin said in a deep voice, "Then I want to stay here too." Chen Fan said, "Although I am useless, I absolutely cannot abandon them." Having said that, Chen Fan took a step forward, looked up at the black flame demon dragon in the sky, and cursed, "Xiao, you beast." As Chen Fan cursed loudly, the people on the city wall finally couldn't resist anymore. People and dragons kept falling down, and the resistance became weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Yin quickly came behind Chen Fan and wanted to knock him out. No matter what, even if Chen Fan would hate him later, he would never let Chen Fan die here. However, just when Yin was about to make a move, a thin figure passed by her and rushed directly out of the city wall. In an instant, a hot breath surged, and black flames enveloped the thin figure. Then a breath of black dragon breath directly met the dragon breath in the air. Chapter 74, The Past. The black dragon's breath looked very weak, but it blocked the black flame dragon's breath, preventing it from advancing an inch. After a while, the Earth-level masters finally caught up and besieged the black flame dragon again, diverting the black flame dragon's attention away. However, at this moment, Chen Fan had no intention of looking at the black flame dragon. He, Yin, and the demolition team all looked at the small figure in front of them. Xiao. Chen Fan opened his mouth and called softly. "Move." The thin figure snorted softly, then flew to Chen Fan's side, glanced at Yin, and then looked at Chen Fan. "It's you, that's great." Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked up at the black flame dragon in the sky. "But if it's not you, who is it?" However, at this moment, Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed a breath of dragon on Chen Fan's face, scaring the people who were about to gather around him. Everyone was confused. They didn't understand why the dragon had just saved them, but was now attacking them again. Could it be that the dragon saved them only to burn them to death with its own hands? This was too much a bad taste. However, although everyone was confused, Chen Fan's face was smiling even more happily. "It's Xiao, that's right. This dragon breath that could fight against the black flame dragon only gave him a slight warmth when burned on his body, without causing any harm at all." Xiao looked at Chen Fan, who was extinguishing the dragon breath on his body, and sighed softly. It turned out that this guy could not be burned to death. Then Xiao turned around and faced the magic dragon in the sky again. His body grew a little bit bigger in Chen Fan's shocked gaze. In a blink of an eye, it was already several meters long. Although it was smaller than the magic dragon in the sky, it was also extremely powerful. Then, Xiao stopped in front of Chen Fan, raised his head, and hummed softly toward his back. "You want me to ride on it?" Chen Fan asked puzzledly as he looked at Xiao's actions. Xiao nodded. Chen Fan looked at the blazing black flames on Xiao's back, gritted his teeth, then stretched out his hand and touched Xiao directly. However, the black flames burning on Xiao's body, like the dragon breath exhaled by Xiao, did not cause any harm to Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Yin with some surprise, and even felt very comfortable. But at this moment, Xiao's patience was exhausted. He bit Chen Fan directly from behind, then flicked his neck and threw Chen Fan onto his back, catching him steadily. "What should I do?" Chen Fan was startled and stretched out his hands to grab Xiao's body, but there was nothing on Xiao's back except flames. It was extremely smooth, and there was no place for Chen Fan to grab. "Waste." At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Fan's heart. "Ooh." Chen Fan looked around in confusion, then looked at Xiao. "Is it you? You're not completely stupid yet, you piece of trash." Xiao's voice continued to sound, and at the same time, the black flame on his back condensed little by little and actually controlled Chen Fan's body firmly on it. "Can you speak?" Chen Fan asked in confusion as he felt the changes in the black flame. Who among the high-level dragons can't speak? Xiao Qi snorted coldly, and his body flew up little by little. Waste, you are a complete waste. Why are you scolding me? Chen Fan shouted, I'm so sorry. What are you kidding me for? You can't even tell the difference between me and that guy, and you thought it was me. Are you blind? Or stupid? Or are you just disabled? Xiao Qi continued. This, Chen Fan blushed. You two look so alike, and you both have black flames burning on your bodies. How can I tell you apart? Not only you, but also those three guys are all useless. Xiao Qi continued. Weren't they very powerful when they bullied me? How come they are such useless people now? You keep calling me a waste. I might as well change your name to Xiao Fei. Chen Fan shouted. Then I might as well throw you down from here. Xiao Qi showed no sign of weakness. Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. Chen Fan looked at the height and said, By the way, what is going on here? What on earth is that guy? Why does he look so much like you? Who are you? My uncle? My uncle is the famous black flame dragon. Xiao Qi said proudly. As for that guy, he is just a waste. Afterwards, Xiao Qi slowly told Chen Fan what happened that year. According to Xiao Qi, when it was not yet a black flame demon dragon, or was not yet known to the world, someone broke into its dragon cave and stole all its treasures. Xiao Qi was very angry at that time, so he rushed out of the dragon's lair and chased the man. Along the way, people kept trying to stop it, and some even wanted to kill it. In a rage, it killed everyone on the road. Therefore, Xiao Qi was dubbed the evil dragon, and so-called righteous men kept hunting him down. Later, it was ambushed and seriously injured by the evil dragon in front of it. In order to avoid being hunted down, it had to run to that place and transform into a dragon egg again to recuperate. Afterwards, time passed, and hundreds of years later, when it was about to revive, the dragon egg was taken away by Chen Fan by accident. Later, the dragon egg was hatched in an ordinary dragon farm, and it came back to life, but it was always thinking about finding this guy and giving him a beating. Later, it learned that the evil dragon was wreaking havoc, so it tracked it all the way, but every time it arrived it would fall behind by one step. This led many people to believe that Xiao Qi was the wreaking havoc dragon and the culprit of the dragon disaster. Xiao Qi was too lazy to care about what these people thought and did not explain. But it didn't expect that when it was looking for the evil dragon, it would meet Chen Fan again. I have been looking for it for a long time, but could not find any trace of it. Now I finally found it here. I want to kill it. The revenge for its sneak attack on me must be avenged. Xiao Qi said. In that case, why don't you just deal with it yourself? Why do you want me to come up? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Waste, you are indeed a waste. If I could beat him, why would I beg you? Xiao Qi said, I have been revived for too short a time, and this guy's strength has increased very quickly. I can't beat him now. But I can't beat him either. Chen Fan said with a wry smile. Although you are a waste, you are still useful. Xiao Qi said, I can feel that there's a special power in your body that can make me stronger. Special power? Chen Fan frowned. He understood that Xiao Qi was talking about his unknown characteristic, but Chen Fan himself didn't know what this characteristic was and how to use it. Forget it, never mind. You just need to know that when you're on my body, I will be stronger. Xiao Qi shouted, and then spit out a dragon breath towards the dragon in the sky. Asshole, I am here. Chapter 75, Waste. While Xiao Qi and Chen Fan were talking about this, they had already rushed into the battlefield. And with the spray of Xiao Qi's dragon breath, it officially joined the battle. Two evil dragons were wreaking havoc in the air, and the surrounding Earth-level masters retreated one after another, fearing that they would be implicated. During the battle, Chen Fan also found out that the dragon on the opposite side was actually the red flame dragon, and Xiao Qi was the real black flame dragon. Xiao Qi told Chen Fan that in the past, the names of the top dragons were almost all given by themselves. For example, the red flame demon dragon, the black flame demon dragon, the Fengdu fire dragon, the Kanglan sea dragon, and so on. After all, if you give a top dragon a random name, it would be fine if the other party is satisfied, but if the other party is not satisfied, it is very likely to face a catastrophe. For example, if Chen Fan saw Xiao Qi in full health and named it Bald Dragon, Xiao Qi would definitely fight him to the death. If that's the case, why did you name yourself Demon Dragon? Chen Fan was a little confused. Nonsense, of course it's because the name of Demon Dragon is cooler. Xiao Qi said proudly, unlike those holy dragons, divine dragons, etc., which sound feminine and not cool at all. However, The guy opposite was the one who wanted to call the Black Flame Dragon in the first place. Then how did you become the Black Flame Demon Dragon? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Black is so handsome, so it should belong to me. Xiao said, so I found it and beat it up, so it changed its name to Red Flame Dragon, and I'm Black Flame Dragon. That is to say, you have to be stronger than it at the beginning, right? Chen Fan said. Nonsense, otherwise how can I beat it? Xiao said. Oh, Xiao, you are down and out. Chen Fan said. Roar. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao's body trembled slightly, and then he angrily breathed out a breath of dragon breath towards the Red Flame Demon Dragon. Down and out? How could it possibly be down and out? It was a majestic Black Flame Demon Dragon. However, thinking that he could not beat the opponent now. No, not only could he not beat the opponent, but he was also beaten by 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dragons. The strong grief and indignation made his flames even stronger. In this way, the 2 dragons continued to fight in the air, and the flames illuminated the entire sky. But as Xiao said before, it can no longer defeat the Red Flame Dragon in front of it. Although it can be on par with the Red Flame Dragon in a short period of time, it will not be able to sustain this for a long time. Waste, why don't you do something? Xiao shouted, feeling that he was gradually suppressed. I don't know what I can do. Chen Fan's face was very ugly. Although he was protected by Xiao's Black Flame, he was still affected by the breath of the Red Flame Demon Dragon. Well, how about I think of a way to throw you down later? Xiao hesitated for a moment, sighed, and said, I am stupid to think you can help me, but has already spotted me. It's impossible for me to escape with you. You need to find a way to protect yourself and don't get killed by the fall. By the way, your little girl will definitely save you. After I throw you down, I will find a way to lure that guy away. Don't be stupid again. Take those 3 little guys away quickly. Then what are you going to do? Didn't you say you can't beat it? Chen Fan asked. Just don't worry about me. Don't worry, although I can't beat it now, it's impossible for it to kill me. At worst, I can recuperate for a few decades and come back to take revenge on it. Xiao said. What do you mean? Chen Fan asked in a deep voice. Does that mean you will die? Are you an idiot? I've already told you that you won't die. Xiao shouted. Stop talking nonsense to me. Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes darkened, and he didn't believe what Xiao said at all. Why? You obviously don't like us. Why are you doing this? Chen Fan was very puzzled. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Xiao shouted impatiently. Indeed, I hate you guys so much that I want to kill you with my dragon breath. But you're my dragon trainer. Even if I don't want to admit it, you are still my dragon trainer. If you die, I will be so ashamed. Besides, Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, Actually, your dragon farm isn't completely boring. Okay, stop whining. I'm going to throw you down. Wait. At this moment, Chen Fan interrupted Xiao. Huh? What are you complaining about again? Xiao said. Although I don't know what my characteristics are, I have a vague guess, but I have never been able to confirm it. Are you willing to believe me? Chen Fan said. You useless thing. Stop wasting time and just do whatever you think of. I support you. Xiao said. Okay. Chen Fan took a deep breath, put his hands tightly on Xiao's body, and slowly closed his eyes. As he said, he had long suspected his own abilities. After such a long time, he is no longer the Chen Fan who had just arrived in this world. He has begun to doubt many things that seemed normal in the past, but were actually abnormal. The ironback rhinoceros was obviously so heavy, and he couldn't even hold a few more pieces of wood, so why was it so easy for him to swing the ironback rhinoceros? Xiao's dragon breath is so powerful that it is not weak at all even when facing the Red Flame Demon Dragon. Why can't it hurt him at all? After thinking about it, Chen Fan could only think of one possibility: characteristics. That's right, Chen Fan guessed that he should have some characteristics that allowed him to establish a connection with the dragon he raised. It's like the system or the team setting of the game. Only in this way, Xiao, an ordinary member of the dragon farm, will not be able to hurt him. That's right, this was Chen Fan's initial guess. But later Chen Fan became confused again. If this guess was true, although the ironback rhinoceros and Xiao could not hurt him, he should not be able to swing the ironback rhinoceros. So Chen Fan recalled carefully, and it seemed that every time he caught the iron-backed rhinoceros, his strength would change. This gave Chen Fan a bold idea. His characteristic was calling. Yes, he guessed that he could call upon the power of the dragon he had nurtured at certain times. But he still doesn't know how to call it. So he wants to try it now. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan tried hard to recall the natural feeling when he got rid of Xiao Hui and Xiao He and beat up the demolition team. After a few breaths, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes and his black pupils had turned red. Chapter 76. The Soul of Chinibyu. Waste you, Xiao He, who was fighting with the red flame demon dragon, felt the changes in Chen Fan on his body. At the same time, he felt that his own power seemed to be pouring into Chen Fan's body. He couldn't help but said in surprise. Sure enough, Chen Fan heard Xiao Qi's voice, slowly lowered his head, and loosened his hands on Xiao Qi. His hands were slightly red at this moment, as if they contained some mysterious power. I can mobilize your power. Chen Fan's mouth corners slightly raised, and, at the same time, he looked up at the red flame demon dragon. He pushed his hands forward suddenly, and black flames spurted out from his palms, directly shooting towards the red flame demon dragon in midair. Roar! The red flame dragon had been on guard against the attacks of the black flame dragon. It had never expected that Chen Fan could also use black flames. In a hurry, it was hit directly on the back by it. At the same time, the red flame demon dragon was surprised to find that the black flame used by Chen Fan was even more powerful than that of the black flame demon dragon. With just one strike, the scarlet flame demon dragon felt excruciating pain on his back and was seriously injured. Roar! The red flame demon dragon had never suffered such a loss before. It became even more angry and continuously attacked the black flame demon dragon, especially Chen Fan on the back of the black flame demon dragon. This time, the situation on the battlefield changed subtly. Although Chen Fan only mobilized Xiao Qi's power, he was unable to enhance Xiao Qi's strength. However, due to the presence of Chen Fan, Xiao Qi's attacks became more diverse, and the tricky angles were even more difficult to defend against. Although the red flame demon dragon is stronger than Xiao Qi, it is constrained everywhere and is at a disadvantage. Haha! Chen Fan's eyes became brighter and brighter. This was different from the demolition team and Xiao Hui and Xiao He. At this moment, Chen Fan felt like he had transformed into son Wukong from Dragon Ball, constantly emitting black flames while shouting, Kamehameha! Kamehameha! However, just when Chen Fan was happiest, the black flame on his body suddenly receded. Chen Fan was caught off guard and was thrown off Xiao Qi's back. Ah! Chen Fan's face changed, and he screamed suddenly. After a moment, Xiao Qi flew under Chen Fan and caught him again. What are you doing? Chen Fan realized that it must have been Xiao Qi who did it, and shouted in shock. If you dare to yell on my back again, I will throw you to death. Xiao Qi's voice was filled with anger. Although Chen Fan can help it deal with the red flame demon dragon, and even has a high chance of winning, if Chen Fan continues like this, Xiao Qi would rather lose. It's so embarrassing. A black flame dragon, like it actually carries such a psychopath on its back. Wouldn't it be laughed at to death if other dragons saw it? What do you know? Chen Fan argued. Every man has an indelible second-year soul. You can despise my personality, but you can't insult my soul. I don't care what happened to you. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will throw you to death. Xiao Qi didn't understand what Chen Fan said, but that didn't affect the fact that it felt embarrassed. Haha, you don't understand anything. Chen Fan curled his lips, but didn't dare to say anything more. No matter what, the most important thing now is to kill the red flame dragon on the opposite side. However, Chen Fan also secretly decided that when he had the chance in the future, he would tell Xiao Qi the story of Dragon Ball. While Chen Fan and Xiao Qi were bickering, the red flame demon dragon just stayed quietly in the air without attacking. It couldn't figure out what Chen Fan and Xiao Qi were doing just now, and it was worried that this was Xiao Qi's trap. That's right, the only person around here who can make the red flame demon dragon alert is Xiao Qi. Chen Fan and Xiao Qi took this opportunity to reach a consensus and launched an attack on the red flame demon dragon again. Soon, the entire battlefield was filled with flames, and the area within several hundred meters around the two dragons had completely turned into a scorched earth. At this moment, Chen Fan and Xiao Qi found an opportunity and hit the red flame demon dragon's lower abdomen with another breath of dragon. This position was told to Chen Fan by Xiao Qi, and it can be regarded as a weakness of the red flame demon dragon. Sure enough, as the red flame demon dragon was hit in the lower abdomen, the flames on its body instantly became unstable. Haha, I'll let you pretend. Seeing this, Xiao Qi looked down at the red flame demon dragon with an expression of great joy in his eyes. It was now much weaker than the scarlet flame dragon, yet it succeeded. It could finally avenge itself. However, just when Xiao Qi was about to say something, he felt a sinking sensation behind his head. It turned out that Chen Fan smashed his head with a palm of black flame. "What are you doing?" Xiao Qi shouted angrily. "What are you doing? Are you hesitating to give it a chance to adjust? Do you know that villains die because they talk too much? Hurry up and kill it while it's weak." Chen Fan said. You are the villain. I am. Damn it." Xiao Qi didn't expect that retribution would come so soon. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he had to continue attacking the red flame dragon. At this moment, Chen Fan didn't care about Xiao Qi's thoughts. He just hoped to defeat the red flame dragon as soon as possible. For some reason, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart, as if something bad was approaching. Since the red flame demon dragon was already seriously injured, it was even more difficult for it to resist the attacks from Chen Fan and Xiao Qi, and soon it was covered in wounds. "Be careful." At this moment, Xiao Qi suddenly said to Chen Fan, "This guy is going to risk his life." "Playing with your life?" Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that this is where the sense of crisis in his heart came from? Thinking of this, Chen Fan stared at the red flame demon dragon, not daring to miss any details. However, the next moment, the flames on the red flame demon dragon burned violently, and in the blink of an eye turned into dozens of red fire dragons. But what was strange was that these fire dragons did not attack Chen Fan, but kept hovering around the red flame demon dragon. As these red fire dragons wandered around, the body of the red flame demon dragon became smaller and smaller. The more Chen Fan looked at it, the more he felt that the red flame demon dragon seemed to have shrunk. "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Qi suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh, you have come to this day, too. What is going on?" Chen Fan asked puzzledly. "It's using its own magic flame to burn itself to death." Xiao Qi explained. It will have such a day too." "Wait, you just said that it was going to risk its life? Could this be what you meant? It wants to burn itself to death. Is this how it's going to risk its life?" Chen Fan asked in surprise. "What else?" Xiao Qi exhaled a breath of dragon into the sky and said proudly. "You're so polite." Chen Fan spoke after a long pause after hearing this. "Why do I always have the feeling that I'm going to fight you to the death, but end up stabbing myself 3 times first?" At this moment, several fire dragons suddenly exploded. The red flame demon dragon, which had shrunk to a certain extent, turned into a stream of light in the explosion and rushed into the distance. Chapter 77, Golden Big Hand. This is, looking at the quickly escaping red flame demon dragon, Chen Fan opened his mouth in surprise. "That's normal. This loser thinks he can't beat me, so he wants to run away. He will come back to seek revenge on me in the future, just like I did in the past." Xiao Qi said, "Haha, but it thinks it's easy. Next time, I will beat him so hard that his mother won't even recognize him." "No, since you knew it was going to do this, why didn't you stop it? If you wait for it to come back again, wouldn't a lot of people die again?" Chen Fan shouted. "You useless idiot. What does the death of many people have to do with me?" Xiao Qi said coldly. "If you can't help me, I won't bother to care about you." After hearing Xiao Qi's words, Chen Fan fell silent. Indeed, he almost forgot that Xiao Qi itself is a magic dragon. In its eyes, humans are probably no different from the status of ants in the eyes of humans. On the contrary, although the red flame demon dragon has a grudge against Xiao Qi, both of them are dragons. Conflicts may exist, but would anyone really fight to the death with someone else over an ant on the roadside? Besides, you useless bastard, do you really think it's easy to stop it in this state? Xiao Qi said again. "If it was really easy to stop, why do you think it let me leave back then?" "What do you mean?" Chen Fan asked puzzledly. "Its innate magic flame is playing with its life. With that kind of power, even if I get touched by it, I will be seriously injured if not killed." Xiao Qi said, "So you also remember, if you encounter a high-level dragon in this state, run as far away as possible, otherwise unless you have reached the heavenly level, you will be skinned alive if you don't die. Although it would be difficult for a loser like you to do this without my help, if you ever encounter this situation again, you must remember not to force the high-level dragons to death. The biggest possibility is that the other person is fine, but you are dead." "I understand." Chen Fan nodded. There was an idiom in his previous life called "don't chase a desperate enemy," and this world seems to be the same. While Chen Fan and Xiao Qi were talking, the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon was almost flying away from sight. "Okay, we're done." Xiao Qi spit out another breath of dragon breath into the sky and said with a smile, "Then what will you do next?" Chen Fan asked after hesitating for a moment. He wanted to know whether Xiao Qi was willing to go back to the ordinary dragon farm. However, before Chen Fan finished speaking, his heart suddenly felt a surge, and then he saw a golden light spreading rapidly from afar, and in an instant the entire sky turned golden. At the same time, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the clouds. Although the movement seemed slow, it arrived in an instant and instantly caught the red flame demon dragon that was fleeing into the distance. This is... Xiao Qi's eyes were filled with shock. Oh my god. Roar! Before Xiao Qi finished his words, he heard a roar from afar, followed by a burst of flames into the sky. Endless flames raged, which looked terrifying. However, what was even more shocking was that such a powerful attack had no resistance at all when facing that big hand. As the palm was slightly clenched, the endless flames were suppressed back. After a while, the flames dissipated, and there was no trace of the red flame dragon in the sky. Oh my god, this is really eye-opening. Heavenly Stage. This piece of trash actually attracted the Heavenly Stage. Xiao Qi couldn't help but shout. So that's it. Chen Fan heaved a sigh of relief. This was the sense of crisis he had been feeling. If they had not driven the red flame demon dragon away, if they were still fighting with it, they would have been killed by this big hand. Now it seems safe. However, the next moment, Chen Fan and Xiao Qi's pupils suddenly contracted and they looked up at the sky in shock. The golden light condensed again and formed a big hand above its head. It seemed that the unknown heavenly master was not satisfied with just destroying the red flame demon dragon and wanted to kill Xiao Qi as well. Damn it, Qian, you useless guy. How did you attract the Heavenly Stage? Xiao Qi's whole body was burning with flames, but a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. The earth level and the heaven level are not from the same world at all. Get out of here. Feeling that he was unable to escape, Xiao Qi suddenly retracted the flame on his back and wanted to throw Chen Fan down. However, this time Chen Fan had already guessed what Xiao Qi was going to do. Just when Xiao Qi put away the flames, he had already mobilized the dragon breath to wrap around Xiao Qi. To be honest, Chen Fan was also panicking. If this big hand came down, not only him, but even Xiao Qi would be crushed to death. But Chen Fan still wanted to take a gamble. So Chen Fan stood up, looked up at the golden hand in the sky, and shouted with all his might, I am Chen Fan, an ordinary dragon farm owner. I beg you to show mercy. However, the big hand in the sky seemed not to hear it, and slowly fell down. I am Chen Fan, an ordinary dragon farmer. I beg you to show mercy. This is not a demon dragon. It is the dragon I raise. Chen Fan shouted anxiously. Get out of here, you useless piece of shit. You can't handle this. Xiao Qi said anxiously. You are the loser. Shut up. Chen Fan yelled at Xiao Qi, and then shouted again, Junior is ordinary. I'm not deaf. Why are you shouting so loudly? However, this time, before Chen Fan could finish his words, an old voice was heard from the sky, and then a big hand disappeared, and an old man in a white robe appeared in the air. There was no fluctuation of any attribute power on the old man's body, but he was able to float in the air as if he was supposed to stand there. Are you a dragon, Tamer? In the blink of an eye, the old man in a white robe came in front of Chen Fan and looked at Chen Fan with a pair of eyes as pure as the blue sky. Did you raise this dragon? Yes, yes. Chen Fan nodded hurriedly, then patted Xiao Qi under him and said, Its name is Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, wag your tail and say hello to the senior. Xiao Qi suddenly had a feeling and wanted to bite Chen Fan to death first, even if he would be slapped to death by the old man in white robe afterwards. Do you know what it is? The old man in white robe said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Qi, whose tail was gently shaking. Black Flame, Demon Dragon. Chen Fan understood what the old man in white robe meant and said hurriedly, Haha, you still want to raise it even though you know it's a demon dragon? The old man in white robe laughed. I had it raised, but I didn't keep an eye on it, so it ran away. So I came out to find it and give it a good beating, said Chen Fan. Haha, interesting. Interesting, you are really interesting. Are all the young people in the Dragon Master Association as interesting as you? The old man in white robe said with a smile, But you don't have to be so careful to protect this little guy. Since I already know that it is not an evil dragon, I will not attack it. Thank you, Senior. Chen Fan said hurriedly. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the old man in white robe laughed loudly, and then his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, staring at Chen Fan closely. To be honest, I'm more interested in you. Chapter 78, Heavenly Stage. To me, Chen Fan's heart trembled, and he forced a smile. Senior, what about me interests you? You have made a great contribution in this battle. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to catch the Red Flame Demon Dragon. Thanks to you for forcing the Red Flame Demon Dragon into a dead end. The old man in white robe did not explain, but continued. Although I acted late, I have been observing this place. You can actually mobilize the power of the Black Flame Demon Dragon. Do you have any special treasure? No. Chen Fan shook his head. That's the characteristic. The old man in white robes did not doubt it, but nodded. Your characteristic is very unusual. Can you tell me about it? I'm sorry, I don't know what my special feature is. Chen Fan didn't mean to hide it. A few years ago, I tested my special feature once, but at that time there was only one kind of physical enhancement. Now I don't know. Oh, the old man in white robe nodded. But no matter what your characteristics are, I'm afraid you won't be able to live in peace for much longer. What do you mean? Chen Fan asked. You will know when the time comes. Now you only need to remember a name, Holy Spirit Society. As the old man in white robe spoke, the powerful earth-level warriors around him flew over. They stopped not far away and looked at the old man in white robe respectfully, and no one dared to speak. All of you are here, that's good. The old man in white robe smiled. His eyes swept over the faces of the surrounding earth-level masters and said lightly, Who among you is from the Dragon Master Association? Replying to the senior, I am a junior. At this moment, Yunhe stepped forward and said, Yes. The old man in white robe nodded, raised his hand, and a scarlet dragon egg appeared in his hand. This is the dragon egg of the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon just now. Keep it and hand it over to the Dragon Master Association. What? Upon hearing this, both Yunhe and other Earth-level masters and Chen Fan widened their eyes. They all saw the white-robed old man display his extraordinary power just now, but they all thought that the white-robed old man had killed the Red Flame Demon Dragon. They didn't expect that he actually turned it back into a dragon egg. Don't think this is my work. As if he had guessed what everyone was thinking, the old man in white robe smiled and said, Turning the dragon back into a dragon egg is impossible for me. Not to mention you. Just now, it was this little fellow who pushed the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon into a desperate situation. In order to escape, the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon transformed itself back into a dragon egg. I just tried to stop it. In the final analysis, the credit for this matter should go to this. Oh, Mr. Chun from the Ordinary Dragon Farm. Senior. Chen Fan's face changed when he heard this. He always felt that the old man in white robe seemed to be setting a trap for him. My dear senior, I will report this matter truthfully to the Dragon Master Association. Then the Dragon Master Association will certainly not treat the owner Chen unfairly. Yunhe looked at Chen Fan, then said to the old man in white robe, Gentlemen, you are too polite. Our victory over the Red Flame Demon Dragon is entirely due to your efforts. I am just. Chen Fan said hurriedly. Master Chen, please don't be polite. We saw everything Master Chen did just now. An Earth-level master said, To be honest, if it weren't for Master Chen, I'm afraid all of us would have died here. Okay, you guys can say these things yourself. The old man in white robe waved his hand, handed the red flame dragon egg to Yunhe, and said, As for how to deal with this black flame dragon, I won't interfere. You guys can decide for yourself. After saying that, the old man in white robe glanced at Chen Fan and said with a smile, Remember what I told you, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the old man in white robe disappeared from the spot. Heavenly Rank Master, so this is the heavenly rank. The Earth Rank Masters around couldn't help but exclaim. Afterwards, the Earth Rank Masters and Chen Fan returned to the Dragon Master Association in the city. Fearing that the Heaven Rank Masters had not gone far, Xiao did not say or do anything. He just transformed back into his original form and stayed aside obediently. Soon, after Chen Fan exchanged greetings with the Earth-level Masters, Yunhe came over. I didn't expect that what Master Chen did was beyond my imagination. Yunhe said, Thanks to Master Chen for coming along. Senior Yunhe, please don't laugh at me. This is just a trivial trick of mine. Chen Fan said, Looking at your tricks just now, they're not just insignificant tricks. Yunhe said, You can actually mobilize the power of the magic dragon and make the magic dragon obey your command. Chen Fan had given up explaining. By the way, Xiao, don't worry. Although the Black Flame Dragon has committed countless murders in the past, we will not attack it. As long as Master Chen keeps an eye on it, it will be fine. Yunhe said, What's more, in this battle, The black flame dragon helped us deal with the red flame dragon, so it can be regarded as a comrade in arms. Hee hee, these trash are so shameless. Xiao Qi's voice rang in Chen Fan's heart. Chen Fan glared at Xiao Qi, then looked at Yun He. The Dragon Master Association does not intend to pursue Xiao Qi's past. I am really grateful. Master Chen, you are too polite. Yuna said, I need to send the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon's egg back to the Dragon Master Association's headquarters as soon as possible, so I cannot send Master Chen back. Please forgive me, Master Chen. It's okay, it's okay. I happen to have a friend here, so I'll go back with my friend. Chen Fan said, well, the Dragon Master Association will provide flying dragons for Master Chen. Yunha said, as for Master Chen's contribution in this battle, the Dragon Master Association will certainly not ignore it. After we finish discussing it, we will send it to you together with the supplies we promised you last time. Thank you so much. Chen Fan did not refuse this. After all, the ordinary dragon farm is too poor. In Chen Fan's opinion, if they refuse material assistance for the so-called dignity, they are either stupid or idiotic. Afterwards, Yunha exchanged a few more words with Chen Fan and then left. After everyone left, only Chen Fan, Yiyun, the demolition team, and Xiao Qi were left in the room. Only then did Chen Fan look at Xiao Qi and said in a deep voice, Xiao Qi, what are you going to do next? Are you going back to Pink Fan Dragon Farm with me? Or are you going to leave alone? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Qi looked at him in surprise. Aren't you going to take me back with you? If you don't want to stay in an ordinary dragon farm, why would I take you back? Chen Fan smiled and shook his head. I just want to see that you are safe and that you are not doing evil everywhere. That's enough. You should choose where to go next. And I, as your dragon tamer, respect all your choices. Chapter 79, Rent. Respect. Xiao Qi looked at Chen Fan's serious eyes and seemed to be touched. After a while, Xiao Qi finally couldn't help it and yelled, You useless bastard, you actually try to play tricks on me. How shameless, how shameless. You told the old man in white clothes just now that I am the dragon in your dragon farm. If I leave now, I will be targeted by that guy. Although I'm not like that loser and will not be forced into such a desperate situation, I will probably have to pay a heavy price to escape, and it may take another 1,800 years. But I'm so well now, I definitely don't want to be restrained for that long. In the Dragon Master Association, it seems unguarded, but in fact it must be surrounded like an iron barrel. And I just had a big fight with that loser. In my current state, it is impossible for me to leave here safely. Damn it, you loser are plotting against me here. Do you really think I'm as useless as you guys? Oh, Chen Fan laughed after hearing Xiao Qi's words. Indeed, he did think about these things, so he felt that it was more likely that Xiao Qi would be willing to stay in the dragon farm. But Chen Fan also felt that since Xiao Qi did not do anything evil this time, even if Xiao Qi left him, it would probably find a quiet place to live its life, as it said. As long as no one disturbed it, it would not wreak havoc. On the way here, Yuna had told Chen Fan that the magic dragon was almost impossible to kill. Over the countless years, every time the dragon wreaked havoc, it would either end with the dragon venting its anger enough and leaving on its own, or humans would severely injure the dragon and force the dragon to stop. But not once could anyone slay the dragon. In addition, every time the dragon is resurrected, it is not the same dragon, which makes it impossible for some hatred to continue. Therefore, the Dragon Master Association does not intend to get rid of Xiao Qi. After all, judging from the current situation, Xiao Qi does not have much hostility towards humans. Therefore, if Chen Fan could be used to completely resolve Xiao Qi's hostility towards humans and stop him from trying to destroy and kill people, this would be the only way to get rid of the concept of the demon dragon. Even if Chen Fan can guide Xiao Qi to help humans, then let alone a demon dragon, Xiao Qi will be a holy dragon. Therefore, in Chen Fan's opinion, even if Xiao Qi was unwilling to return to the ordinary dragon farm, there would not be any big problems. The Dragon Master Association should not take action against it until it causes wanton destruction. Of course, this is only what should happen. After experiencing the disaster caused by the rampant dragon, no one can predict what the Dragon Master Association thinks now. After all, it's not like I haven't made stupid decisions before. So Xiao Qi's consideration is not unreasonable. Yeah, Chen Fan stared at Xiao Qi and nodded. You are right. It seems that it is not me who begged you to come back with me, but you who begged me. That's right. If you want to go back to the dragon farm with me, you have to pay for the rent and food. After all, you can eat a lot. Get out, you piece of trash. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi flew into a rage and opened his mouth, wanting to kill Chen Fan with a breath of dragon's breath. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Qi's mouth. Puff! Black flames came out of Xiao Qi's ears. Are you stupid? This is the Dragon Master Association. If you spray dragon breath here, I can't save you. Chen Fan said. I'm going to kill you. You piece of trash. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Qi looked at Chen Fan, and his eyes, which were originally like rubies, suddenly became redder. It was a mighty black flame demon dragon, an existence that terrified everyone, but it was blocked by Chen Fan twice. This situation is like when you want to fart, but someone else. This description is not appropriate. It should be said that it is like when you want to yawn, but someone covers your mouth. Who can tolerate this? Okay, don't be so angry. A dragon, like you must have a lot of treasures. What's wrong with giving me some to pay the rent? Chen Fan said with a smile as he let go. Let me go. I have been hiding for 1,000 years to recover from my injuries. 1,000 years. Don't even mention whether I had any treasures back then. Even if I did, I'm afraid they are gone in the past 1,000 years. Are you humans rats? Even rats can't dig as well as you can. At this point, Xiao Qi's eyes lit up, and he suddenly gave a wicked smile. You, what are you going to do? Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qi's expression and suddenly felt something was wrong. What you just said made me think about it. Indeed, I am a dignified black flame demon dragon. How can I eat and drink for free? Xiao Qi smiled and said, so I have decided that I should pay. I even have to pay more. Then what? Chen Fan felt more and more uneasy. Then I don't have any gold, silver, or jewelry right now, but I have some here. Xiao Qi said, wait a moment, I'll go grab some for you. Wait, what are you going to do? I don't want to snatch it. Chen Fan said hurriedly. What else? I'm a magic dragon. Do you still want me to move bricks? Xiao Qi said. Xiao Qi, you have finally managed to avoid being hated. Wouldn't all your hard work be wasted if you do this? Chen Fan said. About this matter, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, I will say that I just robbed some gold, silver, and jewelry to pay the rent. These are all done by you. It will not affect my image. Xiao Qi said. Brother, Grandpa, can I not collect rent? Sweat dripped down Chen Fan's forehead. That won't do. I'm a dignified black flame demon dragon. Xiao Qi raised his head and said proudly, I'm begging to go to your dragon farm. How can I eat and drink for free? What if you're not happy and don't give me food? Or what if you reduce my food allowance? Master, seventh master. Chen Fan wanted to slap himself a few times. Why was he so rude and asked this evil dragon for it? I begged you. My dragon farm cannot do without you, Master Qi. Chen Fan said. As for the food, don't worry. Although our dragon farm is poor now, when the subsidy from the Dragon Master Association arrives, we will immediately improve the food level for you. Do you like it? Oh yes. How can you say you are eating and drinking for free? The Dragon Master Association paid for you. Well, it was you who asked me for help. Xiao Qi nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I begged you. Chen Fan said humbly. Chapter 80. Chenruoro. Chen Fan did not ask Xiao Qi again whether he was willing to return to the dragon farm. The other party's words had already made it very clear. It is not good to ask too clearly about some things. Just like that, due to the injuries of the demolition team, Chen Fan stayed in the Dragon Master Association for another 2 days. After their injuries stabilized, he asked the Dragon Master Association to send a flying dragon to take them away. As for Yi Yun, she was not with Chen Fan. According to Yi Yun, she had other things to do. Although Chen Fan was worried, he didn't ask any more questions. Just when Chen Fan and others flew over Hammett City, a figure flew into the air and stopped Chen Fan. Who are you? Chen Fan looked at the figure, very confused. I'm Chenruoro from the Dragon Master Association. May I ask if you are Chen Fan, the owner of the Chen Field? The figure opposite was a woman who looked heroic. It's me. What's the matter? Chen Fan asked. That's great. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I'm sorry to take up a little of your time. I wonder if it's inconvenient. Chenruoro said. Okay. Chen Fan looked at the Dragon Master who was driving the flying dragon, and then said, It's troublesome. It's okay. The Dragon Master smiled. Then Chen Fan flew down with a girl named Chenruoro and came to a small village not far away. The people living in this village are all those who survived the destruction by the dragon. Chenruoro led Chen Fan to the village. At the same time, she glanced at Xiao Qi and said in a deep voice, Is this the famous Master Qi? Seventh Master? Chen Fan and Xiao Qi were both stunned when they heard this title. Well, it has spread now. The evil dragon that was wreaking havoc everywhere was destroyed by the joint efforts of Master Chen and Master Qi. Chen Ruo said, "So now everyone is very grateful to you too." Seventh Master, Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This spread really fast. Why does it sound so unpleasant? Xiao Qi also curled his lips, but his teeth were grinning from ear to ear. Soon, Chen Fan followed Chen Ruo inside. Just as Chen Ruo said, when the people in the village heard about Chen Fan and Xiao Qi's identities, they all respected them very much and almost worshipped them as gods. Fortunately, you didn't cause any damage, Chen Fan said to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi snorted softly. A moment later, Chen Ruo brought Chen Fan to a room in the corner. In the room sat a man wrapped in bandages. He was motionless, like a wooden sculpture. Lingling, I have invited Owner Chen and Master Qi to come. Chen Ruo pushed open the door and said with a smile. Hearing Chen Ruo's voice, the man wrapped in bandages suddenly stood up, looked at Xiao Qi, and burst into tears. Then he ran over quickly and knelt on the ground with a thud. Chen Fan was stunned. What kind of etiquette is this? What are you doing? Get up quickly. After a brief moment of daze, Chen Fan hurriedly reached out to help her up. However, before Chen Fan's hand could touch the bandaged man, he fell to the ground and fainted. Oh! Seeing this scene, Chen Ruo sighed, picked up the bandaged man, and put him back on the bed, then looked at Chen Fan. This wasn't done by me. It wasn't done by Xiao Qi either. Chen Fan said hurriedly. How could this be a scam? Master Chen, do you remember that when you and Senior Yunhe passed by Hammett City, you saved a girl? Chen Ruo said. Yes, I remember. Chen Fan nodded, and then suddenly looked at the bandaged man in surprise. You're not saying that she's the girl, are you? That's right. Chen Ruo nodded. Afterwards, Chen Ruo told Chen Fan about the bandaged man. According to the Dragon Master Association's investigation, the bandaged man is called Su Lingling, a native of Hammett City. Except for a missing eldest brother, all the rest of her family members live in Hammett City. When the dragon was wreaking havoc, all the people in the city of Hammett were slaughtered. Even Su Lingling's family died tragically. Only Su Lingling, according to her, encountered a dragon with black flames burning all over its body just before she was about to die. It was this dragon that saved her, thus preventing her death. Later, we learned through news that the dragon was most likely Xiao Qi. However, her body was severely burned, so even after the Dragon Master Association's full efforts to treat her, it was completely unrecognizable. In addition, all of Su Lingling's family members were killed in the disaster. So since then, Su Lingling has not spoken a word, and she is like a walking corpse, lifeless. But Chen Ruo knew that Su Lingling had always wanted to repay Xiao Qi, so she tried to stop Chen Fan and invite him here. So, you asked me to come here to encourage her? Chen Fan said. That's right. Chen Ruo nodded. Lingling's injuries are very serious. Even now, she is in severe pain all the time. If she doesn't want to live anymore, I'm afraid she won't live for a few more days. I have tried everything I could think of, but to no avail. I can only place my hope on you. Okay. Chen Fan sighed. Although he now knows that this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Qi, Chen Fan still feels very sympathetic towards Su Lingling. Save her to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Since she was dug out from the ruins by chance, she cannot be allowed to die easily. At this moment, Su Lingling's body trembled slightly, and she woke up. Su Lingling, right? I'm Chen Fan. Chen Fan and Chen Ruo exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and then spoke. However, before Chen Fan could finish his words, Su Lingling climbed up from the bed, knelt on the bed, and kowtowed twice in the direction of Chen Fan. You don't need to. Chen Fan was about to stop him, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Why don't Su Lingling's head seem to be knocking towards me? After a moment of deep thought, Chen Fan slowly turned his head and looked at Xiao Qi, who was lying on the ground, stretching lazily. When Xiao Qi found that Chen Fan was looking at him, he felt something was wrong and looked at Su Lingling in confusion. My God, I finally see you. Su Lingling bowed her head to the ground and said devoutly, Please take me in. I am willing to devote my whole body, mind, and soul to serve you. Wait, Su Lingling, who are you talking to? Chen Fan asked after hesitating. Are you the servant of my God? Su Lingling looked up at Chen Fan and asked calmly. Chen Fan glanced at Chen Lingling. This child's eyes are burned, right? His brain is also burned stupid. Ha! However, Xiao Qi burst into laughter, and his voice rang out in Chen Fan's heart. This kid is right, my servant. Be a good boy. Return to the dragon farm, and I will reward you with 2 bones to chew on. Okay, I like chewing dragon bones. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said, Chap the damwe mot, Su Ling Ling. Are you also a servant of my god? Seeing that Chen Fan did not reply, Su Lingling said again, You look like a waste. I'll take my leave first, Chen Fan said, clenching his fists. Huh. However, Xiao on the side was laughing so hard that he fell over. It must be said that this girl was really to his taste. Lingling. Chun-Ro smiled awkwardly, then hurriedly said to Su Lingling, This is the owner Chun. He was the one who rescued you from the ruins. Master Chun. Su Lingling was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then hurriedly said, Yes, I'm sorry. It's okay. Chen Fan tried to calm his breathing and said, But I see that you seem to be in good spirits. Let's go first. There are still many things that need me to go back to the dragon farm. Wait. However, just as Chen Fan finished speaking, Su Lingling staggered from the bed to the ground, then kowtowed to Xiao and said, My god, I have lost everything. I want to stay by your side and serve you. No. Xiao shook his head decisively. Although it thinks that this little girl is to its taste, it does not mean that it wants to keep this little girl by its side. Humans have always been troublesome creatures, and it doesn't like them. Oh my god. Su Lingling understood what Xiao meant. A trace of despair suddenly flashed across her eyes, and the vitality of her entire body seemed to be rapidly dissipating. Master Chun. Chun-Ruo's face changed, and she called out hurriedly. This is difficult. Chen Fan rubbed his forehead. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. When Chen Fan saw Su Lingling's expression just now, he already understood that Su Lingling's heart was almost dead. The reason why Su Lingling is still alive today is because she regards Xiao as her own belief. In other words, she lives for Xiao. And if Xiao rejected her, she would have no reason to live. For ordinary people, this kind of situation might be better. As long as there is enough time, they can get out of it sooner or later and find a new reason to live. But Su Lingling is different. She is living purely on a will at the moment. If the will is gone, she will be completely dead. So, after Xiao rejected Su Lingling just now, Su Lingling's spirit was about to dissipate, and she was about to die. This is very similar to putting a knife to your own neck and saying, If you don't take me with you, I'll slit my throat, but it is also different. Master Chun. Chen-Ruo called again. Forget it. In this case, you can come with us and wait until your injury is completely healed. Chen Fan looked at Chen-Ruo, then at Su Lingling, and said, Really? Su Lingling suddenly became alert and quickly turned to look at Chen Fan. Wait, I don't want any servants. Well, of course, if you want to be my servant. Xiao said hurriedly. Stop talking nonsense. It's not a difficult task anyway. Chen Fan glared at Xiao. In just a moment, Chen Fan thought a lot. Anyway, it's just one more person and one more mouth to feed. If it can save a life, why not do it? What's more, this woman is destined to be with Xiao and I, so I will help her if I can. After all, I have lived 2 lives as a human being, so I still have to respect fate. Humph. Xiao snorted coldly. Forget it. It's her dragon farm anyway. Just don't let her bother me. Just follow us. Chen Fan ignored Xiao and looked at Su Lingling. At least you have to heal your injuries first, and we can talk about the rest later. Thank you, Master Chun, and thank you, my god. I will take good care of my god with all my heart, and I will definitely repay you. Su Lingling said again. I didn't expect it to be like this. Chun-Ro shook her head. But thank you very much, Master Chun. It's okay, Chen Fan said. Since the matter here is over, it's still early, so let's continue on our way. As for her, Chen Fan looked at Su Lingling and said, Let her recover before coming back to us. No. Before Chen-Ro could say anything, Su Lingling said hurriedly, I will go with you. I can't leave my god. If you continue like this, you will die. Chen Fan said, I can't take you with me, or you will die on the road. Oh. Su Lingling's face turned pale, and her vitality slowly dissipated again. Wait. Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm not stopping you from coming. Why are you so desperate? I'm sorry, Su Lingling said, her vitality still fading away. Forget it. Let's go together. It's better than you dying here. Chen Fan stamped his feet in anger. What a sin I have committed. Xiao laughed even more happily when he saw this scene. It seems that it is not wrong to bring this little girl with him, as it can make Chen Fan suffer a setback. Oh my god. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Su Lingling hurriedly got up from the ground, came to Xiao side, and stretched out her hands to hug Xiao Qi. I'll hold you, so you don't get tired from walking. Roar! Xiao Qi's expression changed, and he quickly flew up, telling Chen Fan. Tell her quickly, I don't need it. I can fly. There was no other way. Xiao Qi's strength had not yet fully recovered. He could only talk to Chen Fan in this way. He had no way to communicate with other people. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan showed a sly smile on his face. Lingling, you are really smart. Your spirit loves to be held the most. Look, it is playing with you happily now. Hurry up and catch it. You useless piece of shit. Xiao Qi immediately started cursing and flew out as if he was running for his life. My God! Su Lingling bowed to Chen Fan and Chen Ruo, then chased after them. This man's willpower is truly miraculous. Chen Fan looked at Chunro. 1 second he was almost dead, and the next second he was like this. Look how fast he ran. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Ruo said. Actually, I'm quite confused. What is your relationship? Why do you care so much about her? Chen Fan asked. Chen Ruo was shocked and forced a smile. To be honest, I am her sister-in-law who is not yet married into the family. I was in love with her eldest brother, and we were engaged when we were young, but before we got married, her eldest brother disappeared. Later, my family moved away, and I became a member of the Dragon Master Association. It was not until I heard about what happened here that I came back to take a look. I didn't expect. Chen Ruo sighed deeply again. Thank you again, Mr. Chen. This way, I can finally give an explanation to her eldest brother. Oh, Chen Fan nodded slowly. Chapter 82, Returning Home. After a short stay, Su Lingling left with Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't want to stay here for long. He always felt that there was something wrong with Chen Ruo, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After all, what Chen Ruo said is reasonable. Throughout the rest of the journey, Chen Fan had been silently paying attention to Su Lingling. She looked very normal and didn't make any noise. She was just very respectful to Xiao Qi, as if she really worshipped Xiao Qi as a god. Although Chen Fan had some doubts in his heart, he didn't say much. After all, from the current perspective, Su Lingling has not exposed any problems. She just needs to be more careful. Soon Chen Fan returned to the dragon farm. Seeing this familiar place, Chen Fan finally felt relieved. Then Chen Fan released it from the space dragon crystal and returned the space dragon crystal to the dragon's rider. This was something the Dragon Master Association had specially lent him so that he could take it with him to the demolition team. After Master Long took the space dragon crystal, he flew away without staying here for long. After all, an ordinary dragon farm does look plain and there is nothing to see. However, before flying away, the Dragon Master still controlled the flying dragon to hover in the sky for a while. He was also very curious about how this shabby place could breed a magic dragon. As soon as they returned to the dragon farm, the demolition team and Xiao Qi returned to their respective positions. Xiao Qi ran straight to Xiao Jin, and the two dragons started playing the bubble-blowing game again. The demolition team excitedly demolished several buildings before deciding to take a break. From grade 1 to grade 5, he ate and slept every day and ate after sleeping, and his body grew by 2 sizes. Okay, this is our dragon farm. Chen Fan looked at Su Lingling and said, although they are a little, but they will get along well after a while. Thank you, Su Lingling said hurriedly. I don't know what I should do. What? Just take good care of your injuries now. Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Su Lingling, who was still wrapped in bandages, he shook his head gently. Oh, Su Lingling lowered her head, but I want to do something for my god. As long as you can recover your health, it will be the greatest help to it. Chen Fan said. Sure enough, I am still the most useless. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Su Lingling's face turned pale and her vitality gradually dissipated. Wait, Chen Fan said hurriedly. Oh, by the way, there's something I need your help with. What's the matter? Su Lingling quickly raised her head and a happy look appeared on her face. Chen Fan felt bitter in his heart. It was really difficult to deal with someone who would kill himself if they didn't agree with him. The key point is that this person is not trying to scare you for the sake of forcing you. He can really die, the kind that is out of control. Look, we haven't been back for a long time. Chen Fan said, so these houses are very messy. Can you help clean them up? Yeah, okay. Su Lingling nodded vigorously, then jumped to clean up, not looking like she was about to die at all. Oh, Chen Fan sighed, and then started to pack up. Although Xiao and his friends have been living a comfortable life recently, as they are not disturbed by the demolition team, the dragon farm is indeed in chaos. Although it is winter and snow often falls, we're deep in the Rao forest after all, and the surrounding temperature is much higher than the outside world. Therefore, the snow melts soon after it falls to the ground and becomes nutrients for weeds. So at this moment, the dragon farm has become a paradise for weeds, and Chen Fan needs to pull them out bit by bit. Of course, normally this job should be done by the demolition team and Xiao and the others, but now they are having a great time after a long separation, so Chen Fan doesn't want to disturb them. However, Chen Fan had just cleaned a little when he felt his butt getting hot. When I looked back, I saw that my butt was burning. It's not extinguished. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment and patted the flames hard, but the flames didn't go out. An unfriendly look suddenly appeared on his face. It's the demolition team. Sure enough, as Chen Fan looked up, he saw the demolition team and Xiao Qi constantly breathing dragon breath not far away. The surrounding trees and weeds were set on fire. Demolition team. Chen Fan threw down the weeds in his hand and walked over with gritted teeth. Owner, Su Lingling on the side saw Chen Fan and hurried forward. What happened? Chen Fan asked. This. Su Lingling paused and lowered her head. Since his face was also wrapped in a bandage, it was hard to tell if his expression was different. Seeing Su Lingling like this, Chen Fan continued to move forward and walk to the middle of the four dragons. When the four dragons saw Chen Fan's expression, they were also shocked and dared not vomit again. Tell me, what's going on with you guys? Chen Fan pointed at his butt and said through gritted teeth. Roar. Upon hearing this, the demolition team hurried over and roared at Chen Fan, while Xiao Qi on the other side raised his head and looked at the sky. What is going on? Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Hee, useless boy, why do you have to be so angry? Anyway, I and their dragon breath can't hurt you. Xiao Qi's voice sounded in Chen Fan's heart. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Fan glared at Xiao Qi, then looked at Su Lingling. Tell me if you don't tell me, you can't stay in the dragon farm. Tinting. Su Lingling's body trembled, and she gritted her teeth and said, Yes, it's my god. But Su Lingling couldn't say the next words. Oh, looking at Su Lingling's expression, Chen Fan seemed to understand. He walked to Xiao Qi and picked him up by the tail. You useless piece of shit, what are you doing? Xiao Qi said angrily, Don't forget, it was you who asked me to come back. Yes, but I didn't ask you to come back to cause trouble. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Believe it or not, I will leave now and kill people and burn things everywhere. Xiao Qi shouted again. Okay, Xiao Qi, let me advise you, this is different from what we are doing in the Dragon Master Association. Chen Fan smiled. If you had killed someone or set a fire back then, I would have been in a difficult position. But now, believe it or not, as soon as you leave, I will inform the Dragon Master Association of the news, and then bring the demolition team to look for you everywhere, and beat you up every time I see you. At worst, I will say that the dragon is vicious and unruly, and I will clean up the mess myself. Don't worry, your dragon breath is useless to us. Even if you use your life-threatening dragon breath, it's useless to us. Even if you use your life-threatening dragon breath, it's useless to us. So, when the time comes, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. You despicable and shameless villain. Xiao Qi was shocked. Chapter 83. Xiao Qi who wants to take charge. Xiao Qi finally gave in. It wasn't that Xiao Qi was really afraid of Chen Fan, but the main reason was that Xiao Qi was unwilling to leave the ordinary dragon farm. As for the reason, Xiao Qi couldn't tell for sure. He always felt that there seemed to be a special power here that might be helpful to him. In fact, when Xiao Qi left last time, he discovered that Chen Fan's characteristics were very special and might be of great help to his growth. But at that time, Xiao Qi wanted revenge and wanted to escape from here, so he didn't care. Now Xiao Qi naturally doesn't want to leave. Since he had given in, Xiao Qi told Chen Fan what had happened before. After all, it was Xiao Qi's own fault. Just after Chen Fan left, Xiao Qi became more and more unhappy with the demolition team. He kept thinking about the memory of being beaten up by the demolition team, so he thought about saving his face. After all, my strength has improved a lot during this trip. Normally speaking, even a group of Earth-level masters may not be able to defeat it. Therefore, Xiao Qi went to the demolition team in a clamorous manner, wanting to become the big brother of the dragon farm. Unexpectedly, the demolition team did not give Xiao Qi any face at all and beat him up again. Xiao Qi was so angry that he flew into the sky and sprayed with dragon breath. And just as Chen Fan said before, Although Xiao Qi's dragon breath did not have any effect on the demolition team like it did on Chen Fan, it was not very effective either. However, although the effect was not great, the demolition team was still enraged, so they and Xiao Qi started to spray dragon breath at each other, and they never thought that they actually hit Chen Fan. After hearing this, Chen Fan's heart was filled with helplessness. This was a slave who had risen up but ended up not singing the song clearly. The demolition team is just a group of children less than 1 year old. Why do you have to be so competitive? Chen Fan said with a sigh. According to Hatching, I am smaller than them. Xiao Qi retorted, I am also a child. Can you please have some shame? There are people who worship you as a god. Chen Fan pointed at Su Lingling and said, Xiao Qi snorted coldly. Alas, seeing that he couldn't persuade Xiao Qi, Chen Fan stopped trying to persuade him. He just warned Xiao Qi not to do that again, and then let Xiao Qi go. Just like Xiao Qi was reluctant to leave Ping Fan Dragon Farm, Chen Fan was also reluctant to offend Xiao Qi too much. It would be good if Xiao Qi could know who has the final say in this dragon farm. After all, Chen Fan knew his own strength and had never forgotten the warning from the old man in white robe. That Holy Spirit Society sounds like it's not something that is easy to mess with, but it's always a good thing to have such a demon dragon around. Besides, Chen Fan really regarded Xiao Qi as a family member. If Xiao Qi really left here, he would still be very sad. Let's forget about this time. Chen Fan sighed deeply and said to the demolition team and Xiao Qi, Don't do this again next time, or I'll hang you on the tree outside for 3 days. Then, I felt sorry for you because you were tired after just going through a big battle, so I didn't let you work. Since you are so energetic now, then all of you should get to work. Before the sun sets, I want to make sure there won't be even a single weed left in this dragon farm. After hearing what Chen Fan said, the demolition team didn't dare to say anything more. They just stuck out their butts and ran to find Xiaoyi and the others. It's not that the demolition team wants to be lazy, but when it comes to work, the more dragons the better. Since they have to work, they naturally cannot let Xiaoyi and the others sit idle. Well, then I'll go help too, Su Lingling said hurriedly when she saw Xiao Qi starting to spit fire to clear the weeds. No need for you. This is their business. You have your own job. Chen Fan said, looking at Su Lingling. Oh. Su Lingling looked at Xiao Qi and nodded. Then Chen Fan came to the water tank and knocked on it gently. Xiao Jin immediately popped his head out of the water tank and looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Well, thank you, Chen Fan said. During this period, I went out several times and asked Xiao Jin to help look after the dragon farm. Although Chen Fan didn't know whether Xiao Jin was in charge or not, since the dragon farm still existed, he had to say thank you. Gulp. Xiao Jin rolled his eyes, flicked his tail, splashed water, and swam back to the bottom of the tank. Chen Fan wiped the water off his face and shook his head. As expected, Xiao Jin still has this personality. But Chen Fan didn't care. He found a big rock and lay down to rest. To be honest, he was exhausted after going out this time. After all, apart from his special characteristics, he was just an ordinary person and could not withstand such torture. So I fell asleep soon after. The next half-month was very peaceful. Xiaoqi was still playing the bubble-blowing game with Xiao Jin. The demolition team was still doing the exercise of demolishing and building, and Xiaoyi and the others slept soundly every day. The entire dragon farm once again returned to peace. However, even though life became peaceful, Chen Fan's heart was still hanging. Speaking of which, he was a little worried about Yi Yun. He always felt that the disappearance of Halki's treasure was related to Yi Yun. He felt that his dragon farm was gradually getting on the right track, and there would be no problem in raising one more person. I was thinking whether I could wait for Yi Yun to come next time and persuade her to stay. As for the appearance, Chen Fan didn't care. A person covered in bandages could be kept, let alone a person with a face full of pits and dents. Chen Fan thought that since they were family, he should not look down on them. However, just as Chen Fan was missing her, Yi Yun finally arrived. It was a night. The moon in the sky was covered by thick clouds, and the entire Rao forest was silent. On such a quiet night, Yi Yun appeared silently at the gate of the dragon farm. When Chen Fan found Yi Yun after being reminded by the demolition team, Yi Yun had already appeared in front of Chen Fan's door. "You're back," Chen Fan said with a smile. "Have you eaten? I see there's one more person in the dragon farm." Yi Yun did not answer Chen Fan's words, but just looked at Chen Fan calmly and said lightly, "Yes, her name is Su Lingling." Chen Fan nodded and then told Yi Yun everything about Su Lingling. "Yeah." Yi Yun nodded after hearing this. then looked at Su Lingling, who was timid outside the door, and whispered to Chen Fan, "Be careful." "I know," Chen Fan said. "By the way, how long can you stay this time? I have something to tell you. I'm leaving soon. Let's talk about it next time." Yi Yun smiled and said, "I came back just to see you and ask you for a favor." "What's the matter?" Chen Fan asked puzzledly. "This." Yi Yun pointed to a box he brought with him. "I wanted to ask just now, what on earth is this?" Chen Fan walked over, without any hesitation, squatted down, and looked at it carefully several times. "A dragon egg," Yi Yun said calmly. "A dragon egg from a medium-sized dragon." Chapter 84. Yi Yun's Dragon Egg. Middle-level dragon clan? Chen Fan looked at Yi Yun in surprise. Chen Fan was not surprised at all about the middle-level dragon clan. He was no longer a bumpkin who had just arrived in this world. After all, the red-eyed night dragon was a medium-sized dragon. Xiao, the black flame demon dragon, and the previous red flame demon dragon are the top existences among the higher dragon clans. If his methods weren't so simple, Xiao would even be considered a top-level dragon. So Chen Fan was just surprised why Yi Yun had a dragon egg of a medium-sized dragon. You should know that the price of medium-grade dragon eggs is very high, more than 10 times more expensive than low-grade dragon eggs. Even some low-level dragon farms cannot afford it. Even though Yi Yun was a thief and seemed to have quite a bit of savings, it would still cost him a lot of money to buy a medium-sized dragon egg. "Don't underestimate this medium-sized dragon egg," Yi Yun said as he opened the box, only to see a beautiful egg inside. The surface of the egg is very smooth and black, with countless stars twinkling inside. It was as if this was not an egg, but a compressed night sky. "What kind of dragon egg is this? It's so beautiful," Chen Fan said, staring at the dragon egg. "This dragon egg is very precious. Although it is a medium-level dragon, it is not much weaker than a high-level dragon." Yi Yun still did not answer Chen Fan, but continued, "But it is not easy to hatch this dragon egg. At least as far as I know, this dragon egg has not been hatched for 400 years. 400 years? Chen Fan looked up at Yi Yun. Could it be that he has already become a rotten egg? Yi Yun glared at Chen Fan, and Chen Fan suddenly didn't dare to speak. "This dragon egg is like this. In fact, I don't have any hope. I don't think you can hatch this dragon egg." Yi Yun continued. "Then what's wrong with you? You came all the way here to deliver a rotten egg." Chen Fan couldn't help but say, "And who are you looking down on? I can even hatch a dragon egg, let alone this. Just give it to me. Don't worry. I will take care of it in a minute." "Roast it." Ian rolled his eyes at Chen Fan. When she was here before, she had heard Chen Fan talk about his glorious deeds. How can that be possible? Chen Fan curled his lips. "But don't worry. Although this dragon egg is not a high-level dragon egg, it will not be damaged even if you put it in the fire or smash it with a hammer," said Ian. "Is it so magical?" Chen Fan asked in surprise. "Why else do you think it has lasted for 400 years? Ian said, "Okay, I won't say any more to you. It's time for me to go." "Wait." Chen Fan hurriedly called Yi Yun and said in a deep voice, "I want to know, did you steal this dragon egg from Harky?" Chen Fan is not a fool. It is impossible for Yi Yun to go to Harky for no reason. The theft in Harky is likely related to Yi Yun. Add to that the priceless dragon egg, and it's hard not to connect the two together. "Yeah." Yi Yun nodded slightly. She didn't want to lie to Chen Fan. "Why?" Chen Fan asked in a deep voice. "Since you knew that this dragon egg had almost no chance of hatching, why did you still steal it?" "Because this is ours." Yi Yun forced a smile and said, "In fact, I would tell you even if you didn't ask me. Be careful of the people of the Harky royal family. I understand." Chen Fan interrupted Yi Yun and looked at the dragon egg. "You said this is yours, so you just took back your own things, right?" "Yes." Yi Yun nodded. "That's good. Leave this dragon egg with me. Don't worry, nothing will happen," Chen Fan said with a smile. "As for you, no matter what you were doing outside, come back early." "Yeah, thank you," Yi Yun said. Then Yi Yun turned around and left the dragon farm and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. "I just don't understand you humans." Just as Chen Fan was staring at the direction where Yi Yun left, a voice rang out. It was Xiao. "Why are you humans so troublesome? If I like something, I could just pounce on it." Xiao shook his tail and said while lying at the window, "Otherwise, how can I say that you are not human?" Chen Fan smiled, picked up the dragon egg, and looked at it carefully. "Hey, you piece of trash. Why do I feel like you're scolding the dragon?" Xiao said, "You are not a human being. Why should I scold you?" Chen Fan asked back, "But don't forget, you are still a little dragon. Why are you jumping around? Isn't it better to be innocent?" Tong Jun, you are such a jerk. Xiao Qi gritted his teeth and said, I am already over 1,000 years old. You said it yourself when you were fighting with the demolition team. You were still a child. Chen Fan said, by the way, do you know what kind of dragon egg this is? Why does it look so beautiful? How do you hatch it? I don't know. Xiao Qi said, but there is one thing I think I should tell you. What's the matter? Chen Fan put down the dragon egg and asked puzzledly. That young lady was seriously injured. Xiao Qi replied. She left in such a hurry because she was probably about to collapse. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan suddenly looked at Xiao Qi. Are you telling the truth? Of course. Xiao Qi replied. There is no need for me to lie to you. That little girl. However, before Xiao Qi could finish his words, Chen Fan ran over, grabbed Xiao Qi's tail, and ran out with him. You useless piece of shit. What are you doing? Xiao Qi shouted. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Fan threw Xiao Qi out directly. Grow bigger quickly and take me to find Yiyan. Chen Fan disagreed with a single word of what they meant by everyone has their own adventures. How did Fire Fist Ace die? Chen Fan could never forget it. So when he knew his friend might be in danger, Chen Fan's only thought was to help her, regardless of whether he could do it or not. At least he would not regret it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Qi rolled his eyes at Chen Fan and said, that little girl is very fast. Even I can't catch up with her now. No, it's not that I can't catch up with her, it's more that I don't know which direction she is running in. What? Chen Fan's face showed a nervous look. But don't worry, it's not easy for that girl to get into trouble. In my opinion, she is much better than a loser like you. Xiao Qi said. Strong. Chen Fan thought of how Yi Yun was initially humiliated at the dragon farm and shook his head. Since you are unwilling to accompany me, then I will find the demolition team. However, Chen Fan was still worried about Yi Yun. Even if there was only a slight chance, Chen Fan wanted to give it a try. After saying that, Chen Fan went out and called the demolition team and walked towards the depths of the woods. Chapter 85. Uninvited Guests. As Xiao Qi said, Chen Fan led the demolition team to search in the woods for a whole night, but found no trace of Yi Yun. This made Chen Fan sigh that Yi Yun was definitely the most elusive person he had ever met. Afterwards, Chen Fan brought the demolition team back to the dragon farm, placed the dragon eggs brought by Yi Yun in a room, and repeatedly instructed the demolition team not to move them. The demolition team also understood the importance of Yi Yun to Chen Fan, so naturally no one wanted to get into trouble. In any case, thanks to the day and night efforts of the three of them, the ordinary dragon farm can now be said to be full of tall buildings. If you want to demolish a house, there are plenty of houses to demolish, so just one or two won't make a difference. What's more, the demolition team has now discovered that simply demolishing some buildings is meaningless, and it is fun to demolish those special buildings. So now the demolition crew has changed their focus from demolishing houses to studying more interesting buildings. According to Chen Fan, creating some special and valuable buildings and then demolishing them is in line with the path of sustainable development, and it feels good that way. This is also the reason why Chen Fan can move into the house. The hard days are finally over. In fact, if he didn't go into the house, Chen Fan was really worried that he would freeze to death. After all, no matter how high the temperature is in the Rao Forest in winter, it will still snow. It's okay during the day, but it's really cold at night. After settling the dragon egg, Chen Fan no longer cared about it. Anyway, Yin had said that there was almost no possibility of it hatching, so it would be useless to spend more effort on it. Then Chen Fan returned to his previous life, taking care of Xiao and the others every day, waiting for them to grow up, and then send them back to Shermeng and the others. After all, Xiao's iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs are just foster animals. And once these iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons were sent back, Chen Fan sales channels would be opened up. After all, the almost 100% chance of cultivating an iron-backed rhinoceros that can breed dragon's breath is something that no one can refuse. Therefore, as long as the head is opened, the next step is for everyone to pay to cultivate it themselves. This business is much more profitable than selling iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs. Okay, next question. In the peaceful dragon farm, Chen Fan brought a small stool with a large stone next to it. Chen Fan carved words on the large stone with a sharp stone while saying, 1 + 1 = what? Opposite Chen Fan, Xiao to Xiao looked hopeless and drowsy. They really couldn't figure out what made Chen Fan so crazy after his trip. What kind of divine book was he talking about? They are iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons. They just need to know how to control the power of gold and earth. God knows why they need to learn. Oh, right, mathematics? Tell me what's going on in your heads, everyone. Chen Fan saw that none of the ironback rhinoceros dragons answered, and said angrily, I've been teaching you for 4 days, but you can't even learn the basics. You're just getting more and more playful every day. Roar! Xiao finally couldn't bear it anymore, climbed up, and blew a breath of dragon towards Chen Fan. Good job. Chen Fan patted the flames above his head, threw the stone in his hand, walked over and grabbed Xiao's tail. You dare to hit the teacher? Respect teachers and respect them. Roar! Xiao bared his teeth at Chen Fan with a ferocious expression on his face, but Chen Fan didn't care. Okay, I'm talking to you about reason, but you don't listen. Well, I know a little bit about fighting. As he said that, Chen Fan raised his hand and was about to hit Xiao on the back. Roar! However, at this moment, the roar of the demolition team suddenly sounded. Okay, someone is coming. At the same time, Xiao's voice sounded in Chen Fan's heart. Ooh! Chen Fan put down Xiao's tail and said in a deep voice, All of you follow me. Afterwards, Chen Fan brought Xiao, Yi, and the others to the outside of the dragon farm. At that moment, outside the dragon farm, the demolition team was confronting 4 middle-aged men, but Xiao was not seen. What's going on? Who are you? Chen Fan looked at the 4 middle-aged men and said in a deep voice, Haha, this is the owner of this place, right? A middle-aged man smiled and stepped forward and asked, Did you raise these iron-backed, rhinoceros-horned dragons? These people tried to sneak into the dragon farm and were discovered by me and the demolition team. They are definitely not good people. Xiao's voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind again. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded silently. I raised him. What's wrong? It's like this, we just happened to pass by, and you ironback rhinoceros suddenly attacked us. A middle-aged man said, If we didn't have some skills, we would have been injured. My children are very sensible and would never attack others unless someone has bad intentions, Chen Fan replied. Although the people in front of him seemed very powerful, Chen Fan was not worried. As long as Xiao was here, unless there was a heavenly rank among them, they would not be able to cause any big trouble. These people did not expect Chen Fan's answer to be so tough, and immediately showed unfriendly expressions on their faces. Well, that could be a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man in the lead took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, By the way, young sir, have you seen a woman dressed in black and moving around in a mysterious way recently? Woman. Chen Fan was shocked. Could it be that these people were here to find Ian? However, Chen Fan's expression did not change at all. You said it was a ghost. How could I see it? I didn't see it. I see, that's true. The middle-aged man in the lead nodded. By the way, what is the young master's name? Where is this place? This is the Ordinary Dragon Farm, and I am the owner of the Ordinary Dragon Farm. Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan had no intention of hiding anything about this question. And if these people are indeed from Halki, then perhaps they will be more cautious when hearing this name. After all, they are the ones who saved Halki. By the way, what happened to the woman you just mentioned? You said she was sneaking around. Did she steal something? Chen Fan asked. Maybe I can help you keep an eye on her. Ah, since the owner didn't see it, forget it. That person's whereabouts are secretive, and he shouldn't come to a place like yours. The middle-aged man obviously didn't want to say anything, but his eyes swept past Chen Fan and looked at the dragon farm behind Chen Fan. In that case, Chen Fan felt a little uneasy when he saw the middle-aged man's gaze. So he said, Then please leave. We have some issues at the dragon farm recently, so it is not convenient to entertain outside guests. Ah, however, just as Chen Fan finished speaking, Su Lingling's scream came from the dragon farm. Chapter 86. Come out, my Xiao. Chen Fan frowned and suddenly turned his head to look at the dragon farm. Then a man was seen rushing out of the dragon farm, and Su Lingling was following behind him. At this moment, Su Lingling was covered in blood and was obviously injured. Owner, he stole the dragon eggs? Su Lingling shouted. Dragon egg? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, and seeing what the man was holding, he said coldly, Demolition team. Roar! Upon hearing this, the demolition team opened their mouths at the same time and spit out 3 breaths of dragon's breath towards the man. Yian said that this dragon egg was very strong, so Chen Fan was not worried about burning the dragon egg. However, the man was obviously very skilled. He was not alarmed at all when he saw the 3 breaths of dragon. He just dodged away in a flash. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. The state of harmony. That's right. Although Chen Fan himself cannot practice, he has gained some horizons after going through so many things. The Hehe realm. The man in front of him was clearly a top-level human-level master in the Hehe realm. Found it. As Chen Fan was watching, the man came to the middle-aged man and handed the package in his arms to him. Have you found that person? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice after opening the package. It was discovered, and there was no time to look for it. The man shook his head. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded, then looked at Chen Fan. Master Chen, shouldn't you give me an explanation? An explanation? Chen Fan sneered. You got it the other way around. You should give me an explanation. Although my dragon farm is not a big place, it is not something that outsiders can do anything about. You've been holding me here, and what did this man do in my dragon farm? I can't feel any power from you. The middle-aged man did not answer Chen Fan, but said calmly, if you are not a heavenly master, then you are an ordinary person. And we are at least at the integration level. Do you think these few ironback rhinoceros dragons can protect you from us? Haha, your Watlu Empire is really interesting. I didn't see any Earth-level masters like you when the evil dragon was wreaking havoc, but now quite a few of you have appeared. Chen Fan shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, young farm owner, if you know what's best for you, hand that person over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Your people sneaked into my dragon farm and stole the dragon eggs from my dragon farm. Now you say you want to be rude to me. Chen Fan smiled. Although this dragon egg was stolen by Yi Yun, and although Chen Fan did not approve of Yi Yun's actions, Chen Fan could not allow others to take it away at will. If these people came here, showed their official identities as members of the Watlu Empire, and proved that the dragon egg really belonged to them, Chen Fan might still hesitate. Of course, it is impossible to ask Chen Fan to return the dragon egg. After all, it was placed with him by Yi Yun, and he couldn't return it on his own initiative. But Chen Fan will wait until Yi Yun comes next time, have a good talk with Yi Yun, and ask Yi Yun to return it. Or Chen Fan would go to the Watlu Empire again to see if he could get the Watlu Empire to give him the dragon egg based on his merit of saving Halsey of the Watlu Empire. Although this may seem like a double-edged sword, it is the best solution Chen Fan can think of. But all these ideas became a joke when these people broke into the dragon farm without permission, beat Su Lingling, and then stole the dragon eggs. What a joke! Chen Fan thought it was a joke, and the other party thought it was even more so. That woman stole our things and hid the stolen goods with you, and you still protected her. We are already being rude to you. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill all the dragons here, and then I'll break your limbs. I don't believe that woman won't come out. Huh, do we have to do this just because of this? Chen Fan shook his head. The middle-aged man snorted softly, then waved his hand, and several people behind him rushed out and directly attacked the demolition team and Xiao and the others. Although the demolition team and Xiao are far inferior to these people in strength, their defensive capabilities are not weak, so they can hold on for a while. When Chen Fan saw this scene, he realized that the people in front of him really had no intention of holding back. He understood clearly in his heart that since the other party dared to attack the dragon farm, they were planning to kill us all. After all, behind the dragon farm is the Dragon Master Association. If the Dragon Master Association knew about this, it would not be good for the Watlu Empire. Sure enough, Chen Fan sighed. In order to get clues from Chen Fan, these people did not attack Chen Fan. They just left Chen Fan there and watched quietly, intending to kill those ironback rhinoceros dragons right in front of Chen Fan. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The strong is the truth. However, although these iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons could not defeat the people in front of them, Chen Fan was not worried. After all, there was a high-level dragon in the dragon farm who could kill Earth-level dragons as easily as killing ants, Xiao. So Chen Fan shook his head, looked at the middle-aged man opposite him proudly, and said in a cold voice, I will give you one last chance. Put down the dragon egg and take your people away quickly. I will go to your Watlu Empire and explain this matter to your king in the future. If you don't leave now, you will never leave. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man burst into laughter when he heard this, and suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xiao away. Bang! Xiao's body hit the tree heavily, and blood flowed out of his mouth. The ironback rhinoceros's defense is indeed strong, but it is still somewhat vulnerable when facing an Earth-level master. Come on, I want to see how you can make us never leave, said the middle-aged man. Okay. Chen Fan looked at Xiao, who had barely gotten up from the ground, sighed, took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said softly, Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish." Then Chen Fan put his left hand on his waist, pointed his right hand upwards, and said in a deep voice, "Come out, my Xiao. Kill them." The middle-aged man was startled by Chen Fan's action, but after waiting for a moment, he saw nothing. "How dare you tease me?" However, the middle-aged man was angry, and Chen Fan was even more panicked. He turned his head and looked behind him and shouted, "Xiao, take action." "No!" Xiao's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. "You got into trouble by chasing after that young lady. I won't clean up your mess." Chapter 87. Unexpected Reinforcements. Chen Fan never expected that Xiao would fail at this critical moment. "Brother, don't be angry with me at this time. Just tell me if you have any requests." Chen Fan said hurriedly in his heart. If Xiao is unwilling to take action, not to mention the middle-aged man, even those who are in the Hehe realm will not be able to defeat them. "What can I ask for? I'm only here to retire, not to be your thug." Xiao said, "Besides, anyone can bully me. Do you really need my help?" "Brother, why do you want to support your parents when you are so young?" Chen Fan said hurriedly. "Look, if you have any requests, just ask. I will definitely satisfy you." "Who is the boss of this dragon farm?" Xiao asked. "You, of course it's you." Chen Fan said hurriedly. "Then you will all listen to me from now on." Before Xiao could finish his words, the middle-aged man opposite rushed over quickly and grabbed Su Lingling with one hand. He had completely lost his patience, and, at the same time, a bad feeling gradually arose in his heart. In order to avoid any unexpected events, the middle-aged man decided to kill someone first. Chen Fan couldn't move for the time being, so the middle-aged man set his target on Su Lingling. Looking for death. Feeling the middle-aged man's actions, Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly became furious. Although it didn't want to admit it, Su Lingling had been working in the dragon farm as a follower during this period and had indeed provided it with a lot of care. So Xiao couldn't bear to see Su Lingling die at the hands of a middle-aged man. So Xiao exhaled a breath of dragon, directly towards the middle-aged man. "Who is it?" The middle-aged man was shocked. He didn't dare to resist the dragon's breath, and quickly turned over to hide away. "I found you." Seeing that Su Lingling was safe and sound, Chen Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked in the direction where the dragon's breath came from and rushed over quickly. Chen Fan had been looking for Xiao's whereabouts, but he could not tell the direction of Xiao's voice transmission at all, as if it came from the bottom of his heart. So Chen Fan couldn't find Xiao's location. But with this breath of dragon, Xiao's position was completely exposed. So Chen Fan rushed out quickly and grabbed Xiao from a house. What are you doing? Let me go." Xiao didn't expect Chen Fan to find him and shouted hurriedly. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. I'll definitely serve you well in the future, but now." Chen Fan looked at the demolition team members who had been injured and had lost their resistance one after another and said in a deep voice, "Get rid of these people." Xiao knew that since Chen Fan had said this, he could no longer avoid it. So he snorted coldly and opened his mouth to spit out another breath of dragon breath towards the middle-aged man. However, at this moment, a series of cracking sounds were heard, and Chen Fan's heart suddenly became alert, and he looked around. He always felt that he had heard this voice somewhere before. Just when Chen Fan was nervous, all the people who were attacking the demolition team stopped and looked around in horror. "What is that?" The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. The power in his body raged wildly, and he looked around nervously. The crackling sound was still ringing, and before Chen Fan could recall what was happening, a man's body suddenly broke into two pieces. Immediately afterwards, another man's body exploded. "Damn it, what is going on?" The middle-aged man was shocked. As an Earth-level master, he knew very well that this must be related to the crackling sound, but the strange thing was that he could clearly hear the sound, but could not tell from which direction the sound came. Crack, crack. As the sound came, people around continued to die in extremely miserable ways. Some people wanted to escape, but to no avail. "Damn it, it's you." The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Fan. His face flushed. "I'm going to kill you." Then the middle-aged man leaped up, and powerful firepower gathered around his body, making the middle-aged man like a fire dragon, roaring and pouncing towards Chen Fan. However, before Chen Fan and Xiao could respond, a black figure jumped out from the woods. As this figure jumped out, the crackling sound became louder. At the same time, the middle-aged man who had just gathered his strength trembled all over and the powerful firepower was instantly out of control. Bang! The flames continued to explode, and the middle-aged man's body fell heavily to the ground, with blood oozing from his facial features. This is it. However, at this moment Chen Fan's focus was not on the middle-aged man, but on the figure that had just jumped out of the woods. The Vortex Thread Dragon. That was the same Vortex Thread Dragon that Chen Fan encountered in the Thread Sea. But why does this Vortex Dragon appear here? Just as Chen Fan was shocked, the middle-aged man finally couldn't withstand the attack of the Vortex Spiral Dragon. The power in his body burst out, and he died. With the death of the middle-aged man, the crackling sound disappeared, and the entire dragon farm returned to peace again. Chen Fan and Xiao Qi looked at the Vortex Dragon in front of them warily. It must be said that this little dragon gave Xiao Qi the feeling that it was even more dangerous than a red flame dragon. Although the red flame dragon's flame is powerful, it does have certain resistance. However, it feels that it will not feel good about the attack of the Vortex Dragon. Of course, this does not mean that Xiao Qi is afraid of the Vortex Spiral Dragon. As they are both high-level dragons, it is still unknown who will live and who will die if they really fight. Then the Vortex Spiral Dragon stepped on the corpses on the ground and ran to Chen Fan, raised its head, and looked at Chen Fan with its big eyes. Buzz! At this moment, a soft sound was heard, and a strange look suddenly appeared on Xiao Qi's face. What's wrong? Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qi. Was it talking just now? Yeah. Xiao Qi nodded with a strange look on his face. And what did it say? Is it an enemy or a friend? Chen Fan didn't dare to let go of Xiao Qi. He asked while staring at the Vortex Spiral Dragon. Well, have you encountered it before? Xiao Qi said. Yes, I have encountered it. What happened? Chen Fan asked. It said it met you before and felt comfortable around you, so it came here to find you and wanted to stay by your side. Xiao Qi said after hesitating. Uh-huh. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise. To find me? Could it be that it ran here from the Spiral Sea just to find me? Well, it looks like this at the moment. Xiao Qi said. Chapter 88. Failure in Naming. Chen Fan did not forget that Qingdao Budweiser had told him that the Spiral Dragon was an extinct high-level dragon species and was extremely precious. Even Aunt Julie, who owned a level 5 dragon farm, was drooling over it. However, such a powerful and precious dragon clan would just come to me and seek refuge with me? Chen Fan wondered what was wrong with this world. Why was it so unreal? However, before Chen Fan could react, the Vortex Dragon had already jumped lightly onto Chen Fan's body and kept rubbing Chen Fan's body with its little head. Chen Fan didn't feel like there was a dragon on his back, but instead felt like there was a dog. Okay, then you stay here from now on. Chen Fan is not stupid. Although he still can't figure out why the Vortex Spiral Dragon would travel thousands of miles from the Spiral Sea to join him, it does not prevent Chen Fan from welcoming it very much. Advanced dragons. This is what many dragon farms dream of. It can be said that the evaluation criteria for level 4 and level 5 dragon farms is whether they have bred high-level dragons, even if there is only one. In other words, although Chen Fan's dragon farm is known as a first-level dragon farm, it is actually doing the business of a 5th-level dragon farm. If Julie knew this, she would definitely shout that it was ridiculous. Not to mention Julie, even Chen Fan himself now feels it is quite ridiculous. However, Chen Fan also felt that this was a good idea. After all, according to the old man in white, he would have to face the place called Holy Spirit Society sooner or later, so it would be best to have a powerful dragon around him. Well, thinking about this, Chen Fan became upset again. What on earth is this damn Holy Spirit Society? How strong are they? Why are they targeting me? Why does the old man in white think they will harm me? Chen Fan hated people who only spoke half of their sentences, even if they were heavenly masters. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan held the Vortex Dragon in his arms, looked at its long ears and its trumpet-like mouth, and thought for a while. Since you want to stay in the dragon farm, then you are the dragon raised by our dragon farm, and I should give you a name. Ha ha ha! As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, a burst of laughter sounded in his heart. Yes, 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 give it a name. Chen Fan turned around and saw Xiao Qi staring at him expectantly with eyes wide open. He said to himself, Come on, I believe you can do it. Hurry up. I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Chen Fan smiled, then turned to look at the Whirlpool Dragon. Well, in that case, why not call you Little Trumpet? However, before Chen Fan finished his words, he felt the Vortex Spiral Dragon in his arms tremble suddenly, and its big ears, which had been drooping, stood up. Meanwhile, Xiao at the side laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Ha, little trumpet. Ha, little trumpet. Shut up. Chen Fan glared at Xiao, then looked at the vortex dragon in his arms. Don't you like it? Vortex spiral dragon nodded hurriedly and vigorously, fearing that any hesitation would make Chen Fan misunderstand his meaning. Although the whirlpool spiral dragon is a young dragon, and is not like Xiao, who has been a dragon in 2 lives, and does not quite understand the meaning of human language, it does not prevent it from being able to judge whether the name is acceptable. Especially when it saw Xiao laughing so hard. Its resistance to this name became even stronger. Forget it. Since you don't like it, forget it. Chen Fan said, looking at the demolition team and Xiao and the others, and said, we'll talk about naming them later. I have to take a look at them first. Then Chen Fan put the vortex spiral dragon on the ground and walked quickly towards Xiao and the others. At this moment, Xiao and the others were already playing together, and it seemed that the injuries they had just suffered in the fight had recovered. This was why Chen Fan had not been in a hurry to check on them before. Don't worry. These iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons you raised are all thick-skinned and tough. Although they can't withstand the attacks of the Earth rank, it still takes a lot of effort for the Earth rank to kill them. The situation just now won't cause any harm to them. Xiao's voice sounded in Chen Fan's heart. You've seen it a long time ago, so you didn't take any action, right? Chen Fan looked at Xiao. It had long felt that Xiao would not really be such a cold-blooded dragon. After all, it had saved itself and the demolition team in time on the city wall of Halki. Humph, I saw through a long time ago, but this is not the reason why I didn't take action. Xiao turned his head away and said softly, oh. Looking at Xiao's expression, Chen Fan understood in his heart. He did not expose Xiao's thoughts, but squatted down and said to the demolition team, next you need, bang. However, before Chen Fan could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation on his back, and the whole person fell directly to the ground, with his face hitting the ground heavily. When Chen Fan got up from the ground, he found that the thing behind him was not something else but the vortex spiral dragon. I saw the vortex spiral dragon lying on Chen Fan's back, rubbing its head against Chen Fan's body continuously, as if it liked it very much. Can you go down first? Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. When the vortex spiral dragon heard this, it reacted immediately and hurriedly climbed down from Chen Fan's back, but its tail was still gently hooked on Chen Fan's leg. Chen Fan let out a long sigh. Unlike Xiao, Chen Fan was still quite wary of the vortex spiral dragon. Although the vortex spiral dragon was pestering him, Chen Fan really didn't think he could survive if the vortex spiral dragon suddenly became ferocious and wanted to kill people. After all, Earth-level masters don't have much resistance against the vortex spiral dragon. As for Xiao, it has absolutely no problem protecting itself, but asking Xiao to protect itself and the demolition team is a bit difficult for long. Demolition team, you and Xiao and the others deal with the bodies first, and then I. Chen Fan shook his head and looked at the demolition team. However, as soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the demolition team and Xiao turned their heads at the same time, and a breath of dragon sprayed towards the corpse on the ground. Chen Fan was stunned when he saw this scene. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Soon, the bodies on the ground were burned to ashes in the flames, and then the demolition team used the power of Earth at the same time, causing the ground to shake violently, covering the entire battlefield, and the bodies burned to ashes, leaving no trace. Chen Fan looked at the excited demolition team and said, are you guys too skilled at this? Ahem, you are indeed very skilled. At this moment, a voice sounded in the woods. Chapter 89, Space Dragon Bag and Night Firefly Dragon Egg. Who is it? Chen Fan was startled when he heard the voice. Although these people were the first to take action, it would not be right for him to kill them. Chen Fan really did not want outsiders to know about this. Ahem, it's me. Along with the sound of speaking, a man walked out of the woods. Senior Yuna. Seeing this person, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and then forced a smile on his face. Senior, why are you here? Well, I came at an unfortunate time. I happened to see you destroying the body. Yuna said, looking at Xiao and Uzumaki's spiral dragon, and forced a smile on his face. You wouldn't kill people to silence them, would you? Haha, Senior Yunha, what are you talking about? How could I do that? Chen Fan said with a smile. Forget it. You're not a troublemaker, and these people probably died for a reason. Yuni shook his head. It's just that I'm curious now. Yuna's eyes fell on the vortex dragon on the ground, and then he smiled and said, "Could this be the legendary Vortex Dragon? Senior, you really have good eyesight." Chen Fan did not intend to hide anything and said with a smile, "I met it when I went to my Aunt Julie's house some time ago, and then it came all the way to me. It's a long way." He shook his head. "Forget it. I should have known that Master Chen shouldn't judge with common sense. However, both this Black Flame Demon Dragon and the Whirlpool Spiral Dragon are extremely dangerous. You must take good care of them." Extremely dangerous category? Chen Fan heard this name for the first time and looked at Yunhe in confusion. "Oh, by the way, you may not have heard that this extremely dangerous category is a special one." Yunhe looked at Chen Fan. "But, do you want me to tell you here?" "Oh, sorry, please come in," Chen Fan said hurriedly. Soon, Chen Fan invited Yunhe to sit down in the dragon farm. The Vortex Spiral Dragon lay directly on Chen Fan's legs like a cat. Xiao crawled to the water tank and took a nap again. "I don't know if your dragon farm can still be considered level 1. Yunhe shook his head. "Just now I mentioned the extremely high-risk group, but in fact this is not a specific level division. It refers to some of the higher dragons that have great power, are irritable and easily angered, and can cause huge disasters once they wreak havoc. Almost all the dragons belong to the extremely dangerous group of dragons. In addition to the magic dragon, the legendary extinct Vortex Dragon is also one of them. Normally, our Dragon Master Association does not recommend that dragon farms attempt to breed extremely high-risk dragons. In fact, extremely high-risk dragons rarely accept the constraints of dragon farms. But I didn't expect you to be able to train two at the same time. You are indeed a young talent." "Haha, coincidence. These are all coincidences." Chen Fan reached out and gently touched the back of the Vortex Spiral Dragon, saying with a smile, "By the way, this is for you," Yunhe said, taking out a bag from his arms and placing on the stone table beside him. "Is this a space dragon bag?" Chen Fan's eyes lit up and he looked at Yunhe. "Is this Xiao's subsidy?" "That's right, but now it seems that the subsidy given to you is too little." Yunhe glanced at the Whirlpool Spiral Dragon. "I will try again when I return to the Dragon Master Association." "Thank you very much." Chen Fan took the dragon bag and sensed the contents inside. His breathing instantly became rapid. This was too rich. "This is just a small token of appreciation from the Dragon Master Association." Yunhe smiled. "The last time I came here, I felt that your place was pitifully poor. From the perspective of the environment alone, it's not even as good as a first-class dragon farm, let alone a village. So I wanted to help you a little more." "Thank you, Senior Yunhe," Chen Fan said hurriedly. "I'll find a place to put my things down later, and then I'll return this dragon bag to you." "Give it back to me? Why should you give it back to me?" Yunhe shook his head. "This space dragon bag is also for you." "What?" Chen Fan became even more excited. "Space equipment. Even though the space dragon bag is the lowest level of space equipment, it is still space equipment. With this thing, Chen Fan won't have to go through so much trouble to buy dragon eggs in the future, and he won't have to take such a big risk. Especially when taking dragons like the demolition team out, they can put them in their own space dragon bag without asking for help from others." "Haha, don't be so surprised. In fact, this space dragon bag can only be of limited help to you. After all, you too." Yunhe shook his head. No, it's already very good." Chen Fan understood the principle of contentment and said with a smile, "Okay, now that we've finished our work here, I'll take my leave first. You can clean up your things." Yunhe said with a smile. "Wait." However, Chen Fan stopped Yunhe. "What? Are you still planning to kill people to silence them?" Yunhe said with a smile, "With your two extremely dangerous people here, I may not be able to escape." "Senior Yunhe, you are joking. I just want to ask you something," Chen Fan said, calling Su Lingling in while holding the dragon egg. "Senior Yunhe, you are knowledgeable. Can you tell me what kind of dragon egg this is? How did you get this dragon egg?" Su Lingling had put the dragon egg away immediately, so Yunhe didn't see it. Now that Yunhe saw it, he was a little surprised. Could it be that those people who died just now were because of this? "This was given to me by a friend of mine, who asked me to help take care of and hatch it," Chen Fan said. "My friend? That little girl?" Yunhe said, "I do recognize this thing of yours. Although it is rare, it is very easy to identify. It should be the dragon egg of the Night Firefly Dragon. But I remember that the Nightclan should have been destroyed, and the Night Firefly Dragon should have been extinct. If there are still Night Firefly Dragon eggs in this world, they can only be in the royal treasury of the Watlu Empire." "Wait, the royal treasury of the Watlu Empire was robbed during the Dragon Calamity. Could it be that your friend did it?" Could this be the thing that was lost? Indeed, Chen Fan nodded without hiding anything. No wonder. Those corpses outside should also be from the Watlu Empire. Yunha said in a deep voice. But why would your friend take such a big risk to steal the dragon eggs of a night firefly dragon? Isn't this a dragon egg of a medium-sized dragon? It should be priceless, right? Chen Fan asked doubtfully. No. If the Yi clan were still there, and you sold this dragon egg to them, it would indeed be priceless. But now that the Yi clan has been destroyed, this dragon egg is of little use other than being beautiful. Even if the night firefly dragon inside is hatched, it will just be an ordinary medium-sized dragon, or even weaker than an ordinary medium-sized dragon. Yunha shook his head and said, Wait, so your friend, is he from a Nightclan? Chapter 90, 6th level of Earth rank. The Nightclan. Chen Fan looked at Yunha in confusion. What is this? The Yi clan was once a large clan in the Watlu Empire and could be considered the darlings of the Dark Knight. Yunha said, I don't know much about them, but I only know that the Yi clan was purged by the royal family of the Watlu Empire, and it is said that all the more than 3,000 people in the clan were killed. Royal purge? Is this treason? Chen Fan said in shock. Probably not. Yunha shook his head. Although I don't know much about the Night Clan, according to legend, the Night Clan values loyalty the most. Although they are creatures walking in the dark night, they are all known for their unparalleled loyalty and righteousness. It is absolutely impossible for them to betray their country. Besides, the Yi clan is a large clan. Even if some of them really have problems and commit treason, the Watlu Empire should not do such a thing as annihilating the clan. If it's not treason, then what could be the reason? Chen Fan shook his head. Then what is the connection between this night firefly dragon and the Night Clan? According to records, the night firefly dragon should be considered the Night Clan's natal dragon. Although we don't know the reason, the Night Clan and the night firefly dragon have always complemented each other. The Night Clan with the night firefly dragon as a partner and the Night Clan without the night firefly dragon as a partner are basically two different existences. Yunha said, to put it simply, if a person at the Beitong realm has a night firefly dragon as his partner, his strength can even reach the Hehe realm. A person at the Hehe realm with a night firefly dragon can be as powerful as someone at the Dilling realm, said Yunha. Earth Spirit realm? Chen Fan asked doubtfully, what realm is that? Haven't you heard of the Earth rank realm division? Yunha said, well, I only know the human level ones. The initial Xian, the body tempering, the soul induction, the subtle knowledge, the 100 pass, and the harmony. Chen Fan said, yes, you're talking about the 6th realm of the human stage. Yunha said calmly without getting bored, condensing the essence into courage, gathering the spirit to know the power of heaven. All the sources converge into the elixir. The elixir breaks through the true meaning, the body enters the world, and breaks the barrier of heaven. Ningying, Dilling, Yuandan, Mingyi, Huashan, Pazin. These are the 6 realms of the earth level. Once a person of the Night Clan who is at the Hehe realm possesses a night firefly dragon, he can not only leap into a major realm, but can even continue to leap into a smaller realm. What a terrifying thing this is. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded. Although Chen Fan himself cannot practice, the influence of so many novels in his previous life has made Chen Fan understand that simply crossing a small realm may not be surprising, but crossing a large realm is completely different. Especially since there is no cost involved, only the leap of cultivating a partner is required. At the same time, if the night firefly dragon follows the Night Clan, it will grow very fast. The relationship between the two is almost a mutually beneficial one. Yunha continued, therefore, in the past, when people thought of the Night Clan, they would definitely think of the night firefly dragon, and when they saw the night firefly dragon, they would definitely think of the Night Clan. The two have become inseparable. Therefore, when the Night Clan was destroyed, the night firefly dragon was destroyed along with it. In other words, if there are still dragon eggs of the night firefly dragon in this world, then it is only possible that they are in the hands of the royal family of the Watlu Empire, which destroyed the Night Clan. I understand. Chen Fan nodded, recalling what Yin said. If Chen Fan's guess was correct, if Yin was really a member of the Yi clan, then it was no wonder that Yin would say that the dragon egg of the Yang dragon was hers, and she just took back her own things. According to Yunha, the dragon eggs of the night firefly dragon belong to the Night Clan. The royal family of the Watlu Empire are just plunderers, and the dragon eggs of the night firefly dragon still belong to the Night Clan. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt better. Although he understood that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and although those people were the first to attack the dragon farm, Chen Fan still felt a little uncomfortable. Shelter a thief, protect what she steals, and kill for it. If this had happened in his previous life, Chen Fan would not even dare to think about it. But now it's okay. Although Yin still stole, in the final analysis, she just got back her own things. This felt to Chen Fan as if someone in his previous life had sneaked into the British Museum and brought the stolen cultural relics from the British Museum back to China. If Chen Fan had the ability, he would be happy to provide shelter for them and repel the enemies who came to pursue them. It would be even better if this person was his family member. Chen Fan would definitely spare no effort to do it. By the way, do you know how to hatch this dragon egg? Chen Fan asked. I heard that there haven't been any firefly dragons for many years, but since there are firefly dragon eggs, there should be firefly dragons. As far as I know, the hatching conditions of the night firefly dragon are very harsh. It seems that apart from the night firefly dragon itself, only the Nightclan can hatch it. Yunhe said, I will ask the Dragon Master Association for you when I get back. Now that you have obtained this dragon egg, it would be a pity to leave it like this. Although the night firefly dragon only belongs to the middle-level dragon race, it would be a good thing if it could be successfully hatched. It may also be of great help to the research on the dragon race. Thank you, Senior Yuna. Chen Fan said hurriedly. Yuna didn't stay here for long. After saying all this, he said goodbye and left. After Yunhe left, Chen Fan thought about it and decided to find a room to put the night firefly dragon's eggs. There is no point in hiding. Anyway, the dragon farm now has Vortex Spiral Dragon and Xiao Qi, so we are not afraid of ordinary Earth-level masters. And if a heavenly master came here, Chen Fan felt that it would be meaningless to hide or not. However, in the next few days, Chen Fan did not find anyone sneaking into the dragon farm, and no one else came looking for him. Perhaps the Watlu Empire only sent this team. After all, the dragon eggs of the night firefly dragon are not valuable because they cannot be hatched. It just involves the reputation of the Watlu royal family. So Chen Fan spent the past few days very comfortably. Apart from still being worried about Yi Yun's condition, there was nothing else that bothered him. At the same time, Chen Fan also gave the Vortex Dragon a name, called Xiao, because this little guy is so clingy that he would stick close to Chen Fan even when Chen Fan was sleeping. As for this name, Vortex Spiral Dragon had no objection and seemed to like it very much. This made Xiao Qi unable to help, but complained that the Vortex Spiral Dragon was indeed a guy who had never seen the world. A few days later, the injuries of the demolition team and Xiaoi were completely recovered, and Chen Fan decided to take Xionian to Hachi City. Chapter 91. Shi Meng is not here. With Xiao Nian following him, Chen Fan felt very at ease when he went to Hatch City this time. Not to mention the depths of the Ral Forest. At least in this outer area, there is no threat to Xiao Nian's existence. Xiao Nian is not as fond of bargaining as Xiao Qi. He will agree to almost any request made by Xiao Nian. Therefore, Xiao Nian is equivalent to the Dinghe Shinten brand bodyguard in Chen Fan's heart. Soon Chen Fan brought Xiao Nian to the outskirts of Hachi City, and this time the people of Hachi City were not panicked when they saw Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan didn't do anything out of line last time. Master Chen is here again. The leading soldiers saw Chen Fan, walked up to him, and said with a smile, It's you. It's your shift again today. Chen Fan looked at the soldier and recognized that the soldier was Zhang Quan. Well, it's just a coincidence that we are destined to meet each other, Zhang Quan said with a smile. What are you going to do in the city this time, sir? While speaking, Zhang Quan looked at the little boy in Chen Fan's arms and asked, Is this a dragon? Yes. Chen Fan nodded. I came here today to look for Master Shi Meng. I wonder if he is here. This is really unfortunate. Lord Shi Meng went to Longqing today and may not be back until evening. Zhang Quan said, Is that so? Then I'll stay here for one night. Chen Fan nodded. Thanks to the supplies sent by the Dragon Master Association, Chen Fan finally went from being penniless to being well off, so he no longer felt bad about spending money on staying in the inn. That's good. Zhang Quan nodded. Wait for me. I'll go and take over. I'll accompany you into the city. What? Are you still worried about me? Chen Fan smiled. Of course not. We will not slack off on Lord Shi Meng's orders, said Zhang Quan. Okay. But Chen Fan didn't care. It would always be less troublesome with Zhang Quan following him. Moreover, this time, he did not bring Xiao Wei and Xiao He, nor did he bring the demolition team, nor did he bring Xiao Qi. He only brought the most obedient Xiaonian, so it seemed that nothing would go wrong. Soon, Xiao Quan prepared everything and followed Chen Fan into Hatch City. Since it was still early, Chen Fan did not go directly to the inn, but came to the dragon house again. The owner of Longxi was very surprised when he saw Chen Fan, especially when he saw Xiao Nian. His expression became even weirder. What kind of dragon is this? Why have I never seen it before? As the owner of the dragon house, he was not as unable to tell whether it was a dragon as Xiao Quan, but he still had no way to confirm Xiao Nian's identity. I've had some adventures recently. This is the Vortex Spiral Dragon, Chen Fan said with a smile. By the way, boss, I'm here to thank you. What are you thanking me for? The dragon house owner shook his head. I've heard that you got through this difficult time entirely on your own. I never thought you could come up with the idea of breeding a child. By the way, how are the results of your breeding? Those 5 iron-backed rhinoceros. That's good. We have all learned dragon breath. Chen Fan said. TSK Tisk, it's really not simple. The dragon house owner smiled. So why are you here this time? I have some ideas recently and want to develop a dragon farm. Does the boss have any suggestions? Chen Fan asked. Chen Fan thought about the events of the past few days for a long time and felt that although he had the resources sent by the Dragon Master Association, he could not just sit back and enjoy all the resources. What's more, if he wants to make the dragon farm bigger and stronger, he needs to breed more dragons. At present, continuing to breed the ironback rhinoceros seems to be a good direction, but the ironback rhinoceros is just a low-level dragon after all. If there is no other way, then this is the only way. Now, with the help of the Dragon Master Association, it seems that I can take bigger steps. Do you want to breed other dragons? The owner of the dragon house understood Chen Fan's meaning and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Chen Fan nodded. Do you have any good suggestions? Although I have never been to your dragon farm, there are only a few species of dragons that are suitable for you to breed in the Ralph Forest. The dragon house owner said, plus, you're only a first-level dragon farm, and I guess the scale of the dragon farm is not very large. If that is the case, it can only be an anaconda dragon. Anaconda? Chen Fan nodded. Chen Fan had considered this before. Apart from the severe restrictions on their living environment, the cost of breeding anacondas was not that high. As for the construction of the living environment, Chen Fan can afford it now. In that case, I'll go back and think about it. If possible, I'll buy the anaconda eggs from you. Chen Fan said. Haha, okay. Given our relationship, I will definitely give you the lowest price. The dragon house owner said with a smile. This is not just a cliché from the owner of Longxi, but a sincere one. When Chen Fan solved the problem of the first-level dragon farm assessment, he had already been recognized by the owner of the dragon house. Especially when Chen Fan was able to stably cultivate iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons that could breathe dragon breath, the owner of the dragon house saw his potential. It can be said that even if Chen Fan failed to breed the anaconda, the ironback rhinoceros horn dragon bred by Chen Fan alone would be enough to support Chen Fan to enter the level of a third-level dragon farm. A third-level dragon farm can definitely elevate the status of Hatch City. This is because the dragon house owner didn't know that Chen Fan's dragon farm had 2 high-level dragons and 1 medium-level dragon. Then Chen Fan left the dragon house and went to the place where dragon food was sold. Now that he has money, he naturally cannot continue to mistreat the demolition team and Xiao and the others, especially Xiaoqi and Xiaonian. After all, these two are high-level dragons. Chen Fan himself feels a little guilty about eating fish and fruits with them every day. As for the vegetables grown from the seeds that Chen Fan bought, he had already eaten up a pound of them. But now that winter has arrived, it is almost impossible to grow vegetables. Of course, Chen Fan also thought about building a greenhouse, but failed. However, Chen Fan had never expected that he had been targeted as soon as he entered Hatch City. On the second floor of a restaurant, a middle-aged man was sitting quietly at a table near the window, drinking and looking at Chen Fan outside the window. Sir, would you like to reconsider this? A young man holding a knife standing by asked in a low voice. After all, he is from the dragon farm. No need. The middle-aged man put down his wine glass and said calmly, I haven't been here for so long, I thought you would never come again. Seize this opportunity. Okay. The young man sighed and walked out with a knife. Chen Fan, who was shopping everywhere in the city, didn't know any of this. At the moment, he was still trying hard to bargain with the grocery store owner. Xiao Quan stood aside and watched with great interest. He had never seen a dragon farm owner lowering the price of vegetables before, so he found it very interesting. However, at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a cold light shot out. Chapter 92. Killer and Guard. Who is it? Zhang Quan's face suddenly changed when he heard the sound of breaking air, and he was about to draw his knife to resist. However, he was still a step too slow, and the sharp arrow reached Chen Fan's back in an instant. Oh no! Zhang Quan was shocked, and his face turned pale. However, the next moment, a click sound was heard, and then the sharp arrow that was about to hit Chen Fan suddenly shattered and turned into countless fragments. Chen Fan only then realized what was happening behind him. He stood up and looked back in confusion. At this moment, men in black rushed out from all around and rushed towards Chen Fan. Someone come here! Zhang Quan shouted hurriedly when he saw this, and at the same time waved the knife in his hand and rushed forward. Spirit Induction Realm. Zhang Quan's heart tightened as soon as they started fighting. You have to know that Hachi City is just a small city. Not to mention Earth-level masters. There are no ones even at the Hehe realm. The strongest is Meng, who is at the Beitong realm. Most of the guards in the city were at the Tempering Body realm. Even Zhang Quan was only at the Knowing Micro realm. Who on earth could have gathered so many people in the spiritual realm to kill Chen Fan? However, Zhang Quan didn't have the mind to think about these things at the moment. Facing so many people in the spirit summoning realm, even he didn't dare to be careless. Even though he had tried his best, scars continued to appear on his body. When Chen Fan saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Who on earth wanted to attack him? If Xiao Nian were allowed to take action at this moment, he could indeed easily kill these killers who are not even at the Earth rank, but in that case the opponents would definitely hide deeper. Although it may make the other party give up, it is more likely to make them better prepared next time. So Chen Fan held Xiao Nian and kept retreating, shouting as he retreated, "Help! Help me, I'm going to die." Zhang Quan had been following him, so the other party must have seen Zhang Quan. In this case, if the other party still takes action, it means that he must have been prepared to deal with Zhang Quan. But this is Hatch City after all, and there are guards everywhere. I'm afraid that in less than a few minutes, the guards will surround the place. Then the other party's plan will inevitably fail. So since the opponent has made a move here, he must have a backup plan, and you just need to give him a chance to do so. Seeing Chen Fan retreat, a figure hidden in the crowd was so angry that he almost died. Couldn't he pretend to be more convincing? Who could be fooled by such a calm face and no chaotic movements on his feet? However, although this person was angry, he had no intention of giving up. He had done a thorough investigation before taking on this task and knew that Chen Fan was just an ordinary person. Even if he was the owner of a dragon farm, it would not bring him much hope of survival. As for Zhang Quan, there are people to hold him back. It can be said that in this mission, the only thing that worried him was the dragon in Chen Fan's arms. If the one following Chen Fan was the iron-backed rhinoceros, he wouldn't care. He had absolute confidence in his abilities, but he had never seen this dragon before, so he didn't know its identity or what its abilities were. That's why he had delayed the time until now, just to observe. As he observed, he found that there seemed to be nothing special about this dragon, except for its strange appearance. It was like a baby that had not been weaned, and it always stuck to Chen Fan. So now he is more convinced that this is a rare dragon that has not been weaned. Even if it is a medium-sized dragon, there is no danger if it is not weaned. So he decided to take action, hiding in the chaotic crowd and quickly approaching Chen Fan, while Chen Fan was completely unaware of this. Soon, the man was less than 3 meters away from Chen Fan. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and a long silver needle appeared in his hand. The next moment, a silver light flashed, and the silver needle suddenly pierced Chen Fan's neck. However, Chen Fan did not panic when he saw the situation. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and hugged Xiao Nian tightly in his arms. It looks like this is the backup plan. Then Chen Fan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and gently pinched Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian instantly understood and opened his mouth with a click sound. However, what Chen Fan did not expect was that at this moment another figure rushed out from the crowd. But this figure's target was not him, but the person opposite him. Dang! The sharp sword collided with the silver needle, and the figure directly stopped the person opposite. However, before this man could say anything, his body suddenly staggered and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Ah! The corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This was too much of a coincidence. Is this person trying to protect himself or the killer? He actually happened to block Xiao Nian's attack. If Xiao Nian hadn't just hit him casually without using much force, the man would probably have been torn into pieces. Damn it, What kind of tricks are you using? However, this person didn't seem to think that it was Chen Fan who did it. After supporting his body with the sword, he just looked at the opposite side angrily. The killer on the other side was also stunned. What was going on? He vomited blood as soon as he met me? Was he trying to scam me? However, as the saying goes, strike while you're weak. Since the opponent was injured, the killer would not hesitate and suddenly stab the steel needle in his hand straight into the opponent's throat. This is Hatch City after all, and it would be bad if the city guard surrounded us. Of course, the killer was not worried about his own safety. As long as Sherming was not there, there was no one in the entire Hatch City who could keep him. Thinking of this, the killer couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It happened that Sherming left at this time. Dragon God. It seemed that God was helping him. Master Chun, don't panic. Leave this to us. The killer was confident, and the people protecting Chen Fan were equally confident, but there was a hint of frustration in their confidence. I had been planning for so long, but I didn't expect to fall into the opponent's trap and get injured right at the start. It's really embarrassing. The key point is that until now, he has not figured out how the other party sneak attacked him. Not far away, Chen Fan hugged Xiao and Yin tightly when he saw this. His eyes narrowed slightly. What had happened? Soon, two figures started fighting in front of Chen Fan. At the same time, men rushed out from all directions and surrounded the place in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, Master Chun. We have made preparations and will definitely protect you. The man in front of Chen Fan seemed to be worried that Chen Fan was nervous and emphasized again. Oh, Chen Fan nodded when he saw this. Although he didn't know the identities of these people, since the other party was willing to deal with the assassination, he was too lazy to take action. After all, it's better to hide Xiao and Yin's strength if possible. At this moment, a strange red light suddenly flashed in the killer's eyes, and then the steel needle in his hand suddenly exploded, and countless red needles flew towards Chen Fan like little red snakes. Chapter 93. Killer Red Snake. The red snake is asking for my life. You are the red snake. Upon seeing this scene, the expression on the face of the man who was protecting Chen Fan suddenly changed. Although he had been prepared for this assassination, or it could be said that this assassination was a plot set up with their deliberate indulgence, the man never expected that the person invited by the other party was the famous red snake. The red snake, as its name suggests, is a venomous snake hiding in the shadows and is one of the most terrifying killers. Although he was only at the spear induction realm, he had a glorious record of assassinating those at the harmony realm, and even nearly killed an earth rank master. There's almost no one at the human level who can stop such a killer. Sure enough, the speed of the red needles was extremely fast, even faster than the person protecting Chen Fan. He could only watch as the red snakes bypassed him and stabbed Chen Fan. At the same time, the red snake narrowed its eyes slightly, stepped hard and planned to leave here. In his opinion, an ordinary person would die if he used this move. And this is indeed the fact. If it were an ordinary person facing the attack of the red snake, he would not even have time to react, and his head and body would be separated. However, although Chen Fan is an ordinary person, Xiao Yin is not a human, so Chen Fan did not take this attack seriously at all. To put it bluntly, with Xiao Yin by his side, Chen Fan would not have any worries even if a group of people from the soul induction realm or even the earth spirit realm came. After seeing the methods of the heavenly realm, the methods of the human realm seem as boring as playing house. Sure enough, after feeling the attack, Xiao Yin didn't even move. He just opened his mouth slightly, and all the red needles shattered. Seeing this scene, the red snake's eyes froze, and he opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He did not see Xiao Yin's movements, nor did he see Xiao Yin's attack. He just felt that his attack seemed to hit a city wall and then shattered. This red needle was made by the red snake using a secret method. It could be used to attract spirits and kill, which is enough to show the power of this secret method. However, the powerful secret technique has its weaknesses. Although this red needle is indestructible, once it is destroyed by someone, it will cause great harm to the red snake. Therefore, when the red needle broke, the red snake spat out a mouthful of blood, indicating that it was seriously injured. Seeing this scene, the man in front of Chen Fan burst into laughter. Although he didn't know why the red snake suddenly vomited blood, he thought it was very likely that something went wrong with the operation of its power. Cough, cough. But the man was injured after all, and this smile immediately affected his injury, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at these two people spraying blood at each other, the corner of Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't know who was behind the scenes. Were these people really here to kill him or protect him, instead of putting on a show for him? However, this kind of performance of spraying blood on each other is indeed rare, and it is even rarer to spray so high and for so long. It is so rare that even a knowledgeable Chen Fan couldn't help but say, "This is a technical job, deserve a reward." Just when Chen Fan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, the two men finally recovered. The red snake looked at Chen Fan with lingering fear and wanted to escape, but the man in front of Chen Fan would not let him. Immediately, the two of them started fighting again. Although this time Red Snake no longer needed to paralyze the man in front of Chen Fan and used all his means. Firstly, his strength was weaker than the man in front of Chen Fan. Secondly, his training method was mainly based on assassination. And thirdly, he was seriously injured at the moment. So even though the man in front of Chen Fan was injured, he had no advantage at all. He had no chance of winning, and he couldn't escape either. Feeling this change, Hongsh's heart became determined, and he looked at Chen Fan. If he wanted to leave here now, the only way he could think of was to hold Chen Fan hostage. Holding Chen Fan hostage will make the other party afraid to act rashly. Thinking of this, Hongshi felt extremely depressed. It was obviously a sure thing. So how come it suddenly turned out like this? That's right, Red Snake still couldn't figure out what the problem was. At first, the Red Snake also thought that there was some master protecting Chen Fan who could block its attack. So Red Snake is ready to deal with the hidden master. But after such a long time, the so-called master still didn't show up, which made Hongshi wonder. Could it be that there was really something wrong with his qi circulation, or was there some flaw in this Hongshi's soul-demanding method that he didn't know about? Anyway, no matter what, the Red Snake did not take Chen Fan, an ordinary person, and the little boy in his arms seriously. Glancing at the men in black who were being killed one after another, and Zhang Quan who was approaching, Hongshi gritted his teeth and decided to take action. Then the Red Snake's eyes turned red in an instant, and the long needle in its hand flashed with a charming red light. Seeing this scene, the man who was protecting Chen Fan did not dare to slack off at all. A powerful earth-attributed force condensed in his hands, and the sword in his hand turned golden. "Die!" Red gritted his teeth and shouted, and a red light suddenly appeared and shot rapidly towards the heart of the man protecting Chen Fan. The man's heart trembled, and he also shouted loudly, swinging his sword forward. In an instant, the red light and the sword light collided with each other. However, contrary to the expectations of the man who was protecting Chen Fan, the red light was instantly dissipated by his sword light, as if it was just a paper tiger. Before the man who was protecting Chen Fan could react, the voice of the Red Snake had already followed the broken red light and rushed towards him against his sword light. Buzz! The sharp steel needle made a series of harsh sounds and pierced directly into the man's forehead. The man was startled when he saw this, and quickly put away his sword to block in front of himself. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly exploded under the feet of the Red Snake, and its body looked like a swimming snake. It actually bypassed him in a strange posture and rushed directly in front of Chen Fan. So fast. Chen Fan is just an ordinary person after all. Even though his vision has been trained, there are some things he still can't keep up with. For example, with this attack now, Chen Fan didn't even have time to react. Buzz! A cold, long needle flashing with crimson light pressed against Chen Fan's neck, and a trace of cold sweat slowly flowed down Chen Fan's back. Sure enough, even if they are human level, they cannot be ignored casually. If you're not careful, you may die in their hands. There is no way. I am too weak. However, even though Chen Fan was pressed against his neck, he was not panicked at all. After all, he was still holding Xiao Nian in his hands. Although Xiao Nian is an alien dragon, since he joined the dragon farm, he seems to have developed some kind of connection with Chen Fan, and Chen Fan can also mobilize his power. In fact, Xiao Nian is more reliable than Xiao Qi. At least Xiao Nian doesn't bargain. Therefore, at this moment Chen Fan has silently spread Xiao Nian's power throughout his body. If he really wants to kill the Red Snake, it is just a matter of opening his mouth. Well, as long as there is no stupid teammate at the scene, and as long as Red Snake is not a woman looking for her relatives, there should be no problem. Chapter 94. Let's give it a try. Get out of my way. The long needle in the Red Snake's hand was pressed tightly against Chen Fan's neck. Blood was flowing from his facial features, and he shouted with a ferocious look on his face. "You can't escape," the sword-wielding man said in a deep voice. "You are only after money. There is no need to throw your life away here. I can promise you that as long as you release the owner Chen now and tell me who hired you, I can guarantee your safety. Haha, do you think I'm easy to fool? Red Snake hid behind Chen Fan and said in a deep voice, "Everyone get out of my way, otherwise even if I die, I will drag him down with me." You, the man with the sword frowned. Under normal circumstances, the man with the sword would naturally not let go of the red snake in front of him and would not even waste time talking to the red snake. But the person in the red snake's hand at this moment is Chen Fan, the recently popular Chen Fan who has the characteristics of an iron-backed rhinoceros dragon that can cultivate dragon breath. If such a person and such a dragon farm were managed well, it would definitely make the city of Hatch prosper. So, even though he was unwilling in his heart, he had to find a way to save Chen Fan. At this moment, the people around had already cleared out all the men in black, some killed, some captured, and no one could escape. "Hey, brother." Zhang Quan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Don't act impulsively. We can discuss anything. I'll say it one last time. All of you get out of here, or I'll kill him." Red Snake said in a deep voice, "I admit defeat for failing this mission. You can rest assured that as long as I can leave safely, I will definitely let him go." "Brother." Chen Fan hugged Xiao and said with a smile, "You are a killer. Do you think they will believe what you said?" "Stop talking nonsense, Mr. Chen. I know you're the owner of the dragon farm, but since I dare to accept the mission to kill you, I don't care who you are." Red Snake said coldly, "If you say one more word, I will." "You're going to kill me, right?" Chen Fan said calmly, "Stop messing around. If you really had the courage to die with me, you wouldn't have held me hostage, and you wouldn't have repeatedly emphasized that you wanted to die with me. Believe it or not," the Red Snake said through gritting his teeth. "Shut up." However, before the Red Snake could finish his words, Chen Fan shouted loudly, scaring the Red Snake. "Have I finished speaking? Who told you to interrupt?" Chen Fan said sternly. Hongxi was stunned. He had never seen a hostage dare to talk to the kidnapper like this. "What are you talking about? Didn't you hear me telling you to shut up?" Chen Fan said coldly. "I really don't know what you were thinking. Are you really willing to die here at such a young age in the human-level spear induction realm? Why do you think you can kill me? Why do you think you can die with me? Do you really think you just did it by mistake? Do you really think that what you did just now was just a coincidence? What exactly do you want to say?" Red Snake clenched the steel needle in his hand and said in a deep voice, "You don't have the ability to kill me. Even if you are 10 times stronger, you still don't have the ability to kill me." Chen Fan said calmly, "You are alive now only because you didn't do it. If you did it, you would definitely die. Do you think I will believe you? You're just an ordinary person. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as killing an ant," said the Red Snake. "Ignorance. Your horizons limit your imagination." Chen Fan said calmly, "I am too lazy to tell you more. If you don't believe it, just try it. Anyway, you will die, and I won't have any problem." "So much nonsense." Red Snake suddenly shouted. The man in front of him wanted to trick him into giving up. Red Snake didn't believe it. These killers have been brainwashed since they were young. When it comes to brainwashing, they are the ancestors. The reason why he talked to Chen Fan for so long was purely to regulate his breathing, observe the layout, and find a way out. Now that he has found it, as long as he kills Chen Fan, he will have a 10% chance of escaping successfully. Then, as the Red Snake shouted, the steel needle in its hand suddenly stabbed down and instantly sank into Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. "That's not right. This is not how it's portrayed in the comics. Is it because I'm not good enough at talking? Or is this world unreasonable? No, what is more wrong is why the Red Snake could penetrate. Why did Xiao suddenly lose contact with his power? Why didn't Xiao protect himself?" Thinking of this, Chen Fan endured the severe pain and looked down and found that Xiao had fallen asleep. It was so boring. In Xiao eyes, the fight between this group of human-level people was like a fight between kindergarten kids. It was so boring, so Xiao decided to take a nap. After all, Xiao was not a dragon hatched in a dragon farm. Although he established a certain connection with Chen Fan after joining the dragon farm, this connection did not seem to be so strong as Xiao fell asleep. Stupid. I don't know if the silencer of this world worked or Chen Fan's ears were not working, but after hearing this word, Chen Fan fell down and fainted. When Chen Fan woke up, it was already dark. He opened his eyes and saw a beautiful woman standing quietly beside the bed with her head down, wondering what she was thinking about. Cough. Chen Fan felt his throat was a little dry and wanted to cough, but then he felt a sharp pain in his throat, as if the wound inside was affected. "Are you awake?" Hearing this voice, the woman hurried forward and helped Chen Fan up. "Do you want to sit up?" Ugh. Chen Fan's eyes widened. He was in so much pain that he could hardly speak, and there was a bloody taste in his throat. Saw thee." The woman quickly let go. Bang! Chen Fan's body fell heavily on the bed. His throat hurt even more. He looked at the woman in pain. Could this person also be a killer who came to assassinate him? The woman looked at Chen Fan helplessly. "Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, I'll go call someone. I'll call the doctor right now." After saying that, the woman ran out of the house. Crack, crack. At this moment, a figure climbed onto Chen Fan's body. It was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked at Chen Fan with a guilty look on his face. He didn't expect that Chen Fan almost died when he just took a nap. Looking at Xiao Yan's pitiful eyes, Chen Fan endured the pain, shook his head gently, and said, "No, blame you." Crack, crack. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan was even more moved. He used all his limbs to climb up suddenly, and put his head on Chen Fan's neck, then rubbed it hard. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly turned white. He couldn't utter a single word, and fainted again. Chapter 95. Wake up. When Chen Fan woke up for the second time, there were several more men in the room. The woman he had seen before was standing behind a middle-aged man, and Xiao Yan was lying beside his head, looking at him with guilt on her face. Chen Fan opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, a look of surprise appeared on his face. His throat didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. "Where am I? Who are you?" Chen Fan asked in a deep voice, his voice still a little hoarse, even though it was different. "I am Troy, the Lord of Hachi City. I am very sorry that you have been seriously injured. I wonder how you feel now." The middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "City Lord." Chen Fan looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. Although he had been to Hachi City many times, this was the first time he saw the City Lord. "I feel better now. Thank you, City Lord." "I'm glad you feel better." Troy nodded and said to an old man beside him, "Thank you, Dr. Hua." "You're welcome." The old man, surnamed Hua, waved his hand. "Although I tried my best to treat him, it was actually just a trigger. The reason why Master Chan was able to recover so quickly is that his body is special and different from that of ordinary people. Dr. Hua is too modest." Troy smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Hua." Chen Fan also spoke. From Troy's words, he understood that his injuries were probably treated by the old man named Hua, so he hurriedly thanked him. "Okay, I think Master Chen should be fine, so I won't stay any longer and will leave first." The old man, surnamed Hua, nodded and left the room. After the old man left, only Chen Fan, Troya, the woman, and the sword-wielding man who had protected Chen Fan before were left in the room. "Okay, everyone here is our own people. Mr. Chen, on behalf of the city of Hatch, I sincerely apologize to you," Troya said, bowing deeply to Chen Fan. When the couple saw this scene, they hurriedly bowed to Chen Fan. "Wait, City Lord, what are you doing?" Chen Fan was startled. He wanted to get up but couldn't, so he could only speak. "Master Chen, don't be nervous." Troya bowed to Chen Fan and said, "It was my poor planning that caused Master Chen to be seriously injured. I should bow to you." "No, what is going on?" Chen Fan gently placed his hand on Xiaoyan's back and asked in confusion. "That's right. Mr. Chen should still remember the young man you beat up, right?" Troya said. "The young man I injured?" Chen Fan frowned. "You're not talking about that one, are you? The one who wanted to steal my dragon?" "That's right." Troy nodded. "That's the man. In fact, that man is a descendant of a powerful family in Hachi City. Because that powerful family is so powerful, they're used to being domineering. Although I'm the Lord of Hachi City, I can't do anything to them. As the City Lord, is there anyone you can't deal with?" Chen Fan frowned. Could it be that their strength is not limited to Hatch City? Master Chen is indeed wise. Troya nodded. "Their roots are in the capital." "The capital?" Chen Fan nodded, realizing that the other party was talking about Angelica's imperial capital. "Because of the people in the capital, I was afraid to take action against them, and could only let them become the termites of Hachi City." Troya continued. "Unfortunately, the situation has changed recently. According to my people, they colluded with Guatrut's people and tried to attack Hachi City from inside and outside. Although I don't know what happened that prevented the people from Guatrut from coming, it also gave me a reason to move against them. But unfortunately, if the people from Guatrut come, we will have evidence, and it will be more justified to deal with them." Guatrut. Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. They're not colluding with Haruki, right? It's Haruki. How did you know? Troya said in shock. That's what I said. Things in the world are just so coincidental. Chen Fan sighed. I know the reason you mentioned. Afterwards, Chen Fan told Troya about how he entered the Ralph forest, met the iron-toothed porcupine, and then met Haruki. However, Chen Fan still did not mention Xiao or Xiao Qi. He just said that Haruki was eventually defeated by Ace and was seriously injured. After listening to Chen Fan's words, Troya was silent for a moment. Even he did not expect things to be like this. Master Chen, you are indeed our lucky star. Troya said, if it weren't for you, our Hachi city would have inevitably experienced a tough battle and would not be in the current situation. Wait, I still don't understand. What does this incident have to do with my assassination? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Although the young man you injured was only a member of the side branch of that family, he was also quite favored among the side branches. The people of his family were used to being spoiled, and they found it hard to swallow the anger after being injured by you. Therefore, they have a lot of resentment in their hearts and have always wanted to take revenge, but they never had the chance. Troya said, since there was no definite evidence before, in order to be more cautious and to draw out their hidden strength, I set up a trap. During this period, I have been secretly targeting their family in your name, robbing them of many of their resources and deepening their family's resentment. In this way, although they dare not attack you at the Dragon Farm, as long as you come to Hachi City and you're not on guard, they will definitely not be able to help themselves. So, when my people found out that you left the Dragon Farm and were heading towards Hachi City, I deliberately transferred Shermeng away to reduce their concerns. At the same time, I secretly informed them of your itinerary so that they would have time to prepare. I gave them a very good opportunity to assassinate, and I believe they will not be able to resist. As long as they take action, I can not only eliminate their power, but also take the opportunity to suppress them. After all, assassinating the owner of the Dragon Farm is a crime that the entire Angelica cannot bear. I understand. You made me into a bait and used me to catch the big fish. Chen Fan sighed. But I originally arranged enough manpower and was confident that I could protect your safety. I just didn't expect the other party to invite the Red Snake, so... Troya sighed. Anyway, it's all my fault. I hope Master Chen will forgive me. What if I don't forgive you? Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, City Lord, do you think that as long as you are open and honest, I will be more generous? Chapter 96. Asking for forgiveness requires extra money. No, of course not. Troya said hastily. It's just that I think you should know the truth. I just hope you can give me some time to clean this up. After that, you can report it to the Dragon Master Association. No matter what the punishment is, I, Troya, am willing to bear it. Sir, Dad. Upon hearing Troya's words, the young man and woman on the side suddenly changed their expressions and shouted. Shut up. Troya glanced at the man and woman, then said, You have no right to speak here. You are very sincere. Chen Fan exhaled deeply, hugged Xiao and Yin, and slowly sat up. You are so sincere that I won't forgive you, as if it's all my fault. Master Chen. Troya showed a bitter smile on his face. But I just don't like it. Chen Fan shook his head. I almost died this time, and it feels bad. And you should be considered the culprit. How can I forgive you so easily? I understand. Troya nodded. When this matter is over, So, if you want me to stop pursuing the matter, you have to pay more. Chen Fan interrupted Troya and said in a deep voice, You almost killed me. I can't let you go with just one sentence. You have to compensate me anyway. Huh? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Troy and the young men and women were all stunned. Why? Don't you understand? Chen Fan said, Because of your plan, I was seriously injured. No matter what, you should pay me for mental damages? You should pay me for treatment? You should pay me for supplements, right? Well, how much do you want? The young woman asked in a low voice. This one. Chen Fan thought about it and stretched out a finger. What? Seeing Chen Fan's actions, the young woman's face suddenly changed and she shouted, 10,000 silver coins. Why don't you go and rob them? Chen Fan was stunned. He originally wanted to say 100 silver coins, but how come it became 10,000 coins when it came out of the young woman's mouth? You have to know that a red-eyed night dragon egg is only 10 silver coins, 10,000. Chen Fan didn't even dare to think about it. Shut up. Before Chen Fan could say anything, Troya glared at the young woman next to him, then said in a deep voice, Master Chen is saving me. This time, not only Chen Fan was stunned, but even the young man and woman were stunned. I plotted against the owner of the dragon farm and used him as bait, causing him to be seriously injured and nearly die. Even if owner Chen says he forgives me, what do you think the Dragon Master Association will think? Troya explained to the young man and woman. Can the Dragon Master Association tolerate this situation? Of course not, said the young man. That's right, Troya said in a deep voice. So it seems that Master Chen is asking me for money, but in fact he is saving me. Asking for money is a punishment, and since Master Chen has punished me, the Dragon Master Association will most likely not blame me again. And why did Master Chen still ask for this amount, even though he knew that 10,000 silver coins would be very scary for our Hachi city? Chen Fan really wanted to ask a question, but he couldn't open his mouth. Why on earth? However, Chen Fan Zhang couldn't speak, but the young woman asked. It's very simple. Master Chen is worried that even if he punishes me, the Dragon Master Association may still punish me. So he set such an astronomical figure. Troya said, after all, this is Master Chen's compensation. If the Dragon Master Association takes action against me before I pay back the compensation, it will harm Master Chen's interests. So the Dragon Master Association will not take action against me, at least not before I pay back the compensation. And with so many silver coins, I can't mobilize the money in Hatch City to forgive my sins. I may never be able to pay it back in my lifetime. So, is Master Chen trying to save me? Yeah. Chen Fan and the young man and woman nodded at the same time. Master Chen is righteous. Troya thanks you for your kindness. Troya clasped his fists and bowed again. Chen Fan waved his hands hurriedly, unable to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The young man and woman also bowed hurriedly. Then Mr. Chen is just asking us for it, but he doesn't actually need us to give it to him, right? The young woman stood up and looked at Troya in confusion. Of course not. We still have to give it, and we have to do our best. Troya looked at the young woman and said, do you think the Dragon Master Association is easy to deceive? Do you think the Dragon Master Association is stupid if we don't give the money to Master Chen in time? Then even if Master Chen doesn't say anything, the Dragon Master Association will not let us go. Oh, the young woman nodded. But I only have 200 silver coins now, Troya said, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, besides this, I only have my precious daughter. Master Chen, I'm giving you these 200 silver coins and my daughter Selena. Chen Fan and the other two were shocked again. Especially Chen Fan. He just wanted some money. How did he suddenly become a human trafficker? And his own father sold him? Dad! Selena shouted hurriedly. My child, I will do my best to compensate Mr. Chen from now on. Our family will suffer, and I don't want you to suffer with me. Troya advised earnestly. I know Mr. Chen well. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a young talent. His future is limitless. Wait, City Lord. Aren't you going to ask me what I mean? Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt nervous when he heard the words someday. Master Chen, I know my daughter looks ordinary and may not be pleasing to your eyes, but, Troya said to Chen Fan. No, that's not what I meant. I meant that buying and selling people is wrong. Chen Fan said hurriedly, no, I don't need you to do this. 200 silver coins are enough, absolutely enough. Yes, Dad, you can't sell me no matter what. Selena also shouted. Sir, I also have some savings that can be used to compensate Mr. Chen. You don't have to sell the young lady, said the young man on the side. How come even you? Troya glanced at the young man and sighed. You don't understand, just listen to me. Then Troya looked at Chen Fan again. Master Chen, you have had contact with my daughter before. She is very innocent and kind. I believe that as long as you have some contact, you will be able to get along well. City Lord, I'm telling you this is not human trafficking. It's an arranged marriage. Chen Fan looked at Troya and said in a deep voice, we can't be so authoritarian. Besides, my place is too small to accommodate your love. This princess, or someone else. As for compensation, you don't have to worry. Apart from the first 200 silver coins, the rest will just be for show. I'll talk to the Dragon Master Association. Don't worry, I can still say something now. Troya lowered his head, unable to see the expression on his face, and said softly, if Master Chen doesn't agree, then you are not afraid of me. Chapter 97, Negotiation. Don't be afraid. Chen Fan suddenly interrupted Troya with a smile. Having watched so many political intrigue dramas, he can still see through such simple things. When he first heard that Troya was going to hand Selena over to him, he was indeed shocked and confused. But on second thought, Chen Fan also understood Troya's plan. As the Lord of Hachi City, Troya could not fail to send people to investigate Pingfan's dragon farm. As long as you investigate, you will definitely see grade 1 to grade 5, and you will also definitely discover that they have already learned the dragon breath. If an ordinary dragon farm can stably breed iron-backed rhinoceros dragons that can breed dragons, its status will surely rise. Even if it cannot be upgraded to a 4th level dragon farm, the 3rd level is a foregone conclusion. By then, his status would certainly rise, and even Angelica's king would have to treat him with courtesy when he saw him. Therefore, now is the best time to invest in yourself. After all, you can see your potential at this moment, but you have not really risen yet, so you can maximize your benefits. And if I hadn't been a human being in 2 lifetimes, I would have been moved to tears by such a sincere and trustworthy act. As for handing his daughter over to me, firstly, it deepens the relationship between the two. Secondly, it can make me grateful. And thirdly, he can keep an eye on me. It can be considered a deal that will not lose money. Troya shouldn't worry about whether his daughter will be bullied. After all, he is the lord of Hatchi City, and Pingfan Dragon Farm is close to Hatchi City. No matter what, Chen Fan has to give him some face. Even if Chen Fan doesn't like Selena, he will never hurt her. It would be even better if Selena and Chen Fan developed feelings for each other, then the Pingfan Dragon Farm could be said to belong to him, Troya. Therefore, when Chen Fan rejected this proposal, it was equivalent to rejecting Troy's solicitation. In this case, there is no guarantee what Troy will do. City Lord, I am a very reasonable person. I would never do anything like buying and selling people, even if the seller is the other person's father. Chen Fan said with a smile. With Xiao Zhan here, what is he afraid of? Although Xiao Niu had gone astray before and caused him to be seriously injured, Chen Fan was still willing to believe in it. Troy suddenly raised his head and laughed, then shook his head. Master Chen, aren't you afraid that I won't pay you? Don't be afraid. Chen Fan also said with a smile. Well, since my daughter is not worthy of Master Chen's attention, I have nothing to ask for. Troya shook his head. But as long as I'm still the lord of Hatchi City, then Hatchi City will be half of Master Chen's home. The next time Master Chen comes to Hatchi City to do business, it will be troublesome if he doesn't have a capable person to serve him. At this point, Troya looked at Selena and the young man and said, I am very busy with my work and cannot accompany Master Chen. You will be the ones to accompany Master Chen from now on. You have already met my daughter. Then Troya said to Chen Fan, you have also met this person. His name is Liao Fan, and he is my right-hand man. Yeah, thank you, brother, for protecting me before. Chen Fan nodded. Master Chen, you are too polite. It is my fault that I failed to protect you. Please forgive me. Liao Fan said in a deep voice. It's okay. As long as you pay the money, all this will be over. Chen Fan said with a smile. Master Chen, when you come to Hatchi City in the future, let these 2 people accompany you. Although Liao Fan is not my child, he is better than my child. He can represent me and allow you to have unimpeded access throughout Hatchi City. Troya said, as for Selena, the women of the wealthy families in Hatchi City are all familiar with her. If you want to communicate with those women, it will be more convenient to have her with you. Then I'll trouble you too. Chen Fan understood that this was Troy's way of taking a step back. If I refuse now, it means I will really not give Troy a face. Even if Troya will not attack me at that time, I'm afraid that I will not have a smooth life in Hatch City in the future. So, since this matter is harmless and I won't be coming to Hatch City very often, I might as well agree to it. Good. In that case, we won't disturb Master Chen any longer. Troy nodded. Selena, you stay here to take care of Master Chen. We will leave first. Well, no need. Chen Fan said hurriedly, and he remembered what happened when he woke up just now. The red snake didn't kill him, but the woman almost killed him. However, this time, Troy did not listen to Chen Fan and took Liao Fan away directly, leaving Selena here only. Suddenly, the room fell into deathly silence. If Xiao Nian hadn't been there, Chen Fan would have really wanted to run away. I am sorry. After a long silence, Selena said softly, Well, it's okay. Chen Fan replied. By the way, if you have something to do, you can leave first. You don't have to stay here. I can do it myself. Selena shook her head but said nothing. Then, can you tell me what happened afterwards? Do you know? Chen Fan asked again. Yeah. Selena nodded and spoke slowly. According to Selena, Chen Fan was pierced in the neck by the red snake and fell to the ground. Then Red Snake suddenly pushed Chen Fan towards Liao Fan and Zhang Quan and rushed towards an alley not far away. Liao Fan and Zhang Quan were worried about Chen Fan's safety, so they hurriedly supported Chen Fan, and thus missed the best opportunity to chase the red snake. There were only a few guards in that direction. Although these guards were quite powerful, they were also shocked by Red Snake's actions. Before they could recover from a shock, the Red Snake's attack was already before them. Several guards hurriedly fought back, and the Red Snake took the opportunity to slip through their midst, arriving at an alley not far away in the blink of an eye. Just when everyone thought that the Red Snake was about to escape, his body suddenly shook, and then his legs and arms exploded in front of everyone's shocked gazes. In the end, Liao Fan successfully captured Red Snake, but by then Red Snake had become a human stick and was on the verge of death. No one knew what had happened to the Red Snake. They could only assume that the energy in its body was backfiring. To this day, the Red Snake is still in a coma, breathing in but not out, and hanging on a life. However, although the Red Snake could not serve as evidence, the wanted killers had already confessed. If Chen Fan had not woken up at this moment, Troy would have been finished. Did it explode suddenly? Chen Fan nodded when he heard this and silently looked at Xiao, who was licking his hand at the moment. There is no doubt that this little guy did it. Chapter 98. Shi Meng returns. Just as Selena was telling Chen Fan what had happened, the city of Hatch was already in a bloody mess. After Troya brought Liao Fan out of Chen Fan's room, the first thing he did was to order all the city guards to go out and blockade the entire city of Hatch. Then came the bloody massacre of that family. Assassinating the owner of the dragon farm is already a capital crime, and colluding with foreign enemies is a disaster that will lead to the extermination of the entire family, so Troy has no worries about this. Even if he is blamed by his superiors, he has ways to deal with it. However, the opponent's power is very strong after all, so Troy must wipe out the roots and never give the opponent any chance to turn the tables. And so, that day, the city of Hatch was flooded with blood. In just one day, a big family was wiped out from the city of Hatch, and Chen Fan knew nothing about it. The next day, Chen Fan's strength finally recovered a little, so he slowly walked out of the room with the help of Selena and Xiao. Master Chen. As soon as he walked out of the room, Chen Fan saw a familiar figure. It was Shi Meng. General Shi, you're back, Chen Fan said, and then looked at Shi Meng in surprise. Have you broken through to the He realm? Thanks to you. I just broke through a few days ago, Shi Meng said with a smile. I just came back and heard about what happened before. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen when I was just out. I will definitely punish Zhang Quan. Don't. Brother Zhang Quan is very responsible, but the killer this time is indeed not simple, Chen Fan said hurriedly. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with you. There is another hidden story. You don't need to care too much. Since Shi Meng has already said so, it doesn't matter whether Shi Meng knows the truth or pretends not to know, and Chen Fan is too lazy to expose him. By the way, I just came back and saw Zhang Quan. I heard him say that Master Chen came here to find me. Does he have any instructions? Shi Meng said, I just came to tell you that Xiao and the others, the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons that I helped you breed, are almost finished. You can go to the dragon farm and take them away at any time. Chen Fan said, So fast. Shi Meng said in surprise. Although the breeding period of the iron-backed rhinoceros is relatively short, it is still calculated in years. How can it be bred so quickly? My characteristics are somewhat special. The ironback rhinoceros grows faster, and they have lived up to their mission. They have all learned dragon breath, Chen Fan said with a smile. Speaking of Shi Meng, Chen Fan still has a good impression of him and is closer to him. Really? Shi Meng said in shock. Thank you so much. Shi Meng pondered for a moment, then took out a bag of copper coins from his arms and handed it to Chen Fan. Master Chen, here are 300 copper coins. I'll give them to you first. I'll give you another 500 coins after a while. What are you doing? Chen Fan said. Didn't I tell you that this training is free? No, Master Chen must have paid a lot to let them learn the dragon's breath. Although Master Chen said it's free, how can I be so shameless? Shi Meng said in a deep voice. Of course, I also know that the ironback rhinoceros horn dragon that can breathe dragons is worth far more than 800 copper coins. But these are all I have now. Please forgive me, Master Chen. General Shi, are you going to make me a fickle villain? Chen Fan did not take the copper coin from Shi Meng, but said in a deep voice, I've already said it is free. How can I charge later? But Shi Meng showed an embarrassment on his face. If you really feel embarrassed, I also have a favor to ask you, Chen Fan said. Master Chen, you could talk about it. As long as I, Meng, can do it, I will definitely help with all my strength. Meng said, you still remember the woman who was with me? Chen Fan said, are you talking about the woman who held you hostage before? Meng said, yes, I want to know all her information, everything related to her. Chen Fan said, as long as you can help me find out some information, you will be of great help to me. This, Meng hesitated for a moment. Okay, but aren't you unfamiliar with that woman? How come? I saw her a few more times later, and we kept in touch. Chen Fan didn't intend to explain. He made up an excuse and continued. Based on what I know, she should be a thief. The first time she came to me, she wanted to steal something. Yeah, Meng nodded. Are there any other clues? Her surname is Yi, nothing else. Chen Fan said. Since Chen Fan didn't know whether Meng could find clues about Yi Yun, he didn't want to tell Meng too much. The reason why he came to Hachi City to inquire with Meng was because he said that Yi Yun originally wanted to steal things from Ping Fan Dragon Farm. Given the situation of the ordinary dragon farm at the time, many people had never heard of it. If anyone knew that the ordinary dragon farm still existed, it could only be someone from Hatch City. In other words, Yi Yun is most likely from Hatch City, or Yi Yun has investigated in Hatch City. This is also the only clue for Chen Fan to find Yi Yun. Okay, it's a little difficult, but I'll try my best. Meng nodded. Afterwards, Chen Fan exchanged a few more words with Meng, and then Meng left. After Meng left, Selena asked, is that woman named Yi the one you like? No. Chen Fan shook his head, and the image of Yi Yun that he saw that year emerged in his mind, and he sighed slightly in his heart. He is a good person, but he looks a little too scary. But as for family members, their appearance is actually not important. Oh, Selena nodded and looked at Chen Fan with a smile. Do you want me to help you find out? You? Chen Fan looked at Selena in confusion. I'm not good at taking care of people, Selena said with a smile, but I'm good at some things, especially asking about women's affairs. It's more convenient for us women. But don't tell my father about this. He doesn't know either. Oh, then I'll leave it to you. Chen Fan looked at Selena in surprise. He didn't expect that she had such a secret. But you do have few clues. Apart from the fact that his last name is Yi, he is a thief, and he has stolen things from the dragon farm. Is there nothing else? Selena said, what is his height and appearance? He's about the same height as you, and looks like I've never seen him before. Chen Fan said after a moment of hesitation. Okay, I'll try my best. Selena nodded. But since there are so few clues, it will be difficult to investigate. So you have to pay more. Chapter 99 is Scorched Earth. Add more money? Chen Fan was stunned. Didn't Selena say she wanted to help? Why did she suddenly ask for more money? Also, why does this sentence sound so familiar? Retribution in this life. Yes, you have to pay more. Selena said as a matter of course. Investigation also costs money, and information is valuable. Isn't it natural to pay for it? That's true, but I thought you volunteered because you wanted to help me. Chen Fan said with a smile. Helping you is one reason, but there is another reason. My father owes you so much money. As a daughter, I have to think of ways to help him. Selena smiled and said, you don't let me marry you, so I can only make some silver coins this way. After a night of communication, Chen Fan and Selena became much more familiar with each other, and there was less of a gap between them. Wait, you said silver coins? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. You want to use silver coins to investigate? That's right. Selena nodded. Of course I won't ask you to give it now. Wait until the news arrives, and then you can decide whether it's worth it based on the news. That is to say, if you're not satisfied with my information, or if I cannot collect any information, then you don't have to give me anything. But if you think my news is worthwhile, then you should give it to me. Chen Fan nodded. After all, he was now wealthy and powerful, so he could afford it. Now that a consensus had been reached, Selena took Chen Fan to meet Troya again. Troya expressed his concern for her, and then asked Liao Fan and Selena to escort Chen Fan back to Ping Fan Dragon Farm. Firstly, Troya told Chen Fan that Hachi City would not be very stable during this period, so it would be better to avoid it. Secondly, it was also to let Liao Fan and Selena get familiar with the way, so that it would be more convenient if they had any communication in the future. Chen Fan had no objection to Troya's arrangement. He had already met Meng and asked Selena for help, so there was no need for him to stay in Hatch City. As for how the dragon farm should develop in the future, Chen Fan still plans to wait for Ace to come and listen to his opinions. Master Chen is really a young and talented man. On the way, Liao Fan looked around carefully and said to Chen Fan, I heard that this ordinary dragon farm was almost scrapped. It was Master Chen who turned the tide and made it recover. It's just luck. Chen Fan smiled and said, my dragon farm is still in tatters. Please don't laugh at me if you see it. Oh, I get it. Master Chen, you don't want me because I'm ugly and you don't like me. Instead, you want me because the environment is too bad and you're afraid that I'll suffer. Selena smiled with her hands covering her mouth. You, why can't you get over this article? Chen Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. She is only more restrained in front of the city lord. Liao Fan said with a smile. As they were talking, Chen Fan and the others were almost at the dragon farm. However, before Chen Fan could say anything, the noses of the three of them twitched slightly, and they smelled a peculiar odor. Oh no! Liao Fan's face changed. He was too familiar with this smell. Master Chen, there seems to be a fire. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded, his face looking terribly gloomy, which scared Liao Fan. Don't worry, Master Chen. The iron-backed rhinoceros has a strong defense, and ordinary flames will not cause much damage to it. Liao Fan thought that Chen Fan was worried about the iron-backed rhinoceros in the dragon farm, so he said, I'm not worried about them. Chen Fan interrupted, No, I'm really worried about them. Will the iron-backed rhinoceros be burned to death? Chen Fan didn't know, but Chen Fan knew that Xiao Qi would not be burned to death. In other words, with Xiao Qi around, there would be no fire, unless it was Xiao Qi who set the fire. Thinking of this, Chen Fan quickened his pace. Liao Fan and Selena didn't know how to persuade him, so they could only follow him silently. As Chen Fan moved forward, the burning smell became stronger and stronger, and soon a scorched earth appeared in front of Chen Fan and the other two. And right in the center of Jian, there are many stone buildings, and it seems that nothing has changed. Phew, that's great. It looks like your dragon farm is fine, Liao Fan said. Hi. Chen Fan forced a smile and walked towards the dragon farm, holding Xiaoyan. Soon Chen Fan arrived at the dragon farm, and Liao Fan and Selena followed curiously. They really wanted to know what was so special here. However, the further they walked, the more surprised they were because they found that although there were tall buildings on the outside, it was actually a place like ruins. To put it nicely, it is a complex of buildings. To put it bluntly, it is just an empty shell. Every building is empty and has nothing in it. If they hadn't seen 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons sleeping soundly on a large rock in an open space, they would have thought they had come to the wrong place. Chen Fan also looked at the 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons, but did not say anything. Instead, he continued to walk deeper into the dragon farm. Soon, after passing a building, a water tank appeared in front of Liao Fan and Selena. Not far from the water tank, 3 iron-backed rhinoceros dinosaurs were playing around, and next to the water tank, a black hairless dragon was lying there sleeping. Resting, Chen Fan smiled, walked to Xiao Qi and kicked him lightly. However, Xiao Qi didn't make any noise, as if he was sleeping soundly. Keep pretending. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qi, then looked at the demolition team who were still playing nearby, and the smile on his face became even more intense. I'm just an ordinary person, and I didn't try to hide it. With Xiao Qi and the demolition team's abilities, I'm afraid they would have discovered me long ago. But now I behave like this. It's obvious that I am guilty. Ahem, you're back. At this moment, Xiao Qi's voice sounded in Chen Fan's heart, and then Xiao Qi slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Fan. Yeah, I almost got lost. I couldn't believe this was my dragon farm. Chen Fan said, if I had come back later, the entire Rao forest would have been turned into a scorched earth. While Chen Fan was speaking, Xiao Jin floated up from the bottom of the tank, blew out a bubble happily, then rolled up a small snail and put it into his mouth. It's been a while since I've watched a good show, and Xiao Jin is quite looking forward to it. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Qi couldn't help but shiver. The demolition team, not far away, stopped fighting and looked towards Chen Fan cautiously. Xiao Qi laughed and then said, I was just about to tell you. You didn't know that just after you left the dragon farm, a meteorite fell from the sky and hit here. If I hadn't risked my life to protect it, not to mention the surrounding forests, even this dragon farm would have been crushed into dust. Oh, a meteorite fell from the sky? Then should I thank you? Chen Fan said with a smile. Chapter 100. The demon dragon just needs to be educated. You, and I don't have to be so polite. This is what I should do. Xiao Qi forced himself to smile when he heard Chen Fan's words. I didn't expect that you would be so selfless one day. Chen Fan said with a smile. Of course that's... Before Xiao Qi could finish his words, Chen Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed its tail, lifted it up, and said through gritted teeth, Do you think I'm really stupid? Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Xiao Qi shouted. What should I do? I want to thank you very much. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for helping me resist the attack of the meteorite, and thank you for helping me expand the area of the dragon farm. Mr. Chen, Xiao Qi was startled and shouted hastily, Do you believe me or not? I will fight you to the death. I believe it, of course I believe it. So come on, let's fight to the death. Chen Fan said, gritting his teeth. Then he carried Xiao Qi to the demolition team. Upon seeing this, the demolition team was so scared that their tails stood up and they bared their teeth and growled at Chen Fan. You're very energetic. Very good. Chen Fan smiled immediately, then swung Xiao Qi violently and smashed it heavily toward Xiao Qi. Soon, under the confused gazes of Liao Fan and Selena, Chen Fan grabbed Xiao Qi and beat up the demolition team severely. Just like that, half an hour later, Chen Fan finally let go of Xiao Qi, who was full of grief and anger, and then came to Liao Fan and Serena, saying with a guilty look on his face, I'm really sorry, I made you laugh. No. Liao Fan and Serena waved their hands hurriedly. It's just that I didn't expect that Master Chen would have such a side. Oh, don't mention it. Chen Fan shook his head and pointed at Xiao Qi. Have you heard of the Black Flame Demon Dragon? That's it. What do you mean? Liao Fan was stunned. You haven't heard about it? Chen Fan said with a smile. It was the dragon disaster that caused a lot of noise a while ago. The one that caused the most trouble at that time was the Red Flame Dragon. This is its mortal enemy. I picked it up by chance. You mean? Hearing this, Liao Fan was even more shocked. This is a magic dragon. Yes, it is the Black Flame Dragon among the magic dragons. Chen Fan said with a sigh. Wait, raising magic dragons? This is just a level 1 dragon farm. Does the Dragon Master Association know that you're doing this? Liao Fan shouted. Of course I know. Chen Fan nodded and took off the bag from his waist. This is the supplies that the Dragon Master Association gave me, just in case I can't afford to raise a magic dragon. Is this a space dragon bag? Although Liao Fan had also discovered the bag around Chen Fan's waist before, he had never connected this with the precious space dragon bag. Even Troya, the lord of Hachi City, doesn't have a space dragon bag. This thing is definitely a strategic level material for Angelica. However, despite this, no one dared to try to snatch the space dragon bag from Chen Fan. After all, no one is a fool. The space dragon bag was given to Chen Fan by the Dragon Master Association. Whoever snatched it away would be equivalent to going against the Dragon Master Association. No, it should be said that they were attacking the Dragon Master Association in the face. Someone with this ability would not do such a thing just for a small space dragon bag. People who don't have the ability don't have the courage to do this. Well, is this magic dragon easy to raise? Selena asked in a low voice. It's easy to raise, of course it's easy to raise. Chen Fan nodded. Just feed it some fish every day, it won't cost much food. Eat fish. Selena felt like she was still sleepy. This is a mighty dragon, and he was just being fed some fish? Although he's easy to raise, he has a bad temper and is always looking for trouble. Chen Fan said as he glared at Xiao Qi. Get out. Xiao Qi looked at Chen Fan angrily and sprayed a breath of dragon out onto Chen Fan's face. See, I told you. Chen Fan patted his hair calmly, then gently extinguished the flames on the tips of his hair. He then said to Selena and Liao Fan, raising a dragon is like raising a child. If it doesn't obey, just give a beating. Ahem, Master Chen. What you said makes me want to raise him. Liao Fan forced a smile and said, but since Master Chen is back, it's inconvenient for us to stay any longer, so I'll take my leave first. Why don't you sit for a while? Chen Fan said. No, there's still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with in Hatch City. If you are willing, you can stay here for a while, but I have to leave. Liao Fan said. I can't do that either. I also need to do what I promised to Mr. Chen as soon as possible. Selena shook her head. Okay then, I won't force you two to stay. Chen Fan nodded. Then Chen Fan sent Selena and Liao Fan out. After sending the two away, Chen Fan turned around and looked at a room not far away and said softly, Come out. How long are you going to hide? Owner. After hearing Chen Fan's voice, Su Lingling walked out of the room. Why are you hiding? Chen Fan sighed. He had discovered Su Lingling hiding when he came back, but he did not expose her because he could guess what Su Lingling was thinking. I'm afraid of scaring them. Su Lingling said as a matter of course. No. Chen Fan shook his head and came to Su Lingling. Remember, you are still beautiful now. Oh, Su Lingling smiled gently. Forget it, don't worry. If there is a chance, I will definitely help you recover. Chen Fan said. Now can you tell me what's going on? Why are they fighting again? Chen Fan asked. Actually, I don't really understand it either, said Su Lingling. Later, Su Lingling told Chen Fan that Xiao Qi was getting along well with the demolition team, just after Chen Fan left. Later, the demolition team seemed to be bored with playing on their own, so they came to find Xiao Qi to play together, but Xiao Qi was not happy about it, so the two sides started fighting. At first, both sides fought relatively restrained, but as the fight went on, they seemed to get really angry, and then both sides ran out and started spitting dragon breath at each other, and the surrounding woods caught fire. This situation frightened Su Lingling. She wanted to stop it, but she couldn't. It was unclear whether the four dragons were fighting or playing. The fight became more and more intense, and the fire became stronger and stronger. When the four dragons reacted, the place was already like this. Then four dragons rushed to put out the fire, which barely prevented the fire from spreading further, but the damage caused to the surrounding area could not be saved. Okay. Chen Fan slapped his forehead and said painfully. By the way, there is one more thing. Su Lingling looked at Chen Fan nervously. Go ahead, I can handle it. Chen Fan sighed. That. Su Lingling's hands were almost broken by the rubbing. She gritted her teeth and said, Miss Yi Yun's dragon egg seems to be cracked. Chapter 101. An ordinary week. Looking at the huge crack on the night firefly dragon egg, which was as wide as a finger, Chen Fan's heart almost stopped beating. Is it necessary to say seems? Su Lingling was being subtle. A crack this big could be seen even from 800 meters away. Chen Fan reached out to support Su Lingling and forced a smile. Can you tell me what's going on? Why did Xiao Qi and the demolition team come here? Master, this has nothing to do with my god. Su Lingling lowered her head and said, Yes, it's me. You? Chen Fan was stunned. Well, the gods were fighting with the demolition team. No, they were playing around. I was worried that I would accidentally destroy the dragon egg. So I thought about moving it to another place, but I didn't expect my hand to slip. Su Lingling said in tears, I am such a loser. Looking at Su Lingling, who was crying and losing her vitality, Chen Fan slapped his forehead hard. What a sin I have committed! Also, didn't Yi Yun say that this dragon egg was very solid? Why did it break when it fell to the ground? Forget it, it's not your fault. Chen Fan patted Su Lingling on the shoulder. Look, although the dragon egg is cracked, it's not broken yet, right? It's okay. However, before Chen Fan finished his words, he heard a series of crackling sounds. Before Chen Fan and Su Lingling could react to what was happening, the night firefly dragon's egg shattered into dozens of pieces. The field owner is broken. Su Lingling raised her head, looked at Chen Fan, and said in a trembling voice, Oh, well, I saw it. Chen Fan said with a bitter face. After the dragon egg was broken, Chen Fan and Su Lingling walked forward to see if it was still worth saving. However, Chen Fan discovered that there seemed to be nothing in the dragon egg. That's right, even the eggs of the ironback rhinoceros have egg white, but the eggs of this firefly dragon are empty. Was there something flowing out when the crack appeared before? Chen Fan looked at Su Lingling. No, Su Lingling said, I didn't see anything coming out of the crack at that time. Then what's going on? Chen Fan reached out and opened the eggshell, saying as he checked. Suddenly, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He found a small black cocoon under an eggshell, just like a silkworm cocoon. Then Chen Fan carefully picked up the cocoon and looked it up and down. Could this be the night firefly dragon? Could it be that a fluttering moth hatched out of it? Fluttering moth. However, having a cocoon, Chen Fan felt relieved. It was better than having the egg broken, but getting nothing. So Chen Fan thought about it, walked out of the room, called all the dragons over, and warned them. It is not forgotten that Xiao Jin almost became a snack in Xiao Hei's mouth. Just like that, Chen Fan did not leave for the rest of the time, but stayed quietly in the dragon farm, reading books when he had nothing to do. Now that he had money, Chen Fan became generous. He not only bought a lot of food, but also a lot of books and put them all in the space dragon bag. As for the insect cocoon, no. It should be said that the dragon cocoon was placed by Chen Fan next to the water tank to keep Xiao Jin and Xiao Qi company. Of course, Chen Fan didn't dare to put the dragon cocoon too close to the water tank. After all, Chen Fan had not forgotten the incident with the Langwen water dragon egg. God knows if Xiao Jin would also eat the dragon cocoon as if it were a snail. Just like that, a week passed in the blink of an eye. No one knew what Shermang was busy with. He did not bring anyone to take Xiaoyi and the others away, and there was no news from Selena either. In addition to reading and cooking, Chen Fan also observes the dragon cocoons. If what Yun has said is correct, this is really the dragon egg of the night firefly dragon, and the night firefly dragon is the natal dragon of the Yi clan. Then if this night firefly dragon is revived, can it be of any help in finding Yin? As time went by, the dragon cocoon became bigger and bigger. It was originally the size of a little finger, but now it is the size of a fist. This made Chen Fan even more excited. Lingling, tell me how powerful I am. Chen Fan sat on a tattered wooden stool, hugging Xiao and Yin, and said to Su Lingling leisurely, "Oh, that's amazing." Su Lingling sat next to Chen Fan, holding Xiao Qi in her arms, and gently massaged Xiao Qi while saying, "God, how do you feel about the strength?" Roar! Xiao Qi roared lazily, then rolled his eyes at Chen Fan. "How come you are so powerful now?" Xiao Qi's voice sounded in Chen Fan's heart. "Am I not amazing?" Chen Fan's face was full of pride. This dragon egg hasn't hatched for hundreds of years. It has only been here for a short time, and it has already hatched. Am I not amazing? You call this hatching? Xiao Qi rolled his eyes at Chen Fan and said, "You call this changing skin? No, it should be called changing shell. If you have the guts, ask it to change." Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qi and said, "Let me tell you, the most frightening thing about many things is that they don't change. As long as they change, no matter what the direction is, it's all good." "Ah, what a bunch of heresy." Xiao Qi said, "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to reorganize the dragon farm? Why haven't you done anything yet?" "2 reasons. After hearing what Xiao Qi said, Chen Fan glanced at Su Lingling and said calmly, "First, I'm worried about Yi Yun, so I don't have that much time to think about it right now. Second, the person who's going to reorganize the dragon farm for me hasn't arrived yet." "Didn't come? Who are you referring to?" Xiao Qi asked puzzledly. "The 2 people you saw last time." Chen Fan said, "Is it the people from Hatchi City you mentioned?" Xiao Qi said, "Strange. Why do you think they can help you organize the dragon farm?" "Because of you." Chen Fan smiled and said as a matter of course, "Now my place is a golden land for investment. As long as they are not stupid, they will definitely come to me to get it. Do you think that because of my presence, they have to work for you and give you investment?" Xiao Qi said, "Why do I think they will move away from the city when they hear that there's a magic dragon in this dragon farm? After all, if I lose my temper, not only the city of Hatchi, but even this country will be destroyed. I was afraid too, so the first thing I did when I brought them here that day was to beat you up." Chen Fan said with a smile, "I believe they will investigate the matter of the Scarlet Flame Demon Dragon and know our relationship after they go back. As long as they think I can suppress you, then they won't have the worries you mentioned." "Damn, this is why you beat me that day." Xiao Qi got furious when he heard this, and he opened his mouth and spit out a breath of dragon towards Chen Fan. "Hey!" Chen Fan slapped out the flames above his head, and then said, "You know this won't work on me, but you still do this. Aren't you tired? You know nothing. Life should have a sense of ritual. Even if I can't hurt you, I will spit at you if I get angry." Xiao Qi said in a deep voice. Chapter 102, Matryoshka Dragon. "But I still can't figure out what you are planning here." Xiao Qi asked, "Just for this matter? And not because of the burning of the forest?" "Burning the forest is one of the reasons, but it's also a warning." Chen Fan said, "Although Troya, the lord of Hatchi City, is very polite to me, I always feel that he is very dangerous. He once plotted against me and nearly killed me. Afterwards, he tried to win me over and even wanted to give me Selena, but I rejected him. It's hard for me to judge whether he will have bad intentions because of this. So I need to increase my weight, and you are my weight." "What do you mean? Although I don't have much contact with humans, there shouldn't be many people like you who can breed iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons that can breed dragons." Xiao Qi asked doubtfully. "I remember you said that the status of the dragon farm will boost the status of the surrounding cities. Isn't this a win-win situation? Why don't you understand?" Chen Fan shook his head. "Under normal circumstances, it is true. I don't need to worry. But this time it is based on the fact that they plotted against me and almost killed me. Just as I worry about them harboring evil intentions, they also worry about me harboring resentment. And this worry can't be eliminated unless I marry Selena. So, while it is important to use the dragon farm to boost Hatchi City, their lives are more important. Therefore, Even if it means ruining Hatch City's chance to rise, they won't risk their lives. Of course, this is just my guess. Maybe Troya won't do this, but I dare not bet. And then, Xiao nodded and said in a deep voice, even if they really have evil intentions, what can they do? I burn them all to death. How can they still have a heavenly rank master? Of course, there are no heavenly rank masters. It would be easy for you to burn them to death. Even Xiao Yin can do it. Chen Fan said, but I don't like it. I don't want to commit murder, so it would be best if I can avoid it. So I specifically pointed out your identity. In this way, they will know that I have close contact with the Dragon Master Association and have someone in the Dragon Master Association. If they kill me, it will definitely cause the Dragon Master Association's anger. Secondly, they will be cautious because of you. After all, killing me may not be difficult, but who will suppress you after killing me? If the demon dragon without suppression goes crazy, the first city to be destroyed will probably be Hatch City. Based on these 2 points, they don't dare to attack me easily. You are quite calculating. Xiao snorted coldly. But what if they still want to kill you? Now that my identity has been exposed, if they take action, they will definitely. Before Xiao finished speaking, she suddenly saw Xiao Yin in Chen Fan's arms. Wait, that's right, it was not exposed. Chen Fan said. Instead, it was hidden better. This time I was attacked in Hatch City. It was right next to me at the time, but I was still seriously injured and almost died. The person who assassinated me was only a person in the spirit induction realm. I couldn't even defend against such a person. I'm afraid they think Xiao Yin is just a mascot. So, if they really want to die, I don't mind giving them a ride. You humans are really much more troublesome than the dragon race. Xiao shook his head. You are always scheming against each other. It's ridiculous. We can't help it. Humans are naturally weak. Even if there are strong ones, they are rare and cannot compare to you dragons. Chen Fan said, since we're physically weak, we can only resort to some tricks and schemes. Boring. Xiao snorted coldly. Click. However, before Chen Fan could speak, he suddenly heard a slight sound. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly came to the dragon cocoon while holding Xiao Yin. Xiao, who was standing by, also jumped off Su Lingling and brought Su Lingling to Chen Fan. How's the kid? Is it going to hatch? Xiao said expectantly. I don't know, Chen Fan replied, but his eyes were fixed on Long Jian. Soon, fine cracks appeared on the dragon cocoon, covering the entire surface. Is the temperature not high enough? I can help it with my dragon breath. Xiao said. You dare. Chen Fan hurriedly stopped Xiao. He didn't want to experience burning dragon eggs with fire again in his life. While Chen Fan was trying to stop Xiao, more and more cracks appeared on the dragon cocoon, and then countless black lights bloomed from the dragon cocoon. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan, Su Lingling, and Xiao were immediately excited. Even Xiao Jin floated out of the water and lay on the edge of the tank to stare at it. The black light lasted for almost half a minute before slowly fading away. As the black light faded, the cracks on the dragon cocoon became more and more dense. Finally, when the black light completely faded away, the dragon cocoon exploded and flew in all directions. Looking at the broken dragon cocoon, Chen Fan stood there in a daze. No, it should be said that not only Chen Fan was stunned, but even Su Lingling and Xiao were also stunned, and Xiao Jin almost fell out of the tank. Tin. Chen Fan stretched out his hand tremblingly, took out a black round object the size of a little fingernail from the fragments of the dragon cocoon, and squeezed it gently. It felt a bit like a dragon egg. Brother, you are not from Russia. Chen Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How come even dragon eggs like nesting dolls? Ha. Xiao looked at Chen Fan's expression and burst into laughter. Watching Chen Fan like this is definitely Xiao's greatest pleasure in the ordinary dragon farm. However, Chen Fan didn't have the heart to pay attention to Xiao at the moment. He was now extremely suspicious. Maybe Yun he had made a mistake, and this dragon was not the Ye clan's native dragon, the Yang dragon, but a nesting doll dragon from some icy and snowy country? Well, the species of my dragon farm are really getting more down to earth. A hairless dragon, a loach dragon, a trumpet dragon, a nesting doll dragon, a nesting doll dragon egg. It's simply amazing. At this moment, the dragon egg in Chen Fan's hand suddenly trembled slightly, and then 2 small cracks appeared on it again. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. This time it was much faster. But the eggs this time are so small, will we not be able to see them next time? Just as Chen Fan was daydreaming, the dragon egg in his hand suddenly jumped out of his hand and hit Chen Fan's forehead. Chapter 103, Xiao. The dragon egg bounced at an extremely fast speed and hit Chen Fan's forehead directly, causing Chen Fan to stagger. Seeing this, Xiao, who was held in Chen Fan's arms, quickly jumped off Chen Fan's body and looked at the dragon egg with bared teeth. After the dragon egg hit Chen Fan, it leaped into the air. A pair of eyes opened where the two cracks had appeared before, and a pair of wings that seemed to be there and not there stretched out from behind it. This pair of wings looks like clouds, with twinkling stars on them, which is very beautiful. You're so brave. I'm going to fight you. Before Chen Fan could say anything, a sweet voice came from the dragon egg. However, there was a pause as soon as the sound was rang out, and then the dragon egg in the air looked at the ferocious Xiao, then looked at Xiao, who was laughing nonstop, and its wings began to tremble. Dog, that's enough. The dragon egg slowly fell to the ground. Its wings curled up and wrapped itself up. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. 300 years later, I will be a good dragon again. You two are not relatives, are you? Chen Fan sighed and looked at Xiao. You are a master and a lady. Can't you talk properly? How dare you talk to me like that? Xiao glared at Chen Fan. But this guy should be in a similar situation to me, with memories from the past. This is very interesting. I have never heard of any middle-level dragon with such ability. Does it have the memory of the past? It seems that it regards us as its enemies from the past. Chen Fan nodded, then walked forward with a smile and said to the dragon egg, Are you the night firefly dragon? I am not your enemy. I'm the owner of an ordinary dragon farm. You were hatched from a dragon egg sent by my friend. Oh, by the way, my friend should be a member of the Nightclan. What? The Nightclan? The dragon egg loosened its wings and looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Where is he? He left first because of something else. He left you here with me for safekeeping and care. Chen Fan said, Are you Nightfire Dragon? Yes. The dragon egg nodded. But this lady has not yet fully hatched. Not hatched yet. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the body of the dragon egg and nodded. Indeed, there is no such thing as a fully hatched dragon like a dragon egg. I need to find someone from the Nightclan so that I can fully hatch. So I order. Dragon egg suddenly stopped talking, looked at Xiao and Xiao, and then changed the topic. I asked you to take me to find someone from the Nightclan. I don't know where my friend is either. Chen Fan sighed. Can you sense the location of my friend? Didn't you say that your night firefly dragons belong to the Nightclan's natal dragon clan? Is there any connection? No, Longdan said bluntly. I haven't signed a contract with your friend, so how do you feel? Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Although he had thought of this possibility a long time ago, he still felt a little depressed when he heard it from Longdan's mouth. By the way, what happened to you back then? Why were you exterminated? Chen Fan asked again. Back then, that damned old man made me so angry. Hearing Chen Fan's question, Longdan became furious and shouted, That old man just coveted my beauty. Even if I die, I won't let that old man get it. Uh-huh. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then his eyes lit up, and he moved a small stool and sat down. Humans covet the beauty of the dragon race? Tell me in detail. That's all, said the dragon egg. Have you finished? Chen Fan was stunned again. He was ready to eat the melon, but the melon flew away. Well, I was seriously injured that year, so I had to transform into a dragon egg to protect myself. The dragon egg sighed and said, Not only has my strength been greatly reduced, but my memory is almost gone. It is not easy for me to remember all this. Oh, by the way, I remember there was a black guy back then who was really nasty. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to escape. The black guy? Is he a dragon? Chen Fan asked. I don't know, said the dragon egg. Well, since you can't remember anything and can't take me to find Yiyun, then you should just stay here. Chen Fan sighed. What should you do next? Let's talk about it after Yiyun comes back. Do you want to imprison me? Upon hearing this, Longdan became unhappy. It's not imprisonment, just temporary detention. After all, you were brought here by Yiyun, so you have to meet Yiyun first. Chen Fan said, But since you were here, I can't call you Dragon Egg, Dragon Egg. I have to give you a name. I have a name. It's called Colt. The dragon egg hit the dragon egg with its wings. Damn it. Why can't I remember it? Haha, it's time for the exciting naming session again. Xiao laughed when he saw this, then looked at Chen Fan. Hurry up and name the child. Humph. Chen Fan knew that Xiao was making fun of him. He glared at Xiao and said to Longdan, My naming is not very good. I thought a few. You can choose one yourself. Little egg, little nesting doll, little dementia. I'm going to fight you. Before Chen Fan finished his words, the dragon egg flew up and hit Chen Fan's forehead hard. You don't like it. Chen Fan rubbed his forehead. It's so appropriate for you. How about this? Your wings look like a butterfly. How about calling you Xiao? Mom, I accept my fate. Xiao Xiao. Longden's voice was tearful. It's not stupid. From Xiaoqi's smile, it could be seen that Chen Fan is absolutely bad at naming. No matter what, Xiao sounds better than Xiaodian, Xiaomoa, and Xiaokadai. Okay, Xiao, just stay here with me. I will find a way to find Yi Yin. Chen Fan said. Okay. Xiao nodded, then looked at Xiaoqi and Xiaoyan, and couldn't help muttering in her heart. I was just scared before, but now I think about it and find it strange. Why would there be such a terrifying dragon in this shabby place? That's right. Although Xiaoqi and Xiaoyan are only at the earth level in strength, the powerful suppressive force in their bodies that comes from their blood also makes Long Exine shocked. Xiao can even feel that both Xiaoqi and Xiaoyan have the opportunity to touch the heavenly level. This is simply an incredible thing. Therefore, Xiao is now curious about what kind of magic there is here that would make such a terrifying dragon clan stay here willingly, and even seem to be dominated by Chen Fan. The most important thing is that although Xiao has lost her memory, she understands her current situation. Now the truth is unclear. If I leave here, I may not have a good ending. Chapter 104. A real man will fight hard. In the next few days, Chen Fan felt more and more bitter. During this period of time, Chen Fan tried hard to find clues about the Nightclan and the Night Firefly Dragon. Although he didn't know much, he knew that the Night Firefly Dragon should be like the Black Flame Dragon, and was good at using the power of attributes. That's the kind of magic dragon in the game. But this Night Firefly Dragon was not special. Except for the first 2 days when he was a little worried about Xiaoyan and Xiaoqi, he then let himself go and set his sights on the demolition team. That's right, Xiao pesters the demolition team and Xiaoi and the others every day, doing nothing but fighting. If you tell others that an egg was fighting a group of iron-backed rhinoceros dragons, no one would believe it. It is precisely because the Night Firefly Dragons are not good at hand-to-hand combat, and the unhatched Night Firefly Dragons are even worse at hand-to-hand combat, so every hand-to-hand combat will scare the demolition team half to death. It's not that he was worried about being defeated, but he was worried about accidentally killing the Night Firefly Dragon. They all understood the importance of Yi Yun to Chen Fan, and therefore they also understood the importance of Yi Long to Chen Fan. Therefore, they cannot afford to kill the Night Firefly Dragon by mistake. But they had no choice but to fight with the Night Firefly Dragon. The Night Firefly Dragon was indeed persistent. Even if it did not fight back, the Night Firefly Dragon would still crash into them with a dragon egg. The demolition team and Chen Fan really couldn't figure it out. A medium-sized dragon like the Night Firefly Dragon obviously had powerful strength but chose to fight hand-to-hand. Could it be that it had damaged its brain when it was seriously injured? Xiaoqi, in particular, even felt that Chen Fan should have stuck to his own idea and named Yi Long Little Idiot. Oh, thinking of this, Chen Fan sighed, tilted his head, and dodged Xiao who was knocked away. Hoo-hoo! Xiao got up from the ground and muttered, "Come on, Xiao will win." Alas, Chen Fan patted his forehead, then grabbed Xiao who was about to fly towards the demolition team again, and said with a wry smile, "Aren't you Night Firefly Dragon? Have you forgotten how to use your power? Are you a waste? How could I forget how to use my power?" Xiao rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. "You are indeed Xiaoqi's relative," Chen Fan said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not related to that bald guy," Xiao said. "Who are you calling bald?" Xiaoqi, who was lying on the side laughing secretly, raised his head and growled, "Waste, believe it or not. I will roast you." Xiao rolled her eyes at Xiaoqi. It was also worried that Xiaoqi would hurt it. After all, there was pressure from the superior dragon clan. However, after a game in which Xiaoqi and the demolition team spit fire at each other, Xiao suddenly discovered that Xiaoqi's fire seemed to have no effect on her. So although Xiao was still unwilling to provoke Xiaoqi, she was no longer afraid. This was especially true when Xiao saw Chen Fan beating up Xiaoqi. "Are you sure you haven't forgotten how to use your power?" Chen Fan asked again. "Of course." Xiao nodded confidently, and then stars began to twinkle on the dragon egg, and its wings also became dazzling. Buzz! The next moment, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the dragon egg and instantly pierced through several buildings. This, seeing the power of this beam of light, Chen Fan's brows raised slightly. This power does not seem to be any less powerful than Xiao Qi's dragon breath. It just takes a little longer to charge. No, if you have such power, why would you go and fight with the demolition team? Chen Fan said in a deep voice. You don't understand. This is just external force. Dragons still need to rely on internal strength. Xiao Dai said, internal force? Are you still planning to use the 18 dragon subduing palms? Chen Fan curled his lips. What the hell? I just want to exercise my body. Xiao Dai said, a real man should fight head on. But, aren't you a woman? Chen Fan said, a tomboy is also a man. Xiao Dai said again, okay, let me go quickly. I still need to exercise. Okay. Chen Fan sighed and let go of Xiao Dai under the pleading gaze of the demolition team. Roar! The demolition team was shocked when they saw this and turned around and ran away. This kind of evil star cannot be beaten or driven away. It is simply torturing the dragon. Don't run. Don't run. Xiao Dai became anxious when she saw the demolition team was about to run away and quickly chased after them. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Dai, who was running closely after the demolition team, shook his head gently, then took Xiaoyan off his back and held her in his arms. Lingling, you said this is the natal dragon clan of the Yi clan? Why is it so unreliable? Chen Fan said with a sigh. Yeah, Su Lingling nodded. It's indeed a bit strange. Alas, I seem to understand why the Yi clan was destroyed. Chen Fan shook his head. At this moment, a shadow enveloped the place, and then a huge figure fell from the sky. Ha ha ha! My dear nephew, did you miss me? As the shadow fell, a familiar voice sounded. Uncle Ace. Chen Fan raised his head, smiled, and waved upwards. Huh. Then, accompanied by loud laughter, Ace's figure jumped down from the air. However, just as Ace fell, his eyes saw Xiaoyan in Chen Fan's arms. His pupils shrank instantly, and his strength was out of control. He fell headfirst from the air and fell heavily to the ground. Well, it's been a long time since we last met. There's no need to be so polite. Chen Fan said. You. However, Ace was not in the mood to joke with Chen Fan. He jumped up from the ground and looked at the little sticky in Chen Fan's arms in shock. Is this a vortex dragon? When did you catch it? Catch it? I didn't catch it. Chen Fan shook his head. It chased me here from the sea of threads. You're bullshit. Ace said, this is a high-level dragon. You said it chased you all the way from the spiral sea to here. How is that possible? What I said is true. Chen Fan said helplessly, I don't know what it wants, but chase me anyway. Then he told Ace everything about Xiaoyan. After hearing this, Ace looked at Chen Fan half doubtfully, then looked at Xiaoyan with a helpless expression on his face. My dear nephew, did you know that your Aunt Jules has been looking for it on that island for several months? And now you tell me that it is with you? What are you looking for it for? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Nonsense, of course it's to catch it, raise it, and cultivate it, said Ace. Aunt Julie is a heavenly master. Chen Fan hesitated and asked in a low voice. Of course not. Your Aunt Jules is... Ace was interrupted by Chen Fan before he could finish his words. Great. Fortunately, it came to me. Otherwise, Aunt Julie would have died. Chen Fan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 105. Ace is confused. The Vortex Spiral Dragon, like the Black Flame Dragon and the Red Flame Dragon, is a member of the extremely dangerous group of high-level dragons. Even Xiao Qi, the Black Flame Dragon, couldn't guarantee that he could defeat Xiaoyan. Xiao Qi can fight on equal terms with the Red Flame Dragon that is wreaking havoc. In other words, Xiaoyan also has the strength of a Black Flame Dragon or even a Red Flame Dragon. The Red Flame Demon Dragon has the power to slaughter Earth-level masters as easily as killing chickens and dogs, so it should not be difficult for Xiaoyan to kill some Earth-level masters. In other words, as long as Aunt Julie has not entered the heavenly realm, she will surely die facing Xiaoyan. Therefore, Xiaoyan came to find him and undoubtedly saved Aunt Julie's life. What do you mean? However, Ace didn't know all this and just looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Well, how about this, Uncle Ace? How about you have a fight with Xiaoyan? Chen Fan did not explain. Some things would not be believed even if he explained them, so it would be better for him to experience it for himself. Me? With this young dragon? Ace asked in surprise. My dear nephew, don't you know that I am Earth rank? I know, so I'll let you try. Chen Fan sighed. Uncle Ace, have you not been to the Dragon Master Association recently? Have you not inquired about the magic dragon? Yeah. Ace nodded. After I left you last time, I went to find your Aunt Jules, but I really haven't heard of her. But I heard that the dragon has been subdued, so I feel relieved. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. So you and Xiao have a fight? My dear nephew, what's wrong with you? Ace patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. I said I am Earth rank, it's just... Ah. Chen Fan sighed softly, then whispered. Xiao, take action, don't hurt him. What? Ace was stunned. However, the next moment, Xiao suddenly raised his head and a crackling sound came from his mouth. Then Ace's face changed, and his body retreated violently, with powerful force rushing out of his body. Bang! The surrounding buildings shattered one after another, but Ace's face was still very ugly, and blood slowly flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Okay. Chen Fan patted Xiao gently. Xiao then lowered his head, rubbed against Chen Fan's body, and then yawned. Uncle Ace, are you okay? Chen Fan looked at Ace. What on earth is this? Ace tried hard to calm the chaotic breath in his body, and then looked at Chen Fan. Is this it? Yeah, Uncle Ace, don't you know anything about the extremely dangerous group of advanced dragons? Chen Fan said. Extremely high-risk group? I have heard of it. Ace said, the dragon that wreaked havoc before was in the extremely high-risk group. Wait, you mean this vortex dragon is also a member of the extremely high-risk group? But I haven't heard of it. Perhaps it's because the spiral dragon has been extinct for too long. Chen Fan smiled and said, this is what Senior Yunha told me. Yunha? The Dragon Master Association? Ace said in a deep voice. That's indeed possible. The Dragon Master Association knows a lot of secrets. If it was before Xiao took action, Ace would never have believed it. But now that Xiao took action, he almost killed Ace with just one strike, which forced Ace to believe Chen Fan. At the same time, Ace felt relieved. Just like Chen Fan said, if Xiao had not left the island because of Chen Fan, with the Earth-level strength of Juliet and the others, they would surely die if they faced each other. After all, even if Julie is stronger than him, she won't be much stronger. Breeding dragons that belong to the extremely dangerous group of advanced dragons. Neither Ace nor Julius is so arrogant. But Ace looked at Chen Fan. What kind of luck did this nephew have? How could such a dragon come all the way to him? How could it be so docile in front of him? By the way, I heard that the dragon initially escaped from Angelica's place. Are you okay? And what about the demolition team? Ace asked. Oh, don't worry, it's okay. Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand. By the way, there is one more thing I should tell you. What's going on? Ace asked. It's Xiaoqi. Chen Fan pointed at Xiaoqi, who was lying beside him. By the way, I was just about to ask, how is it? Do you know what kind of dragon it is? How strong is it? I'll see if I can sell it for a good price. Ace said. Well, I'm afraid it can't be sold. Chen Fan shook his head. What? Are you still holding on to the same idea as before? This is a dragon farm. How can you develop if you don't sell dragons? Leasing dragons and breeding them on behalf of others is only a temporary solution after all. Well, I really can't sell it. Chen Fan shook his head and said, it's a magic dragon. Any dragon can be sold? You just don't believe your uncle. Just what? The magic dragon. Ace was halfway through his sentence when he reacted and looked at Chen Fan in shock. Yes, I also found out later. You know about this dragon disaster. It was the red flame dragon that wreaked havoc. It was Xiaoqi's mortal enemy and was defeated by Xiaoqi. And Xiaoqi is the black flame demon dragon. Well, he's also a member of the high-level dragon clan's extremely dangerous group. Ace stared at Chen Fan for a long time, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. What are you doing? Chen Fan was shocked. Let me see if I'm still asleep. Am I still dreaming? Ace said in a deep voice, 2 lines of tears streaming down his face. But it hurts. Chen Fan scratched his head. So, you picked up a dragon egg, and inside it was a black flame dragon. You were stranded on a deserted island, and you ended up kidnapping a vortex spiral dragon. Ace seemed to be talking to himself, with confusion in his eyes. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. That should be the case. Be careful. Before he could finish his words, Chen Fan suddenly shouted, and at the same time a sound of breaking air came from a distance. Who is attacking me? Ace also felt the movement behind him. His face suddenly changed. He raised his hand, and a powerful force swept backwards. Don't! Chen Fan shouted. One of us. What? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Ace hurriedly restrained his strength, and then a black figure smashed heavily on him. Ace was an Earth-level master after all. It didn't matter if he was hit by a black figure or a huge rock, let alone being hit by it. But Ace was shocked. Why was it an egg that hit him, and an egg with wings? What is this weird thing? Ace turned and looked at Chen Fan. You are a piece of shit. Your whole family is a piece of shit. The dragon egg turned around, flew up again, looked at Ace, and shouted. Chapter 106. The Past of the Nightclan. The world has changed. When Ace saw the dragon egg flying, this was the only thought in his mind. I only stayed with Julie for a short period of time. So how come the world has become what it is now? How come my eldest nephew suddenly became unrecognizable to me? Vortex, Spiral Dragon, Black Flame Demon Dragon. Are these the dragons that could be raised in your small first-level dragon farm? And this egg-like thing in front of me is obviously not an ordinary dragon. This, Ace hesitated for a moment and looked at Chen Fan. Could it be that he is also a high-level dragon, a very high-risk group? Oh, this one isn't. Chen Fan shook his head. It's not a high-level dragon. That's good. Ace breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not the high-level dragon clan's extremely dangerous group, it's fine. This is the Night Firefly Dragon. It's in a half-hatch state. Chen Fan continued. Cough, cough, cough. Ace, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was instantly choked by his own spit. He looked at Chen Fan in shock. What did you say? This is a Night Firefly Dragon. Chen Fan said again. Senior Yun has said that it should be a medium-sized dragon. Yin asked me to help take care of it. My dear nephew, are you going to open a museum to treasure dragons? Ace shouted. Night Firefly Dragon. I haven't heard of it in many years. Ace felt more and more bitter in his heart. Although the Night Firefly Dragon could not be considered a high-level dragon, this was also due to its special properties. If the Night Firefly Dragon is with the Nightclan, it will definitely have the potential to become a high-level dragon clan. Even if it is not at the level of the extremely high-risk group, it is still a very powerful existence. Once I find someone from the Yi clan, I will be able to revive the Yanglong lineage sooner or later and eliminate the enemies of the past. Yanglong shouted. Okay, you are the best. Chen Fan sighed. But now, demolition team, wait for me. Yanglong said and flew out again. What is it doing? Ace looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Don't mention it. This guy doesn't know what's wrong with him and is fighting with the iron-backed rhinoceros. Chen Fan sighed. Meet, hand-to-hand combat. Ace opened his mouth in disbelief. A firefly dragon fighting a dragon? It's like a poisonous snake arm wrestling with an elephant. It's simply unbelievable. You see, I also find it very strange. Chen Fan sighed, but she said that a real man will engage in physical combat, and a female man is also a man. So I have no other options. It's just a pity for the demolition team. They're almost going crazy because of it. Wait, let me calm down first. Ace waved his hand. Your changes here are really beyond my expectations. Ace now really feels like he is just a bumpkin with too little experience. By the way, you said that Yi Yun asked you to take care of this Night Firefly Dragon. What about Yi Yun? How is that girl now? And where did she get the dragon egg of the Night Firefly Dragon? This, Chen Fan hesitated and said, she should have stolen it from the royal treasury of the Watlu Empire. Steal. Ace was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, if we asked where to find Nightfire dragon eggs, the Watlu Empire is indeed the most likely place. But is there no one in the Watlu Empire looking for it? According to my understanding, the Watlu Empire is not easy to mess with. You have to be careful. Well, someone came and asked me to kill him. Chen Fan did not hide anything and said directly. Ace looked at Chen Fan, not knowing what to say. That was the Watlu Empire, an existence that even he didn't dare to provoke easily. So Chen Fan killed their people. But after looking at Xiao and Xiaoyan, Ace also suddenly realized. Indeed, with these two great gods around, as long as the ancestors of the Watlu Empire do not take action, then no matter how many ordinary people come, they will die. But Ace still couldn't accept it. It had only been a short time. How could it become like this? Is Yi Yun from the Yi clan? Ace thought for a long time and continued to ask. Otherwise, why would he enter the royal treasury of the Watlu Empire and steal this instead of anything else? It should be. Chen Fan nodded. Well, it seems I have to try to accept the changes here. Ace said, Nightclan Night Firefly Dragon. I didn't expect to hear this name now. Uncle Ace, from your tone, I can tell you know a lot about the Nightclan. Chen Fan asked. I don't really know much about it, but I met a person from the Nightclan in the past and heard some of his stories. Ace said, but I never thought that I would meet someone from the Nightclan again one day. Then do you know why the Yi clan was destroyed? I asked Senior Yunha before, and Senior Yunha said that he didn't know the situation either. Chen Fan said, he doesn't know? It would be strange if he knew. Ace shook his head. The Watlu Empire will definitely try their best to cover up such a thing. How could the Watlu Empire let a place like the Dragon Master Association know the truth? What's the reason? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Desire. According to the people of the Nightclan I know, this matter originated from the desire of the royal family of the Watlu Empire. Ace said, the special talents of the Nightclan are envied by everyone. After all, as long as they cultivate to the barrier-breaking realm and have a barrier-breaking night firefly dragon, they can have the combat power of the heavenly rank. This is simply an illegal ability. So at that time, in order to obtain such power, the royal family of the Watlu Empire secretly captured the members of the Nightclan and conducted experiments on them. Later, this matter was discovered by the members of the Nightclan. The people of the Yi clan were very sad and wanted to leave the Watchalu Empire, but they never expected that they would be captured by the royal family of the Watchalu Empire. After that, since the king of the Watlu Empire had already torn his face off, he no longer had any scruples and conducted even more bloody experiments on the Nightclan. However, the power of the Nightclan was too strange. In the end, the royal family of the Watlu Empire still failed, and most of the Nightclan members died. It could be said that there are definitely no more than 100 people of the Nightclan left in this world. Wait, Uncle Ace, I have a question. Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. What's the problem? Ace looked at Chen Fan. Well, does having the blood of the Yi clan give you such power? Chen Fan asked. Probably. Ace nodded. In that case, wouldn't it be better for the royal family of the Watlu Empire to marry the people of the Nightclan? Is it necessary to kill people and exterminate the clan? Chen Fan said. Chapter 107. The Power of Tying. I'm not very clear about the reason, and a person from the Nightclan didn't reveal much to me. Ace shook his head. Okay. Chen Fan sighed. However, Chen Fan was not disappointed. After all, he was always closer to the truth. Afterwards, Ace followed Chen Fan to see the demolition team and was very satisfied with the team's current growth status. He no longer counts on Xiao and the others, but if Chen Fan is interested in selling or renting out the demolition team, he must find him and will definitely give Chen Fan a high price. This time, Chen Fan did not directly reject Ace. He still remembered what Ace said last time, that some things still needed to be decided after discussing with the demolition team. After saying this, Ace left. He now urgently wanted to know what had happened before, but he couldn't ask Chen Fan, as he felt too embarrassed to do so. As for who to ask, he had already decided to go to the Dragon Master Association to find Yunha. He would definitely know the answer. At the same time, Ace had to notify Juliet to prevent her from taking people to look for the Vortex Spiral Dragon again. During this period of time, Julius will be living on that island. After Ace left, Chen Fan's life returned to its former peace, but Chen Fan's heart became more and more nervous. If Ace was correct, the king of the Watlu Empire would never let Yi Yun go. After all, even Ace could judge that Yi Yun was a member of the Yi clan based on the fact that Yi Yun stole the Nightfire Dragon Egg. There was no reason for the monarch of the Watlu Empire not to know. Oh, Yi Yun, where are you? Chen Fan looked at the setting sun and sighed softly. In this way, a few days passed. During this period, Chen Fan went to Hatch City again and found Selena and Shiming respectively to ask about Yi Yun. But there was no news from the two. Shiming also told Chen Fan that there were too many things happening in Hatch City recently, and he would go to the dragon farm to get them back after a while. Chen Fan didn't care. After all, Xiao and the others were different from the demolition team. They usually just ate and slept and never caused any trouble. However, the fact that there was still no news about Yi Yun made Chen Fan even more uneasy. He always felt that something might have happened to Yi Yun. However, one night half a month later, when Chen Fan was about to go back to sleep, he suddenly saw a bright moonlight falling from the sky, shining directly on Xiao Dai. Such a change made Chen Fan, Su Lingling, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Nian stunned for a moment, and then they looked at Xiao Dai in the air in surprise. This is it going to transform again? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. In novels, absorbing moonlight is called absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and seizing the power of creation. After all, the sun is yang, called the sun, and its power is too strong and hot. Anyone who rashly absorbs it will have only one outcome, and that is being burned to ashes by the power of the sun. The moon is yin, called Tayin, and its power is much softer than that of sun. Many advanced exercises will draw a small amount of Tai's power to strengthen themselves. Some lives will even undergo earth-shaking changes due to absorbing the power of Tai. Therefore, in the case of Xiao in front of us, it seems that she is absorbing the power of Tai into practice. In this way, Xiao is bound to undergo a qualitative change. Damn it, I don't need it. However, contrary to Chen Fan and others' expectations, the little butterfly in the air struggled desperately, as if resisting and preventing the moonlight from merging into its dragon egg. Why? Why is this happening? Seeing Xiao trying so hard to stop the moonlight from entering, Chen Fan couldn't help but wonder, but he didn't dare to help rashly. So he could only shout, Xiao, is this moonlight harmful to you? Of course not. The little butterfly in mid-air resisted the integration of moonlight and shouted to Chen Fan. It wants to help me hatch completely. It wants to help me get out of the shell. Well, if there is no harm, what are you resisting? Su Lingling couldn't help but ask. The firefly dragon can be said to be the only dragon in the entire dragon farm that can truly speak human language. It's strange that top dragons like Xiaoyan and Xiaoqi are still unable to speak human language directly, but Xiao, who is half-hatched, can. You useless bastard, what do you know? Xiao yelled. How can a real man rely on external forces to hatch? I can do it on my own. But you either help me or stay away. You're annoying me. Xiao, if we help you now, will it cause any adverse effects on you? After hearing what Xiao said, Chen Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head, but still asked. No, if you want help, hurry up. Xiao shouted. Xiaoqi. Chen Fan felt relieved when he heard this and looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi snorted coldly, already understanding what Chen Fan meant. Then Xiaoqi suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a breath of dragon toward Xiao. Dragon's breath is yang, which can offset some of the power of the moon and can definitely help Xiao resist the moonlight. Of course, if other people saw this situation, they would definitely be shocked. After all, although dragon breath is yang and can help, it is also extremely destructive. Even if it can help the opponent resist Tai, it will inevitably cause damage to it. However, Chen Fan was not worried about this problem. After all, in an ordinary dragon farm, it was not so easy for these dragons to cause harm to each other. Sure enough, with the blessing of dragon breath, Xiaodia's pressure suddenly decreased, and she seemed to be able to move a little in the air. Great, stinky moonlight. I will not give in. Then circles of purple halos spread out from Xiaodia's body and condensed into a transparent light shield around her body, protecting her. As the light shield was formed, the moonlight was blocked outside. However, Xiaodia's condition did not seem to be good. This move seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and there were even faint cracks on the eggshell. Master, why is Xiao refusing so desperately? Su Lingling felt more and more puzzled. This was obviously a good opportunity to become stronger. Well, actually I really want to tell you that this is a spirit of not admitting defeat, a spirit of daring to face all challenges and being indomitable, a spirit of tenacious struggle and not hoping to rely on external forces. Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. You really want to tell me? What does that mean? Su Lingling was even more confused. What I mean is, I really want to add some positive understanding to this choice. Chen Fan sighed, but after thinking about it, I still have only one conclusion about Xiaodia's choice. Xiaodia's head was damaged before, and now she is acting stupidly. Chapter 108. This lady doesn't want it. Just like that, with Xiaoqi's help, Xiao gradually formed a stable balance with the moonlight. The moonlight cannot enter Xiaodia's body, and Xiao cannot expel the power of the moonlight. All I can do now is to keep holding on, consuming the moonlight bit by bit, until the moonlight can no longer bear it. Hey, you useless bastard. At this moment, Xiaoqi's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. Aren't there still the demolition team? Why are you only asking me for help? Hee. Those who are capable should do more work. Chen Fan smiled and said, the demolition team is not like you. The dragon breath is almost endless. Then you can also ask them for help. Xiaoqi shouted. No. Chen Fan shook his head. I discovered before that there seems to be some kind of suppressive effect between you and the dragon breath of the demolition team. If Xiaoqi and the others spit out dragon breath, it is very likely that 1 + 1 will be less than 1. Fuck you. Xiaoqi's face suddenly changed when he heard this. It's not that it didn't feel what Chen Fan said, but listening to Chen Fan say this, Xiaoqi always felt upset. Okay, just help me, and I'll roast some bones for you later. Chen Fan comforted. You useless piece of shit. You really treat me like a dog. Xiao Qi glared at Chen Fan, then turned around and spit at Chen Fan. Hey, what are you doing? I can't hold on any longer. Because Xiao Qi changed direction, the power of the moonlight increased instantly, scaring Yi Yinglong and shouting hurriedly. Okay, Xiao Qi, stop messing around. I'm not kidding. Chen Fan patted the fire off his body and sighed. I really plan to improve your food and make some delicious food. Really? Xiao Qi looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Could this guy be so kind? You know, the things from the Dragon Master Association have been delivered for more than a month. But during this period of time, although Chen Fan kept saying that he wanted to improve them, he was still making grilled fish. Xiao Qi was eating so much that he almost became a grilled fish. But actually, this cannot be blamed on Chen Fan. It's not that Chen Fan doesn't want to do it, but he really can't do it. Before coming to this world, Chen Fan was just an ordinary student with no special skills, let alone cooking. It could be said that Chen Fan was very capable at the time, as he was able to cook instant noodles well. After coming to this world, Chen Fan had to start grilling fish in order to survive. Later, as he grilled fish more and more times, the fish gradually became more delicious. Later, as Chen Fan grew vegetables, he was finally able to make some stir-fried dishes that were barely edible. But I haven't practiced anything else. But there is no Baidu and Zaihongshu in this world, so it would be very difficult for Chen Fan to learn even if he wanted to. So even if the supplies from the Dragon Master Association arrived, Chen Fan still couldn't cook anything delicious. Xiao Qi and the others are very picky eaters, and Chen Fan didn't want them to laugh at him, so he naturally never cooked for them. However, a few days ago, Chen Fan went to Hatch City and specially found the cook of Selena's family and tried to learn some cooking skills, at least to ensure that he could cook the food well. That's why Chen Fan decided to stew some big bones for Xiao Qi and the others. Of course, Chen Fan nodded. Can I lie to you? You are a person who never speaks the truth. At first you said you would provide me with good food and drink, but now... Xiao Qi snorted coldly. Humph, never mind. I will trust you once more. So Xiao Qi turned around again and breathed out dragon breath in the direction of Xiao Dai. Just like that, Xiao Dai and Yue Guang were in a stalemate again. After an unknown amount of time, the moonlight finally gave up and slowly dissipated, and Xiao Dai breathed a sigh of relief and fell heavily to the ground. Are you okay? Chen Fan quickly came to Xiao Dai, picked her up, and asked softly. It hurts so much. Xiao Dai cried, but thank you. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely repay you. Haha, then I'll wait. Chen Fan smiled, but did not take Xiao Dai's words to heart. However, at this moment, Chen Fan's heart suddenly tightened, and then a bright beam of light fell from the sky. Before Chen Fan and Xiao Dai could react, it had already enveloped them both. Chen Fan only felt a cold and mysterious force pouring into his body, but his body was unable to move at all. He really didn't expect that even moonlight would retreat to advance and play the art of war by Sun Tzu. Damn it, I don't want it. Xiao Dai shouted, Stinky Moon, don't you understand what I'm saying? But no matter how Xiao Dai screamed, the moonlight still poured into its and Chen Fan's bodies without reservation, and even gradually built a bridge between the man and the dragon, as if connecting the two. This feeling, are you from the Nightclan? Feeling such a change, Xiao Dai looked at Chen Fan in shock. This feeling was extremely similar to the one it had when it was practicing with the Yi clan. It could feel that the power of Tying had become stronger and easier to absorb after passing through Chen Fan. No, you are not. However, Xiao Dai reacted the next moment. Although this feeling is very similar, you are not. Your power seems to be stronger than that of the Nightclan. Wait, now is not the time to think about this. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth. If it continues like this, it will probably break out of its cocoon soon. But it doesn't want to break out of the cocoon, and doesn't want to break out of the cocoon with the help of external force. So Xiao Dai gritted her teeth, looked at Chen Fan, and then laughed. Hey, owner, I'm giving you a gift. Please don't be polite. What? Chen Fan was stunned, not understanding what Xiao Dai wanted to do. However, the next moment, Xiao Dai's aura suddenly gathered, and then quickly poured into Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan's face changed, and he understood Xiao Dai's plan. It didn't want to absorb the power of Tying, but the power of Tying could not be forced out of its body, so it wanted to transfer all the power of Tying to itself so that it could absorb it. In this way, it can solve its own problem and avoid the Tying force from continuing to entangle it. But Chen Fan was unwilling. You have to know that Chen Fan himself is just an ordinary person who has never practiced any martial arts, and the power of tying is not something that is easy to absorb. Chen Fan would not think that this was harmless just because the masters in the novels absorbed it. As expected, as the power of the tying poured in, Chen Fan felt his body extremely cold, as if even his internal organs were frozen. Chapter 109, Night Star. You are indeed not from the Yi clan. Xiao was shocked when she saw Chen Fan in this state and wanted to take back her power. Under normal circumstances, the Nightclan is the darling of the moon and has a strong ability to absorb the power of the moon. Practicing together with the Night Firefly Dragon and the Nightclan can not only strengthen their connection with each other, but also enhance each other's strength and improve each other's efficiency in absorbing the power of the moon. Although the power of tying is slightly stronger this time, if it were someone from a Yi clan, the situation that Chen Fan is in would definitely not occur. Although Xiao didn't want the power of tying, she didn't want Chen Fan to die because of it even more. However, Xiao did not expect that when it decided to inject the power of tying into Chen Fan's body, the matter had already gotten out of control. No matter how hard Xiao tried, she could not change the direction of the tying power at all. This power poured into Chen Fan's body like a torrent, unstoppable and unchangeable. As a result, Chen Fan's body was covered with frost at a speed visible to the naked eye, looking very scary. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiao, who was not far away, his face suddenly changed, and he opened his mouth and spit out a breath of dragon towards Chen Fan. Although they may bicker with each other on a daily basis, Xiao doesn't want to die over it like Chen Fan does. The blazing flames enveloped Chen Fan, seemingly able to slightly resist the icy chill in Chen Fan's body, but not by much. New frost was still forming on Chen Fan's body, but the speed had slowed down a little. What should we do? Su Lingling was extremely panicked, and the demolition team also became panicked. Crack, crack. Seeing this, Xiao glared at Su Lingling and let out a soft sound. Following the shouting, Su Lingling and the demolition team regained some calm, but they still didn't know what to do next. Xiao raised his head and stared at Chen Fan. His sound attack was of no help to Chen Fan's current situation, so he could only watch. Or maybe it's not just Xiao Jin is the same as well. It was lying on the edge of the water tank, originally watching the fun, but now it has become nervous. The entire ordinary dragon farm was plunged into a tense atmosphere. Roar! Seeing this, Xiao became more and more anxious. He suddenly let out a roar, and his whole body was burning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao transformed from a ball dragon back into the notorious black flame dragon. Roar! After a roar, Xiao body slowly flew up, and the flames rising into the sky turned into a pillar of fire and fell down, pouring on Chen Fan's body. It looked like a pillar of fire connecting the sky and the earth, and the momentum was very terrifying. However, despite this, Chen Fan's body was still constantly covered with frost, and Chen Fan's consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. Damn it! Xiao almost cried when she saw this, and tried her best to draw the power of tying back to herself. I really didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. However, Chen Fan no longer had the mind to care about what Yinglong said. He only felt that his consciousness was becoming increasingly unclear and his body was becoming increasingly cold. Damn it, I've lived 2 lives, how can I die here? Chen Fan gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. Then Chen Fan felt a sudden surge of heat in his heart, which shocked him. As we all know, no matter how desperate the protagonist in the novel is, as long as he does not give up, he can definitely turn the tide and even turn danger into opportunity. Just like Xiao who swallowed the strange fire, as long as he has the aura of the protagonist, Chen Fan has no doubt that he will be fine even if he directly swallows the Emperor Fire. Therefore, Chen Fan believed that as long as he did not give up, he would be able to successfully devour the power of the tying. From then on, he would be able to kill everyone in the world, beat the heavenly rank, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of his life. Honor. Just when Chen Fan was full of confidence, Su Lingling outside couldn't help but exclaimed, because in its eyes, it could only see Chen Fan's head suddenly tilted upwards, his legs kicked, and then he was completely frozen. A comeback? Player Unknown's Battlegrounds? Su Lingling and the others didn't see it at all. Damn it, I don't believe it. Seeing this, Xiao shouted, Xiao, Xiaonian, demolition team, attack me. Roar! Hearing Xiao's words, the demolition team, Xiao and Xiaoyan were all stunned. Then, without any time to think, they launched an attack on Xiao at the same time. Xiao used all her strength to break free from Chen Fan's embrace and rushed into the sky. While enduring the attacks from Xiao and the others, she shouted to the moon, "Damn moon, I will let you see what a real man is." Then a 7-colored halo flashed on Xiao's eggshell, and an extremely powerful force slowly condensed inside Xiao's eggshell. Then a golden star slowly emerged above Xiao, which was even brighter than the moon. If anyone from the Nightclan were here, they would definitely be able to recognize it. This is the legendary Night Firefly Dragon's most powerful force, the Night Star. According to legend, the ability of Night Star has the power to purify everything in the world, but even the people of the Night Clan have never seen Night Firefly Dragon use it. The people of the Yi clan also asked Yinglong, but Yinglong refused to explain the reason. The final result was that even though the Night Clan and the Night Firefly Dragons were destroyed, no Night Firefly Dragon was ever seen using it. Unexpectedly, Xiao has successfully used this power. As the golden stars condensed above Xiao's head, Xiao let out a series of screams, as if she was enduring endless torture. Finally, just when the golden stars above Xiao's head condensed to the size of soybeans, Xiao roared again and then smashed the Night Star at Chen Fan. Although the Night Star condensed slowly, it was thrown out very quickly. In just a breath, it had reached Chen Fan's forehead and hit him heavily. At the same time, Xiao's body fell from the air and seemed to have lost all consciousness. The next moment, a brilliant light suddenly appeared, and under the cover of the light, the frost on Chen Fan's body dissipated at an extremely fast speed. In just 3 seconds, the indestructible ice on Chen Fan's body disappeared. The next moment, Chen Fan roared to the sky and raised his arms suddenly. "I am the protagonist." Owner. Su Lingling finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and shouted hurriedly. Crack! Xiaoyan ran over and knocked Chen Fan to the ground. Phew, I'm so tired. Xiao Qi slowly descended from the air, looked at Chen Fan with his arms raised high, and curled his lips. Are you frozen, stupid? Chapter 110. News about Yi Yun. Soon, Chen Fan learned what had happened from Su Lingling and Xiao Qi, and his face immediately blushed with shame. He originally thought that he was able to withstand the baptism of the Taiyin force because of his strong will, but he didn't expect it was because Xiao Qi and the others were fighting desperately. Chen Fan couldn't help but curse in his heart. It turned out that everything in novels was a lie. If Xiao hadn't used her magical power this time, I would have died here. Then Chen Fan checked Xiao's condition and found that she was just unconscious, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He also understood that Xiao definitely did not do it on purpose, so even though Xiao almost killed him, he did not blame Xiao too much. In this way, 2 more days passed, and Xiao finally woke up from her coma. The first thing it did when it woke up was to look for Chen Fan. When it saw that Chen Fan was safe and sound, it breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, I seem to have some idea about the thing you asked me before, Xiao said as she looked at Chen Fan. What did I ask you about? Are you talking about Yiyan? Have you found Yiyan? Chen Fan asked hurriedly. That's not the case. Xiao shook her head. After what happened before, I seem to be able to vaguely sense the state of a member of the Night Clan who has a very close relationship with you. If you don't know any other members of the Night Tribe, it should be the friend you mentioned. How is she now? Chen Fan asked anxiously. Well, it's okay. Xiao looked at Chen Fan and said softly. Not bad. That's good. Chen Fan nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It has been a long time since Yi Yin left last time. Chen Fan is really worried about her. Well, it's okay, I'm not dead yet. Xiao said again. How can you talk like that? Chen Fan frowned. What do you mean by not dead? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan was suddenly stunned and looked at Xiao. Wait, what do you mean? Literally, Xiao said, although he is dying, he is not dead yet, so he is still okay. You call this okay? Where is she now? Chen Fan was suddenly shocked and asked hurriedly. I remember you humans have a saying that nothing matters except life and death. So if you're not dead, then that's fine, right? Xiao said, as for where it is, I can't feel it. Oh, you're going to make me die of anxiety. Chen Fan sighed, but he also understood that some things cannot be forced, so he could only stamp his feet on the spot, very anxious. No, I can't wait any longer. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said, I have to go find her. But having said that, the world is so big. Where can I find Ian? Boy, I advise you to give up. Xiao Qi, who was standing by, heard what Chen Fan said, yawned and said, "The world is so big, and you don't even have a direction. By the time you find that girl, she will have died." When Chen Fan heard this, he looked at Xiao Qi. He knew that Xiao Qi was telling the truth, but he couldn't bear to wait any longer. At the same time, Chen Fan looked at Xiao Qi, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. Although this idea is dangerous, it seems feasible. "Xiao Qi, although you are telling the truth, I still can't give up. Whether it's you, Xiao Yin, the demolition team, or Yi Yun, they're all my family. When I knew you were in danger, I couldn't give up on any of you." Chen Fan said, "So, can you help me?" "Help you? How can I help you?" Xiao Qi glanced at Chen Fan. He had no doubt about what Chen Fan said. If Chen Fan had not entrusted his life to it when fighting against the Red Flame Demon Dragon, it would never have agreed to come here and stay here. Although Xiao Qi was unwilling to admit it, he still considered Chen Fan a friend in his heart. "I decided to create another dragon disaster," Chen Fan said in a deep voice. Finally, after a brief discussion, Chen Fan decided to take Xiao Qi, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Nian with him. After all, this time they had to face the people who were hunting down Yi Yun, so any number of experts would not be too much. As for the demolition team, Chen Fan left them at the dragon farm and handed them over to Su Lingling's care. Although Su Lingling didn't want to leave Xiao Qi, she couldn't disobey Chen Fan's arrangement and had to agree. The demolition team had no objection to this. They were very clear about their own strength. Although they were considered very strong among the human class, they were not even qualified to fight against real masters. "Even if I follow Chen Fan this time, I'm afraid it won't be of any help." At the same time, Chen Fan also told them about Ace's affairs. Chen Fan hoped that the demolition team could think carefully about their future path. Will he go to the Ironback Rhinoceros Legion to join the battle like Xiao He and Xiao Hui did? Or should I continue to stay in the dragon farm and grow stronger slowly? Ultimately, the choice lies in the hands of the demolition team themselves. After leaving the ordinary dragon farm, the first place Chen Fan arrived at was Hatch City. After all, the method he thought of had no way out, so if he could find some clues from Selena, it might be safer. When Selena saw Chen Fan bringing Xiao Qi into the city, her face suddenly changed. She did not forget Xiao Qi's identity, nor did she forget that Xiao Qi burned a large area of forest. So, Selena hurriedly sent people to find Troya and Liao Fan, and nervously welcomed Chen Fan. When Chen Fan saw how nervous they were, he couldn't help laughing, and then said that he only came to see Selena sometimes. When Selena learned of Chen Fan's true purpose, she heaved a sigh of relief and said to Chen Fan with a smile, "Oh, you should have told me earlier. I thought it was something else." As she spoke, Selena glanced at Xiao Qi on Chen Fan's shoulder and shook her head. "I do have some news about your friend, but I have no way of judging whether it's true or not, so I didn't send anyone to inform you." "Oh, what news?" Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he said hurriedly, "I heard that your friend showed up in the Watlu Empire more than a month ago and was besieged. But your friend was very capable and managed to escape from the encirclement." Selena said, "I don't know where he went after that, but I guess he hasn't left the Watlu Empire yet." "The Watlu Empire?" She went back again. Chen Fan frowned slightly. How can a thief who has stolen something return to the crime scene? Is he afraid that he will not be caught? "Are you sure that's my friend?" Chen Fan asked again. "I'm not sure. After all, the Watlu Empire is too far away from here, and my ability, so I can only find these few clues." Selena said, "Okay." Chen Fan sighed. "It seems that I still have to go to the Watlu Empire again." Chapter 111, Dangerous Guests. After Chen Fan said goodbye to Selena, he first found Meng and told him that he would be away for a while, so if he wanted to pick up Xiaoyi and the others, he should find Su Lingling. After hearing this, Meng felt very sorry and said that he would pick up Xiaoyi and the others after he was done with his busy schedule. Due to the changes in Hatch City during this period, he really cannot leave. Chen Fan said that nothing was wrong and he just came to tell Meng, and he had no intention of complaining. After finishing talking to Meng, Chen Fan went to the Dragon House again. The distance between Hatch City and the Watlu Empire is very far. If Chen Fan just walks, he doesn't know how long it will take to reach the Watlu Empire. So Chen Fan wanted to rent a flying dragon and fly to the Watru Empire. Well, Chen Fan also wanted to take Xiao Qi, but Xiao Qi refused to agree, and Chen Fan had no choice. When the owner of Longxi heard Chen Fan's request, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. "What's the matter? Boss, you have such a big dragon house. There can't be even a flying dragon, right?" Chen Fan said. Of course not. The dragon house owner hurriedly shook his head. It's just that the magic dragon revived a while ago, causing all my flying dragons to be bought, so I really can't withdraw them for the time being. No more, Chen Fan said with a wry smile. Well, don't you run a dragon farm? Why don't you buy a red-eyed night dragon egg and raise it at home, said the dragon shed owner. Are you kidding me? If I'm not in a hurry, why would I rent a flying dragon? By the time I buy a dragon egg and train it to be able to take me flying, it will be too late. Chen Fan said. Daylily? What is that? Asked the dragon house owner puzzledly. The vegetable with yellow flowers. Chen Fan said unhappily. Forget it. There's no point telling you this. I'll think of another way. Chen Fan had asked about this in Troy before, and they didn't have any flying dragons either. So if they wanted to rent a flying dragon, they might need to go to the nearby city of Simon. Simon City is different from Hatch City. Simon City is a big city, covering an area several times larger than that of Hatch City. It also has a branch of the Dragon Master Association. When Chen Fan conducted the characteristic test, it was in Simon City, and the Dragon Master Association must have flying dragons responsible for the journey. It's just that Chen Fan's purpose of this trip was not very pure, so he didn't want to trouble the Dragon Master Association. Afterwards, Chen Fan left the dragon house and came to the post station, where he rented a group of red-maned horses specifically for traveling. The red-maned horse is a low-level monster with amazing speed and is used by many ordinary people to travel. After all, although a flying dragon is great, not everyone can afford to sit on it. In other words, without the funding from the Dragon Master Association, even Chen Fan cannot afford to sit on it. With the red-maned horse, although the journey from Hatchi City to Simon City is long, it can be reached in about 3 days. So Chen Fan didn't delay and rode his horse toward Simon City. As for the dangers on the road, Chen Fan never considered them. With Xiao Qi, Xiao Nian, and Xiao Dai by his side, Chen Fan can be said to have nothing to worry about. Unless a heavenly master or a top-level monster takes action, it is impossible to pose any threat to Chen Fan. However, although Chen Fan was safe, he did not expect that just as he was heading towards Simon City, 2 uninvited guests came to the Pink Fan Dragon Farm. Are you here to look for the owner? He's out, Su Lingling asked nervously when she saw 2 people suddenly breaking into the dragon farm. Out? Where'd he go? Asked the leading man in a deep voice. I don't know. If you have something to do, you should come back another day, Su Lingling said. We need to come again some other day, the leading man said. But this time, our visit cannot be in vain. What are you going to do? Su Lingling took a step back and said nervously. Since you call that bastard the owner, you must be from this dragon farm. The leading man said that it's not in vain to kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being from this dragon farm. Remember, my name is Haluki, and you will die knowingly at the hands of the dark dragon. That's right. The leading man was none other than Haluchi, who had escaped from Ace's hands. After many days, he recovered from his injuries and came back again. This time, neither Chen Fan nor Ace was at the dragon farm. After Haluki said this, he raised his hand and a powerful force gathered in his hand, ready to kill Su Lingling directly. But just when Haluki was about to make a move, the ground suddenly shook, and then the ground under Haluki's feet suddenly rose up, and at the same time, balls of flames roared towards Haluki. Dragon breath. Haluki raised his eyebrows. His body suddenly rose up, avoiding the attack of fire, and then moved his gaze to a corner. Then Haluki saw 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons running out from the corner, running to Su Lingling and looking at him with bared teeth. It's actually an iron-backed, rhinoceros horned dragon that can breathe dragons? Haluki's brows knitted slightly, and then he sneered. It seems that the bastard must have spent a lot of effort. It's just right, I will kill them all. After saying that, a powerful green aura surged out from Haluki's body, and 3 green dragons roared out and pounced on the demolition team. Although the demolition team is powerful, Haluki is a master of the Hehe realm after all. The 3 small iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons are not enough to make him feel any sense of crisis, even if these 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons can breed dragons. In other words, as long as the person who hurt him last time is not around, he'll be fearless. What's more, this time, to be on the safe side, he also invited an expert to help. Die! As 3 green dragons rushed towards the demolition team, a ferocious look appeared on Haluki's face. As a master in the Hehe realm, he was repeatedly toyed with by a mere ordinary person like Chen Fan. Not only did he lose all his troops, but he himself was almost killed. How could he not hate Chen Fan? So before Haluki came this time, he had already decided that he would not only kill Chen Fan, but also massacre the entire dragon farm. As for that master, Haluki was not worried. Although he didn't know why the master attacked him last time, it was obvious that the master was not from this dragon farm. So Haluki didn't think he would meet him again this time. And even if that master is still there, Haluki is sure that he will never come back. Be careful. However, at this moment, a loud shout interrupted Haluki's thoughts, and then Haluki's face changed. He saw 3 dragon breaths instantly broke through his green dragon and rushed towards him with a roar. Damn it! Haluki yelled and dodged, but it was too late. Chapter 112. Another man. Haluki was unable to dodge. Although he managed to avoid the vital parts, he was still scratched by the dragon's breath. An intense flame instantly burned on his body. Damn it! Haluki roared, and powerful strength surged out of his body, suppressing the flames on his body. But before Haluki could make the next reaction, the demolition team rushed up and bit Haluki's body with their bloody mouths. At this moment, a powerful force swept in instantly, and the strong wind turned into countless sharp blades, instantly hitting the demolition team. Bang, bang, bang. Although the demolition team had been on guard against the man who had never taken action, they were still powerless to resist such an attack. They were instantly knocked away by the wind blade and fell heavily to the ground. Demolition team. Su Lingling screamed upon seeing this and looked at the demolition team nervously. Roar! The demolition team heard Su Lingling shout, and a man crawled up from the ground and opened his mouth wide toward the other man. Sorry. Haluki slowly fell to the ground. The flames on his body had gone out, but he still looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect. No wonder you lost so badly. You were so careless. The man looked at Haluki coldly. Upon hearing this, Haluki lowered his head and dared not to refute. But this dragon farm is indeed not simple. Just by looking at these 3 iron-backed rhinoceros horn dragons, you can tell that the owner of this dragon farm is quite capable. It was not unfair for you to lose in the first place. The man continued. Please help me, senior. Haluki said with a fist clasped. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I won't let him live. The man said calmly. As for the people and dragons here, there is naturally no need for them to live. After saying that, the man raised his hand slightly, and a strong gust of wind blew out from his palm. Earth level. If Chen Fan were here, he would definitely be able to see that the unknown man in front of him is actually an Earth-level master. It is no wonder why Haluki doesn't care about Ace. After all, Ace is just an Earth-level master. Roar! However, the demolition team did not care about this at the moment. Seeing the man's attack, they roared loudly and then spit out dragon breath at the same time. The 3 dragon breaths were extremely powerful, and Haluki, who had suffered a loss once, did not dare to underestimate them again. However, there was no change on the man's face, as if the means of a mere human-level person were not worth his attention at all. Sure enough, the 3 dragon breaths were unable to get close when they were just half a meter away from the man. An invisible wall of air blocked the man's body, preventing all attacks from reaching him. The next moment, the man raised his hand, and a strong wind suddenly blew around him. Countless wind blades fell from the sky, like cannonballs, hitting the demolition team. Seeing this, the demolition team hurriedly gathered together, lowered their heads, and used their strong backs to forcibly resist the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades fell like rain, hitting the demolition team and leaving deep marks. Ha! Seeing this scene, Haluki burst into laughter. Looking at the demolition team members who were constantly injured, Haluki felt as if he saw Chen Fan being cut into pieces, and he felt extremely relieved. But although Haluki was happy, the man frowned. No matter how well the demolition team was trained, they were just human-level beings. It was really embarrassing that he, a master of the Earth rank, could not kill them instantly. However, he was also secretly amazed in his heart that the defense of this demolition team had reached such a level, which was simply unbelievable. Haha, so what if your defense is strong? The man sneered, and the power surged again. Even more powerful power surged out of his body, and a green sword slowly condensed in his hand. Sword of the wind chime, the man said lightly, and was about to throw the sword in his hand towards the demolition team. However, at this moment, the temperature around suddenly rose, and in a corner that neither the man nor Haluki could see, several dragon breaths roared out and instantly arrived in front of the man and Haluki. Seeing this, the man and Haluki's faces suddenly changed. The man no longer cared about attacking the demolition team with the sword in his hand, but swung it violently, causing the endless strong wind to sweep around and block the dragon breath. As the man's attention shifted, the wind blades that had been attacking the demolition team stopped. The demolition team took the opportunity to raise their heads, and at the same time, 3 more dragon breaths roared out. There is more. When the man saw this scene, he clenched his palms slightly and looked very ugly. The next moment, a wind shield appeared out of nowhere and blocked the dragon's breath attacks. At the same time, the man and Haluki also saw that there were 5 iron-backed rhinoceros horned dragons hiding in the corners around them. They seemed to have been lying in ambush until just now. Although the man blocked the dragon's breath, he was extremely angry in his heart. He almost got hit by this mere human-level iron-back rhinoceros dragon. If this gets out, I'll be totally embarrassed. Well, although it is a shameful thing to bully the weak and attack the dragon farm while Chen Fan is away, in his opinion, it won't be shameful as long as he kills everyone. As expected, the dragons resemble the people who raise them. Haluki looked at Xiao and the others and said in a deep voice, "These dragons are just as cunning and treacherous as that bastard. No matter how cunning you are, you will die if you deserve to die." The man next to Haluki said lightly. At the same time, the man's eyes gradually turned blue, and his whole body, supported by a gust of wind, floated up into the air little by little. Although they only fought for a short while, he was already a little impatient, so he decided to get serious. As the man floated up, powerful wind force raged throughout the dragon farm. The demolition team and Xiao only felt that an invisible force enveloped them in an instant. Not to mention continuing to spit out dragon breath. They couldn't even move. Roar! Feeling this change, the demolition team roared again. The power of the earth attribute surged instantly, and a sharp spike suddenly shot out from the ground and stabbed the man. Oomph. The man just snorted softly when he saw this, and the next moment the spikes on the ground collapsed instantly and turned into dust, as if they had never appeared. "I've had enough fun. I want to die." Then the man clenched his fists lightly, and the wind around him instantly died down. Roar! The faces of the demolition team and Xiao changed drastically. They only felt that the invisible force was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to crush them into meat paste. However, they did not have any strength to resist at all. "I don't kill women, you go ahead," the man said to Haluki beside him while exerting force. "Okay." Haluki nodded and looked at Su Lingling again. However, just when Haluki was about to make a move, a sigh sounded. Chapter 113, Robbers. Chen Fan had no idea what happened to the dragon farm at the moment. He was on his way to Simon City. However, not long after leaving Hatch City, Chen Fan regretted his decision. He thought that riding on the red-maned horse would be a fast-paced journey, but he didn't expect it to be a very rough and tiring journey. Chen Fan, who had always been riding a dragon, had never imagined that riding a horse would cause such wear and tear on his crotch. Only about 20 minutes after leaving Hatch City, Chen Fan's inner thigh began to feel a burning pain. So, after about 20 minutes, Chen Fan had to stop and rest. After getting off the horse, Chen Fan's gait became deformed. His thighs hurt violently with every step, as if they were protesting against him. Sigh. Chen Fan let out a long breath and looked at Xiao Qi. "Don't even think about taking advantage of me." Xiao Qi felt Chen Fan's gaze and instantly understood what he was thinking, so he shouted angrily. "Is a dragon a mighty magic dragon at that? Even if Chen Fan had ridden it before, it was only for fighting. Want to use it as a tool for traveling? It will never agree to that." Seeing Xiao Qi's firm attitude, Chen Fan scratched his head in distress and looked at the red-maned horse with eyes full of fear. Chen Fan was also convinced. He had faced so many dangers before, but he was not very afraid. But this small horse made him so terrified. It turned out that it was never the tiger that killed the elephant, but the ant. At the same time, Chen Fan couldn't help but think, how hard must the crotches of those guys riding horses and whipping horses in TV dramas be to be able to endure such torture? However, although Chen Fan felt severe pain in his crotch, he thought about the uncertainty of Yun's life or death, gritted his teeth, and climbed back onto the red-maned horse. "Yun, if you don't survive, it will be unfair to me to suffer this." Chen Fan gritted his teeth and urged his red-maned horse while muttering. As the red-maned horse started running, Chen Fan hugged the horse's neck tightly with both hands, closed his eyes, and stepped hard on the stirrups with both feet, trying to put some distance between his crotch and the red-maned horse to act as a buffer. Xiao and Xiao both flew beside Chen Fan and followed him. Xiao, on the other hand, lay on Chen Fan's back as usual, feeling the sensation of being galloping at lightning speed. I have to say, in Xiao's heart, Chen Fan is much easier to ride than the red-maned horse, and is very comfortable. Fortunately, these horses are well trained, so Chen Fan doesn't have to worry about road problems. As the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. A well-trained red-maned horse like this one will not go the wrong way even with its eyes closed. In this way, Chen Fan walked and stopped along the way and would stop every time he walked for a while to have a good rest. It's not that Chen Fan didn't worry about Yi Yun's safety, but Chen Fan was afraid that if he continued on his journey like this, he would bleed to death before he even reached Simon City. If that really happened, Chen Fan had no doubt that he would become the most miserable one among all the time travelers and would be a joke among all the time travelers. However, although Chen Fan has not become a joke in the eyes of the time travelers, he has become a joke in the eyes of Xiao and Xiao. When Xiao saw Chen Fan walking forward step by step with his legs apart like a big duck, Xiao always laughed out loud. When Xiao saw this scene, she turned her head away, as if she couldn't bear to watch it. Only Xiao lay on Chen Fan's back tightly no matter what Chen Fan looked like, with no intention of getting off Chen Fan's back to lighten his burden. Chen Fan looked at the three dragons and secretly made up his mind that even if he died this time, he must get a flying dragon. Well, the premise is that I can go back this time. Although Xiao, Xiaoyan, and Xiao are here to help this time, Chen Fan still feels a little unsure. Hey, robbery. However, at this moment, a loud shout came from a distance, and then several figures rushed out from the woods on the side and surrounded Chen Fan in the middle. Robbery. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment and looked at the person in front of him in surprise. That's right. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your gold, silver, and jewelry. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The burly man in the lead said, pointing at Chen Fan while holding a long knife in his hand. Big brother. A slightly thin man who spoke stutteringly said to the leading man, I see that this guy is thin and he doesn't have much luggage. We brothers, is it wrong to rob? Shut up. The burly man glared at the stuttering man, then looked at Chen Fan. Did you hear that? I heard it. Chen Fan held Xiao down and looked at the robber and said, but just like what your brother said, do you think I have any valuables on me? Stop talking nonsense. These three strange toys around you are obviously worth a lot of silver. If you don't take the jewels out, I will kill you and then take these three toys away and sell them for money, said the leading man. But big brother, I think these three guys don't look worth much. Another robber with a red scarf on his head said, a ball dog? Yes, it should be a dog. There is also a trumpet dog and a flying egg. Could be a dog egg, but can a dog lay eggs? Anyway, I feel that all of them are not as valuable as the red-maned horse. Ahem. Chen Fan blushed and hurriedly held down Xiao, Xiaoyan, and Xiao. This time, even Xiaoyan, who was lying on Chen Fan's back, was angry. Dogs? Xiaoyan wanted to tear these guys into pieces. Look, this man is still coughing. Could he have tuberculosis? The man with the red scarf continued. I don't think he has much money. Otherwise, we should just rob that horse. You are stupid. The leading man glared at the man with the red scarf and said, that red-maned horse is obviously from the post station. Do you want the government to come and suppress us after you rob him? And are you stupid? Don't you see that the person in front of you is not panicking at all? Anyone who can maintain this demeanor when meeting us must have seen a lot. Such a person must be rich or noble. How could he not have jewelry on him? But brother, I see this man is thin and weak, and he is always coughing. He doesn't look like a rich man, said the man in the red scarf. Yes, big brother, you're not. You see, you are seeing it wrong, the stuttering man also said. The robbers around nodded when they heard this and looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Haha, you don't know this. When I was a soldier, I heard that some big empires have a special kind of livelihood. The leading robber laughed and said, people who do this kind of livelihood look skinny, but they're actually very rich and they're all fat sheep. Look at this person. He walks with a limp and his feet are always turned outward. He is most likely doing this for a living. Brother, what do you do for a living? A man in tattered clothes asked anxiously. Eunuch, he is a person without that piece, the leading robber said with a smile. In my opinion, this person is a eunuch. Chapter 114, Murder. Chen Fan felt blood rushing to his head and his body began to tremble. He just felt it was a bit novel because it was his first time encountering a robber, so he wanted to observe what the robbers in this world were like. Coupled with the influence of the novels in his previous life, Chen Fan subconsciously believed that these robbers were forced to become bandits due to life, so he was unwilling to make things difficult for them. Chen Fan even wanted to take out some food from his space dragon bag to give to these robbers. After all, he was now rich and powerful, so he didn't need a little bit of food. But now Chen Fan doesn't think so. He just thinks that these robbers deserve to die, and it is not unjust for their death just because of their mouth. Ha, this kid is still stunned. The leading man laughed loudly and walked over with a long knife in his hand, pointing the long knife directly at Chen Fan. Why don't you take out the things? Do you want me to give you a knife to wake you up? You eunuch, Xiao, let him wake up. Don't kill him. Chen Fan laughed in anger and said softly, Haha, don't kill me? Since you don't cooperate, The leading man showed a trace of anger on his face, and the knife in his hand chopped directly towards Chen Fan. Crack! However, at this moment, a very small sound rang in the ears of the leading man, and the next moment the long knife in the leading man's hand instantly shattered into countless pieces, and blood flowed from the leading man's facial features. However, before the leading man could shout out, the man in the red scarf not far away had already let out a scream. One of the hands of the man in the red scarf exploded and disappeared without a trace. Xiao. Chen Fan glanced at Xiao and called out softly. Xiao quickly turned his head away, as if to say that it was an accidental injury. Alas! Chen Fan sighed, then glared at Xiao Qi and Xiao Dai, who seemed to want to accidentally hurt them. The two dragons quickly turned their heads away, indicating that they had no such idea. What kind of magic did you use? A robber looked at the leading man, who was rolling on the ground in pain, then looked at Chen Fan and asked nervously, Magic? Chen Fan shook his head. How could people in this world still believe in that kind of thing? People can fly, move mountains and seas, and the world is full of flying dragons. So why do you still believe that they're magic spells? I'm actually really curious. Why did you target me? Chen Fan's eyes swept over the robbers around him. Do I look so easy to bully? Aren't you afraid of hitting a wall? Run. However, as soon as Chen Fan finished his words, the robbers around him turned around and fled, even ignoring the leading man and the man in the red scarf who were rolling on the ground. Xiao Qi. Chen Fan called softly. Roar. Xiao Qi grinned, and in the blink of an eye he flew into the air, spewing out a violent dragon breath, and instantly drew a circle, stopping all the robbers and trapping them inside. Sir, please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life. Seeing this situation, the robbers became even more panicked and all knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. I don't want to kill you yet, but you have to tell me why this is happening. Why are you targeting me? Chen Fan asked with a smile. It's all our boss who told us to do this. One of the robbers raised his head and said bravely, Our boss said that masters all ride dragons to fly around. Not only did you not ride a dragon, you also rented a red-maned horse. A man like you, who doesn't even have his own mount, must not be a master. The price of a red-maned horse is not cheap, and most of them are rented by caravans. And you rented a red-maned horse by yourself, which means you are very rich. I understand. In your eyes, I'm just a rich but weak fool. Chen Fan said. What with? I don't know. Our boss told us to do it, said the robber. Forget it. I have another question to ask you. As long as the answer satisfies me, I won't kill you. Chen Fan said. Sir, you say? The robber said hurriedly. How do you usually go to Simon City? Chen Fan asked expectantly. We are not going to Simon City. A robber said, We are bandits. Why are we going to Simon City? Are we looking for death? No, what I mean is, do you have any carriages or something like that? During all the robberies over the years, have you managed to rob any carriages? Chen Fan patted his forehead and changed the topic. Oh, a carriage. One of the robbers said, No, what do we need that for? We might as well burn firewood. Chen Fan looked at the robber and let out a long breath. He also knew that it would be difficult to get the carriage from these robbers, but he just wanted to try. Where he could get it? Forget it. If there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. Chen Fan shook his head. By the way, how long have you been doing this business? No, not long, said one of the robbers. How much is the robbery in this industry? Can so many of you have enough food to eat? Chen Fan asked again. Just barely. We are all in the initial profound realm, and the leader is in the body tempering realm. Normally, it's fine. A robber answered cautiously. That means we can have enough to eat. Chen Fan nodded. Okay, then you can go. Remember to take these two people with you. Chen Fan pointed at the leading man and the man with the red scarf. Thank you very much, sir. Upon hearing this, many robbers kowtowed hurriedly, then helped up the leading man and the man with the red scarf, and were about to run away. By the way, how many people have you killed? Just when the robbers were about to leave, Chen Fan suddenly shouted. Ah! Hearing Chen Fan shout, many robbers paused and then ran faster. Sure enough, Chen Fan sighed slightly, then glanced at Xiao and the others. Don't leave any of them alive. When Xiao, Xiao and Xiao Dai heard what Chen Fan said, they all looked at him in surprise. They thought that Chen Fan would let them go because they were the same kind, but they didn't expect Chen Fan to say that. But then they saw Chen Fan's serious expression. A smile suddenly appeared on their faces, and then they rushed towards the group of robbers. Ah, damn it! As the three dragons rushed out, the robbers suddenly panicked. Some of them fought hard, some tried to escape, and the whole place was in chaos. Chen Fan stood beside the red-maned horse, quietly watching the scene in front of him that looked like hell on earth, but his expression did not change at all. When the leader of the robbers tried to chop Chen Fan with a knife, Chen Fan already understood that these robbers must have killed people for the purpose of robbery. Then it doesn't matter why these robbers became bandits in the past. Killing for the sake of robbery is punishable by death. Chen Fan felt it was worth it, as killing these robbers could save countless people passing by this road. As for the idea of killing this batch, there will be the next batch. Chen Fan was too lazy to think about it. Even if these robbers had not taken the initiative to rob him and had not involved anyone related to him, Chen Fan would not have deliberately searched for them. But now that we have encountered it, we could just solve it. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the woods behind Chen Fan, and a knife in his hand suddenly chopped toward the back of Chen Fan's head. Chapter 115. No One Left Behind. D. The person who rushed out from the woods was a half-grown child who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. His supposedly childish face showed a hideous and terrifying expression. Oh! Chen Fan sighed softly and glanced at Xiao. Suddenly, Xiao's mouth moved slightly, and the knife that was chopping towards the back of Chen Fan's head broke into pieces, and the child flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. As early as when Chen Fan just encountered the robbers, Xiao had already told Chen Fan that there were people in the woods. With Xiao's warning, Chen Fan naturally guessed that the people in the woods should be accomplices of the robbers. So Chen Fan had deliberately observed before and had discovered this person a long time ago. Seeing that it was just a child, Chen Fan didn't know what to do, so he thought that if the child didn't take action, he would let him go. That was why Chen Fan asked Xiao, Xiao Dai, and Xiao to leave his side just to see if this man would take action. In fact, this is a bit like a fishing expedition, but Chen Fan doesn't care. If he is not a fish, he won't take the bait, and if he is not a robber, he won't take this opportunity to attack. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The thin figure crawled up from the ground, seemingly unaware of what fear was, and stared at Chen Fan. Why? Chen Fan looked at the thin figure and said calmly, You are so young, you don't look like a robber, and you don't have any lives on your hands. Stop talking nonsense. The thin figure stared at Chen Fan and pointed at the robbers who were dying. You are killing my family now, and you're asking me why? Family. Chen Fan looked at the robbers, then at the thin figure. Do they have any lives on their hands? Aha, what a joke. We are robbers. Isn't it normal to kill and rob? The boy's eyes moved left and right, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up and he saw a knife on the ground. Yes, you are right. You are robbers. Killing and robbing are normal, so it is normal for me to kill you. Chen Fan nodded, then looked at Xiao and the others and nodded slightly. Seeing Chen Fan's performance, Xiao and others no longer showed mercy. They growled and started to fight for real. With the strength of dragons like Xiao, these robbers were no different from ants in their eyes. The reason why it took so long for only a few people to die was purely because of Chen Fan's signal. Chen Fan still wanted to see whether these robbers should be killed or not. And at the moment when Chen Fan was distracted, a smile suddenly appeared on the little boy's face. Then he jumped out, picked up a dagger from the ground, and stabbed Chen Fan in the chest. Haha, we are robbers. Killing and robbing is normal. Who are you? You are not an official. Why do you want to kill us? The little boy looked up at Chen Fan's face and stabbed Chen Fan's waist with both hands with all his strength. However, there was no look of fear on Chen Fan's face. He just looked at the little boy calmly. When the little boy saw Chen Fan's expression, he looked down in horror and discovered that the dagger he had stabbed out was actually caught by Chen Fan and did not penetrate into Chen Fan's body at all. What a pity you've gone crazy, Chen Fan said indifferently. Indeed, Chen Fan was just an ordinary person, and he had not even reached the body tempering stage. But the little boy in front of him was the same, so it was not difficult for Chen Fan to deal with him. Even if the little boy was holding a sharp knife, he posed no threat to Chen Fan. You're right, Chen Fan said as he grabbed the little boy's collar with one hand and lifted him up. He then took the knife from the boy's hand with the other hand and threw it aside. I'm not an official, nor a soldier. If I were an official or a soldier, I would have arrested you and escorted you back to face the law. Chen Fan suddenly threw the little boy out and then said, Unfortunately, I'm not one, so I can only resort to lynching. After saying this, Chen Fan jumped onto his red-maned horse and rode forward like a general, shouting, Leave no one behind. However, although Chen Fan pretended to be very happy, the pain became even worse afterwards. He was already exhausted from the red-maned horse, and he was stretched again when he got on the horse, and now he felt a burning pain down there. So after riding for only about 300 meters, Chen Fan had to stop and rest. As for Xiao and the others, Chen Fan didn't worry about them. After all, he still had Xiao. Xiao was able to run from the Thread Sea to the ordinary dragon farm, so there would definitely not be any problem with such a short distance. No matter how bad the situation is, Xiao can still fly into the sky to find himself. Chen Fan climbed down from the horse, then limped to a place to sit down, still feeling a little complicated. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but he was not a saint either, so even though he could not accept such a scene, he still let Xiao and the others do it. This road is the only way from Hatch City to Simon City. If these bandits are not cleared out, who knows how many more people will die at their hands in the future. Chen Fan assured that this was definitely not revenge, because the bandits laughed at him and said he looked like a eunuch. Well, Chen Fan can swear to the dragon god that it has absolutely nothing to do with that. However, what puzzled Chen Fan was that more than 10 minutes had passed and Xiao and the others still hadn't come over. This couldn't help but make Chen Fan feel a little uneasy. Was it really necessary to waste so much time on just some people in the body tempering realm? Just as Chen Fan was wondering what was going on and whether he should go back to take a look, Xiao Yan's figure emerged from the woods and climbed directly onto Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Yan carefully and was relieved when he saw that there were no scars on Xiao Yan's body. Then Chen Fan looked in confusion at the direction Xiao Yan came from. Why was it different from the direction he came from? And why was Xiao Yan the only one who came here? Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at Xiao Yan's arms and asked in a deep voice, Did you encounter anything? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Yan raised his head, looked at Chen Fan with his big eyes, and then shook his head. No? What about these two? Chen Fan asked. Click, click. Xiao Yan looked up at the direction he had just come from and called out softly twice. You mean they are in this direction? Chen Fan was even more confused. This was not the direction he came from. Why did Xiao Dai, and the others run in this direction? Sure enough, not long after, Xiao and Xiao Dai came out from that direction, looked at Chen Fan and said, I'm so tired. Where on earth were you doing? Chen Fan asked puzzledly as he looked at Xiao and Xiao Dai who flew out. After all, Xiao Yan can't speak human language, so it is still a bit difficult to communicate with him. Didn't you say that? Don't leave anyone alive. Xiao rolled his eyes at Chen Fan. Then what? Chen Fan asked. We just followed the fleeing bandits to their camp. Xiao Dai said, like you said, not a single one was left alive. Chapter 116, Arrival at Simon City. After listening to Xiao Dia's words, Chen Fan fell silent. After all this time, Xiao and the others are going to wipe out the roots? Chen Fan hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, Are there any innocent people in the camp? There are a few women. They look miserable. They should not be bandits. Xiao Dai replied, Well, I didn't leave any. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked carefully, No. Xiao rolled his eyes at Chen Fan and said, I'm not stupid. Let them go. That's good, that's good. Hearing this, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, right. Xiao seemed to have thought of something and said to Chen Fan, You know what, those robbers really had something good. Huh? What? Chen Fan looked at Xiao in confusion. Xiao smiled lightly and glanced at Xiao Dai. It's here, Xiao Dai said, and a burst of starlight appeared above its head. The next moment, a white egg fell out from the starlight. What is this? Chen Fan hurriedly caught the egg and said in surprise, Dragon egg. Xiao said, although I don't know what kind of dragon it is, I can be sure that it is definitely a dragon egg. This group of robbers could have dragon eggs? Chen Fan was surprised. He looked at the dragon eggs in front of him carefully, but he couldn't tell what kind of dragon it belonged to. Could it be another dragon egg from a high-level dragon? Chen Fan said with his eyes shining. Wait, are you sure you didn't leave any? Yes, not a single one was left. Xiao nodded. Then where did this dragon egg come from? Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have left a few alive. Forget it. Chen Fan shook his head, put the dragon egg back into the space dragon bag, and then looked at Xiao pitifully. Master Qi, look at me. I really can't ride the red-maned horse anymore. I'm bleeding down there. However, before Chen Fan could finish his words, Xiao suddenly raised his head and sprayed a breath of dragon towards Chen Fan's crotch. Chen Fan's crotch instantly caught fire. Chen Fan was startled and quickly put out the fire. Although Xiao's flames could not harm him, they could burn his clothes. He couldn't travel naked in this remote wilderness with his pants burned. What are you doing? Chen Fan asked excitedly after putting out the fire. Help you stop the bleeding. Xiao rolled his eyes at Chen Fan and lowered his head again. Chen Fan suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears. At the same time, Chen Fan understood that, at least for now, it was absolutely impossible for Xiao to carry him on his back. Helplessly shaking his head, Chen Fan could only look at the red-maned horse again. In this way, when Chen Fan arrived in Simon City, it was already a week later. He stopped and walked along the way, which stretched the time several times. Looking at the towering walls of Simon City, Chen Fan burst into tears and swore that he would never ride a horse again in his life. This is simply unbearable. However, just as Chen Fan was about to enter Simon City, a soldier stopped him. The soldier looked at Chen Fan, then at Xiao, Xiao Nian, and Xiao Dai beside Chen Fan, and then said in a deep voice, "It is the rule of Simon City that strangers are not allowed to bring dragons into the city." What? Chen Fan was stunned. Is there such a rule in this world? Wait, how come those people can do it? Chen Fan looked at the people riding dragons in a hatched city and asked puzzledly, "Didn't you understand?" I said, "Strangers are not allowed to bring dragons into the city." The soldier smiled and said, "That's Boss Dong, not a stranger." Then, how did the stranger make the judgment? Chen Fan asked. Well, the soldier guarding the city laughed even more happily and said, "If you know any official in the city or any soldier, as long as they can testify, you are not a stranger. But if not, I'm sorry. But if you want to enter the city, you'll have to leave the dragon or monster outside. As long as someone says they know me, that's enough, right?" Chen Fan said suddenly. "That's right." The soldier guarding the city nodded. "So, who do you know?" "Aha, cousin, what you said is true. I know you," Chen Fan suddenly said with a smile, then hugged the city guard in front of him and calmly stuffed a small bag of copper coins into the soldier's hand. Having seen so many unspoken rules in his previous life, how could Chen Fan not understand what the soldier guarding the city meant? As long as someone knows you, you are not a stranger. This is clearly a request for money or property. Chen Fan only came to Simon City to borrow a flying dragon from the Dragon Master Association. There is no need to waste time with such a person here. So since the other party wants it, he will just give it. How dare you? However, contrary to Chen Fan's expectation, when the bag of money was stuffed into the hands of the city guard, the soldier's smiling face suddenly disappeared. He took a step back, drew the knife from his waist, and looked at Chen Fan angrily. "How dare you bribe me?" Chen Fan was stunned. What was going on? Shouldn't the soldier have calmly put the copper coin away, then admitted with a smile that he was his cousin, and allowed him to enter the city? Why did this happen suddenly? Before Chen Fan could come to his senses, the surrounding soldiers had already surrounded him, with the sharp tips of their swords flashing cold light, all pointing at Chen Fan. Are you going to leave no one behind this time?" Xiao voice rang in Chen Fan's heart. Go, why don't you leave anything behind? These are not robbers," Chen Fan said in his heart, and then he forced a smile and looked at the soldiers around him. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" The soldier holding the money bag in his hand said angrily. "We caught the criminal red-handed, and so many people testified, and you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding." No, I misunderstood you," Chen Fan said hurriedly. "Well, please do me a favor and go to the Dragon Master Association and say that Chen Fan, the owner of the ordinary dragon farm, wants to see you." "The owner of a dragon farm?" The soldier holding the money looked at Chen Fan and frowned in confusion. Yes, I came here from the ordinary dragon farm next to Hachi City. My original intention was to borrow a flying dragon from the Dragon Master Association. Chen Fan said, unexpectedly, I didn't borrow the flying dragon, but caused a misunderstanding here. Oolong. The surrounding soldiers looked at each other in confusion when they heard this, not knowing what kind of dragon this was. In that case, just wait, and we will go find the people from the Dragon Master Association. A soldier said, if you want to do anything, don't blame us for being ruthless. Then a soldier quickly ran into the city. However, just after the soldier left, Chen Fan suddenly thought of something. Does the Dragon Master Association of Simon City know him? Yuna should have said hello. Chapter 117. Alfred of the Dragon Master Association. In this way, Chen Fan waited anxiously at the gate of Simon City. After about half an hour, the soldier walked out quickly with a middle-aged man. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Chen Fan, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He pushed away the soldiers surrounding Chen Fan and quickly came to Chen Fan. It is indeed Master Chen who has come to visit. Why didn't you inform us in advance, Alfred? Please forgive me for not welcoming you in person. The middle-aged man said with a smile, glancing at Xiao Qi, and his body seemed to tremble slightly. No. I'm sorry for coming here without permission. I need to ask you to come out and pick me up. Chen Fan said hurriedly. Judging from the middle-aged man's expression, he must know Xiao Qi, so Chen Fan felt relieved. What are you doing? The middle-aged man, Alfred, looked up at the soldiers around him and shouted, why don't you disperse quickly? How dare you treat Master Chen like this? Mr. Alfro. At this moment, the soldier came out and bowed gently to Alfro. It was this owner Chen who tried to bribe me with copper coins. That's why we are alert. Bribe you? Alfred was stunned for a moment, looked at the bag in the soldier's hand, then turned to look at Chen Fan. Master Chen, what you did is wrong. How can you do this? Misunderstanding. This is just a misunderstanding. Chen Fan said hurriedly. Well, it's just a misunderstanding. Alfro walked over, took the purse from the soldier, opened it and looked at it, then smiled and said, okay, leave this matter to me. You guys should just focus on your own business. Master Chen, please. Alfro then smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded and followed Alfred into Simon City. It has to be said that Simon City is indeed several times larger than Hachi City. A small path seems to be wider than the main road of Hachi City. Although it is not as big as the capital of the Watlu Empire, it is also very shocking. The roads in Simon City were full of people riding dragons. Although most of these dragons were lower-level dragons like the ironback rhinoceros, the number of them had already shocked Chen Fan. Soon, Chen Fan, led by Alfred, arrived at the Dragon Master Association in Simon City. The Dragon Master Association is located in the center of Simon City. Next to it is the City Lord's Mansion, which is enough to show how high the status of the Dragon Master Association is in Simon City. In fact, it is true that except for the top powers, ordinary small countries do not even have the qualifications to look directly at the existence of the Dragon Master Association. A country like Angelica is one of those small countries. They may not give face to the owner of the dragon farm, but they absolutely dare not offend the Dragon Master Association. Master Chen, I wonder if you were here this time to buy dragon eggs? Alfred asked in a low voice after inviting Chen Fan into the Dragon Master Association. No, I'm here to borrow a dragon. Worried about Yi Yun's safety, Chen Fan didn't want to waste any more words and said directly, please do me a favor, Mr. Alfred, and lend me a flying dragon. I need to go to the Watlu Empire. This, after hearing Chen Fan's words, Alfred looked embarrassed. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? Chen Fan's heart tightened. I can pay for it. Well, it's not a question of money. Alfred showed a bitter smile on his face. It's like this. The magic dragon revived a while ago, and almost all of our flying dragons were requisitioned. Although the problem of the magic dragon's revival has been solved now, those flying dragons have not been returned yet. Are they all borrowed again? Chen Fan's mouth twitched slightly. I'm sorry, Alfred said. Wait, you just said almost? That's not all. Chen Fan said suddenly. That's true. There's still a flying dragon left here. But that flying dragon. Alfred sighed. We haven't trained that flying dragon yet, and it's not very obedient now. Then can you let me give it a try? I'm really anxious. Chen Fan said. Of course, please. Alfred nodded and brought Chen Fan to the back of the Dragon Master Association. There was a huge square here, and a blue-gray multi-winged red feather dragon was lying quietly in the center of the square and sleeping. That's it. Alfred pointed at the multi-winged red feather dragon and said, "It hasn't been trained yet, so it might be difficult to fly on it." A disobedient dragon? Chen Fan nodded, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. According to the novels I read in my previous life, these unruly dragons are often aliens with amazing talents. That is, mutants, plug-ins, and special species. So when Chen Fan heard that this multi-winged red feather dragon was disobedient, he was not disappointed, but felt a little excited. If this multi-winged red feather dragon is really that unique, he will have to find a way to buy it here, so that he will have a means of transportation in the future. Is it convenient for me to go over and take a look? Chen Fan looked at Alfred. Alfred was about to refuse, but when he saw Xiao on Chen Fan's shoulder, he took back his words of refusal. All dragons are dangerous, especially those that have not been fully bred. So Alfred was worried that Chen Fan would get hurt if he approached this multi-winged red feather dragon rashly. But after seeing Xiao, he suddenly realized that Chen Fan could even subdue the black flame dragon, so he must be no ordinary being. Moreover, with the protection of the black flame dragon, it should not be easy for the multi-winged red feather dragon to hurt Chen Fan. So there was no obstruction. "Thank you." Chen Fan nodded and smiled, then took Xiao, Xiao Nian, and Xiao Dai towards the multi-winged red feather dragon. He did not forget that the parents of this body were eaten by a dragon, so he dared not be careless at all. What if Xiao has a seizure again? What if Xiao Nian fails again? What if something happens to Xiao Dai? Anyway, Chen Fan would not do such an idiotic thing as letting his backer stay behind and then taking risks on his own. Isn't the reason why a backer is called a backer because it is used for reliance? If you have to do everything by yourself, what is the point of having a backer? Sure enough, just as Chen Fan walked to the side of the multi-winged red feather dragon, the multi-winged red feather dragon slowly opened its eyes and then quickly stood up. Roar! The multi-winged red feather dragon opened its mouth and roared at Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Xiao bared his teeth, Xiao Nian widened his eyes, and Xiao Dai flapped her wings. The roar suddenly stopped, the multi-winged red feather dragon shuddered, and then lowered its head towards Chen Fan. Chapter 118. What rode royal family low? As the saying goes, a wise dragon is one who knows the times. Although the multi-winged red feather dragon wanted to scare away the young man who approached it rashly with its roar, when it discovered the dragons on Chen Fan's body and felt the terrifying blood suppression from those dragons, it surrendered instantly. Looking at the multi-winged red feather dragon with its head lowered, even a knowledgeable Alfred was surprised. Even for the most powerful dragon tamer, it takes some time to tame a dragon. How can someone make a dragon surrender just by facing it like Chen Fan did? Senior Alfred, looking at the multi-winged red feather dragon that bowed its head in submission, Chen Fan turned to look at Alfred. This one seems to be quite obedient. Can you lend it to me? Of course you can. Alfred nodded, then found a young man and said to Chen Fan, "This is our new dragon master. He has been working with this multi-winged red feather dragon. Let him ride this multi-winged red feather dragon to send Master Chen off." "Okay, thank you very much." Chen Fan did not refuse. In fact, even if Alfred didn't say it, Chen Fan would have made this request. After all, the distance between Simon City and the Watro Empire is not close. It can even be said to be a long way off. With such a long distance, Chen Fan didn't have the confidence to find the way based on his memory, not even with Xiao as a guide. Therefore, it would be great if the Dragon Master Association could send someone to lead the way. So Chen Fan did not continue to greet Alfred. After the young Dragon Master made some simple preparations, Chen Fan, under the guidance of the Dragon Master, rode the multi-winged red feather dragon into the air. Along the way, perhaps due to the presence of Xiao, Xiao Nian, and Xiao Dai, the multi-winged red feather dragon was not only 1/10 faster than the ordinary multi-winged red feather dragon, but stability was also incredibly good. Chen Fan sat on the multi-winged red feather dragon and didn't even feel the slightest bit of bumps. Soon, in just about half a month, Chen Fan had already seen the border of the Watlu Empire. Perhaps because they had just experienced the disaster of the evil dragon, the border guards of the Watlu Empire were very vigilant. They stopped Chen Fan directly and asked to check his identity documents. When Chen Fan revealed his identity, the border guard's face suddenly changed, and he and all the soldiers saluted respectfully to Chen Fan. Although the royal family of the Watlu Empire did not make any comments on Chen Fan's actions, the people of the Watlu Empire and Amothra's empire still respected Chen Fan very much. Then Chen Fan directly asked the border guard if there had been any major events in the Watlu Empire recently, and if anyone had been surrounded. However, the border guard said he had never heard of it. Since the dragon disaster, the Watlu Empire has been in the post-disaster reconstruction stage, and nothing major has happened. However, the border guard thought about it carefully and told Chen Fan that there seemed to be some disturbance in the south of the Watlu Empire before, but it was not big. After hearing this, Chen Fan expressed his gratitude to the famous soldier, and then flew towards Halki, the imperial capital of the Watlu Empire. When Chen Fan arrived in Halki, it was already 3 days later at night, and the entire Halki was silent. Chen Fan was not surprised by this. On the way here, Chen Fan had learned about it. After the previous dragon disaster, the royal family of the Watlu Empire imposed a curfew in Halki in order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to do evil. After 10 o'clock every evening, pedestrians are no longer allowed to walk on the entire road. Therefore, the night in Halki is extremely quiet, which is most suitable for secret operations. "Sir, what should we do?" "Go and inform the soldiers guarding the city," asked the dragon master who was riding the multi-winged red feather dragon. Along the way, Chen Fan has already learned about this person's identity. This person is called Tianyu. He had just graduated from the Dragon Master Academy and was transferred to the Dragon Master Association in Simon City to become a flying dragon master. However, Tianyu had just started working, and the one he came into contact with was this disobedient, multi-winged red feather dragon. So he suffered a lot. If Chen Fan hadn't arrived, it would have taken him a lot of effort to control this multi-winged red feather dragon. But now that he has mastered it and has gone through such a long period of running in, Tianyu believes that even if Chen Fan leaves, this multi-winged red feather dragon will still cooperate with him. This made Tianyu feel full of gratitude towards Chen Fan. Therefore, Chen Fan has a very high status in Tianyu's heart. At the same time, Tianyu also believes that no matter where Chen Fan goes, he should be respected. In other words, Tianyu has become Chen Fan's little fan. Chen Fan was helpless about this and just felt extremely sad. After all, Tianyu admired me so much, I felt embarrassed to take away his multi-winged red feather dragon. However, Chen Fan was not too regretful. After such a long period of contact, Chen Fan also understood that this multi-winged red feather dragon was just relatively small and rebellious, but not very talented. It flies faster than ordinary multi-winged red feather dragons, but it is not because of its talent, but simply because it was scared by Xiao and the others. For the sake of an ordinary multi-winged red feather dragon, Chen Fan had no reason to offend Tianyu, and there was no need to owe Alfred a favor. No need. Chen Fan looked at Tianyu and shook his head. "Let's stay outside the city for one night, and then go into the city tomorrow." If possible, Chen Fan still hopes to resolve this matter through gentler means. After all, he helped the Watlu Empire solve the problem of the Red Flame Dragon, and after all, save Halsey from being destroyed by the Red Flame Dragon. So Chen Fan felt that the monarch of the Watlu Empire should still give him some face. Although Tianyu didn't know what Chen Fan was thinking, he didn't want to object to what Chen Fan said. Since Chen Fan said to wait until tomorrow, then he would wait until tomorrow. So Tianyu and Chen Fan slept outside the city all night. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Chen Fan and Tianyu came to the city gate of Halsey and told the soldiers that they wanted to meet the king of the Watlu Empire. But after the soldiers learned of Chen Fan's identity, they immediately went to the palace to report it. Not long after, someone came out and invited Chen Fan into the palace. Chen Fan heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Judging from the current situation, the monarch of the Watlu Empire still respected him. Then maybe there's more to talk about. Just like that, Chen Fan followed that person into the palace and came to the main hall of the palace. Lovi, the king of the Watlu Empire, was sitting on the golden chair right above. "Your Majesty, I am Chen Fan," Chen Fan said. But before Chen Fan could finish his words, the king of the Watlu Empire, Luo Wei, spoke up. "I know you, the one who fought against the Red Flame Demon Dragon. So, are you here to ask for payment this time?" Chapter 119. Do you think this king is a fool? Hearing Luo Wei's words, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this, but why does it make people so uncomfortable? "Come here," Luo Wei said calmly without waiting for Chen Fan to answer. "Bring 30,000 gold coins to this Master Chen. thank him for his efforts, and then send him out. Wait! Chen Fan raised his hand hastily, looking directly at Luo way above him. I didn't come here to ask for a reward. I didn't even ask for a reward for fighting the Scarlet Flame demon dragon. Oh, Luo replied softly. Chen Fan looked at Luo Wei's expression, tried to calm himself down, and then said, but I did come here for something, and I hope to get your approval. Go ahead, Luo said calmly. I have a good friend who stole something in your country on the eve of the dragon disaster. I came here hoping that your majesty would forgive her this time for my sake. Chen Fan said. Stealing things? Luo Wei sat up straight, staring at Chen Fan closely. Do you know who that person is? What does he have to do with you? I know. Chen Fan nodded. As for her, she should be considered my family. So, the things that were stolen from me are in your hands. Luo said again. Indeed. Chen Fan nodded, pointed to Xiao who was following behind him, and said, it's right here. It is. Luo said in a deep voice. When Lovey saw Xiao, he felt strange. Xiao looked very similar to a firefly dragon egg, but the firefly dragon egg had not been hatched for hundreds of years. In addition, he had never heard of a firefly dragon being half dragon and half egg, so Lovey did not really connect the two. So, are you here this time to return my stolen property? Lovey asked again. That's half right, Chen Fan said. I came here for another purpose, which is to hope that it can make its own choice. After all, as a medium-sized dragon, its intelligence is no less than that of humans. Whether it stays here or leaves is up to it to choose. I brought it here just to give it a chance to choose. Haha, I'm not here. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Xiao shouted, Chen, didn't you say you were going to take me to find the people of the Nightclan? Why are you bringing me here? Haha. Hearing this, Luo Wei burst into laughter, then slowly stood up from the golden chair, his eyes fixed on Chen Fan. My things are mine, Master Chen. You said let it choose for itself? My words are its choice. Why haven't the 30,000 gold coins been brought up yet? Give the gold coins to Owner Chen and send him away. Luo said sternly. Yes. Upon hearing this, a soldier hurriedly walked in with a mountain of gold coins and handed them to Chen Fan. Okay, Master Chen, take your gold coins and go. Luo Wei said calmly. But my things must be left to me, and I will kill the man you mentioned. Your Majesty, I don't want these gold coins. Please give me some face. Chen Fan said hurriedly. Luo Wei sneered. Your face, what is your face? If it weren't for the fact that you repelled the red flame demon dragon, I would have killed you just for your relationship with that little thief. Take your money and get out now. Chen Fan looked at Luo Wei in silence and shook his head gently. Your Majesty, although my friend is from the Nightclan is now almost extinct and will not pose any threat to you. And I can guarantee that you will not come to the Watlu Empire again in the future. As for this night Firefly Dragon, let's not talk about the Dragon Master Association's regulations. Every dragon is independent, especially for the middle and high-level dragons. There is no such thing as absolute affiliation. Master Chen, do you think that if I'm a little polite to you, you can lecture me? Luo Wei interrupted Chen Fan and said in a deep voice, Okay, since you don't want these gold coins, then don't take them. I will make it difficult for you. Come here, ask this owner Chen to leave. If he refuses, kill him on the spot. How dare you? This is Master Chen, the royal family of the Watlu Empire. Are you going to go to war with our Dragon Master Association? Seeing this, Tian Yu hurriedly stood in front of Chen Fan and shouted angrily. Dragon Master Association? Kill them all together. Luo said coldly. Hearing Luo Wei's words, Chen Fan laughed in anger. Looking at the soldiers surrounding him, he shook his head gently. Your Majesty, I am really curious. With a royal family like yours, how did the Watlu Empire survive for so many years? Then Chen Fan patted Xiao lightly, and a smile instantly appeared on Xiao face. That's what I told you. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. After saying that, black flames suddenly burned on Xiao body, and at the same time, a breath of dragon sprayed towards Luo's head, instantly igniting the wall above Luo. I wanted to reason with you, but you disagreed. Well, I know a little bit about fighting. Chen Fan looked at the angry Luo Wei and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, is it because the flames of the magic dragon didn't burn your golden chair last time that you don't know how terrifying the magic dragon is? If that's the case, this host doesn't mind letting you experience the dragon's disaster again. Bold! Kill them! Luo shouted angrily. Immediately, the surrounding soldiers attacked Chen Fan at the same time. Roar! Seeing this, Xiao Qi roared angrily, and the dragon's breath swept around. Although the lowest among these soldiers were masters at the Hehui realm, they did not have the slightest resistance against Xiao Qi's dragon breath. They screamed and fell to the ground. The raging flames burned violently, causing these people to roll over and over. Your Majesty, I will ask you again, will you agree to my request? Chen Fan stood beside Xiao Qi, staring at Luo Wei. Are you threatening me? Luo Wei sneered. Do you really think that this little dragon can threaten me? What else? Chen Fan asked back. However, as soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, dozens of rays of light suddenly shot out from the surrounding pillars, and in an instant a metal cage was formed, trapping Xiao Qi in the middle. What is this? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Roar! Xiao Qi was also furious and angrily spit out a breath of dragon's breath, but the dragon's breath couldn't penetrate the golden light. Master Chen, do you really think I'm a fool? Luo Wei looked at Chen Fan and laughed. What are you going to do now? Chapter 120. Do you still have this magic circle? Since I know that you are the one who repelled the red flame demon dragon, I also know that you have a black flame demon dragon in your hands. Luo Wei said calmly. Then, do you think I will let you come to me without any preparation? As for this night firefly dragon behind you, it does surprise me a little, but do you think it can threaten me? So, you were already prepared to deal with me before I came, right? Chen Fan gritted his teeth. That's right. Luo Wei nodded. Many people saw you being intimate with that thief on the city wall. Do you think I don't know? If I wasn't worried that I wouldn't be able to deal with you, the Black Flame Demon Dragon, outside, I would have had you captured long ago. Haha, I didn't expect you to fall into this trap. Do you know what you were doing? Tianyu looked at Luo Wei. Master Chen saved your entire What-Road Empire. Yes, that's why I originally planned to give him some gold and silver and let him leave. Luo Wei sneered. But relying on such a small contribution, he comes to point fingers at me. How can I tolerate him? But you are right. Although I am not afraid of the Dragon Master Association, I am not willing to go to war with it. In that case, then you should have your men retreat immediately. Tianyu shouted. So, all the civil and military officials in my court can testify that when Master Chen brought the Black Flame Dragon to see me, the Black Flame Dragon suddenly went mad, causing Master Chen and the people in the Dragon Master Association to die tragically. Luo Wei ignored Tianyu and said calmly, I paid a huge price to trap the Black Flame Dragon and kill it. You can rest assured that after you die, I will give you a dignified burial. You are so brave. Tianyu was shocked when he heard that. So, Your Majesty, you think you're going to kill us, right? Chen Fan was not surprised at all, but just sighed deeply. That's right. Lo replied, if you surrender, I will allow you to have a whole body. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan suddenly laughed, then looked at Luo Wei and said, I thought the Yi clan was exterminated. There might be some hidden reason. It must be that the Yi clan did something themselves. But seeing your performance now, I seem to understand. What do you understand? Lovey had a smile on his face. I understand that the royal family of your Watlu Empire is crazy. Chen Fan said, Is this your last words? Luo Wei sneered. Kill them. As Lo finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers attacked Chen Fan and Tianyu without any hesitation. You dare! Tianyu roared angrily, and powerful strength surged out of his body. Although Tianyu is just a newcomer, as a regular Dragon Master of the Dragon Master Association, Tianyu's strength is also very good. At a young age, he has already reached the Beitong realm. In fact, the real Dragon Master is indeed like this. After all, just like when Chen Fan went to the Spiral Sea before, when a flying dragon flies in the sky, anything can happen. If the person controlling the dragon is too weak and dies, what should be done next? So usually, the flying Dragon Masters of the Dragon Master Association may seem inconspicuous, but in fact, each of them is a master. However, even though Tianyu has reached the Beitong realm, he is still unable to compete with the soldiers around him. Even if he fights any soldier in a one-on-one fight, Tianyu will undoubtedly lose.